Hey guys, how are you? Like this video for more interesting daily updates.
Chapter 1. Damn. Today's hard days are finally over. Go on, go on. Today, the king of this field will definitely take you to take off, and lie down as the king. There are only 4 of us. Which one of you invites a girl to form the 5th row? It's best to be Yu Ji Yin, so that I can have power output. As soon as I returned to the dormitory, I heard that the 3 roommates had decided to split up. Chen Ming lay on the bed and skillfully took out his mobile phone. Playing 2 5v5 competitive games every day after class has become a regular pastime for him and his roommates, mainly because there are no good games recently. Old Chen, are you still in the middle? Yang Dong, the dormitory director, cast his gaze at Chen Ming. Well, I can only play mage. In fact, Chen Ming really prefers mage and does not want to practice other branches. The reason is that even if the economy is slightly behind, he can still deal high burst damage. As he said that, he took out his mobile phone and entered the system through facial recognition. When he saw the desktop that was supposed to be full of folders, a piece of software called Myriad Worlds Phishing suddenly appeared. Myriad Worlds Phishing. Chen Ming frowned slightly and couldn't remember when he had downloaded such a software. Thinking that 80% of it is rogue software. Long press if you want to delete. As a result, the only option that popped up was to move the position and open it. Cannot be deleted. Are today's virus software so powerful? Chen Ming was confused. Immediately afterwards, the same puzzled voices from Yang Dong and others came to their ears. What the hell is this? Why can't it be uninstalled? Is it infected with a virus? I also have this thing on my phone. It's called Myriad Worlds Phishing. It seems to be a phishing game. Same, no uninstall option found. Curiosity relieved. Chen Ming clicked start and decided to find out. First the screen went black, then rows of text scrolled up. You have successfully activated Myriad Worlds Phishing. Please note. This is not a simple game or virus software. You can get various rich rewards that change reality through phishing opportunities in the game. They come from Myriad Worlds. Phishing, and completing tasks, you can get experience upgrades. The higher the level, the higher the number of phishing times, and the higher the probability of phishing hits. Note, phishing opportunities are refreshed at 12 a.m. every day. Please note. This software cannot be deleted, and only certified hosts can open it. If your device is lost, don't worry, you can reactivate the Myriad Worlds Phishing app on other electronic devices. Click OK. It's still white text on a black background. Please name your character, Phishing Friend 347-2812. Chen Ming was very curious. Does this number refer to the fact that more than 3 million people have activated this phishing software before him? Is it confirmed to be named I just want to fish in peace? Click yes. You have successfully named I just want to fish quietly. Chen Ming didn't think too much about a piece of rogue software, which was a waste of brain cells. I just want to find out as soon as possible what this phishing Myriad Worlds is and what kind of universe it contains. Entering the main interface is much simpler than Chen Ming imagined. On a 2D lake, a pair of hands holds a red fishing rod. There is an option right below it called Start Fishing, ×1. In the upper left corner is Chen Ming's personal information. Name, I just want to fish quietly. Level, LV1. There are only 2 icons in the upper right corner, Task Backpack. It's even inferior to the mini-games in the circle of friends that Chen Ming remembered. Chen Ming was about to click on fishing when the sunshine laughter of his roommate Wang Wei rang in his ears. Ha ha ha, guess what I caught? It's 1,000 yuan. It's such a stupid game. You can't continue after fishing once. Get $1,000 from fishing? Are the people who play this game thinking with their feet? The last roommate named Li Tian couldn't help but complain. Holy crap! There is actually a withdrawal option. Do you think you can really withdraw cash? Wang Wei asked. There will be no pie in the sky, don't mess around. Yang Dong reminded. Don't worry, I'll give it a try. Wang Wei said, already pressing the withdrawal option. I expected to see a scam link asking me to bind my identity and bank card. Who would have thought that a new prompt would pop up, you have successfully withdrawn money. Are you fooling a kid? I haven't linked a bank card, how can I withdraw cash? Is it alien technology? Wang Weigang finished complaining. A text message pop-up reminder slid out from the top of the screen. River City Bank, your account ending in 0966 received a transfer, amount, 1000. What the FK? Wang Wei suddenly became alert and sat up from the bed. What's wrong? You don't want to say that the money is really paid, right? Li Tian, who was sitting next to him, teased. What if I say yes? Li Tiangang wanted to taunt, but Wang Wei handed the phone to him. Looking over, it turned out to be a transfer message, the amount was no more or less, exactly 1000. The transaction object is shown as, Myriad Worlds Fishing. Could it be that they are taking a long-term view to catch big fish? Are today's fraud companies so willing to do so? Are they not afraid that they will lose even their underpants in the end? Li Tian puzzled to explain. No. It's not a scam. As I said just now, I didn't bind the bank card at all. As soon as Wang Wei said this, the atmosphere in the entire dormitory immediately changed, with a hint of weirdness. I'll give it a try. Li Tian recovered his thoughts, pressed the phishing option, and used up all the phishing opportunities. What did you get? Wang Wei quickly tightened his upper body and asked. A Bluetooth headset. Li Tian responded. Bluetooth headphones. Wang Wei wanted to know, how do you deliver that kind of thing? Is it possible that this software can also locate us? I didn't know. Midway through his words, Li Tian's expression changed drastically. He raised his hand and spread his fingers, and a small plastic box appeared in it. Open it, and it contains a pair of Bluetooth headphones. Hey, are you guys ganging up on me? Wang Wei smiled reluctantly. It just felt weirder and weirder, and the hairs on my hair stood on end. I'm not that boring. Li Tian swallowed, still covered in goosebumps. Yang Dong remained silent, his eyes returned to his mobile phone, and he clicked on phishing. Noticing his movements, Wang Weigang wanted to ask Yang Dong what he had caught, but then he saw a black cloth falling above his head. To be precise, it's a pair of stockings. What's important is not the stockings themselves, but Wang Wei, Li Tian, and Chen Ming. The three of them clearly noticed that the stockings appeared out of thin air. I am absolutely certain that Yang Dong did not do it. If he really has this ability, he can definitely become the world's top magic great master. It is impossible for anyone to find a flaw. Chen Ming withdrew his thoughts from Yang Dong and looked at his remaining phishing opportunities on the screen. I want to verify for myself whether this phishing game is real or fake. Click to fish. Phishing in progress. The picture is simple, but the process of throwing a pole for phishing is not the same, and there is also a splash effect. Phishing in progress. However, this phishing process is obviously longer than others. Is it a bug? When Chen Ming was thinking this, the text in the box finally changes. Phishing successful. Congratulations on obtaining the SSS-level skill, Unlimited Phishing. Chapter 2. SSS-level? Unlimited Phishing. Even if he didn't know what SSS-level meant, looking at the words infinite phishing, Chen Ming sat up from the bed and straightened his back. Together with Wang Wei, Yang Dong, and Li Tian, the three of them really succeeded in extracting the rewards from phishing in the game into the real world. One can imagine how precious a phishing opportunity is. As a result, I caught the SSS level reward at the beginning and got unlimited phishing opportunities. Isn't this appropriate to take off? To prevent himself from misunderstanding, Chen Ming clicked to expand and view the details. SSS-level unlimited fishing. After acquiring this skill, your fishing times will be unlimited, and you can fish for various rewards in the prize pool as you like. Note: SSS-level skills are unique. Uniqueness. If Chen Ming understood it correctly, it probably means that among the tens of billions of people in the world, only one person can win this skill, and it will never be repeated. And that lucky person is himself. After closing the reward reminder, you can indeed see that the originally grey start fishing option has turned orange again, and no number of times is displayed. Old Chen, why don't you say anything? What good things did you catch? Wang Wei turned his gaze away from Yang Dong, who was about to cry, and looked at Chen Ming, curiously asking. I haven't done it yet. No matter how good his relationship is, Chen Ming doesn't intend to tell anyone about his unlimited fishing opportunities. He knew very well that this fishing software called Myriad Worlds would definitely change the entire world and attract official attention. At that time, once it is revealed that he has unlimited fishing opportunities, not to mention how the country will treat him. Those foreign agents will most likely try their best to capture themselves, and they will endlessly fish for various resources for them, squeeze them, and brainwash them. Chen Ming didn't want to live in hiding and fear all day long. It's better to be low-key and understated. You should give it a try. What if you get 1 million or 10 million? You don't have to do anything in the future, just lie down. Li Tianban joked. It's not that easy. Chen Ming said, clicking the start fishing button with his finger. I started fishing for the second time in my life. Fishing in progress. The first time fishing seems to be due to the novice stage, and the process is obviously simplified. When Chen Ming went fishing for the second time, QTE, also called Quick Response System, appeared. In a long grey box, there is a small random green area, plus a pointer that moves rapidly left and right repeatedly. What the player needs to do is to press the confirmation button and stop the pointer in the color block area. If it is within the area, it is considered a success, if not, it represents a failure. Although there are unlimited fishing opportunities, Chen Ming does not intend to waste them. Find the right moment and press OK. Accurate hit. It has little to do with the reaction speed. The main thing is the speed at which the pointer moves. It can't be said to be very fast. It can be done easily with a little concentration. It's not too difficult. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting +1 Desert Eagle and +24 pistol bullets. Chen Ming Gren was dumbfounded when he saw the system prompt with white characters on a black background. He confirmed it several times. I really don't think that what I drew will be a toy gun. There's a good chance he's a real guy. Old Chen, you don't look very good. Could it be that you are like our dormitory chief and have become a non-chief, winning stockings or underwear? Wang Wei asked while not forgetting to tease Yang Dong. Hearing this, Yang Dong's expression became even more depressed. He looked at the brand new, unused, odor-free stockings in his hand with mixed emotions. If it's used, maybe I'll be interested. Li Tian said casually. FK. Old Li, you are getting more and more perverted. Wang Wei reached out and pushed Li Tian in disgust. Soon, his eyes returned to Chen Ming and asked, So, old Chen, what did you catch? Desert Eagle, and 24 bullets. Chen Ming turned to look at Wang Wei without hiding anything. Li Tian. Wang Wei. Yang Dong. The three of them were silent on the spot. Are you kidding us? Wang Wei asked with a smile. Chen Ming knew he would say this, so he opened the system backpack and clicked on the Desert Eagle icon in the grid. Extract Desert Eagle? Note, after extraction, you can still put it into your backpack for storage at any time. Chen Ming clicked yes. Extracting. Extraction successful. The next second, a craft paper box fell out of thin air next to Chen Ming. It has the same texture as the express carton, square and square. Chen Ming picked up the paper box, placed it on his legs, and opened it. Goodoo! The three of them moved in unison, their Adam's apple twitched, and they swallowed. Holy crap! Are you serious? When they saw Chen Ming take out the pistol with a plastic dust bag from the box, the three of them lost their composure and stood up in a hurry. Boom! Wang Wei was so excited that he hit his head on the bed. Hiss! He rubbed his hair quickly with his hands to ease the pain, grinning. Is this a real guy? Li Tian came to Chen Ming first and asked for confirmation. Chen Ming took the pistol out of the dust bag and weighed it. It's quite heavy. It's probably a real thing. After some tinkering, the magazine was taken out and filled with golden bullets. Damn! Lao Yang, close the door quickly, don't let anyone see it, call the police and arrest Lao Chen. The moment he saw the bullet, Li Tian quickly turned around and said to Yang Dong. Yang Dong also immediately followed suit. I have a hunch that the world is going to change drastically. You'd better be careful. Chen Ming stood up, not planning to stay in school anymore, and planned to return home first. Hey! Old Chen, where are you going? Li Tian asked. Should Desert Eagle be charged? Going home, school may not be safe. While answering Li Tian, Chen Ming easily chose yes. Without waiting for Li Tian to speak again, he quickly left and disappeared from the sight of the three of them. Damn! I only caught a pair of socks. I'm so lucky. Okay, I'm worse off than you, just a pack of tissue paper. Ha ha ha, I caught a motorcycle. It's a pity that there is only one chance. It's so annoying. It seems that the mission system has not been activated yet. It is impossible to upgrade by completing the mission and increase the number of fishing times. On the way out of school, I was surrounded by people holding mobile phones and discussing Myriad World's fishing software. The reality of being able to extract rewards from fishing in Myriad Worlds spread much faster than Chen Ming imagined. I drew a golden retriever. Golden retriever? Hearing this, Chen Ming stopped and looked around. It was a girl, and she clicked on the extraction option. Then, a golden retriever really appeared next to me. The girl was very happy and liked it very much. She squatted down and stroked the golden retriever. But when Chen Ming saw this heartwarming scene, his scalp felt numb. If I remember correctly, the system once said that fishing rewards come from Myriad Worlds. Since living creatures like golden retrievers can be fished out, will there be other monsters that are beyond human cognition, terrifying, not docile, and bloodthirsty? The golden retriever whose smile has a healing effect has become an extremely dangerous signal in Chen Ming's eyes. Chapter 3. Withdrawing his gaze, Chen Ming walked out of the door. On the street, there are still many people discussing fishing in Myriad Worlds. As Chen Ming walked towards home, he also took out his mobile phone and decided to seize the time and continue fishing. Before the danger prediction in your mind becomes reality, try to catch as many rewards as possible and strengthen yourself. For example, although he now has a gun, he doesn't know how to use it. If you can gain proficiency in using a gun when fishing, you will have a greater chance of survival than others when the apocalypse comes. Click Start Fishing. Fishing in progress. Perfect hit quick response system. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving a box of ibuprofen capsules. Ibuprofen capsules. Chen Ming frowned slightly and then comforted himself softly. In extreme environments, medicines are indeed the number one resource, not much lower priority than food. Anyway, there are unlimited fishing opportunities, so keep going. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting plus 12 bottles of mineral water. Continue. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a box of canned beef. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting +1 strength attribute point. Strength attribute points. Chen Ming slowed down. For him who often plays games, attribute points are no stranger to him, as they can improve his abilities in all aspects. The higher the attributes, the higher the damage, defense, speed, these data in the game, allowing you to crush your opponents. I immediately opened my backpack and found a bit of strength attribute inside. The icon was an orange light. Are you sure to add strength attribute points? Add to. Added successfully. Strength attribute point +1. Although the game does not have a personal attribute panel and detailed attribute information cannot be viewed, the moment the system prompts you to increase your attribute points by 1. Chen Ming did clearly feel that there was a huge force in his body. Repeat the movements of releasing and clenching the 5 fingers, and feel it carefully, at least it has doubled. Nice one. Chen Ming's eyes showed excitement and he continued fishing without wasting time. I hope I can fish out more attribute points. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting the mountaintop villa +1. Chen Ming stopped, rubbed his eyes, blinked, and confirmed several times. It is indeed a villa. And it's a mountaintop villa. Opening the backpack again, you can indeed see a mini 2D icon of a 3-story villa in the grid. Click for details. Mountaintop Villa, Fushunju Villa located on number 28 Road, Nanchang District, house number 1. Villa number 1, Fushunju. Chen Ming always felt that he had heard these words somewhere. After thinking about it for a moment, my eyes widened suddenly, and I remembered that I had read relevant news in the newspaper. It was the number 1 luxury villa in River City. Great Xia ranks among the top 10. It is also famous internationally and is worth over 100 million. That's right, a luxury villa worth over 100 million was fished out by Chen Ming. Walking to the roadside, he stopped a taxi and got in. Master, go to Fushunju. It's not that he likes the new and hates the old, but Chen Ming feels that the mountaintop villa is much safer than the place where he originally rented. There is no need to inform anyone. Chen Ming has no relatives in this world. His mother died of genetic heart disease shortly after giving birth to him. After that, his father was depressed until a year ago, when he died due to a mine collapse while working in the mine, leaving Chen Ming with a compensation worth hundreds of thousands. With this money, Chen Ming's life is not bad. Of course, he did not develop the habit of extravagance and waste. He strictly planned how to use the money until he graduated and was able to work. Little brother, have you registered for the fishing software called Myriad Worlds? If not, you'd better register quickly. You can really get rewards in it. Like me, even if I'm not lucky, I can catch a bag of Huxia seeds. As he spoke, the driver picked up the unopened cigarette on the side and asked Chen Ming, would you like one? I don't smoke, thank you. Chen Ming declined. Then he replied, already registered, but I was unlucky and only got a pack of toilet paper. Hearing this, the driver laughed and comforted Chen Ming, don't be discouraged. Anyway, the number of fishing will be updated after 12 o'clock, so your luck will not be bad forever. I hope so. Chen Ming smiled faintly and ended the topic. He took out his mobile phone and originally wanted to continue fishing, but after noticing the driver's glance towards him, Chen Ming decisively opened the forum software and searched for the word fishing. I want to see what's going on the internet right now. Clicking on the hot search list, the list is usually filled with celebrities dyeing their hair, cutting nails, changing clothes, but now the word fishing completely dominates the list. There are a total of 50 hot searches, all related to the word fishing. The number 1 hot search is the mysterious software Myriad Worlds fishing safe? The official explanation is here. Chen Ming did not think that modern science could define this software in such a short period of time. Ignore. Coming to the second hot search entry, Mr. Ding from Yangcheng was so lucky that he caught 30 million. Article 3. How does it feel to suddenly get a sudden windfall after losing your job and catch a sports car? Article 4. If you catch a giant panda, do you need to hand it in? Article 5. What should you do if you catch a beast like a tiger? In short, after looking at it, those rewards are quite satisfactory for Chen Ming now. Even 30 million yuan would be eclipsed in front of the villa he fished for. After all, that villa is worth 100 million. I'm even more aware of how abnormal the skill SSS-level unlimited fishing is. I have a 100% premonition that my miserable life will be completely changed. Not long after, the car drove into Fuxian residence. The driver asked, "Little brother, where are you getting off?" "The top of the mountain." Chen Ming put down his phone. "The top of the mountain? Are you talking about the mountaintop villa worth over 100 million? The driver said in shock. "Yes." Chen Ming nodded in confirmation. "Goodoo." The driver stopped talking and swallowed. "I just heard that Chen Ming only caught a pack of toilet paper when he fished, and he thought that he had better luck than Chen Ming, which was a slight advantage. Now, when I heard that Chen Ming lived in a villa worth over 100 million, that sense of superiority disappeared." 2 or 3 minutes later, Chen Ming was sent to the villa on the top of the mountain. "Thanks." "You're welcome." After scanning the QR code to pay, Chen Ming opened the door and got out of the car. With his mobile phone in one hand, he opened Myriad Worlds to go fishing. Put the other hand into your pocket and click to withdraw the reward that has already turned into a key icon. After the words "withdrawal successful" were displayed, Chen Ming clearly felt that a cold metal object appeared out of thin air in his originally empty palm. In addition, when walking towards the gate of the villa, he also noticed that the car was deliberately slowing down, as if he wanted to verify whether he was a bragging driver. Chapter 4. Chen Ming didn't want to waste his energy on fighting wits with the driver. Just take out the key, insert it into the lock, and turn it. Open the door and enter the yard. The flowers and plants in the courtyard are well taken care of, and there is also a small pavilion similar to a grape trellis. Great Summer would bring a bamboo chair and lie on it with a plate of fruit and iced drinks next to it. Chen Ming couldn't imagine how refreshing and comfortable it would be. Close the courtyard door and come to the villa door. Unlike the front door, there are 2 ways to unlock the door: fingerprint and key. Because it was a reward from fishing, Chen Ming wondered whether his fingerprints had already been entered into the system. With the attitude of giving it a try, I pressed my thumb up. The next second, I heard the sound of the door lock opening. The door automatically opens outward, which is very smart. The next scene that caught his eye finally made Chen Ming understand why this villa, in addition to overlooking the beautiful scenery of the city, could be sold for hundreds of millions. 2 words: luxury. It's like a mini palace. Before, Chen Ming never imagined that he would be able to live in a place like this one day. What's more, I didn't expect that I would own this mountaintop villa without spending a penny. I briefly visited all the rooms. Chen Ming returned to the living room, lay on the sofa, opened the coffee table drawer, took out the remote control, turned on the TV, and switched to Yangshi. What is being broadcast in the news now is that several hosts gathered around a table and were discussing the Myriad Worlds fishing software. "So, Professor Dai, as a walking professor, how do you evaluate this software?" the female host asked. "The technology used in this software far exceeds the scope of what human science can currently explain, and our team is still working hard to analyze it. From a personal perspective, I do not recommend that you use this game software too much without fully understanding the creator and purpose of this software to avoid harm to yourself and the entire society." Putting down the remote control, Chen Ming mainly listened to the sound and checked to see if there was any new news. Not interested in the professor's meaningless nonsense, I took out my phone and opened Myriad Worlds to go fishing. Lie on the soft pillow and press start fishing again. Fishing in progress. After 7 or 8 seconds, the fishhook will have a sinking animation and ripples will appear on the water surface. Chen Ming became more focused, knowing that his reaction speed would be tested again soon. Still a perfect pass. The pointer doesn't move very fast, and the hit area is large enough. In a normal game, it can't even reach the medium difficulty level. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting the crossbow arrow +1. Special arrows for crossbow +100. Crossbow arrows? Compared with bows and arrows, they seem to be much more difficult and powerful. For now, they are more suitable for me to use than pistols. While Chen Ming gave a satisfactory evaluation, he quickly started fishing for the second, third, and fourth time. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting the super alloy dagger +1. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting canned lunch meat +2. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting the lighter inflatable tube +10. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting Taiguanyan tea +1. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving a large gift box of vegetarian food packages. After fishing for more than 20 times, the 100% hit rate is indeed very satisfying, and the rewards are not too cheap, but they are all things that can be obtained in the real world. If possible, would Chen Ming prefer to obtain attribute points or other skills? If I can catch another SSS level skill and it's an attack type, I won't have to worry about losing my life even if the apocalypse does happen. With this idea in mind, Chen Ming continued to click to fish. Anyway, there is no limit to the number of times. If you don't fish, you won't catch anything. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving medical alcohol 100 ml portable spray +5. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving 5 million Great Xia coins. 5 million. Chen Ming was excited when he suddenly saw such a large number, and since it was still a peaceful period, money had not depreciated and he could buy a lot of things. Keep fishing. Strike while the iron is hot. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving a box of mooncakes in a premium gift box. Are you worried that I won't be able to eat mooncakes since the Mid-Autumn Festival is coming soon? Chen Ming laughed at himself. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving 10 million Great Xia coins. Goodoo. He swallowed, the money came too easily. Chen Ming couldn't help but worry, would the money be seized by the state due to data errors? Since even the professors at Hawking said that it is a technology that surpasses human cognition, this kind of problem shouldn't happen, right? Chen Ming dismissed the unnecessary thoughts and continued fishing. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting speed attribute +1. Oh! Have you finally drawn the attribute point? Chen Ming sat up straight, quickly opened his backpack, selected the speed attribute, and added it. Added successfully. Speed attribute point +1. As soon as the system prompted, Chen Ming immediately felt that this body became much lighter. In the spacious living room of the villa, he simply ran around the sofa a few times. Now he even has the confidence to dare to participate in the Olympics. Yes, this speed attribute is much more valuable than strength in terms of cost performance. Compared to confronting the enemy head-on, Chen Ming was the type to run away when he could. Unless, he is 100% sure that his strength can crush the enemy. Even if there is a 1% risk, Chen Ming is not willing to take it. After all, you only have one life. Reality is not a game. If you lose, there is no option to start over. He walked to the water dispenser, took out a disposable cup, and poured himself a cup. Operate your phone with one hand and click to fish. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting Fishan Mutai +1. Chen Ming was not very interested in wine. He sniffed the water in the cup to make sure there was no strange smell before taking a big gulp. It seems to be mountain spring water, with a faint sweetness. After crumpling the paper cup into a ball and throwing it into the trash can nearby, Chen Ming returned to the sofa and chose the most comfortable position. There's only one thing to do, go fishing. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting Dart +3. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting the special Tang Dao +1. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving 5 million Great Xia coins. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a copy of Chicken Soup for the Soul. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for winning a limited edition Playboy magazine. Chen Ming must admit that foreigners have great figures, but when it comes to appearance, he still prefers Asian style. As he was thinking wildly, his hands kept moving. Fishing in progress. Then, his eyes lit up. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the SSS-level skill, unlimited storage space. Chapter 5. Another SSS level. This time it's unlimited storage space. Although he didn't draw any attack skills, the words infinite storage space still brought Chen Ming extremely intense joy. Chen Ming clicked on the details to check it out. This storage space was much stronger than he imagined. Not only can objects of any size be stored in it at will, but time in the space is suspended and will always stand still. To put it bluntly, there is no need to worry about expiration. The most important thing about food and medicine is the shelf life. Expired food can cause diarrhea and, in severe cases, other illnesses. On the one hand, the effectiveness of expired medicines is greatly reduced, on the other hand, they may produce harmful ingredients. I'm just afraid that if I eat it, I won't be able to save my life, but I'll lose myself instead. But with this unlimited storage space, Chen Ming no longer has to worry about these problems. It is worth mentioning that only dead objects can be stored in the space, and inanimate objects, such as cats, dogs, and people. Plants such as green grass and flowers are not considered living creatures within the rules of space and can be stored and taken out freely. After studying this unlimited storage space, Chen Ming privately thought that combined with the money caught from fishing, it would be a great weapon. In order to verify my conjecture, Chen Ming opened the refrigerator, took out a square ice cube about the size of a fingernail, and put it into the storage space. Decided to wait 2 or 3 minutes before taking out the ice cubes and observing. During this period, don't forget your roots. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a large bucket of pure water +1. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting 99% disinfectant alcohol 500 ml +1. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting Wuchang rice +1. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting the 8 treasure porridge +12. It was another crazy fishing trip, and I got a bunch of rewards that couldn't be said to be worthless. During this period, Myriad Worlds Fishing also had a pop-up window reminding me that there was insufficient space in my backpack, and the rewards were floating on the river. If the backpack space is not cleared within 24 hours, the reward will automatically disappear. When there is enough space, the reward is automatically placed in the backpack. There are only dozens of backpack grids in total. It seems that the number can be increased by upgrading the level later. But for Chen Ming, who has unlimited storage space, this is not a problem. Easily transfer those rewards into unlimited storage to free up space in your backpack. Looking at the time in the upper left corner of the phone, almost 10 minutes have passed. It should be almost done. Chen Ming opened the virtual panel that appeared together with the storage space for his own convenience and that only he could see. The screen is similar to a backpack, with small grids containing various rewards, including the piece of ice. Select and remove the ice cubes. Feeling the coldness in the palm of his hand, the corners of Chen Ming's lips raised slightly. Sure enough, it didn't melt. Doesn't that mean that I can go to a 5-star restaurant and have the chef prepare the meals and then store all the food into unlimited storage space? In this way, even if the end of the world does come, not only will I not have to worry about hunger, but I will also be able to enjoy various mountains, rivers, and regional delicacies. Just thinking about it made it difficult for Chen Ming to calm down. More motivation to fish. Throw away the ice and seize every minute, every second. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the complete volume of the online novel Dolu. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving the movie disc The Shawshank Redemption. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 250G high-definition resource of Uncle Ying's classic film. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the S-level skill, Full Firearms Mastery. There are skills again. Still proficient in all firearms. Chen Ming was not sure whether this full mastery and what he thought were full mastery meant the same thing. Click for details. S-level firearms full proficiency. With this skill, you will immediately have 100% proficiency no matter what firearms you use. Okay. This skill is great. Combined with the Desert Eagle I caught earlier, I don't have to worry about self-protection for the time being. Chen Ming took out the Desert Eagle from the storage space and held it with both hands. His posture unintentionally became extremely professional. It's like muscle memory has been injected into it. It's truly an S-level skill. Pull the trigger? Chen Ming is not stupid. If someone hears the gunshot and calls the police, it will only add unnecessary trouble. It would be great if I could fish for silencers. Chen Ming murmured to himself. After putting the gun back into the storage space, pick up the phone and start fishing again. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting silencer +1. Holy crap! Did you really catch it? Chen Ming said unexpectedly. Then I looked at the introduction and saw that it was a rifle-silenced magazine. I was really happy. Fishing in progress. Hey? Why does it take so long this time? Could it be that there will be another SSS-level skill? It seems that the higher the reward level, the longer the fishing time. Moreover, the higher the high-level reward, the smaller the QTE hit area and the faster the pointer swings. Chen Ming summarized the rules. Seeing the mini-game appear, Chen Ming quickly focused his attention and braced himself, not wanting to miss a high-level opportunity in vain. Perhaps because of the speed attribute, Chen Ming always felt that even after the difficulty increased, it was still a breeze. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 billion Great Xia coins. How much? 1 billion. Chen Ming wiped his eyes with his arm. After confirming again and again, I was very sure that I was right. It was indeed 1 billion, no more, no less. Do you want to withdraw 1 billion Great Xia coins? Withdraw. Withdrawing in progress. Withdraw successfully. Buzz. After the phone vibrated, Chen Ming received a transfer message, no more than 1 billion. To be honest, Chen Ming still felt a little guilty. Is there really no problem? As if sensing Chen Ming's worry, there was a line of small words below the 4 words withdrawal successful. Note, the withdrawal process is absolutely legal and compliant. You don't have to worry about getting into trouble because the source of the money is unknown. This extra line of explanation really made Chen Ming feel relieved. Chen Ming had never felt so relaxed as he saw that the balance was almost equal to the length of his phone number. More and more chips made him feel more at ease. Even if the end of the world does not come as he imagined, relying on these things, he can still live a carefree life that countless people dream of. As the saying goes, be careful and sail the boat forever. Looking out the window, it was already dusk. Chen Ming decided to go down the mountain. Use that billion chips to make your future life more colorful. Before leaving, I specially opened the forum, arranged it according to the latest news, and browsed the section of the website dedicated to Myriad Worlds fishing to determine whether there was anything I was worried about. Chapter 6. Lucky Grass. Ah, let this day pass quickly, I just want to go fishing for the second time. Cobra 13, damn. I'm so unlucky. I just caught a bottle of alcohol, is it useful? Lao Wei, who loves to read, that's okay, no matter what, it's worth more than my dime. Spring Heart, I heard that someone abroad has acquired superpowers, but I don't know if it's true. Lao Yang Children's Clothes, I don't hope it's true. In that case, wouldn't the balance of power in this world be completely broken? The snow in 2002, do you think it is possible for Spirit Chi to recover? 123 Wooden Man, you are so stupid, you have read too many novels. Turning off the phone and exiting the forum did not collect the valuable information Chen Ming imagined. This is not bad news. At least it proves that Myriad Worlds fishing software has not brought harm to the world so far. Chen Ming naturally hopes for one more day of stability. He didn't expect the end to come soon just because his strength increased, and he was eager to show his personal charm. Come to the garage. As expected, there was $1 million sports car, motorcycles, and bicycles hanging on the wall. These are gifts from the developers. It's said to be a bonus, but it's actually already included in the selling price. After all, compared with a villa worth hundreds of millions, the sum of these things will not exceed tens of millions, and it is definitely profitable. But for Chen Ming, it was no problem. It didn't cost a penny anyway. It feels good to have SX for free, and it feels good to have SX for free all the time. Chen Ming absolutely loves the skill of infinite fishing. Stop overthinking and take down the bike hanging from the wall. He couldn't drive a motorcycle, let alone a sports car, and he had never considered getting a driver's license. I hope I will have the opportunity to acquire driving skills in the future. After locking the courtyard door, Chen Ming got on his bicycle and sped down the mountain. As a Dushan villa, he doesn't have to worry about traffic accidents at all. The entire mountain and this road are, strictly speaking, Chen Ming's private property. Spend a few minutes descending the mountain, slow down, and look back at the striking mountain. Chen Ming thought, maybe we can consider building fortifications. If something like the movie does happen, the zombie siege in the game can also increase your chances of survival. However, the zombie virus shouldn't really be caught by anyone, right? If I really want to fish him out, I hope he won't be a guy with a tendency to retaliate against society. Or, just catch a zombie. Chen Ming used his imagination and soon drove his bicycle out of the gate of the villa area. This is the smartphone I just asked my eldest grandson to buy for me. Let's try it too. It's some kind of fishing game. Yes, try it. I heard from my son that someone in their unit caught 20,000 yuan. The security guard didn't pay attention to him at all. Several people in their 50s were discussing how to fish around a brand new smartphone. Perhaps it is because the society is too peaceful and it belongs to the side entrance. Even in the luxury villa area, the security force is far less elite and handsome than Chen Ming imagined. As Chen Ming got farther and farther away, the sound gradually became blurred, making it impossible to distinguish the content. Came to a commercial street. Chen Ming chose a 5-star hotel. I happened to be a little hungry, so I decided to satisfy my taste buds first. Damn! Just a mask? Now is not the period of the epidemic. What's the use of giving me this thing? Why don't you just give me $1? It's bad luck. Chen Ming came to the counter, and just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by the complaint from the lady at the counter. I was full of resentment because I didn't get the reward I wanted. After noticing Chen Ming's presence, he quickly stood up, forced out a formulaic smile, put away his phone, and asked, "Excuse me, how can I help you?" Are there any seats in the restaurant? Chen Ming asked. Yes, do you prefer a window-side location or a more central location? The lady at the counter was operating the mouse with her hand. Let's lean by the window. Chen Ming decided. Sir, what's your surname? Chen Ming. Okay, we have reserved a seat for you. You can just go to the 13th floor through the elevator on the left. The lady at the counter raised her finger. Thanks. Won't. Chen Ming turned around and walked towards the elevator and stepped into it. Entering the elevator, I originally wanted to take advantage of this time to fish a few more times. But when he looked up and noticed the activated monitor, Chen Ming gave up. No matter what, he didn't want to expose his unlimited fishing skills. Human nature is something that cannot be tested, so don't test it. If you haven't eaten pork before, hasn't Chen Ming seen pigs running? Human nature is the most untestable thing in this world, especially in the last days. Without legal constraints, people's inner desires will only expand infinitely and become difficult to satisfy. Ding! The beep before the elevator door opened brought Chen Ming back from his personal thoughts. Is this Mr. Chen Ming Chen? Outside the elevator door, the waiter was waiting there early. When he saw Chen Ming coming out, he immediately confirmed it. Yes. Chen Ming affirmed. Please come this way. The waiter walked in front to lead the way. Seeing the guests chatting and laughing around him, Chen Ming wanted to know, how long can such a harmonious life last? Maybe in the future. Can I fish for a precognitive ability? With such a perverted ability to predict the future, it must be SSS level, right? Chen Ming Chong thought. Mr. Chen, please take a seat. The waiter pulled out the chair. Okay. Chen Ming walked over and sat down. It should be said or not, it is expensive. After taking the menu, Chen Ming ordered a bunch of food that he usually wouldn't dare to order, such as white jade sea cucumber, Boston lobster, 5A steak. After a rough mental calculation, this meal was worth at least 20,000 to 30,000 yuan. But for Chen Ming, who has a net worth of 1 billion, it is just a drop in the bucket. After waiting for the food to be served, Chen Ming ate happily. This was the first time in his 20 years of life that he was so satisfied at the dinner table. After eating and drinking, Chen Ming raised his hand to signal the waiter to come over. Sir, is there anything else I can help you with? The waiter asked with a smile. I would like to ask, does your hotel provide delivery service? I think your food tastes very good, and I want to order a few hundred copies in bulk for a party. Several hundred copies. Goodoo. The waiter originally wanted to refuse, but when he heard Chen Ming casually say that he wanted to order a few hundred copies, he immediately swallowed the words that came to his lips. Please wait a moment. I don't have enough authority. I'll go find the manager right away and talk to you in detail. The waiter thought that if he could make this big deal, he might also be able to benefit from it. Hello, Mr. Chen, let me introduce myself. I am the general manager of this hotel, Wang's Hicken. I would like to ask you before that you need to order hundreds of takeaways. Is that true? The general manager asked respectfully. Chen Ming picked up the menu and handed it to Wang's Hicken. Wang's Hicken was wondering what Chen Ming was doing when he handed him the menu. As the general manager, he already knows the hotel's cuisine by heart. Then I heard Chen Ming say astonishingly, every dish on this menu comes in 500 portions. Chapter 7. All 500 copies? Sir, are you kidding me? Wang's Hicken asked in disbelief. The waiters on the side were also frightened by this number. She did a little calculation and found that there were almost 103 items on the menu including meals, snacks, drinks, etc. The average price is around 1,500, and with some particularly expensive drinks, the value of a menu is about 250,000. 500 copies added up, the total value is 125 million. A party actually costs 125 million. Who is this person? The waiter stared at Chen Ming with great curiosity. After working in a hotel for more than a year, I have met many children from rich and famous families, but Chen Ming's face is particularly unfamiliar. Wang Zichen also knew the value of this business, so he acted in such an exaggerated manner. What's your public account card number? Chen Ming took out his mobile phone, opened the banking software, and asked. 662, Wang Zichen read out the card number honestly. Chen Ming entered 10 million to confirm the transfer. The money was given by Myriad Worlds Fishing, and it was spent very smoothly, without any need to worry about permission issues. Everything is rationalized quietly by the Myriad Worlds Fishing software. Determined not to cause trouble for the host. Buzz. Soon, Wang Zichen received news in the company's internal group that 10 million was credited. Mr. Chen, we have taken over this business at Xingai Hotel. Please be sure to choose us. We promise not to let you down. In terms of price, we will also give you a very favorable figure. With his hands on both sides of his trousers, Wang Zichen bowed deeply and asked Chen Ming to choose Xingai Hotel. No problem. After everything is done, send everything to Dushan Villa in Fushanju. I will settle the balance then. Chen Ming stood up and said. Fushanju is a single-family villa? Okay. I understand. Wang Zichen nodded heavily. Mr. Chen, walk slowly. We will prepare the meal as soon as possible and deliver it to your house. Wang Zichen walked Chen Ming all the way out of the door. The clerk had never seen him treat others so enthusiastically. General Manager, do you think he became a billionaire just by fishing in Myriad Worlds? The waiter asked curiously. Don't ask if you shouldn't. Even if it is, so what? I have such luck. Wang Zichen reminded with cold eyes. Sorry, I was too talkative. The waiter quickly bowed and apologized. After leaving Xingai Hotel, Chen Ming went to a nearby large shopping mall. I spent some money to buy some clothes that fit me, and collected them all for spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Then there are snacks, which cost tens of thousands of dollars. Therefore, the mall manager approached Chen Ming and offered to provide door-to-door delivery service. Later, I accidentally discovered a high-power generator and bought it, thinking that it would be useful someday. Once spent, it's only worth $1 million. For the first time, Chen Ming felt troubled that he worked so hard but spent too little money. Stopping, Chen Ming suddenly had a bold idea in his mind. Mr. Chen, do you have any questions? The manager followed Chen Ming obediently. Seeing him stop, he quickly asked with concern. This kind of big customer must be taken care of well. You can ask someone to calculate how much it would cost to package all basic daily necessities such as snacks, vegetables, and fruits, as well as shower gel and toothpaste. Hey! Hearing this, the manager thought that Chen Ming was joking with him. Actually, I am very interested in surviving in the apocalypse. I want to build a Doomsday fortress to satisfy my dream. Reasons are readily available to Chen Ming. I see, that's it. I'll have someone do it right away. I'll give you a reply as soon as possible. After speaking, the manager immediately took out his mobile phone and asked the technician to operate on the computer. In places like shopping malls, even just a chopstick will record data in detail. A few minutes later, the manager got the answer, returned to Chen Ming, and told, Mr. Chen, I asked someone to do the math. If you want to package all those things, it will cost almost 3 million. Okay, I want it. Wrap it all up. Chen Ming asked the manager to tell him the public account of the mall and transfer the money there. After confirming the payment, the manager bowed 90 degrees and said, Thank you, Mr. Chen. Don't worry, I will have someone pack the things as soon as possible and deliver them to your house for you. Leave it to you. Chen Ming patted his shoulder and walked away. Things are done, there's no reason to waste time here anymore. If you have this time, why not go home to fish and get rewards? On the way back, Chen Ming stopped at the pharmacy and bought some medicines that he might need in the future, such as cold medicines, anti-inflammatory medicines, plasters, etc. After all, even if Chen Ming had 2 SSS-level skills, he couldn't control the fishing probability. He couldn't be 100% sure that he would be able to catch cold medicine when he needed it. If the condition becomes serious, the gains outweigh the losses. In short, as the saying goes, be prepared. Chen Ming also considered the water issue and first ordered 1,000 barrels of pure water from the Pure Water Company. Now everything is ready. Chen Ming set out on the road back to Fushunju Villa with peace of mind. As for the shareholder style? Whether you can come or not, of course it's better not to come. When I got home, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Before Chen Ming's butt was warm from sitting, he heard a rumble coming from outside the house. Trucks from the Purified Water Company and the shopping mall were lined up driving up the mountain, making a lot of noise. Just leave it at the door. It will be convenient for you. I will let others handle the rest. Chen Ming said to the person in charge of delivering the goods. Okay. They agreed readily. After all, it would save a lot of effort. 10 minutes later, all the goods were unloaded and placed as far as the eye could see. Watch the convoy go down the mountain, drive away, and disappear from sight. Chen Ming waved his hand and stored all the items into the storage space like a black hole. The whole process only takes a few seconds. Because it was at the top of the mountain, Chen Ming didn't have to worry about anyone discovering that he had unlimited storage space. As for the Xingai Hotel, the time agreed between Chen Ming and Wang Zhikan is tomorrow. Cooking is not that simple, not to mention that such a large quantity takes more time. Just purchasing the ingredients requires a lot of effort. Chen Ming is not in such a hurry. It's not like the apocalypse will come tomorrow. He didn't want to turn himself into a suspicious lunatic due to excessive tension. Let nature take its course and take things slow and steady. Compared with others, Chen Ming believes that he has enough chips for survival and is not blindly confident. Chen Ming even went to the internet to search for keywords such as SSS, SS, S, A, B, to see if anyone else had the fishing skill. At the moment, no relevant entries or news reports have appeared, either domestically or abroad. Either it really didn't exist, or it was blocked in time by the country as strategic information. Obtaining skills from fishing is equivalent to becoming a person with superpowers. If an army composed mainly of superpowers can be trained, it will surely sweep thousands of armies on the battlefield. Invincible. As a person with 2 SSS-level skills, Chen Ming firmly believes that no country will leave people with special abilities indifferent. End the browser process and open myriad worlds for fishing. Chen Ming was not sleepy yet, so he was watching news reports on Yangshi channel while fishing. The content of the report revolves around the fact that several major academies of science are jointly exploring the myriad worlds fishing software and interviewing those scientists. What he said was too bureaucratic. At first glance, it sounded reasonable. However, upon closer inspection, it was full of water content. In fact, it contained no valuable information at all. To sum it up in one sentence, they cannot use modern computer technology to crack the myriad worlds fishing software. Just listen to it to relieve boredom. The villa is quite big, and if there is no sound at the top of the mountain, it would be too deserted. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting Hwaza +1. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the A-level skill, Dual Sword Style Mastery. Okay. Very good. Although it is only an A-level skill, it is the lowest level skill Chen Ming has caught so far. However, the words double sword style still gave Chen Ming a huge surprise. Recalling that I had caught daggers and tang knives before, I took them out and played with them a bit. The afterimage is almost gone. It's similar to before after gaining full proficiency in firearms. Each move is not only engraved in the mind, but also engraved in the muscle memory. It's a pity. It would be nice if there were two tang knives. This one is long and one is short, and the true effect of the skill cannot be exerted at all. After they were done playing, Chen Ming took back the two knives and put them in the storage space. Lie back on the sofa, determined to transform into a ruthless fishing machine. Chapter 8. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting the special Tang Dao +1. Very good. Now you have all the matching weapons of the dual sword style. Chen Ming said with a cheerful smile. He had to admit that he had always liked the design of Tang Heng Dao from a long time ago. After using it myself just now, I feel that this weapon is not only handsome, but also highly valuable. Recover your thoughts and continue fishing. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a pair of real leather boxing gloves. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting grenade +1. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting the Molotov cocktail +1. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting the high-power electric baton +1. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting the anti-wolf spray +1. Chen Ming spent 2 hours playing hard in one breath, but he didn't even see the shadow of his skills. He lost count of how many times he clicked start fishing. All I know is that my fingers have been keeping the same position, repeating a movement, and they have become numb and slow in movement. Hey! He let out a rough breath, just as his phone reminded him that the battery was less than 10%, so he put it aside and connected it to the charger to let it replenish some energy. Also relax your body and eyes. Chen Ming felt a little tired from staring at the screen. I took out an apple from the infinite storage space, wiped it with paper, and ate it. The taste is hard, slightly sour, mainly sweet, and very crisp. Ah! Throwing the apple core into the trash can, Chen Ming yawned. Feeling a little sleepy, I unzipped a multi-purpose pillow and turned it into a quilt, covering myself with it. With his eyes closed, he blindly grabbed the remote control on the coffee table and turned off the TV. Going to bed early and getting up early will keep you healthy and allow you to spend more energy on fishing. Besides, it's not too early now, it's already 10 o'clock in the evening. And at the same time, Hawks, in a prison. Boom. 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 A convicted felon named Charles was sleeping soundly when he was suddenly awakened from his sleep by a prison guard knocking on the cell door with a baton. Please, I will be executed tomorrow, can you let me have a good sleep? Charles said unhappily. I have a game for you to play. As long as you do what I say, maybe I can consider letting you eat a chocolate donut before you die. The prison guard took out his cell phone and said to Charles. Game. Charles frowned slightly. He really wanted to eat donuts, but he always felt that the other party would not be kind. Don't worry, it's just a very simple game. The prison guard took out his mobile phone and pointed at Myriad Worlds Fishing on the screen. Charles was doubtful and took the phone. Anyway, he would be executed by lethal injection tomorrow, and he wasn't worried about being tricked by the prison guards. He felt that if he didn't cooperate with him, his end would be even worse, so he chose to accept his fate. Click on the English version of Myriad Worlds Fishing and follow the registration process. After seeing the relevant explanation, Charles laughed and thought it was a trick to deceive children. So, what do you need me to do? He asked the prison guard. You just click start, the prison guard said with a smile. Today he has earned $3,000 by playing this game for prisoners. Thinking that Charles would be executed tomorrow anyway, it would be better to squeeze his value one last time before he died. Hearing this, Charles lowered his head and looked back at the phone. Finger click start fishing. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations on getting zombie virus +1. Zombie virus. Charles had seen similar movies and knew what these 4 words meant. Click on the backpack, then choose what you caught, withdraw it, and give it to me, that's it. Hurry, the prison guard urged with greedy eyes. Okay. Charles seriously suspected that the prison guard came here to amuse himself because he had insomnia and had nothing to do. To avoid a severe beating, Charles chose to do as the prison guards told him. Find the word backpack in the upper right corner, click it, find the tube of blood-red zombie virus that has been filled into the syringe, and confirm the extraction. Immediately, I felt something extra in my hand. I turned around and saw that it was exactly the same as the red needle displayed by the mini icon. Charles was stunned on the spot, his face full of confusion, wondering how this thing appeared in his hand. A needle. The prison guard looked at what Charles had withdrawn, thinking it was just an ordinary potion, and said angrily, "It's useless, give me your phone back, and just wait to die." "So, where are my donuts?" Charles asked without returning the phone immediately. "I just said I would consider it, but I didn't say I would definitely give it to you. Besides, have you created value for me? You still want to eat donuts?" "Oh, I can shit for you," the prison guard said unhappily. These words completely angered Charles. As a desperado, he simply threw away his cell phone and grabbed the prison guard by the neck. "Regardless of whether the zombie virus is real or fake, I just want to teach this guy who has gone back on his word a lesson right away and see how he behaves." "Ah. BD. What did you inject into my body? Do you want to die?" The prison guard struggled desperately, but Charles's strength was beyond imagination. With his tall body of 1.89 meters, he was unable to resist. "Don't be nervous, it's just a zombie virus," Charles said with a smile. "Wait. You said zombie virus. Did that game tell you that?" "No. You can't do that," the prison guard yelled, waking up many sleeping prisoners. "No, I can." Seeing the prison guard so panicked, Charles became even more proud. He pressed his thumb and injected the blood-red zombie virus liquid into the prison guard's body. Then let go. Immediately afterwards, he saw the prison guard kneeling on the ground, his body twisted crazily, and his bones cracked. This scene seems familiar. Wait. Could this thing really be? Turning to look at the empty syringe in his hand, Charles looked horrified. Zombie virus. Realizing something was wrong, he quickly threw it away. There was no response from the prison guard. And the sound of hurried footsteps coming from the iron staircase. Charles quickly came to his senses, turned off the phone and hid it in the pillow. "I always feel that that so-called game may be able to change my life. Therefore, he must keep this mobile phone, which is equivalent to a key. Without a key, how can you get in?" "Hey! Basham, what's wrong with you? Are you okay?" asked a fellow prison guard. But no matter how he shouted, it was of no avail. The man was still lying on the ground, unresponsive, as if he was completely dead. Another prison guard pulled out the pistol worn on his waist, held it with both hands, pointed it at Charles, and asked, "Say, what did you do to him?" Facing the gun, Charles skillfully raised his hands. "I was just about to tell the made-up reason." Basham, who was supposed to be dead, suddenly jumped up, threw the prison guard colleague who was concerned about him to the ground, and bit him hard on the neck. Phew! A large piece of flesh was torn off, and blood spurted out half a meter away like a pillar. "Ah! Basham, are you crazy?" The colleague tried to push Basham away. Basham hugged her tightly, and the nails of his fingers dug deeply into the flesh of his fellow prison guard. It felt like being pressed against a knife. After swallowing the piece of neck meat in big gulps, he took another bite. This time, deeper. Deep enough to the bone. The colleague's trachea and veins were bitten and damaged by Basham, and he was left speechless. His body was shaking crazily, and blood was pouring out of his mouth and wounds. He sprayed the prison guard next to him in the face. Basham! Stop, what on earth are you? Before he finished speaking, Basham raised his head. His face was covered in blood, and his eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of white mist. The prison guard was so frightened that he sat down on the ground. He saw Basham landing on all fours like an animal and flying toward him. The prison guard subconsciously raised his gun, pointed it at Basham, and pulled the trigger. Boom! There was a gunshot and the bullet hit Basham in the chest. Just when the prison guard thought he could breathe a sigh of relief. Basham acted like a normal person and pounced again. This time, the prison guard had no time to pull the trigger, and the pistol was knocked away. Basham pinned him to the ground. Don't come here. Seeing Basham opening his mouth wide and biting towards him, the prison guard quickly raised his hands and pressed hard against his chin. Basham pressed down with all his strength, as if he had to bite off a piece of fresh flesh and blood from the prison guard no matter what. The prison guard exerted all his strength, not daring to relax at all, and kept shouting, "Someone come quickly! Save me! Save me!" Poof! The thick blood flowing from Basham's mouth flowed into the prison guard's mouth. The fishy smell was so disgusting that he wanted to vomit. But after that, Basham gave up attacking him, turning his attention to Charles behind the cell door. Just when the prison guard thought it was safe, he felt that his body seemed a little, not right. Chapter 9. Soon, consciousness became blurred and the picture in front of me could not be focused. Until completely losing consciousness. Basham made the same move as before, twisting his body on the ground, turning his limbs at angles that normal people could not achieve, and making bones crackle. Then he stood up suddenly, and his whole body stood up like an arch bridge. Wait! He was obviously not bitten, so why did he become infected with the virus and transform into a corpse? Is it just because he accidentally got zombie blood in his mouth? Charles behind the cell door was completely panicked. Puff! 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 Desperately trying to spit out the taste of blood in his mouth. Yes, that's right, he accidentally swallowed a bit of blood just now. In the blink of an eye, the sky turns white. A ray of sunlight penetrated the gap in the curtains and shone on Chen Ming's face. He sat up and stretched. Turning the head and neck, there was a clicking sound. I decided that it would be better to sleep in bed tonight, as the sofa was more comfortable when I fell asleep. But after I woke up, my body felt like I didn't sleep last night and spent the whole night at the construction site. Everything was wrong. Go into the bathroom, use the restroom briefly, wash your face and brush your teeth. These things are equally well equipped. Come out of the toilet and sit back on the sofa. Chen Ming picked up the remote control and turned on the TV news. The main focus is on the virtual panel in front of me, choosing what to eat for breakfast. Finally, I chose a carton of milk and a hot dog floss bun. For breakfast, Chen Ming didn't eat much, and he didn't want to eat too greasy. Open the plastic bag, insert the straw into the milk carton, take a sip of bread, a sip of milk, and stare at the TV screen. Watching the female anchor announce the news, at 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Hawks time, a mysterious explosion occurred in Warden No. 13 prison. Currently, officials have implemented a strict lockdown within a 10,000 meter radius of the prison and no one is allowed to enter. Even so, we can still see the billowing smoke surrounding the prison. The Hawks refused to disclose the specific reasons to the public, saying that they will hold a press conference after the matter is resolved properly. Our reporter Tianhui will continue to follow you. Report. Mysterious explosion. Suck milk carton dry. Use 5 fingers to squeeze, flatten, and then suck. For some reason, Chen Ming always felt that this was not good news. I hope those hawks will stop causing trouble to the world, even though they are causing a lot of trouble now. Chen Ming was very sure that the world would be more peaceful and less troublesome if there were no hawks, the so-called beacon of the world. Eat and drink enough. Chen Ming was not in a hurry to open myriad worlds for fishing. He first found the class teacher's chat method and sent a message to him. I just made up a random reason and said that the relative I had taken care of since I was a child was sick and hospitalized. I planned to take a break from school for a while to take care of him and work part-time to earn medical expenses. The head teacher agreed. He also told Chen Ming that if he had any difficulties, he could apply to hold a fundraising event from above. Chen Ming declined the other party's kindness. There are two advantages to taking leave. One advantage is that Chen Ming can spend more time on fishing and development. Another advantage is that if the world continues to be peaceful like this, and I want to return to campus life, I can go back at any time. Made two preparations. After handling everything, Chen Ming quickly started fishing in myriad worlds. Began fishing for the first time today. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting Gatling +1. Gatling Special Bullet plus 5,000 rounds. Are you so fierce right from the start? Chen Ming had a hunch that he might be able to get a few more skills today. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting +5 free attribute points. Free attribute points. After checking the details, Chen Ming learned that the difference between free attribute points and strength, speed, and defense attribute points is that it can be added to the strength, speed, and defense attributes at will, without being restricted by type. Chen Ming added 2 points of free attributes to defense, and allocated the remaining 3 points to speed. The main theme is a vulgar development. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting Explosive Talisman +3. Exploding Talisman. Chen Ming confirmed that it was similar to the literal meaning. When activated, a big explosion would occur on a talisman paper. Much more powerful than high explosive bombs. Finally, there is a sense of déjà vu as a reward from the myriad worlds. Although the element of talisman paper often appears in film and television works, it does not have any effect in reality. Good luck, one more shot. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving a box of 666 cold elixir. Not bad. Get your mind together and continue. If you have time to think about things, why not start your next fishing trip? From Chen Ming's point of view, there is nothing that fishing cannot solve. If it doesn't work once, then try it twice. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the B-level skill, Night Vision. Although it is B-level, it allows me to see the enemy clearly in the dark without having to worry about being attacked. The most important thing is that this skill can be turned on and off at will. Continue. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 TB of Action and Love HD movie resources. Chen Ming. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a roll of Scotch tape. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a pair of 50 kg dumbbells. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a treadmill. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving a box of Neun Biao band-aids. Chen Ming seriously doubted whether his luck today had been used up. The difference in quality of rewards caught before and after this was not as big as usual. Chen Ming refused to give up. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a pig-killing knife. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for winning the Playboy Collector's Edition photo album +1. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a life-size 2-dimensional sleeping pillow +1. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting the perfected being doll +1. Well. Chen Ming frowned more and more, feeling that the prize pool was developing in a very dangerous direction. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for achieving full archer proficiency. Isn't the proficiency of this kind of separate weapon not included in the skill category? Forget it, it's better than nothing. Why do you care about these details? Chen Ming shook his head to clear away distracting thoughts. Determined to be a ruthless fishing machine. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a mention. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting brand new unopened stockings +1. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting the nail clipper set +1. Chen Ming became more and more suspicious. Could this prize pool be connected to a supermarket daily necessities warehouse? Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting Sakuquancha +1. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving 5 million Great Xia coins. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting the hardcover Huxia style Chongsam +1. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a 2 TB mobile hard drive plus. After dozens of fishing rounds, Chen Ming still failed to catch a reward that satisfied him. This time, he was really considering whether to take a break and wait for his luck to recover. Or is it that my fate is up to me? While Chen Ming was thinking wildly, he suddenly noticed the news report on TV. Currently, a number of biochemical companies marked with epidemic prevention signs have entered the blockade area. They are the three major apex-level biochemical research groups of the Hawks, Taylor Technology, Brent Biochemical, and Amera Biotech. Biochemical Company. Chen Ming's frown tightened, forming the character Sichuan. Chapter 10. This scene, for some reason, always felt familiar to Chen Ming. It seems that the Hawks have done this before, concealing the leak of the virus, which resulted in a global outbreak, and they justly poured dirty water on Great Xia. Even if the virus was traced to them and they were asked to cooperate with international investigations, they would not cooperate at all. The two things were so similar that it was hard for Chen Ming not to think of them together. It seems that the peaceful days are coming to an end. Chen Ming had a strong premonition. If it were any other country, Chen Ming wouldn't think so, except of course the Sakura country. The nuclear leakage many years ago is similar to that of the Hawks, both of whom are untrustworthy. Thinking of this, why rest? Pick up the phone that is charging and still warm, and open Myriad Worlds again to go fishing. After the game is successfully loaded, click Start Fishing. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving 10 million Great Xia coins. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving 30 million Great Xia coins. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving 80 million Great Xia coins. It's all money? Do you want me to become a trillionaire? Chen Ming joked. Then click Start Fishing again. Fishing in progress. This time it took significantly longer. He had a hunch that the big fish was about to take the bait. Find the right opportunity, have quick eyes and quick hands, and hit the QTE minigame. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving 100 billion Great Xia coins. Click to withdraw. The next second, a text message on the mobile phone prompted that Chen Ming's bank card had arrived, 100 billion. Goodoo. Chen Ming looked at the balance that was one digit longer than his own phone number, his Adam's apple twitched, and he swallowed. Although he did not become a trillionaire as he expected, these 100 billion Great Xia coins are liquid funds. Not to mention Great Xia, even if you look at the world, it cannot be underestimated. The most important thing is that with this money, Chen Ming can easily afford many of the supplies he wants and stock up in large quantities. For example, heavy trucks, RVs, off-road vehicles, boats, airplanes, fuel. Prepare all the tools in the sky and on the ground. Driving skills, especially skills such as full proficiency in firearms and weapons, will be of great help if you are fishing in the future. There was no rush to go out and purchase resources. Looking at the time, it was almost time to deliver the food at the time agreed upon by Chen Ming and Xingai Hotel. Taking advantage of this period, Chen Ming planned to fish for more rewards. Let's get some skills. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a humidifier +1. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting C4 high explosive bomb +1. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting the rocket launcher +1. Rocket +10. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting one-click remote control release, satellite nuclear bomb +1. Originally, when he saw the C4 bombs and rocket launchers, Chen Ming Gang wanted to make a joke. Myriad Worlds Fishing was to cultivate himself into an arms tycoon. As a result, when the words satellite nuclear bomb popped up, he couldn't hold back at all. Nuclear bombs, and nuclear bombs dropped by satellites. Can these things be fished out? You must know that even the hawks who claim to be a technological power today still do not have nuclear weapons with this kind of delivery method, and they are still in the theoretical stage. It seems that the netizens are right, fishing guys can catch anything. Chen Ming laughed. Continue. I want to see how many surprises this Myriad Worlds Fishing can give me today. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the S-level skill, Ghost Shadow Steps. Oh! Did you finally use the skill? Chen Ming showed joy. After checking the details, I learned that this is a movement skill, and because the level is high enough, it can even dodge bullets. Okay. Very good. This is the rhythm. Chen Ming's lips couldn't help but raise. The biggest advantage of skills is that you don't have to practice them layer by layer and master them slowly like those fantasy martial arts secret books. After catching it, it will be bound directly and the proficiency will be 100%. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a set of high-quality curtains. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving a bottle of Liaowei Daihuang pills. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a pair of rain boots. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving a bag of dried duck necks. Fishing in progress. The fishing time became long again. Chen Ming concentrated his energy and was ready to hit the QTE minigame at any time. A prompt popped up suddenly. Chen Ming found the opportunity, pressed confirmation, and barely hit the edge. Damn! I almost missed the grand prize. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the SSS-level skill, World-Destroying Fireball. Is it really an SSS-level skill? World-Destroying Fireball. Are you going to burn me and Blue Star Jade together? After some research and explanation, it turns out that the World-Destroying Fireball technique is a full-level version of the Fireball technique. Not only can the World-Destroying Fireball be summoned, but all levels of Fireball below can be used freely and the size can be controlled. Seeing this, Chen Ming felt relieved. If he takes action, the world will be destroyed. How can he dare to use it? If you don't pay attention, what if you end up causing harm to yourself? In addition, using skills requires mental energy. Although SSS-level skills like this have no cooldown, Chen Ming's current mental energy can only be used 7 or 8 times. These 7 or 8 times also benefited from the various levels of skills drawn every time, and the mental power would increase a little. Mental power is not displayed in the form of numerical values on Myriad Worlds Fishing, but can be felt to increase or decrease. The lower the mental power, the lower the state. In severe cases, one may even lose the ability to move and fall into coma. However, it is worth mentioning that mental power will be restored automatically. When it returns to a certain value, it will wake up and gradually regain its strength. He stood up and stretched, his bones cracking. Not bad, not bad. I caught 3 skills and a nuclear bomb early in the morning. The days are getting more and more promising. Chen Ming beamed with joy. Fortunately, there are unlimited fishing opportunities. If you have 1 fishing opportunity a day, you will catch something like a monkey, a horse, and a horse. In Chen Ming's view, for ordinary people, the probability of catching something good while fishing is very low. The probability of failure is higher. I benefited from the secret bonus effect of SSS-level skills to win prizes repeatedly. Don't complain too much on the internet. Many people can't even pass the QTE minigame. There are many people who catch rewards such as fish bones and carrion when fishing. On the other hand, Chen Ming, no matter how bad he is, can at least be useful. Far ahead. Just when Chen Ming was planning to strike while the iron was hot and continue fishing, the sound of rolling wheels came from outside the door. There are many vehicles, and no matter how good the sound insulation of the villa is, the vibrations coming from the soles of the feet are still completely eliminated. When Chen Ming removed his finger from the phone screen, he knew very clearly that this was the food he ordered for delivery from a 5-star hotel, and it had arrived. Chapter 11. Chen Ming raised his hand, rubbed his hair, straightened his appearance a little, opened the door, and walked out. Before approaching the courtyard door, I heard a discussion outside the door. I didn't expect that someone could actually buy this villa. It's awesome. Who says it isn't? I can't even imagine what it would be like to live in a villa worth over 100 million. I just searched online and found that the current value of this villa is almost 200 million, and it's still rising. Then came the voice of Wang Zichen, general manager of Xingai Hotel. Okay, don't make any noise, stand up in line quickly and get ready to meet the distinguished guests. Mr. Meng said in person yesterday that Mr. Chen is the highest VIP of our Xingai Hotel. Anyone who offends him will bear the consequences. As soon as these words came out, everyone immediately calmed down. Then I heard the door lock open and Chen Ming walked out. Mr. Chen, we have packed all the delivery meals you requested and delivered them to you. Wang Zichen immediately changed his expression and came forward to greet you. Well, just move them all down and pile them on the road. My housekeeper and servants will handle the rest. Chen Ming explained. Okay. Wang Zichen agreed. When he turned around, he resumed his leadership posture and ordered everyone, hurry up and move all the things down as Mr. Chen said, and be gentle with your hands and feet. All the dishes are packed in insulated boxes, which are filled with foam, for fear that they will be spilled along the way. Fortunately, it was a near miss. It took half an hour to unload all the more than 20 large trucks. According to the number on the menu, there are 103 types in total, which multiplied by 500 portions is 51,500 pieces. Even if you eat 3 things a day, you can eat it for 17,166 days. Divide it by 365, which is 47 years. That's right, these things, combined with the space sacred body, are enough for Chen Ming to eat for 47 years. Besides, 2 trucks were loaded with rice alone. Later, I also learned from Wang Zichen that the owner of Xingai Hotel had given him drinks worth more than 8 million yuan as a gift. How can there be no party without wine? After they finished everything, Chen Ming paid the remaining balance of 120 million. In the past, Chen Ming would definitely be heartbroken. But after fishing for 100 billion great xia coins, the feeling is not much different from the state of mind when spending 10 yuan or 100 yuan. No problem, the money has been received. If nothing happens, we won't disturb Mr. Chen. Wang Zichen put down his mobile phone and said. Thank you for your hard work, be careful on the road. Chen Ming stood there and watched Wang Zichen and his party get back into the car and turn around and go down the mountain. Given the tonnage, although the road is wide, it cannot accommodate large trucks to turn around. Wang Xichen knew this in advance, so he hired all experienced drivers. After making sure that everyone was out of sight and unable to see the situation here, Chen Ming waved his hand and put all the food in front of him into the storage space. Is it enough to last for decades? And it is produced in a 5-star hotel. The 130 million is so worth it. Chen Ming was satisfied. The most important thing is that Chen Ming also got all this money from prostitution. Come and go fishing to celebrate. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the S-level skill, full level driving. Ah! Chen Ming was stunned for half a second. Did you catch it now? Click for details. S-level driving. After possessing this skill, your proficiency in driving any vehicle will reach 100%, including but not limited to cars, airplanes, ships, spaceships, spacecraft. Chen Ming thought, but with today's science and technology, it will take at least 100 years to develop a spacecraft that can sail freely in the universe. But what if I catch it later while fishing? Moving to space and watching how blue star people survive seems to be a good choice. Chen Ming began to think about the future again. Put down the phone, return to the villa and enter the garage. This time, Chen Ming chose a sports car. I plan to go down the mountain to buy another batch of goods, and test it to see the effect of the full-level driving skills. Driving license question? Don't worry, Myriad Worlds fishing has already been taken into consideration. When Chen Ming got into a sports car worth more than 3 million yuan and touched the steering wheel with his hands, a driver's license automatically appeared in his hand. Moreover, you can check your driver's license information on the official website. Chen Ming couldn't think of any other way to describe it other than awesome. He started the sports car with ease, opened the automatic door, drove out of the villa, and embarked on the road down the mountain. The control of the route and cornering skills are not inferior to those of professional racing drivers, or even better, but not inferior. How about S-level? Have a safe journey. The security guard bowed in farewell. Tall and calm, he is in line with Chen Ming's impression of elites. It seems that it is to save costs, with mixed benefits. Chen Ming concluded. Put away your thoughts, concentrate on driving, and decide to go to the largest car sales center in River City. While waiting for a red light, Chen Ming gang thought about fishing. A familiar voice rang in my ears, Chen Ming. Chen Ming turned around and looked. Because it was in convertible mode, the field of view was very good and unobstructed. He could easily see clearly the person who was talking to him, his classmate, Lin Wei. It's really you. Chen Ming, you even drove a sports car? You are not both parents. Lin Wei covered her mouth with her hand and swallowed back the words that came to her lips. I am very curious about how a student like Chen Ming managed to drive such an apex-level sports car when his parents were both dead. Even if Lin Wei didn't know much about sports cars, he could tell that the quality and design were definitely not cheap. I'm lucky. The green light is coming soon. Let's talk next time. Without giving Lin Wei a chance to speak, Chen Ming stepped on the accelerator and drove away. Hey! When Lin Wei reacted, she couldn't even see the butt of the car. TCH, we are classmates after all, and they didn't invite me to sit in a sports car. I've never been in a sports car before. Lin Wei stamped her foot and said angrily. Then he picked up the phone and turned on the screen, which displayed a photo. The protagonist in the photo is Chen Ming, who is controlling the steering wheel with one hand. She just took a secret photo. Open the chat software and find the word Zhaoya in the friend list. Select that photo and click send. Xiaoa, I remember that Chen Ming pursued you before, right? This guy is actually a hidden rich second generation, and we were all deceived by him. Lin Wei remembered that after Chen Ming confessed to Zhao Ye, she resolutely rejected him. When Lin Wei asked why Zhao Ye refused because Chen Ming's appearance was obviously good, Zhao Ye's reply was, she would rather cry on a cow than laugh on a bicycle. The fact that both parents are dead is indeed in line with Zhao Ye's requirements for a partner, but it is a pity that Chen Ming does not have a net worth of hundreds of millions. Therefore, it is not within the scope of her consideration. Chapter 12. But now, looking at the photo, Chen Minghao is sitting in the driver's seat of the sports car, calm and calm. Zhao Ye's heart couldn't help but become confused. Long press the picture to intelligently search for the same style. Immediately, his expression became even more astonished, and he covered his mouth with his hands. What? This sports car is actually worth more than 3 million. And there are only 1,000 of them in the world. Teeth biting her fingernails, Zhao Ye now really regretted why she didn't agree to Chen Ming's pursuit. If I had known he was so rich, I should have hung on to him in the first place. After such a long time, I wonder if his feelings for me have faded. No. Zhao Ye, you have to be confident. You are a beauty. There are so many people pursuing you. It is his honor that you can like him. Before convincing others, Zhao Ye convinced herself first. But in the reply, he was still tough. Zhao Ye, hey, I didn't see it, I do have some ability, but among those who pursue me, I can only barely rank among the top 10, right? Or not even in the top 10. Zhao Ye, by the way, do you have his penguin number? I suddenly remembered that I had something to discuss with him. Seeing Zhao Ye's reply, as a good best friend, Lin Wei was already used to it. The reason is very simple. There are indeed many high-quality men around her. By following her, Lin Wei can have more choices. Commonly known as picking up leaks. Then, open the class group, find Chen Ming's penguin account, copy it, and send it to Zhao Ye. Zhao Ye did not join the class group because she did not want those losers to find her contact information and be harassed in various ways, which would waste time. Zhao Ye, thanks. As the saying goes, a good horse never turns back. Maybe next time, I can take advantage of his disappointment in Zhao Ye to give Chen Ming warmth, so that he can understand how good I am and take the initiative to fall in love with him. Lin Wei made secret calculations. How could she sincerely match Zhao Ye with her plastic best friend? Like Zhao Ye, she appears to be a good sister, but in fact they use each other and are absolutely egoistic. Chen Ming had no idea what was going on between them. At this moment, people have arrived at the car sales city. As soon as you enter the door, you see a very domineering mountain off-road vehicle, which can be called a steel giant. Compared with the sports cars and sedans next to them, they are really mini. One wheel will soon catch up with Chen Ming-gren's height. Sir, how can I help you? The salesman came up and asked with a bright smile. How much does this car cost? I want it. Chen Ming pointed at the off-road vehicle and said. Sir, you've come just in time. Today is the last day of our event. The original price was 2.8 million, but now the fixed price is 2.4 million, the salesperson introduced. Okay, I want it. Is this it? This is the first time for sales to see such cheerful customers. Quickly prepare the contract, sign it, and transfer the money. Seeing that 2.4 million was received, the sales were confirmed. Chen Ming was not kidding himself, and smiled excitedly. Thank you very much for supporting us. Do you have heavy trucks or RVs here? Chen Ming asked again. Yes, if you need, I can take you there to have a look. The sale was a bit unexpected. Do you still want to buy it? Okay. Chen Ming let sales lead the way. Afterwards, under her leadership, we came to a huge square with various models parked on it. Sir, what kind of truck do you need? We have quite a few styles here, the salesperson asked in detail. The higher the defense, the better. Chen Ming replied. Defense? Sales probably understood what Chen Ming wanted to express. He led Chen Ming to a heavy truck that was larger than the off-road vehicle just now and looked like a hill. Sir, the material used in this heavy truck is the same as the spacecraft. It is extremely hard and not only resistant to cold and heat. The tires, body, and glass are all bulletproof, the salesperson explained. Can I go up and take a look? Chen Ming asked. Of course. Faced with an important customer who just spent more than 2 million yuan, the salesperson didn't dare to refuse. Chen Ming climbed up the steps, opened the car door, and sat in the passenger seat. The field of view was excellent, and the control feel was excellent. Chen Ming jumped out of the driver's seat and slammed the car door. The salesman was just about to step forward to introduce Chen Ming further, but he beat him to it. I want this car too. Okay. I understand. The salesperson didn't ask any more questions. At this moment, whatever Chen Ming said was what he said. He looked calm on the outside, but inside he was in a state of turmoil. Oh my God! Have I met the rich second generation of apex level? Or a transcendent level business genius? Millions, tens of millions of cars, bought without blinking an eye. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. However, for someone like him who wants good looks, and money, even if he doesn't have a girlfriend, it's impossible for him to like me. Laugh at yourself and give up decisively. Don't want to do anything that will bring disgrace to yourself. Serving each other well, promoting more business, and getting commissions is the right way. The salesman had a premonition that Chen Ming still wanted to continue buying cars. Correct. In addition to heavy trucks, he also mentioned RVs. After the salesman remembered it, he hurriedly said, Mr. Chen, if there are RVs, they are available over there. Okay, but before that, I want all these heavy trucks. You will tell me the prices later. Chen Ming waved his hand. Okay, okay. I understand. The salesperson was so excited that he was trembling, and his voice was also trembling. After this business is completed, even if she does nothing for the rest of her life and saves some money, it will be enough to feed and clothe her until she dies. What Chen Ming wants to do is to buy a few more spare cars, since they will have unlimited storage space anyway. Moreover, once order breaks down, money will lose value. It is better to buy more resources that you can use while it still has value. Then, with the sales instructions, Chen Ming purchased 3 RVs, 5 sports cars, 2 off-road vehicles, and 5 heavy-duty motorcycles. All added up, the total cost is close to 200 million. But compared with the balance of hundreds of billions, it is still the tip of the iceberg. It's still too early to spend all the billions I caught fishing in the first place. Chen Ming can finally understand what it feels like to have money and be willful. By the way, I'm going to travel around the world by car in the future, and I plan to reserve more fuel. Can you help me? Chen Ming asked. No problem. We'll take care of it. Even if you don't need to ask the general manager for this kind of thing, the salesperson will still dare to guarantee it. The guests who spent nearly 200 million were just preparing to light up the fuel. They would not miss this opportunity to get closer to Chen Ming. Chen Ming's idea is simple. Buying in the name of a company is definitely safer than buying a large amount of fuel in one's own name. If someone misunderstands that he wants to set a fire, creating a big case and having the police come to investigate, it will only increase the trouble. Chen Ming transferred 10 million to sales and asked her to prepare fuel for him and send it to Dushan Villa in Fushunju. According to the current oil price, you can buy almost 1.5 million liters. Some very large trucks can add 1,000 liters of oil, which is enough oil worth 10 million, enough to fill up 1,500 times. Moreover, to be able to open such a large car sales center, the boss behind the scenes and the oil boss must be very familiar with each other. If you purchase goods at wholesale prices, the final volume of oil traded will increase. Chapter 13. Mr. Chen, go slowly. The salesperson bowed 90 degrees to say goodbye to Chen Ming. At this time, Chen Ming was completely convinced in his heart, and his words were like an imperial edict. After seeing Chen Ming off, he quickly took out his cell phone and called the general manager who was still fooling around outside. I want him to quickly arrange manpower, prepare the car and fuel, and send it to Chen Ming. The general manager originally thought it was troublesome, so he let the salesman handle the small matter without disturbing himself. But when he heard that Chen Ming had spent nearly 200 million in the store, he just said I'll be there soon and hung up the phone, showing his hurry. On Chen Ming's side, he found a security renovation company that specializes in providing security renovation services and bodyguards. The reason why Chen Ming found them was because he wanted these people to improve the security level of the villa. The higher the better. Mr. Chen, this is our company's service price list. You can take a look. Seeing that the car Chen Ming drove was valuable, Vice President Liu Xiongnan personally entertained him. Performance is urgently needed now. Is the highest level only SSS? Chen Ming asked in confirmation. In fact, on top of SSS, there are SSSS and SSSS, but the manpower and material costs of these two projects are too expensive, and adding them is just a waste of paper. Liu Xiongnan said truthfully. Then I choose 5S level. Chen Ming decided quickly. Mr. Chen, are you kidding me? With the 5's protection level, the minimum cost is 7 to 8 billion. Liu Xiongnan said the price. As long as the security is sufficient, money is not an issue. As a bargaining chip to enhance trust, Chen Ming transferred a deposit of 200 million to Liu Xiongnan. Seeing the money arrive, Liu Xiongnan stood up from his seat, bowed and said, Mr. Chen, please rest assured that our Black Tortoise security will definitely live up to your expectations. Thank you. Now that the matter was settled, Chen Ming no longer needed to stay here. He stood up and waved to leave. I'll take you to the door. Liu Xiongnan hurriedly followed. Mr. Chen, go slowly. Liu Xiongnan didn't care about the eyes of others and still bowed at 90 degrees to say goodbye. Lao Lu? Who is that kid? He can make you humble like this. The director of the company witnessed everything and got out of the car and asked curiously. Director Zhang, you don't know something? Mr. Chen is the first customer besides the government to purchase the SSS-level protection package since the establishment of our Black Tortoise company. Liu Xiongnan replied. What? SSS-level? Are you sure you haven't been tricked? Director Zhang asked in disbelief. I'm pretty sure. Liu Xiongnan nodded heavily. You should be familiar with the place where he needs to upgrade his security level. It's a single-family villa in Fushunju. That Dushan luxury villa worth hundreds of millions. Director Zhang confirmed. That's right. Liu Xiongnan nodded and confirmed. In addition, he has paid a deposit of 200 million in advance. Then what are you waiting for? Call the workers quickly and contact the head office to prepare the materials. They must be of the highest standard. Director Zhang ordered. Faced with such a spendthrift customer, I dare not be careless at all. You must make good friends with them, even if you cannot become friends, you must not become enemies, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. Director Zhang didn't want to take this risk. Even if you make less money, you have to satisfy Chen Ming. After the vehicle and house safety issues are resolved, Chen Ming chose to come to the largest freezer in River City. Purchased 200,000 tons of chicken, duck, pig, beef and mutton within 6 months, as well as 10,000 tons of fish, crabs, shrimps and other seafood, and even quick frozen foods such as steamed buns and dumplings. Mainly a crazy hoarding. After paying the money, they will deliver it to your door. Putting hundreds of thousands of tons of frozen meat directly into the storage space in the warehouse, Chen Ming couldn't do it without being exposed. After doing all this, Chen Ming returned to Fushun residence with satisfaction. As soon as the front foot arrived, the back foot car sales center delivered the car. After stopping, hand the key to Chen Ming and take a car down the mountain. Before leaving, I didn't forget to tell Chen Ming that the manager was still trying hard to get a suitable price for the fuel, which would be settled and delivered before 8 o'clock in the evening. After confirming that the group of people disappeared, Chen Ming put the cars one by one into the storage space. It takes less than a minute and is easily done. Black Tortoise's security team obtained the entire villa and Dushan's design drawings from the builder, contacted many experts, and held an urgent discussion meeting. I want to decide on the renovation plan as soon as possible and hand it over to Chen Ming for confirmation. Chen Ming's returned to the villa leisurely and lay on the sofa in the living room. Remove a bunch of grapes from storage. Hold it in one hand and bite it with your mouth. After turning on the TV, the other hand picked up the phone and opened Myriad Worlds for fishing after a long absence. While the game was loading, Chen Ming glanced in the direction of the TV. The host looked serious. Currently, it is known that a total of 26 media reporters from 13 countries who went to Warden No. 13 prison for interviews have been detained by the Hawks for no reason. Their lives and deaths are uncertain. The embassy is actively contacting the Hawks government. Detain journalists without even giving a reason. Apart from the fact that those reporters knew something they shouldn't know, Chen Ming really couldn't think of any other reason why the Hawks could be so overbearing and ignore the protests of various countries. Sure enough, something big happened in prison No. 13. Chen Ming switched to the browser, entered the external network, and searched for information about prison No. 13. As expected, the display shows, search results do not exist, please change other keywords. As the largest prison of the Hawks, it is strange that no information can be found about this matter at all. Chen Ming determined that the Hawks were afraid of exposing the truth and chose to block everything about prison No. 13. What happened in the prison? Chen Ming was puzzled. Far away across the ocean, we can only wait for someone from the country and the Hawks to convey the news. Or, completely out of control and unable to hide it. Forget it. Let's focus on fishing first and acquire more skills. Switch back to fishing in Myriad Worlds and quickly rotate the loading circle a few times to complete the loading. Click Start Fishing. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting the Bluetooth speaker +1. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving 24 packs of brewed black sesame paste. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving a jar of Wang Shaoed 16 spice seasoning. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting Da Hong Bao 100 grams. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a book on postpartum care for sows. Chen Ming. He frowned. Sows, postpartum care. There is reason to suspect that this fishing reward system is playing with your own mentality. Continue. I don't believe this evil. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting Scotch tape roll +24. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a copy of Chicken Soup for the Soul. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving a box of Neun Biao patch. Fishing in progress. Oh. With this time difference, are there going to be big shipments again? Chen Ming said with great anticipation. Chapter 14. A minigame pops up, and the pointer swings rapidly left and right. At the same time, there is a small green bar on the box to represent the time, and the scroll turns gray. When the green bar turns completely gray, the default QTE fails and fishing fails. The first time Chen Ming wanted to press the confirm button, he felt that the time was not right. Prepare for the second try. When the pointer swings back, press confirm and successfully hit the safe zone that is randomly refreshed on the right. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the S-level skill, 10 times rebate. 10 times rebate. Based on these 4 words, Chen Ming was a little confused. Select to view detailed introduction. 10 times rebate, all the money you spend will be returned 10 times, unlimited. For example, spend 1 great xia coin, and you will get 10 great xia coins. Spend 100 great xia coins and get 1000 great xia coins, and so on. This skill is okay. Chen Ming now no longer has to worry about insufficient balance. Just because money, for him now, will only cost more and cannot be reduced. Spending all your money is harder than making money. And S level is to return money 10 times. So, SS level, SSS level, what will it be? Is it possible to expand the return type to various materials? Send out a can and return 10, 100, 1000, or even 10,000. Chen Ming muttered to himself, becoming more and more excited as he spoke. If he could really sign that kind of skill, Chen Ming wouldn't have to worry about going hungry even if supplies were scarce in the last days. He knows very well that once the end of the world really comes, most of the world's food factories and agricultural production will stop, and food resources will only become less and less. If you really catch the material rebate skill, not only will you not have to go hungry, but it will also be equivalent to controlling the lifeblood of everyone. As the saying goes, people are like iron, and rice is like steel. If you don't eat one meal, you will feel hungry. The longer the apocalypse lasts, the more precious the food becomes. A piece of ham, a carrot, a pack of spicy sticks, may trigger a bloody battle among hundreds of people. Hunger can really drive you crazy. Lose your mind. Thinking of this, Chen Ming retracted his thoughts and returned to fishing in myriad worlds. After preparation, find time to try out the tenfold rebate skill. Right now, fishing is more important. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting the tea drinking set +1. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting flash bomb +5. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a jar of freeze-dried pet cats. Freeze-dried pet cat. Chen Ming comforted himself. These freeze-dried foods are made from various types of chicken, duck, and fish meat, and the water is expelled. They can barely be counted as food. It will definitely be no problem to fill your stomach. Anyway, there is unlimited storage space, Chen Ming thought. If you keep it with you, it might come in handy sometimes. Keep fishing. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a quality massage chair +1. Massage chair? This is good. Chen Ming immediately opened his backpack and chose the location. There will be a green square area about the size of a massage chair that appears on the ground and moves with the phone camera. Areas that can be installed will be displayed in green. If it cannot be installed, such as if it is blocked by a wall, it will be displayed in red. Confirm withdrawal. Looking at the successfully realized massage chair, Chen Ming sat on it. The small electronic screen on the armrest has various functions clearly written. Shoulder and neck massage. Massage back. Massage waist. Chen Ming selected the full body massage function. The strength is divided into 3 levels. Adjust it to gentle first to get used to it. Lying on it, looking comfortable. It truly deserves to be called a fine product, as if there were countless hands helping Chen Ming soothe his tired and tense muscles. The expression is extremely enjoyable. Have fun while not forgetting about business. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a collectible ceramic doll +1. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting the 4090 Ti graphics card +1. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a Huawei iMate60. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a box of sugar oranges. Chen Ming discovered that fishing is really addictive. 2 hours later, I caught a lot of all kinds of messy things, but obviously nothing was caught that was particularly attractive and valuable to Chen Ming. But I just can't stop, it's abnormal. Mobile phone battery is less than 10%. Please charge in time. It was the cell phone notification that popped up, interrupting Chen Ming's continuous movements. At this time, the timer function of the massage chair also ended. Chen Ming stood up and felt two words all over his body: comfortable. I just keep staring at the phone screen, which makes me a little tired and aching. He decided to go out and make big waves. 100 billion, no, after 2 hours of fishing, Chen Ming's current balance has exceeded 500 billion. He decided to take this 500 billion and combine it with the 10 times rebate skills to go on a shopping spree. Start buying, buying, buying mode. See if there is an opportunity to spend the savings from 500 billion to 1 trillion. After living for so many years, I have never experienced what it is like to spend more and more money. Before the economy completely collapses and money turns into a pile of waste paper, you must enjoy it and cherish this hard-won opportunity. After leaving the villa, getting into the sports car, Chen Ming drove down the mountain. On the way, I have already decided to buy a few large shopping malls first. Not 1 billion? Then 2 billion. If 2 billion doesn't work, then add another billion. Until the other party agrees. Then, with a net profit of tens of billions, he bought a shopping mall for nothing and stored all the materials in it that he could use in the storage space. Of course, the more materials, the better. Chen Ming would never dislike it. The storage space thoughtfully provides an automatic classification function. Tool area, food area, weapons area. 10 minutes later, Chen Ming parked the car in front of a large shopping mall called Ocean International. As a sports car worth more than several million, as soon as it appeared, it attracted countless people to stop and watch, taking out their mobile phones to take pictures. Among them was Xiaoya, who was very depressed because she hadn't received Chen Ming's approval for her friend application for a long time, so she called Lin Wei to accompany her to the mall. What a domineering sports car! Just seeing it, Xiaoya couldn't help but imagine what it would be like to sit on it and take a selfie. I firmly believe that if you post it to your circle of friends, it will surely make countless sisters envious. Chen Ming drove this car before, exactly the same. Since the sports car's hood was closed at this time, Lin Wei did not know that the owner of the car was Chen Ming. He can actually afford to drive such an expensive apex-level sports car. Xiaoya thought like this, and couldn't help but take out her mobile phone, open the Penguin chat software, and check it out. Friend application status, pending. Xiaoya. Unexpectedly, the first time I took the initiative, I didn't reply immediately. Are you resting? Comfort yourself silently. The next second, he heard Lin Wei patting his shoulder in his ear, saying excitedly, Xiaoya, look. The person getting out of the car is Chen Ming. Chapter 15. When she heard that the person getting off the sports car was Chen Ming, Xiaoya immediately looked away. At this time, Chen Ming, who was dressed in a brand name outfit, fit perfectly in Xiaoya's mind about the 4 words rich and young at apex level. Xiaoya dreamed of marrying such a rich and handsome young man from a rich family and becoming a rich wife. In the future, you don't have to do anything, just be a vase, and you can live a life of fine clothes and fine food. Thinking that he had previously chosen such an excellent fiancé, he had eliminated it from the list. Xiaoya wished she could transmigrate back immediately and give herself a hard slap in the face. In Xiaoya's currently prepared list of fiancés, Chen Ming can definitely be ranked among the top 3 in terms of appearance and financial status. Xiaoya, let's go over and say hello to him quickly. Lin Wei suggested. Okay. I'll touch up my makeup first. Xiaoya took out the makeup box, opened it, and patted it on her face. Prepare to use your most beautiful side to restore your impression in Chen Ming's mind. He felt that as long as he showed a little weakness and gave him a step down, Chen Ming would definitely become his possession again. Xiaoya has a very deep foundation in Pua and has spent money to learn from others. I raised a pond of fish and used them differently every day. Occasionally, when your pet gets angry, you can go out with him to watch movies, eat, etc. If even these don't work, just hold hands, touch your body, act cute, control the degree, and make the other person think that no matter how hard you work, you can get yourself and get satisfaction. Zhaoya decided to put Chen Ming, a big fish, into her private fish pond. My brain is spinning rapidly, thinking about the lines. It must be carefully designed. Perfect. Pursing her lips, let the flaming red lips be completely and evenly applied. After confirming that it was correct, Zhaoya strode towards Chen Ming. Chen Ming, what a coincidence. I didn't expect that we would meet here by chance. Zhaoya smiled solemnly and took the initiative to say hello. It's a coincidence. I still have something to do, so I'll take a step first. Chen Ming is now focused on buying shopping malls and obtaining supplies, and is not interested in these pink skeletons. In the future, there will be plenty of opportunities. At first, Zhaoya looked down on Chen Ming who had no money. Now, things have changed. After he has a net worth of hundreds of billions, is he looking at Chen Ming secretly? No, it's Zhaoya who is showing off her eyes. Chen Ming felt that it was just like that. Chen Ming's answer was so true that Zhaoya didn't expect it. She froze on the spot, never thinking that one day, as a beauty who had been approached by talent scouts for magazines, she would be left alone by Chen Ming. Those eyes, from beginning to end, stayed on me for no more than 5 seconds. What could be more important than this beautiful woman taking the initiative to throw herself into her arms? Chen Ming, I have carefully considered what you said before. Although I can't agree to you right away, we can start as friends. Zhaoya caught up with Chen Ming and said. Words? What words? Chen Ming asked confused. Didn't you say you like me and want me to be your girlfriend? Zhaoya decided that Chen Ming was pretending to be stupid. I want to use this method to attract my attention. It's very low, but Zhaoya really doesn't want to miss this big fish of his, so she can't bear it. That's the thing. I'm sorry. I lost a bet with my friend. I was so excited that I started talking nonsense. Don't worry about it. Chen Ming told the truth. I'm really busy. Goodbye. Zhaoya. With her fingers clenched tightly, Zhaoya felt that her face had been trampled upon by so many people. Don't you think this is boring? I have already promised to be friends with you first. You should be content with what you are doing. How can you achieve success in one step? After walking a few steps, Chen Ming felt a little unhappy when he heard Zhaoya say this. Who are you? Still pretending? Zhaoya decided to use her trump card. Okay, I can make an exception and promise to eat with you tonight. It's just about eating, don't think too much. Solemn statement. Idiot. Chen Ming dropped the word, too lazy to talk to Zhaoya. If I had known that Zhaoya would be entangled, I shouldn't have made a bet with Wang Wei and the others. Chen Ming had the eyes to see that Zhaoya was a female sea king. It was precisely because she was sure that she looked down on people like her that Chen Ming went to confess and was naturally rejected. Who would have thought that now that she was driving a sports car and wearing famous brands, she would change her indifferent and contemptuous attitude, and said with a stern face that she wanted to make friends with him. It was okay just for fun, but if Chen Ming wanted to marry such a woman back home, he was completely unwilling to do so. What did you say? Hearing Chen Ming call herself an idiot, Zhaoya blushed and couldn't hide her anger. Chen Ming, don't push yourself. Believe it or not, I will never pay attention to you. I will put you on the blacklist. Chen Ming. This is the first time Chen Ming has seen someone who feels good about himself or feels so good about himself. Excuse me, is this Mr. Chen and Chen Ming? Chen Ming was about to speak when a voice came from behind. Turning around and looking around, I saw that the man's temples were already grey and he looked like he was in his 40s or 50s, but his face still looked energetic. The whole body is dressed like a typical successful person. This voice, are you the Mr. Meng who talked to me on the phone earlier, right? Chen Ming asked. On the way here, he learned the phone number of the owner behind this shopping mall from the general manager of the five-star hotel where he had previously delivered food. He called and expressed his plan to acquire the shopping mall. Yes, it's me. Meng Zhong nodded in confirmation. About the acquisition, Mr. Meng, how do you think about it? Chen Ming asked again. Honestly, I have no plans to retire at the moment. Otherwise, you should go find. Before Meng Zhong could finish his words, Chen Ming raised his hand and said shockingly, add another 500 million, and I will pay 2 billion to buy this shopping mall. This price includes the land in the city center and the entire building. Meng Zhong. People who eat melons. Lin Wei. Originally planning to question Chen Ming, Zhaoya had to give herself an explanation today, and the words came to her lips. After hearing the number 2 billion, I couldn't help but swallow my saliva and swallowed the words. He can actually spend 2 billion to acquire this shopping mall. In an instant, Chen Ming's status and value in Zhao Ya's fiancé list went from the top 3 to the undisputed number 1. Moreover, there is a huge difference between the second place and him. Looking at it this way, Chen Ming's previous little tricks of indulging in lust immediately became not annoying, but rather very personal and humorous. The favorability in Zhao Ya's mind skyrocketed. Decided. Disband the fish pond and concentrate on being his girlfriend, no, his wealthy wife. Zhao Ya made up her mind and determined that Chen Ming was her final destination. Chen Ming was not interested in her thoughts at all. Seeing that Meng Zhong still seemed to be having trouble making up his mind, he simply added to his anger and said, 3 billion, this is my bottom line. Chapter 16. 3 billion. While this number shocked everyone present, it also made Meng Zhong's heart unable to calm down and beating violently. He knew very well that even if the market was good in the future and every decision he made was correct and he made absolutely no mistakes, it would be impossible to earn 3 billion. Meng Zhong had to admit that he was indeed moved. After a quick mental struggle, he nodded heavily and said with firm eyes, since Mr. Chen, you have spoken to such an extent, I will no longer refuse. 3 billion, I'll sell it. Sign the contract now. That eager look seemed like he was afraid that Chen Ming would regret it. I decided to wait for the contract to be signed and the money to arrive, and immediately take the money to immigrate to Eagle and enjoy life. 3 billion is enough for him to eat and drink freely and spend money like water for the rest of his life. As everyone knows, soon, not only this money, but also Great Xia coins, US dollars, European coins, will be reduced to waste paper, worthless. Okay. Chen Ming nodded in agreement. Please come this way. He raised his hand and asked. At this moment, in Meng Zhong's eyes, Chen Ming is a proper god of wealth and must be well served. Hey! Chen! Zhao Yi, who had reacted, wanted to follow up and took the initiative to admit her mistake to Chen Ming. She said that what she said before was a joke and told him not to pay attention. Not to mention agreeing to be Chen Ming's girlfriend and wife, even if Chen Ming wants to go to the hotel by himself now, Zhao Yi will not refuse. Sorry, no visitors allowed in. Who would have thought that just as he was about to enter, the security guard stopped him? The security guard is a smart man, how could he not see that Chen Ming does not want to get involved with Zhao Yi? Zhao Yigang was about to speak, scolding the security guard for his lack of discernment, and confessing the relationship between herself and Chen Ming as classmates. Then I heard Chen Ming say, this person is very good and deserves to be commended. Yes. You're right, good job. Meng Zhong raised his hands and feet in agreement, turned around and shouted, I'll go to the finance office later to receive the 10,000 bonus. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Thank you, Mr. Meng. The security guard thanked him repeatedly. After taking the money, it was even more impossible to let Zhao Yi in. Facing the security guard's huge body of over 1.8 meters, the slightest look on his face could frighten Zhao Yi physically and mentally. Xiaoa, are you okay? Seeing Zhaoya walking back like a drowned dog, Lin Wei expressed her condolences on the surface, but felt happy on the inside. She scolded Zhaoya for what she deserved. The worse she is, the happier Lin Wei is, because only in this way will the possibility between herself and Chen Ming be greater. A dog looks down upon others. When I capture Chen Ming and become his woman, I will definitely fire that guy as soon as possible. Zhaoya glanced at the security guard fiercely. The security guard didn't feel cold at all, and all he could think about was whether he should take the 10,000 yuan and treat his wife and children to a nice meal. I am very grateful to Chen Ming in my heart. After the melon-eating crowd saw that the originally arrogant Zhaoya was defeated, they were not prepared to spare her lightly and said one after another. Ha ha ha, go tell Batman that the Joker has been found. Nowadays, these young people will do anything to ingratiate themselves with the rich. You say that others look down on others, hey, aren't you the one who really looks down on others? Gold worshipper, how disgusting. Wasn't she quite arrogant just now? Why is she suddenly not arrogant? Zhaoya suddenly fell into the spotlight. Knowing that she was in the wrong, she chose to leave with her tail between her legs. After all, she is not Zhuzhe Yang. She does not have the ability and eloquence to compete with other scholars. Hey! Wait for me. Lin Wei suppressed her smile and caught up with Zhaoya. Ding! On Chen Ming's side, after getting out of the elevator, he went straight to Meng Zhong's office. To be precise, it won't take long for this office to belong to him. Meng Zhong had contacted his secretary in advance and asked him to find a template contract for the sale of property, download it, print it and send it over. Boom! 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 In just a few minutes, the secretary knocked on the door and walked into the office with the printed contract. Meng Zhong picked up the pen, signed his name neatly, and then pushed the pen and the contract to Chen Ming. Mr. Chen, you can take a look first to confirm whether there are any problems with the contract. If there are any questions, we can negotiate changes. Chen Ming flipped through it casually a few times, then took out his mobile phone and opened the banking software. After Meng Zhong told the card number, 3 billion was transferred. Okay. No problem, the money has arrived. Meng Zhong checked the account balance and raised his hand to ask Chen Ming to sign the contract. Chen Ming did not waste time and signed the document to officially purchase this luxury shopping mall. Success in spending 3 billion. The 10 times rebate has been triggered. Congratulations to the host for getting 30 billion. Buzz. Mobile phone vibration. Take it out, unlock it, and open the text message. Sure enough, 30 billion arrived. Just looking at this series of numbers makes people's adrenaline rush. Chen Ming must admit that no matter how much money he spends, he feels like he can get it back 100% tenfold. Cool. It's so cool. Since the contract has been reached and has legal effect, I won't disturb you too much. Meng Zhong stood up and left. In the office, only Chen Ming and the secretary who was responsible for printing and delivering contracts were left. Chen Ming looked at his secretary and said, "From today onwards, the mall will be closed. I will inform you of the specific opening time when the time is right." This, Mr. Chen, is not good, right? The secretary didn't understand why Chen Ming would make such a decision. 3 billion has just been spent. What should be considered now is not to find ways to expand the scale of the business and make money back. I have found a professional team to completely transform the mall and make it great. Xia, no, the best in the world. Chen Ming said calmly. He is already very good at telling lies with his eyes open. That's it. The secretary finally realized that Chen Ming was planning to make a big deal. Indeed, being willing to spend 3 billion to buy this shopping mall is an operation that can shock the entire industry. There are many rich people in River City, but there are very few people who can easily withdraw 3 billion in liquid capital. Don't worry, I won't treat you badly. During this period, everyone will be on paid leave. If you are worried, you can sign a supplementary contract. Chen Ming, who knew that the end of the world was coming, didn't care at all. Even if the apocalypse doesn't come, there will still be 10 times the rebate, and just a paid vacation. How much money can you spend? I understand. I'll notify everyone right away. Upon hearing this, the secretary beamed and stopped trying to persuade Chen Ming. She had long wanted to take a good vacation for herself, travel, and relax her body and mind. Now, Chen Ming is willing to give them paid leave, and the secretary has no reason to refuse. At this moment, Chen Ming's status in her mind was comparable to today's saint. Soon, all the customers in the mall were asked to leave. Take the initiative to send some small compensation gifts to stop complaints. As the saying goes, eat people with short lips and take people with soft hands. Boom boom boom. 10 minutes later, all doors and passages were closed and locked. Only Chen Ming is left, facing a lot of survival materials that will be more valuable than gold and silver in the future. Chapter 17. Standing on the 7th floor, I came to the guardrail, looked out, and looked at the entire shopping mall, which was so quiet that you could hear a needle drop. Chen Ming must admit that this feeling is wonderful. One person, monopolizing a shopping mall, takes whatever he wants. Sino-Ocean Shopping Mall does not adopt a franchise model, but cooperates with major manufacturers to obtain goods and operate them on its own. Therefore, of all the things here, Chen Ming can take whatever he wants. Entering a luxury clothing store, there are thousands of clothes worth tens of thousands of dollars, taking them off the shelves one by one, and comparing them in the mirror. If you think it's appropriate, just throw it into the storage space. Mobile phones, computers, jewelry, perfumes and watches. As long as Chen Ming is interested and finds it useful, we will accept everything. The whole shopping mall now belongs to him. Who should he be polite to? With yourself? Passing by a fitness equipment experience center, Chen Ming held his chin and thought for a moment. If the apocalypse really comes, it is also important to exercise every day and improve your physical fitness, which can reduce the chance of getting sick. Step into the experience center. Collect all kinds of brand new dumbbells, treadmills, spinning bikes, two-way chest press trainers, all. After clearing several floors and dozens of shops in succession. Ding! Coming out of the elevator, Chen Ming noticed that this floor mainly sells various red wines and white wines. And those luxury snacks with no cost performance, such as chocolate beans, gummy candies, plums, etc. A small bag can cost several hundred if you are not careful. Chen Ming had suffered a loss before. At that time, he thought it was quite interesting and thought it was not expensive. As a result, I went to check out with a bag full of chocolate beans, only to find out that it cost 3,000 yuan. From then on, Chen Ming would always choose to take a detour when seeing a shop like this. Once bitten by a snake, you will be afraid of well ropes for 10 years. But it's different now. Everything in this mall belongs to him. Simply put the machine that stores various luxury candies and snacks into the storage space. After I get home, I take 2 of them and put them in the living room. I pack a pack to eat when I have nothing to do to pass the time. Colorful, even if you can't finish it in a while, it can still play a decorative role. Chen Ming didn't miss any of those tobacco and alcohol lighters. Although he doesn't smoke, he has a hunch that in the apocalypse, things like cigarettes definitely have the potential to become hard currency. Chen Ming once saw an old smoker who had not smoked for a long time. He was crazy, flammable, and irritable. Not long after, Chen Ming swept to the first floor. The first floor is mainly used to display various cars. All the stores add up to 200 to 300 units. The cheapest one was over 100,000, and the most expensive one was over 1 million. Chen Ming didn't mind it at all, he accepted it all, his appetite was so good that he couldn't say anything. Next, all that's left is the food and snack area in the basement. Don't let me down. Chen Ming had never been to Ocean Shopping Mall before, but he had heard that the space on the first floor below was very huge. There are snacks from all over the world. The variety of fruits and vegetables ranks first in River City. Chicken, duck, pig, fish, shrimp, crab, and other river fresh food and seafood are countless. Take the escalator to the first floor. The scene in front of me was incredibly spacious. Various snacks, drinks, condiments. Chen Ming was dazzled. The checkout counter at one exit alone exceeds double digits. It is not difficult to imagine how busy the business is usually. Chen Ming casually took down a bottle of chewing gum from the shelf, opened it, poured out 2 pieces, put them into his mouth, and started chewing. Immediately, with a wave of his hand, all those snacks and the shelves disappeared. After that, Chen Ming was like a walking black hole, sucking in everything he went and leaving nothing behind. Chocolate, biscuits, canned fruits, jerky, spicy sticks, you can get it with ease. Laundry detergent, shower gel, shampoo, soap, etc. are all included. Seasonings, fruits and vegetables, pasta. There were so many that Chen Ming almost lost count. All I know is that when I came here, I saw at a glance that all the shelves were filled. But now, no matter where he looked, there was nothing cleaner than his face. Are the benefits of buying a shopping mall nothing more than that? Of course it's not just that, now he has a direct channel to contact suppliers. With just one phone call, they can send a steady stream of goods. The only thing I need to do is collect the vegetables. There is no need to stay here all the time. Arrange a security guard and tell him to be responsible for releasing goods. He can ask the staff to move all the goods into the mall and place them in the entrance hall. It is convenient for you to move around without running around. After making sure that nothing had slipped through the net, Chen Ming returned to the entrance hall. Find a Simmons from the storage space and place it in the center. Then, the person lay down. It turns out that if you have money, you can really do whatever you want. He looked at the ceiling and sighed. After collecting so much spinach, I decided to take a rest first and think about what to do next and how to spend money. You definitely can't just lie down and waste time. Take out your phone and open Myriad Worlds Fishing. Click on the 4 words Start Fishing. Give me a skill, prayed loudly. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting 5 volumes of garbage bags. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a gold brick. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving 5 million Great Xia coins. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a box of little blue pills. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting the electric shaver +1. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the S-level skill, short distance teleportation. Just when Chen Ming thought he was going to have another difficult delivery, he was slapped in the face. However, Chen Ming would never refuse a slap in the face, no matter how many times it came. View skill-related introductions. S-level skill short distance teleportation. Teleportation is possible within a range of 10 meters. Note, cannot penetrate obstacles. After reading the instructions, Chen Ming sat up, stood up again, and decided to try it out for himself. The method of use is integrated with this body as early as the moment the skill is acquired. Teleportation was triggered in his mind, and the distance was just within 10 meters. In the blink of an eye, Chen Ming actually appeared exactly 10 meters away, with an extremely precise foothold. Looking back, Simmons' position has not changed at all as a reference point. Teleport a few more times and become more proficient and get the hang of it. Paired with Ghost Shadow Steps, which is also an S-level skill, Chen Ming feels that this skill is very suitable for sneak attacks. Or go around behind the enemy, catch them off guard, and achieve a one-hit kill. Ghost Shadow Steps are used to adjust the direction, and teleportation is used to shorten the distance, complementing each other. S-level is a short-distance teleportation. By analogy, SS-level should greatly increase the range. SSS-level, maybe all restrictions will be unlocked directly. Ignore distance and obstacles. Chen Ming made a reasonable guess. Put your mind away and continue to focus on fishing. Fishing in progress. Fishing lasts longer. Oh. I just released the S-level skill, and here comes another big fish? Am I possessed by the European Emperor? Chapter 18. Hit successfully and pass the mini-game. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the S-level skill, Infinite Bullets. Infinite Bullets. The level of this skill in Chen Ming's mind can definitely reach SSS level. Especially after reading the detailed introduction. S-level skill Unlimited Bullets, it allows you to use unlimited bullets for all weapons without changing magazines. Chen Ming was satisfied that he didn't have to waste time on changing magazines and cut off the enemy's opportunity to sneak attack and attack him. Thinking of the Gatling I had caught earlier, the corners of my lips unconsciously rose, and I thought of two words, stable. Just when Chen Ming wanted to continue fishing, a phone call suddenly came in. Note, Freezer, Manager Zhao. Chen Ming pressed the answer button. Manager Zhao, you are looking for me. Mr. Chen, are you at home now? We have a vehicle ready and can deliver the goods for you at any time. Chen Ming Gang was about to answer, but then swallowed his words, changed the subject, and said, no, I am relatively close to the freezer now, so I will go directly to you. Okay. Although Manager Zhao was a little puzzled, he nodded and agreed. Of course, we give a warm welcome to customers who are willing to drive their own cars to transport goods, which can save a lot of time. But when Chen Ming arrived in his sports car, Manager Zhao looked left and right, but didn't see a car. Is it possible that Mr. Chen wants to use this sports car to haul away all the frozen meat measured in tons? Just think about it in your mind, it's impossible to say it out loud. He stepped forward to greet him and said, Mr. Chen, is your motorcade still behind you? Convoy. Chen Ming looked confused. Didn't you find a convoy yourself to take away those frozen meats? Manager Zhao was even more confused. You misunderstood. In fact, I want to buy your cold storage. Chen Ming said straightforwardly. Ah. Manager Zhao was stunned for a moment, then confirmed and asked, Mr. Chen, are you kidding me? No. Chen Ming said firmly. Then I think you will be disappointed. The boss attaches great importance to this industry and wants to pass it on to his son in the future and continue the business. Manager Zhao said truthfully. That's it. Chen Ming's brain was racing and he came up with an alternative plan. How about this? I buy all the frozen meat and rent the cold storage for a day so that I have time to transport all the goods. Do you think it can work? For Chen Ming, it doesn't matter whether he buys the cold storage or not. Mainly because of the over 1,000 tons of meat inside. After renting the cold storage for one day and returning it to the other party, they will continue to contact major suppliers to replenish the shelves. Then, he comes back to purchase goods again, and so on, and he can still achieve the purpose of stocking up. What? You want to buy all the frozen meat? Manager Zhao said in surprise. I have never seen such a generous customer. To be precise, I want all the products in your freezer. Chen Ming said calmly. With the unlimited tenfold rebate skill as a trump card, you can't even think about it calmly. Mr. Chen, if you are willing to buy all the goods, I can make the decision and lend you the freezer for one day for free. Manager Zhao said excitedly. Once this business is completed, the performance bonus he can receive will be a considerable amount. Let me ask, how can you not be excited? Okay, please calculate how much it is and tell me the price so I can transfer the money. Chen Ming responded. I'll have someone do the counting right away. Manager Zhao immediately took out his cell phone, found the staff member who managed the warehouse data in the cold storage, and asked him to give him the answer as soon as possible. 10 minutes later. After a cup of tea, Chen Ming, who was sitting in the office, finally saw Manager Zhao walking in with a contract. "Mr. Chen, we have sorted out the classified quantities and prices of all goods. You can take a look." Manager Zhao respectfully presented the contract with both hands. Chen Ming took over the contract and looked at the price directly. It was much less than he expected, not even breaking the 1 billion mark. Manager Zhao also thoughtfully gave me a round number. Chen Ming took out his mobile phone, entered the trading account on the contract, and transferred the money. Consumption of 800 million successful. The 10 times rebate has been triggered. Congratulations to the host for winning 8 billion Great Xia coins. I've already sent the money, please check it. Chen Ming put down his phone and said. Okay. Manager Zhao took out his mobile phone and called the boss. After confirming that it was correct, he extended his hand. "Mr. Chen, thank you very much for your support." Chen Ming politely held the other person's hand and smiled slightly. "You're welcome." Then he said, "Then according to the previous agreement, you can lend me the cold storage for a day, right?" "No problem." Manager Zhao patted his chest and said, "Don't say 1 day, 3 days will do. 1 day is enough. If possible, you can give all the employees a holiday. I will have a dedicated person responsible for the transportation. By then, if the two groups of people mix together, I'm afraid it will disrupt the rhythm." Chen Ming made up a random reason. Okay. For a big customer like Chen Ming, Manager Zhao didn't think too much and just obeyed. Then, according to what Chen Ming said, all employees were allowed to leave work early and their wages would be paid as usual. Naturally, the security guards treat everyone equally. Chen Ming is the only one left in the entire 10,000 ton cold storage. Taking a bunch of keys, Chen Ming opened the door and entered the cold storage. Suddenly I felt a cool breeze coming. After closing the door, there is only one thing you need to do: put all the food you can see within your field of vision into the unlimited storage space. Call. He exhaled a cold breath and rubbed his palms. Thousands of tons of cargo is really an exaggeration. It actually took so long. However, when I opened the storage space, I saw automatically sorted pork, duck, mutton, beef, fish. Chen Ming shouldn't feel too happy. If I were the only one to eat these foods, I would probably not be able to finish them until I die. I just don't know if I can be rewarded with longevity by fishing in the future, or maybe I can live forever. Today, in Chen Ming's eyes, fishing in myriad worlds, everything is possible. Later, Chen Ming shut down all the monitoring systems of the freezer. Avoid being photographed in scenes that are difficult to explain scientifically. After finishing everything, he strode out of the freezer, locked the door, flicked his arm, and threw the key in. Manager Zhao has a spare key, just find a suitable time and tell him that he has taken all the goods away. Take out the car key and unlock it. Pull up the scissor door. Chen Ming got into the driver's seat and had just fastened his seat belt. Buzz. The cell phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Chen Ming was very sure that someone sent him a message through Penguin. I took out my phone and saw that it was from my roommate Wang Wei. A news link. Looking at the title, the word living dead appears in relation to the Hawks. Chapter 19. According to Chen Ming's understanding, the living dead can be equated with zombies, meaning the living dead. Is it possible that someone really caught the zombie virus and used it in the real world? Want to take revenge on society? It was hard for Chen Ming not to suspect that the phishing system was intentional. With its technological power, it was not difficult to analyze a person's personality. I was about to click on the news link and go to the web page to watch. There was new news from Wang Wei. Your hunch is coming true. I heard that a zombie virus has broken out on the Hawks side, just like in a movie, and the higher UPS are trying their best to hide it. For the sake of his classmates, Chen Ming kindly reminded, Try to store as much food as possible to be prepared, at least until you are able to protect yourself while fishing. As for whether the other party can listen, that is his own business. Wang Wei, it's okay if you don't tell me, but I get angry when you mention that thing. Every day is getting worse. I finally stayed up until 12 o'clock, and when the number of fishing was refreshed, guess what I caught? Chen Ming asked curiously, what? Wang Wei, a box of toothpicks. Angry expression. Chen Ming responded with a comforting expression of touching his head. Wang Wei, let's not talk about it for now. The teacher is walking towards me. Chen Ming replied with the word good. Then click the link to go to the browser. Only screenshots and text description. The picture was very blurry and seemed to be taken from an aerial shot, a drone, or something. It can be seen that a group of people are rushing towards another group of heavily armed special operations soldiers with bared teeth and claws. The trajectory of the bullets is clearly recorded, and flames are everywhere. This scene really looks like a zombie siege. Moreover, some details in the photo, such as the high wall and the barbed wire with sharp blades on the wall to prevent prisoners from climbing the wall. Chen Ming judged that the scene was a prison. I couldn't help but recall the news I saw on Yangshi channel last night, about the blockade of number 13 prison in Warden. Regarding whether there is a zombie virus outbreak, the probability in Chen Ming's mind is infinitely close to 100%. After reading all the text, Chen Ming did not quit in a hurry and slid down the comment area. This news has gone viral, with over 10 million views, likes, and retweets, all of which are 999 plus. He wanted to see what other people thought of this matter. Feng Guoxiu, it's fake at first glance, how could there be such a thing as a zombie virus? I love mermaids, 80% of it is a scene taken from a zombie movie. Is it disgusting to deliberately spread rumors? Kiwei Dai Huangwan, my mother believed it and has already started to go to the mall to buy survival supplies. Hey, it's so ridiculous that I can't even try to persuade her. Music box, don't believe it, this is a scene from the movie Rise of the Dead. The Rise of the Zombies. If Chen Ming hadn't seen this movie, he would have believed it. There is no such scene in the movie, and it has nothing to do with prison. The number of likes is quite high, more than 1,000, but in the latest, there are already replies like this: liar, for an hour and a half, I didn't jump for a second, I couldn't find it at all. Reported. When Chen Ming wanted to continue browsing the screen suddenly froze, then reloaded, and a prompt popped up: this information has been deleted by the creator or the platform. This deletion gave Chen Ming the feeling that there was no silver in this place. Or, the authorities are afraid that public opinion will ferment, triggering a nationwide rush for goods, resulting in a shortage of resources and damaging the market. If there was no myriad worlds fishing, Chen Ming might prefer the latter. However, after receiving a lot of unrealistic rewards from fishing in myriad worlds, Chen Ming did not believe that the zombie virus was so novel that it would never appear. I decided to contact the security company and urge them to quickly come up with the design drawings and make modifications. During this time, Chen Ming will stay in the hotel. After all, the transformation process, not to mention the noise and the coming and going of people, is not conducive to Chen Ming's confidentiality work. The security company also assured them that the design drawings were in the final stages and the materials were being processed at the factory around the clock. All you have to do is put them together, then it won't waste much time and it will definitely be done within a week. In order to stabilize Chen Ming, a big customer, the security company also expanded several production lines. Hang up the phone. Chen Ming had already arrived at a 5-star hotel. Sir, how can I help you? The lady at the front desk was particularly enthusiastic when she saw that Chen Ming was driving a sports car. What's your most luxurious room? Chen Ming asked. For the presidential suite, it costs 100,000 a day, which covers all expenses, such as 3 meals a day, hot spring services, etc. Open it for a month first. Chen Ming took out his bank card and said to the lady at the front desk. Okay, I. Mid-sentence, the front desk lady was suddenly stunned. Sir, do you want to open it for a month? She seriously doubted whether she was hallucinating. 100,000 a day, 30 days a month, that's 3 million. Yes. Chen Ming nodded heavily. Okay. I'll do it for you right away. The lady at the front desk once suspected that Chen Ming was sincerely here to amuse herself. However, after seeing the message that the card was swiped successfully, that thought disappeared in an instant. Sir, here are your bank cards and room cards. Please keep them. He bent at 90 degrees and offered them with both hands. She originally wanted to strike up a conversation, but after seeing Chen Ming's financial resources in person, she gave up the idea decisively. The most important thing for people is to be self-aware. Consumption of 3 million successful. The 10 times rebate has been triggered. Congratulations to the host for winning 30 million Great Xia coins. Thank you. Chen Ming took back the bank card. Not only was there no less money, there were tens of millions more. Chen Ming was not in a hurry to move in. He went back to Fusion residence first and put the 10 million worth of oil sent by the fuel company into the storage space. After making sure nothing was missing, Chen Ming returned to the hotel and checked into the presidential suite. Standing by the window, looking at the beautiful scenery of most of the city's streets, Chen Ming had to admit again that there is a truth in expensive things. All the facilities in the room are fully equipped and are made of the best materials and brands in the world without cutting corners at all. The menu is placed on the coffee table. Whatever you want to eat, just pick up the intercom phone next to it and call it whenever you want. Although the hotel package says 3 meals a day, you can eat as much as you want, of course, only for one person, Chen Ming. When dealing with 3 million major customers, the hotel dares not be careless. A dedicated chef is assigned to prepare meals for Chen Ming and deliver them as soon as possible. The general manager specifically at everyone in the employee group and said 3 times in a row that anyone who dares to neglect Chen Ming will be fired directly without discussion. Chen Ming did not expect that the Hawks could suppress the zombie virus outbreak and solve it. I just hope that it can be introduced into the country later, at least until the safety renovation of the villa is completed. He has almost stocked up on resources, and only needs a strong fortress that can prevent the zombie invasion. Turn on the TV and switch to Yangshi. The host is busy refuting rumors and asking the public to wait for official news and not to believe the so-called revelations. Chen Ming can understand the routine operation. Officials certainly cannot easily draw conclusions and take the lead in causing panic. It doesn't matter, it won't delay him from catching fish anyway. Chapter 20. He took out a bottle of canned beer from the refrigerator, opened it with a snap, and took a swig. Confirm the position with the corner of your eye and press start fishing. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting the bow. Arrows plus 100. A bow. Chen Ming was curious. Are the arrows used in the bow considered bullets? Can the S-level infinite bullet skill replenish the number of arrows? After Chen Ming expressed his doubts, the fishing system was immediately patched, and there was an extra line of small words right below the prompt. Note, can be used in combination with S-level unlimited bullet skills. This result is exactly what Chen Ming wants to see. Since the bow counts, there is no need to say much about the crossbow. In some specific situations, weapons such as bows and crossbows are much more useful than silencers. Coupled with unlimited bullets, there is no need to change the arrow settings, it is a powerful weapon. It can be called a plug-in. Chen Ming took out the crossbow he had caught earlier. The arrows had already been loaded automatically and were in the state of stringing. As long as the trigger was pulled, the arrows would fly out at extremely high speeds. The whole body is jet black and made of reinforced plastic, ensuring that it is tough and light enough at the same time. It is also equipped with a high power sight that can be adjusted at will. He raised his head and drank the beer in the can, then stood up and put the tin can on the shoe cabinet. Chen Ming kept retreating and walked to the open-air balcony, which was about 30 or 40 meters away. Raise the crossbow, adjust it with the sight, and lock it. After confirming that it is correct, pull the trigger. The arrow shot out with the sound of wind. The iron can exploded with a bang, turned into a piece of iron sheet, and was nailed to the wooden board of the shoe cabinet. Chen Ming walked over and found that the arrow easily penetrated the knuckle-thick reinforced wood board. If this blow hits a person, he will definitely be killed on the spot. Chen Ming was fully confident. If you use a rusty arrowhead or apply poison on the arrowhead, you will get twice the result with half the effort and become a weapon to kill the enemy. Taking a look at a new arrow that was automatically loaded and strung at some point, Chen Ming was extremely satisfied. Release your hand, and the crossbow moves into small mosaic-like squares, disappears, and returns to the storage space. Back on the sofa, before Chen Ming picked up his phone, the news broadcast on the TV caught his attention. The host said seriously, "Currently, document number 1 has been issued, banning foreign tourists from entering the country for 3 months. If Great Xia nationals want to return to Daxia, they need to apply in advance and undergo health testing." Health test. Chen Ming smiled faintly, knowing that he must have some information at the national level. The hawks will most likely be unable to be suppressed. Subsequently, more and more countries began to declare that they would refuse to issue visa permits to hawks and refuse entry. Looking at the scenery outside the balcony, Chen Ming said expressionlessly, "Is it the calm before the storm? Without further ado, let's speed up fishing." Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting plus 10 free attribute points. Hiss. The moment he saw the reward, Chen Ming was in awe and said to himself, "Why did my luck suddenly become so good? Could it be that I saw a crisis was about to break out and was afraid that I would die, so I quickly adjusted out delivery rate?" This time, Chen Ming added 10 attribute points to strength, speed, defense, reaction, and mental strength, with 2 points each. There was no deviation. Keep fishing. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a sea cucumber. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining S-level object control. The moment he saw the sea cucumber, Chen Ming thought that his good luck had come to an end. "I never thought that I would be slapped in the face by the fishing system in the next second." However, this kind of slap in the face comes as many times as it takes. If Chen Ming complains, he is not a real man. Serious face. There is no need to check the details. As a gamer, Chen Ming is very familiar with the 3 words of object control. Unexpectedly, a game that was regarded as electronic poison actually gave me the ability to understand better than others. Chen Ming raised his hand, half-clasped it with 5 fingers, like a tiger's mouth, and aimed at the arrow. Imagine that you are controlling an invisible hand, grabbing the arrow, and then pulling it out with force. With a bang, the arrow was indeed pulled out and flew towards Chen Ming, hovering just a short distance away. Chen Ming was unexpectedly calm. He circled his fingers and perfectly controlled the arrow, flying around the room. Put the arrow into the storage space first, and then take out the Tang Dao. Yet, this looks much more handsome. Suddenly, a bold idea came to Chen Ming's mind. Perhaps I can stand on the sword and use the object control technique to achieve the purpose of flying with the sword. As a lover of novels, Chen Ming had always imagined that one day he would be able to fly with a sword like those immortals. Just do it. Chen Ming threw his phone aside, controlled the flying knife to land in front of him, and then stepped on it with both feet. It is indeed a special Tang sword. I stepped on it without bending it. Chen Ming swayed his body back and forth, finding it difficult to maintain his balance. This blade is really too narrow. It's extremely difficult to maintain balance when you're not moving, so you have to move. Chen Ming seemed to have a premonition that he would fall on his back and scream in agony. He gave up the idea very wisely, got off the Tang Dao, and put the weapon back into the storage space. Then, he removed a skateboard from the wall of a bedroom and stood on it. Then used the object control technique to control the skateboard to lift into the air and move slowly. Unable to conceal his excitement, he said, "It's flying. It's really flying." Chen Ming firmly believed that as long as he understood the secret of balance, flying with a sword would no longer be a dream. Anyway, there is no need to work after the end of the world, so he has plenty of time to think about it. When he had food and drink, and no longer had to think about any problems, the only thing Chen Ming needed to do was to make his life less boring and more colorful. After getting addicted to flying a sword in the room, Chen Ming got off the skateboard and sat back on the sofa. "Hey, cool." Leaning the skateboard against the glass coffee table, Chen Ming collapsed on the pillow, looked up at the ceiling, and smiled faintly. "This kind of life is interesting." Chen Ming didn't want to repeat mechanical work after graduation and be treated like a bull by his boss. Isn't it great that people can gain countless divine-level skills and make hundreds of millions of dollars just by playing a small fishing game while sitting at home? Currently, the top 10 scientific research institutes have defined the software Myriad Worlds Phishing as the #1 malignant virus software. Citizens, for the sake of your own personal safety, please do not use it again. The top 10 research institutes have joined forces with 390, Computer Guard, Firefox, and other virus security software companies have overcome the problem of being unable to delete. No longer using it. Listening to the report on the news, Chen Ming smiled scornfully. "Who cares about you?" Phishing in progress. Chapter 21. Phishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting Zombie Virus +1. The moment he saw this reward, Chen Ming couldn't hold himself any longer. There was silence for 10 seconds. Smiling bitterly, "Are you trying to convince me that the end of the world will really come?" At this time, Chen Ming was 100% convinced that someone in the Hawk faction had probably caught the same reward as himself. Moreover, that person is still a criminal, and there is a high probability that he is about to be executed. It would be a shame to have someone support him before he dies. Little does he know that his decision will cause hundreds of millions of people to become walking zombies. Chen Ming did not intend to retaliate against society and kept the zombie virus medicine properly in the storage space. Flush it down the toilet? Don't be kidding. If the circulating water cannot filter out zombie viruses, through the huge and intricate water supply system, in a few days, there will be tragic scenes of zombie siege in Great Xia. Not to mention filtering, whether zombie viruses can be detected is a problem. After all, before, this kind of thing only existed in movies and TV dramas. There were no samples at all and enough time to study it. Keep fishing. Fishing in progress. Complete the mini-game. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting satellite nuclear bomb +1. A nuclear bomb has been released again. Chen Ming always felt that if this thing continues like this, it won't ruin the streets here, right? Etc. Chen Ming suddenly noticed that the phishing system had learned the lesson from the last time. This time, it provided additional explanations in advance under the reward prompts. Note, it can be used in combination with the S-level skill Unlimited Bullets. After seeing this explanation, Chen Ming felt even more uneasy than when he saw the zombie virus. If I understand correctly, this means that I can pass unlimited satellites and drop nuclear bombs towards Blue Star without blind spots, and are unlimited nuclear bombs. This thing is so big that even Chen Ming has a hard time adapting to it. Because as long as he wants, he can release more nuclear weapons than the world's national reserves. As we all know, the reason why the world can maintain a superficial peace without major wars is largely related to nuclear weapons. Doesn't that mean that I now have national power? Can I be on an equal footing with the country? Chen Ming said half-jokingly. He didn't have much interest in this kind of thing. I just want to live as I want. Before that, we have to continue to increase our chips. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting +1 lifespan. Hey! Chen Ming just lay down and immediately sat up straight. Lifespan? It can really increase. Chen Ming had a little fantasy before, but he didn't expect it to come true so quickly. According to the system, lifespan +1 is equivalent to adding 1 year to lifespan, totaling 365 days, no more, no less. As long as I have enough time, won't I be able to live for 1,000 or even 10,000 years sooner or later? I will live as long as heaven. Chen Ming was looking forward to it in his heart. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a box of spicy strips. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a strong flashlight +1. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting submachine gun +1. Submachine gun bullets +300. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting the rifle expansion magazine +1. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting Stankong hair oil +1. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting the Polaroid camera +1. In the blink of an eye, another few hours passed. The result of this fishing is that there is no passion at all. Chen Ming decided to relax his eyes and brain. People came to the open-air balcony, put their hands on the guardrail, and admired the horizon and the beautiful scenery of the sunset. Buzz. Just then he said to rest, and someone sent another message. This is a friend request. Chen Ming didn't know who it was, but it seemed to be a newly registered account. The only person he could think of who would do such a thing was Zhao Yi, the money-worshipping girl. I don't agree with the large size, so I switched to the small size. Oh, the so-called unattainable flower tying is nothing more than that. Chen Ming declined without hesitation. The other party rejected your friend application. After receiving the reply, Zhao Yi didn't even bother to wash her face and quickly picked up her phone to confirm. But after seeing the result, his face suddenly darkened. What the hell? Shameless. I took the initiative to add him twice, but he either didn't respond or ignored me. Is it great to be rich? Zhao Yi just wanted to smash the phone, but it hurt her heart to think that she had finally coaxed Li Go into buying it for herself, so she had to give up. Xiaoa, I can't help it. In today's society, being rich is really a big deal. Lin Wei poured cold water on her. TCH, as long as the number of fishing tonight is refreshed, I might be able to have a net worth of hundreds of millions. By then, even if he kneels on the ground and begs me to let me be his woman, I will not agree. Opening the fishing software and looking at the grey Start Fishing button, Zhao Yi looked forward to it and pinned all her hopes on it. Lin Wei believes that the probability of becoming a billionaire relying on that software is extremely slim. He was thinking about how to get close to Chen Ming. After all, her trophy last night was a jar of lozenges. Because the taste was too unpleasant, I chose to throw it into the trash can, not wanting to torture myself. Time passed by minute. Soon, it was 12 o'clock in the morning that everyone was looking forward to. Fishing times are refreshed on time. According to expert advice, very few people give up using the myriad world's fishing software, except that the elderly cannot install it on their phones. With the move of a finger, the opportunity to become rich and powerful is presented to you. How many people can refuse it? On the internet, there are even many people who clearly put a price to buy a fishing opportunity. In offline transactions, no matter whether the fishing is good or bad, the money will be given. Those African chiefs decisively sold it. Rather than catching a lot of cheap and worthless things, it would be better to make a net profit of 1,000. The price of fishing opportunities has also been rising, from 500 yuan, to 1,000 yuan, to 3,000 yuan. Now, it has exceeded 10,000 yuan. Put on a mask and take a look at the time on the wall. Hey! Zhaoya picked up her phone, took a deep breath, and opened the Myriad Worlds phishing software. Be mentally prepared to become an apex-level rich man. Phishing in progress. What a risk! You almost failed. Why do you want to play such a small game to test your reaction speed? It's unnecessary. Zhaoya complained. Phishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a copy of Chicken Soup for the Soul. Zhaoya. Confirm repeatedly and click Withdraw. Turn over and stare at the words Recommended Selling Price, 24 yuan. Zhaoya's expression, even through the mask, it is not difficult to see how smelly she is. What did you catch? Zhaoya asked Lin Wei. Thinking that as good sisters, we can both be prosperous and prosperous. The reaction speed of old age means phishing failed. Lin Wei scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. You're really wasting your opportunity. Zhaoya shook her head speechlessly. Although Lin Wei still had a smile on her face, she replied in her heart, it's none of your business, I'm happy with it. Enjoy your chicken soup for the soul. By comparison, Chen Ming's side is full of joy, and Supreme Grade is released again. Chapter 22. Phishing in progress. Phishing successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the SSS-level skill, completely hidden. After seeing the words SSS-level skill, Chen Ming's originally calm mood suddenly became turbulent. However, when the words completely hidden came into view, Chen Ming couldn't help but frown slightly. For a moment, I couldn't realize the meaning of these 4 words combined. Click for details. SSS-level skill is completely hidden. After using this skill, you will be completely invisible, your breath and existence cannot be sensed, and all attacks are also invalid against you. For example, a bullet will pass through your body directly. Even if you are exposed to the explosion, it will not be affected at all. After reading this introduction, Chen Ming couldn't help but say 2 words, FK. I always feel that this skill is getting more and more abnormal. Light invisibility is already very abnormal, and it cannot be attacked or detected. Wouldn't that be equivalent to a ghost, able to kill opponents silently? The most important thing is that with this SSS level skill, even if the world perishes tomorrow, it has nothing to do with him. Just because after triggering the skill, Chen Ming can be immune to all damage. With a bang, he opened a can of beer, intending to celebrate and relieve the dryness of his throat. He drank it all in one breath, used the object control technique to knead the can into a small iron ball, and threw it into the trash can. Hey! Chen Ming took a deep breath and turned on the completely hidden state. I raised my hands and feet and looked at my own words, but nothing changed. Then I walked to the bathroom and looked into the makeup mirror. As expected, the mirror was empty. Chen Ming was not satisfied with this. He stepped on the skateboard and flew directly from the balcony under the control of the object control technique. Straight up to the sky. It was the first time to watch the night view of River City from such an angle. With the bright lights and bustling traffic, people have become almost like ants. Chen Ming was not afraid of heights, but at such a height, he still felt a little guilty. It took a long time to get used to it. After satisfying his dream of flying with a sword, Chen Ming chose to descend and came to the busy commercial street, passing quickly over everyone's heads. No one noticed it, as if they were in 2 different worlds from Chen Ming. However, the world where Chen Ming lives has a higher dimension. He could see and touch them, but not the other way around. After the personal test, Chen Ming returned to the hotel. If he had a perfect score of 100, he would not hesitate to score 101, 1 more point, and would not be afraid of being proud of the phishing system. Flying with a sword is indeed very interesting, but Chen Ming does not intend to waste his time on this kind of thing. I decided to pursue the victory, and if I was lucky, I would speed up phishing and maybe catch an SSS level skill. The more the merrier. Phishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting the breath freshening spray +1. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting the mobile phone holder +1. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a bag of Taiguanyan tea. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a purple clay pot. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting +300 crossbow arrows. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting shotgun +1. +50 shotgun bullets. The idea is beautiful, but the reality is much colder than Chen Ming imagined. It can't be said that there was nothing gained, but it was far from what Chen Ming expected. It seems like my appetite has been spoiled. Exit Myriad Worlds Fishing. Chen Ming opened the external network. I want to see what the outside world will look like right now. Click on the popular list to translate with one click. There are a lot of words like army, suppression, living dead, zombies on the list. Can't I hide it anymore? Chen Ming casually clicked on a video, still in the first person. Two arms appear on the scene, holding a fully equipped M4A1 rifle, standing behind the police car, facing the zombies that are rushing towards them like a tide, ignoring the incendiary bombs. Even though his body was covered in raging fire, he remained unmoved, growling from his mouth, bent on eating people, satisfying his hunger, and spreading the virus. Rookie! Didn't I tell you before? These monsters will only die if they are shot in the head, don't waste bullets. The person who spoke is the person who shot the video, and the picture comes from the law manifestation machine. Oh! Is it the same as the setting in movies and TV shows? Only if you hit the head will you die. Or is it that fishing in Myriad Worlds is based on reality? Chen Ming's conjecture is always just a conjecture because it cannot be verified. However, this is indeed useful information for him. At least I know how to kill those monsters. The video is just over a minute long. After playing, Chen Ming opened the comment area. Francis, my home has been surrounded by those monsters, who can come and save me? Where's the damn vigilante squad? I am a taxpayer. Farley, can anyone tell me if this is a movie scene or if it's real? Chester, I saw my family killed by those guys and turned into monsters. Hagen, stay away from Walton. It won't be long before the entire city falls. Hubert, I heard that the government seems to want to use nuclear bombs to destroy the monsters in the city. Elton, what did you say? I'm still in Walton. Could it be that he wants to blow up all of us? Lance, please sacrifice, I will always remember you. After all, if the opportunity to rescue you is delayed, it will only accelerate the spread of the virus and lead to the demise of the Hawks. Ken, you're a piece of shit. Shut up. IP location, Walton. Later, Chen Ming read several official rumors refuting news, and was scolded to the point of turning off the comment function. No new messages have been sent in several hours. Exit the external network. Rather than worrying about the safety of the Hawks, Chen Ming is now more worried about which idiot in the country, after catching a reward similar to the zombie virus, will be just for fun, or have other ideas, and let the danger come quietly. Put your phone aside to charge. Turn on the TV. The host is expressing his views on people's crazy hoarding of goods, and advises everyone not to listen to rumors and disrupt the market. In serious cases, they will face detention. But obviously, no one would believe this. When Chen Ming was flying around in the sky, he had already seen many people looting at canteens and major supermarkets, carrying large and small bags out of them. Compared with the host's words, they are more willing to believe in the 4 words "be prepared and prepared." Chen Ming thought, should he stock up more? With this SSS-level skill completely hidden, he can do it without spending a penny and stock up easily. Conscience? Does giving them a pile of waste paper count as having a conscience? The end of the world is coming, and my conscience is of no use. Can I have enough to eat? Chen Ming is a staunch egoist. I decided to wait until later and went straight to the storage warehouses of major shopping malls. If he had that time, Chen Ming would rather throw 2 more shots. Fishing in progress. Complete the mini-game. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the S-level skill, Transcendent Level Hacker. Chapter 23. S-level. Better than nothing. Without looking at the details, just by looking at the literal meaning, Chen Ming already knew how much improvement this skill could bring to him. A steady stream of hacker knowledge is pouring into his mind, integrating with this body. After Chen Ming felt that he was about the same, he got up and walked to the study room. There were many world-famous books here, as well as a laptop that could be used for temporary work by guests. Chen Ming turned on his computer and divided it by 3, 5, and 2. In less than a minute, he successfully hacked into the hotel's security monitoring system. Everything on the screen is normal. The security guard on duty did not notice anything amiss. Chen Ming felt that this was still not enough to show the power of hacking skills, so he decided to play a big game. He found the official website of the local sheriff, made up a false identity through the background program, and successfully entered the database. A stealth program was also programmed to prevent detection. As long as the other party starts tracking, this program will release a large amount of false information and lead them abroad. It can be everyone, but it will not be you. But it is obvious that Chen Ming underestimated the ability of S-level transcendent level hackers. From beginning to end, the police station was not aware of anything. After browsing the criminal database, he retreated and cleared the records. Even if the programmer backtracks afterwards, he will not find any abnormalities. Perhaps, can we be a little bolder? Chen Ming set his sights on the 4 major banks and chose one of them. Entered the personal account, compiled a series of complete information, and then changed the number on a bank card with a 0 balance to 1. Hey! After taking a deep breath, he pressed the confirmation button. Chen Ming monitors the security background in real-time split screen without any alarm prompts. Successful. Chen Ming felt very anxious and selected the love donation function that comes with the software. Enter $1 to confirm your donation. Then the message that the donation was successful and the love point +1 popped up. The corners of Chen Ming's mouth trembled, unable to hide the excitement in his heart. Although it only costs $1, it really proves how powerful this skill is. Create a currency that does not exist from scratch. And, let it truly have value and identity. Chen Ming did not continue. If he modified large amounts, he would definitely be traced. If he wants to avoid being investigated, he has to sit in front of the computer and use countless lies to fulfill each lie. Chen Ming is not that free to do such boring things for money. He is not short of money at all. Chen Ming just wanted to use this method to verify the effect of his skills, nothing more. Just like complete invisibility, Chen Ming is willing to give 101 points for the transcendent level hacking skill, 1 more point, and he is not afraid of being proud. In today's world made up of data, there are many places where transcendent level hackers can come in handy. For example, Chen Ming can rely on this skill to know a lot of information in advance that the official is not willing to announce, and prepare countermeasures in advance. Avoid being caught off guard by zombie monsters. Turn off the computer. Chen Ming returned to the living room. Pick up your phone. To be on the safe side, he kept the invisibility program on to prevent detection. Speaking of which, since the number of phishing has been updated, I wonder if anyone in the country has caught the skill? Or other powerful props? With doubts, Chen Ming opened a domestic communication forum. Phishing Myriad Worlds area. The top one on the popular list is, as a peace officer, I caught a cannon at a meeting. Click in, and there are photos. The heavy artillery crushed the desk. Popular are. Crime 1, playing with mobile phones during meetings. Crime 2, private possession of firearms, crime 3, damaging public property. After a quick look, it turned out that they were basically insignificant rewards that did not arouse Chen Ming's interest. Really not, or, choose obscene development. If Chen Ming feels like himself, there should be quite a few people who really have special skills and would choose to cooperate with the authorities. He gained both fame and fortune, and was widely reported by major television stations. Of course, there are also disadvantages. They are closely monitored 24 hours a day. Once they go out of control, they will face obliteration. From an official perspective, any powerful ability that cannot be utilized is considered heresy. They will not allow their power to be shaken and affect social stability. Why doesn't Chen Ming cooperate with the authorities? Just because he doesn't want to be controlled by others. With his current confidence, he does not need to rely on official resources. Immediately afterwards, Chen Ming had a bold idea in his heart. Could it be that out of 1.4 billion people, or in other words, 10 billion people, I am the only one who has drawn the skill? Unfortunately, this issue cannot be verified. Shake your head and stop thinking too much. I decided to cast a few more rods, but if I couldn't catch a satisfying reward, it was already getting late and I needed to take a rest. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a box of muscle and bone patches. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a roll of hemostatic cotton. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting gas mask +1. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a box of iced black tea. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting mountain cross-country vehicle +1. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting Gatling +1. Bullets +5,000. Oh! Did you catch Gatling again? Together with the Gatling that Chen Ming caught before, he now has 2 in total. Take it all out, hold it up with one hand, and lift it easily with the blessing of the strength attribute. Chen Ming couldn't help but imagine in his mind, if he faced a zombie wave, could he be able to stop it with the crazy output of these 2 big guys and unlimited bullets? Provoking goosebumps all over. Put Gatling back into the system backpack and continue fishing. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a box of toothpicks. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting body odor spray +1. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a mention. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a smart toilet. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a Bluetooth speaker. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting the double-barreled shotgun +1. Bullets +100. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a special watermelon knife. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting the explosion shield +1. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting the puppet talisman +10. Stop preparing for your next fishing trip and check out the details. Puppet talisman. After attaching the talisman paper to the object you need to control, you can control it for 24 hours. 24 hours later, the talisman burned spontaneously and was destroyed. After reading the introduction, Chen Ming showed a satisfied smile. Continue. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting the hydrating mask set +1. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting the whitening essence +1. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the SSS-level skill, frozen for thousands of miles. Chapter 24. Check out the skill introduction. SSS-level skill frozen thousands of miles, you will have the supreme power of the Ice Emperor, able to freeze everything in the world. After reading the skill details, Chen Ming touched the empty can in front of him with his fingertips. The can was frozen into ice almost in the blink of an eye. Not only that, through experiments, Chen Ming also discovered that he could decide the hardness of these ice cubes at will. It can make them as hard as iron, and it can also make them more fragile than foam, breaking into pieces when touched. If this trick is used on zombies, wouldn't it be possible to kill millions or tens of millions of zombies with just one thought? It was hard for Chen Ming not to doubt that the end of the world could be compared to a game. So, for others, the difficulty of this game is extremely difficult. When it comes to myself, the difficulty is defaulted to very easy. The game author seemed to be afraid that he would die, so he provided meticulous care. Is it frozen for thousands of miles? Chen Ming said half-jokingly, 10,000 miles is 10,000, 100,000 miles is 10,000, 1,000,000 miles, 10,000 miles, 10,000 miles, all 10,000. Combined with SSS-level, Chen Ming felt that he might be able to freeze the world. He wouldn't do such a desperate thing, it's mainly pointless. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting Mixu Lemonade plus 10. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting Solar Panel plus 10. Compressed Storage Battery plus 10. Solar Panel. This is a great thing. Does it come with a compressed battery that stores electricity? It's quite thoughtful. Although the security company's renovation project also included these, Chen Ming would not reject anyone who could find more ways to store electricity. Without electricity, many things cannot be used, and a lot of fun will be lost. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting the installation package of a 3500G game standalone masterpiece. No, the way to relieve boredom in the apocalypse has been brought to your doorstep. Chen Ming was very curious about the 3500G game. How many years would it take him to play it before he could pass it? Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a fully automatic washing machine plus 1. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a box of sweet-scented osmanthus cake. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a roll of anti-mosquito screens. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting nail clippers plus 1. After investing half an hour, there was still no trace of his skills, so Chen Ming simply gave up. Take a look at the time in the upper left corner of your phone. The time is about right. By this time, most people have gone to bed. Chen Ming turned on the satellite map function, and after some searching, he identified a few target warehouses that he could start with, and the harvest would not be too small. Pick up the skateboard, stand on it, and become fully invisible. Before he can completely master his balance, Chen Ming plans to use a skateboard instead of a sword, with safety first. Still not going through the door, he flew out from the balcony. Follow the best route updated in real time by satellites and head to the Nantian storage warehouse located in the south of the city. This warehouse is mainly responsible for supplying goods to major supermarkets and individual stores. The original 10-minute journey was reduced by 9/10. After arriving at the Nantian storage warehouse, Chen Ming could see many people driving cars and blocking the gate. Moving closer, the conversation became clearer. Mr. Ming, it would be too unethical for you to do this at this time. Yes. Give us some goods, let's make a fortune together, and cooperate more in the future, okay? Mr. Ming, after all, we have cooperated for almost 8 years, and you don't give this little face to your brothers. Faced with everyone's sincere confession, the warehouse owner Meng Liang said, Hey, there is really no product. We have known each other for so long. Am I going to lie to you? In order to prevent competition and malicious hoarding of goods, the superiors have already transferred the goods and prepared them for centralized distribution to avoid disrupting the market. Meng Liang explained sincerely. If Chen Ming hadn't entered the warehouse through the ventilation window and seen the various products piled on the shelves, Chen Ming would have probably believed his lies. Obviously, Meng Liang also wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to stock up on goods. After the price of the goods soared several times, more than 10 times, or even dozens of times, he would then sell them one after another and become worth tens of billions. It's a pity that he met Chen Ming. After the last employee turns off the lights and exits the warehouse, Chen Ming started his own sweep. Food, daily necessities, cements, paint, tools, commodities worth hundreds of millions. It only took Chen Ming a few minutes to quickly clear them out. Boom! Chen Ming didn't panic at all when he heard the door open. Those idiots actually believed it. How could I let go of my wealth and tell them about the so-called brotherhood? Meng Liang's voice reached his ears. Tonight, he was going to take a good inventory of the remaining goods and make plans to sell them in batches and test the waters. However, when he pressed the switch and the headlights turned on one after another, Meng Liang was dumbfounded. The huge warehouse now only has empty shelves. What's going on? Where's the goods? Where's my goods? Meng Liang stretched out his hands, grabbed the collar of the worker next to him, blew his beard and glared, asking fiercely. I don't know. The worker looked confused. Monitoring, hurry up. Go and adjust the monitoring, and by the way, you have to call the police. Damn it, all the stolen things were stolen from me. Meng Liang's teeth were almost broken, and he clenched his fists tightly, vowing that once he found out that person, he would pay a heavy price. Mr. Meng, I'm afraid that's not possible. The worker was just about to leave when he raised his eyes and said suddenly. Why not? Sure enough, you stole my money. Meng Liang stretched out his hand, trying to catch the worker again. But this time, the worker had quick eyes and quick hands and avoided it. Mr. Meng, that's not what I meant. You should take a look at the surveillance cameras yourself. The worker raised his finger. Meng Liang looked up doubtfully. I saw that every surveillance probe was covered with a towel. Chen Ming had already expected that even if he could become completely invisible, he would not be noticed. However, the scene of the goods being put into the unlimited storage space will definitely be recorded by the monitor. Therefore, Chen Ming prepared a response in advance. Meng Liang did not believe in evil and went to the monitoring room in person. Then, I was dumbfounded again. The last picture captured by the monitor showed that in just a few minutes after they arrived, goods worth hundreds of millions of dollars disappeared as if they had evaporated. Why, how could this happen? Meng Liang collapsed on the ground, his face full of despair. From what he saw and knew, he couldn't give a reasonable explanation for this. Even though he had seen many strong winds and waves, this was the first time he encountered such a strange thing. Meng Liang knew very well that even calling the police would not have much effect. Because I have no idea who did it. Wanting to transport goods worth hundreds of millions in just a few minutes without anyone noticing, is this really something that humans can do? No matter how doubtful he was, Chen Ming took the time to go to the next warehouse to harvest. Chapter 25. After that, Chen Ming focused on those warehouses. Without exception, a large number of people who wanted to stock up on goods gathered outside the gate, but were turned away and rejected. The warehouse manager said they were out of stock and would be the first to contact them once supplies were replenished. In fact, all I can think about is how to take advantage of this wave of panic before the end of the world to make more money. All the things that happened in the past remind them all the time that the more life and death moments there are, the more opportunities there are to make money crazily. Even if you don't do it yourself, there are many people who can. In this case, why can't the person who becomes a billionaire be himself? Success or failure, it all depends on this. Do my best. However, soon, all the enthusiasm was extinguished by a splash of urine. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw that the warehouse that was supposed to be full was now empty, with only a pile of iron shelves left. The key is that goods worth hundreds of millions or more than billions have disappeared out of thin air, and no evidence can be found. Although they knew it was useless to call the police, they had no choice. Soon, Chen Ming, who had eaten and drank enough, returned to the five-star hotel. He went out and within an hour, he was overjoyed to find tens of billions more resources in the storage warehouse. In addition, Chen Ming had to admit that this kind of free prostitution was indeed indescribably refreshing. It's the same as getting a tenfold rebate on spending money. Turn on Yangshi. The host remained silent about the emergence of the zombie virus in the outside world and the footage posted online. I have repeatedly advised all viewers not to open Myriad World's phishing software, which will bring irreversible losses to society and the country. Chen Ming understood that they wanted to suppress this matter, stabilize people's hearts, and avoid turmoil. Because other than that, there is no other better choice. Everyone doesn't understand things like zombie viruses. Reality is not a game and cannot be used as a reference. After all, you can restart the game if you die, but in reality there is no such option. Walking into the bedroom and lying on the Simmons bed, Chen Ming took out his mobile phone, opened the forum, and located River City. As expected, the news that several warehouses were stolen and emptied out in just a few minutes has been leaked by insiders, and accompanied by surveillance video and photos. Chen Ming opened the comment area. Warm your heart, what's going on? I just saw the warehouse in Nanjing was stolen, and Baikan fell again? Dogskin plaster, it's probably not a joke, this guy has official certification. Licking a dog will lead to a happy death, so, how on earth could so many products be moved away quietly in just a few minutes? My heart is like a Buddha, I suspect that there should be some connection with the Myriad World's phishing software. 304 stainless steel, damn it. Could it be that someone really gained superpowers through that game software? Then I don't want to listen to the advice of the host of Yangshi. Match, damn it. Why do you listen to them? Seize the opportunity to fish, otherwise you won't even know how you will die when the time comes, and you will waste the opportunity. Transparent glass at 304 stainless steel, I will pay you 1,000 to buy your fishing opportunity, offline transaction, we are in the same city. Dumb tape at 304 stainless steel, I'll pay you 5,000. We live in the same city, so I'll drive to find you. It was rolled up and turned into an auction house, and its value continued to rise. If it weren't for the tenfold rebate, and Chen Ming was too cautious, Chen Ming could easily have $1 trillion net worth by selling fishing opportunities. After admiring the results, Chen Ming yawned. It was getting late, so he put his phone aside and decided to sleep. In a blink of an eye, the time came to 8 o'clock in the morning. Chen Ming slept until he woke up naturally. Just as he was about to pick up the phone, it rang first. After picking it up, I found that it was a call from the security company, saying that all the design drawings and materials had been arranged. As long as Chen Ming is sure that there is no problem with the design, he can start to renovate the villa. Chen Ming asked them to go to the property management company to get the spare keys, and then contact him for acceptance after the modifications were completed. Professional people do professional things, Chen Ming only cares about the results. After washing up, Chen Ming came to the living room, picked up the phone, and ordered some breakfast. Rice rolls, steamed buns, fried dumplings, siomai, soy milk, and fried dough sticks, it's pretty light. Less than 10 minutes later, the doorbell rang. Chen Ming just came out of the bathroom, wearing only a bath towel. Thinking it should be fine, I went to open the door. There was a man and a woman in charge of delivering breakfast. The man is an ordinary waiter, and the woman is a deputy manager. Her appearance is very iconic, and she can get a perfect score of 85 out of 100. Of course, this is the effect after makeup. Although he can't compare to those celebrities, he is still the type that ordinary people can notice at a glance. List. When the door opened and she saw Chen Ming with half-wet hair and topless body, the female manager opened her mouth slightly, and her eyes were unconsciously attracted by Chen Ming's sculpted chest muscles, abdominal muscles, and male waist. Chen Ming's original figure was not that good, but after adding strength attributes, his body naturally changed. He only discovered it when he was taking a shower. Noticing the greedy look in the female manager's eyes, Chen Ming was really afraid that if she continued to look at her, she would strip herself naked. Cough cough cough. He lightly clenched his fist in front of his lips and coughed twice to remind the other party. Sorry. The female manager quickly came to her senses, her cheeks turned red, knowing that she had lost her composure. He quickly called the waiter to push the dining cart in and put breakfast on the table for Chen Ming. The waiter agreed and couldn't help but take another look at Chen Ming when he passed by. FK. How did you get this figure? It's so strong. My heart is full of envy. If the status gap were not too big, the waiter would definitely kneel down and ask Chen Ming to teach him how to exercise. With such a perfect figure, what woman can't get it? Mr. Chen, this is my business card. If you need anything, you can call me. I am available 24 hours a day, or late at night. The female manager took out a business card and handed it to Chen Ming. When speaking, she deliberately emphasized the word late at night. As a man, Chen Ming couldn't understand her thoughts. Respond with a nice word, then watch the two of them leave the room and close the door. As for that business card? He was thrown aside by Chen Ming. Even if Chen Ming really has this idea, he still needs to find a woman who can easily achieve a score of 95 or above even without makeup. Is there any truth that the stronger the strength, the lower the vision? If you want it, you want the best. Chen Ming now plans to spend all his thoughts on how to prepare for the coming storm. Today's chips are not enough, far from enough. Chen Ming always felt that this myriad worlds fishing system would not be that simple. The zombie virus will only be the starting point, not the end. Pull out a chair and sit at the dining table. Holding chopsticks in one hand, he picked up a soup dumpling and put it into his mouth. In the other hand, holding the mobile phone, he opened myriad worlds for fishing, preparing to start today's harvest. Chapter 26. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting the red paint spray can +1. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting +1 for the armed helicopter. Chen Ming stopped preparing for his next fishing trip, and his attention was instantly attracted by the words armed helicopter. Coupled with full-level driving ability, this thing will make my actions in the end of the world safer and faster, unless there is a monster with the ability to fly. Speaking of which, in addition to humans, are those animals also infected by the zombie virus? Chen Ming couldn't help but be curious. He has often seen zombie dogs, wolves, and other transformed animals in movies, TV series, and games. It is uncertain whether the fishing system will copy this setting. At least currently, no relevant information has been found on major websites. If animals can also be infected with zombie viruses, then at this time, birds will migrate back to Great Xia. Chen Ming's heart tightened, and he decided that the end of the world might land in Great Xia and other countries earlier than he imagined. In this way, bring the zombie virus to the whole world. They can stop people, but they may not be able to stop animals. If large-scale hunting is carried out, those so-called animal protection organizations in some countries that still maintain peace will not give up. A voice came from the balcony. Chen Ming looked warily and saw that it was a sparrow standing on the balcony. Chen Ming relaxed his vigilance and was very sure that it was not infected with the zombie virus. If he really got infected with that thing, it would be impossible to be so peaceful between it and himself. The intense hunger caused by the zombie virus will force them to hunt all living creatures. However, to be on the safe side, Chen Ming used his object control skills to control the ashtray on the small table on the balcony, picked it up, and dropped it with a loud bang, frightening the sparrow away. Prevent it from being infected with the zombie virus and hindering you from concentrating on fishing. Phishing in progress. Phishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting the plastic mace +1. Phishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting the body armor +1. Phishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting the high voltage electric baton +1. Phishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting the folding submachine gun +1. Submachine gun bullets +300. Phishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting Heavenly Thunder Talisman +10. Check the details. Heavenly Thunder Talisman. Select an area and burn the talisman to draw a thunder from the 9th layer sky, causing a fatal attack on the enemy. Chen Ming suppressed his curiosity and was not in a hurry to experiment. After all, there were only 10 of them, so using one was one less. With metaphysical rewards like this, Chen Ming looks forward to catching more spots. Phishing in progress. Phishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting 7 Gods Toilet Water +1. Phishing successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the S-level skill, Body Strengthening. Chen Ming did some research and learned that after this skill is triggered, it will greatly enhance the body's defense, making it as solid as a rock. At the same time, the strength attribute will be doubled during the triggering time of the skill. To put it more bluntly, it has high output and is resistant to beating. Chen Ming wanted to know, after using this skill, can zombies still be able to bite me? If they can't bite me, doesn't it mean that I can't be infected with the zombie virus? Thinking about it this way, I am even more satisfied with catching such a skill. Without stopping, another fried dumpling was placed in his mouth. He had already wiped out most of the breakfast for the few people in front of him. Phishing in progress. Phishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a leather jacket. Phishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting the premium Simmons +1. Phishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a box of mosquito coils. Phishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a kerosene lighter. Phishing successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving 10 boxes of matches. Until Chen Ming destroyed the last soup dumpling, he couldn't see the reward that made his adrenaline rush. But after eating this breakfast, the reward was very generous. Chen Ming just had a spoiled appetite. If it were anyone else, he would definitely be so excited that he would jump up to 2 or 3 meters high from his stool. The waiter will collect the dishes afterward. Chen Ming gets up and walks away, returning to the living room. Sitting on the sofa, I picked up the remote control, turned on the TV, and decided to change to the local news channel. There are not many valuable reports on Yangshi. The top 10 scientific research institutes have made no progress in cracking the myriad world's phishing. Chen Ming deliberately found a local news channel near the sea and closest to the Hawks. Live broadcast. Chen Ming glanced at the words live broadcast in the upper right corner and found a group of people surrounding the operating table, dissecting a small animal. Even though there is a layer of mosaic, it is not difficult to tell from the feathers that it is a bird. When he got closer, because he was touching the TV, Chen Ming enlarged the screen with his hands and saw the word disease control. After letting go, the TV picture returned to normal. Sitting back on the sofa, Chen Ming laughed at himself. I shouldn't have awakened the crow's mouth or other skills, right? Take out your mobile phone, open the browser, enter keywords, people, birds, attacks, and click search. Sure enough, I saw a piece of news posted 23 minutes ago. After taking a closer look, it perfectly confirmed Chen Ming's previous conjecture. As expected, the zombie virus was brought back to Great Xia by animals first. The bird was sealed and sent to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention for autopsy and analysis. The exact fate of the victims was not specified. According to Chen Ming's conjecture, if something happened to the Hawks before, no matter how hard those people above believed that the zombie virus would break out, they would most likely temporarily control people to avoid contact with the infection in order to seek safety. If the zombie virus really spreads, no one can bear the responsibility. However, judging from this situation, unless a professional team is organized to kill birds on a large scale and indiscriminately. Otherwise, according to Chen Ming's understanding, within 3 days, things will become too serious to be controlled, and cities will fall one after another. Fortunately, Chen Ming's villa will be renovated before then and will not affect him. Stop overthinking. The more times like this, the more you have to concentrate and work hard on fishing. Get more life-saving skills. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting plus 10 strength attribute. 10 points of strength attribute directly. No choice, add them all. In an instant, endless power poured into Chen Ming's body. Chen Ming walked to the balcony, picked up a decorative pebble as big as an egg from the flower pot, and gave it a little push. When he opened his fingers again, the pebble turned into white flour-like powder on the spot and drifted away in the wind. What a terrifying power! Chen Ming felt that with the power of his current punch, even if he faced a King Kong, he could easily kill it. Blow its head off. I couldn't be more satisfied with this improvement. Strike while the iron is hot. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting the Tang Dao upgrade accessory +1. Chapter 27. Tang Dao upgrade accessories. Chen Ming clicked to view the introduction. Tang Dao upgrade accessories, exclusive upgrade accessories for Tang Dao weapons. After use, Tang Dao can have fire attributes. Fire attribute. Chen Ming was not sure whether what the system wanted to express and what he understood had the same meaning. No matter what, install it first. Add upgrade accessories to Tang Dao. Confirm add. Adding. Added successfully. Tang Dao has been upgraded and renamed, Blazing Tang Dao. Chen Ming quickly took out the Tang Dao from the storage space. On the surface, it didn't look much changed. But behind the blade astral projection, a wisp of flame couldn't stop overflowing. At the base of the knife, there is an extra flame mark, like an ancient mantra, full of mystery. After the blade was completely pulled out, the flame disappeared. Chen Ming clenched his fingers hard, and heard a bang. The flames became raging again, covering the entire blade, but it did not make people feel hot. Chen Ming took out a tissue from the box, threw it in the air, and then slashed it with a knife. The paper towel burned instantly, leaving only ashes. Does this flame have a protective effect on the user? It's quite smart. After that, Chen Ming came to the bathroom again, with an idea in his mind that he wanted to verify. Call. He held the blazing Tang sword with both hands, took a deep breath, and immediately slashed out. Boom! A wisp of fierce fire broke away from Tang Dao, forming an arc-shaped saber chi, and hit the brick wall. Although the flames were fleeting, the high temperature caused the tiles to crack. It really works. Chen Ming was very satisfied with the result. With the strength attribute and strengthened Tang Dao, he created the saber chi that he could only see in movies and TV series. More importantly, Chen Ming did not use all his strength. If you use all your strength, the power of this blow will only be more terrifying. Put the Tang knife back into the scabbard and put it into the storage space. He would compensate for the broken brick wall later, provided that at that time, the hotel manager would still have the life to come to him for money. Return to the living room. When Chen Ming opened the forum again, he wanted to see through the hot search list whether anyone in Daxia had revealed anything related to the zombie virus. I actually found an entry that was published less than 10 minutes ago, but it has already climbed to the 48th place on the hot search list. Number animal corpse transformation? Birds with rotting bodies appeared on the beach and attacked tourists, causing many injuries. Click on it and it's a video. In the video, not just one bird, but a flock of birds attacks tourists on the beach. Use the sharp beak to pierce the skin, tear off a piece of flesh and blood, and then raise your head to swallow it. Some people even had their hair grabbed by the bird's claws, and large pieces of their scalps were torn off, dripping with blood. There were many tourists who screamed with blood holes pecked on their bodies. The video is only 2 minutes and 35 seconds long. It's not that the tourists didn't want to take the video, but that the photographer was also targeted by the strange bird. In the end, a bird's face was left with a rotten face, eyes full of wriggling white maggots, a mouth wide open, and claws hooked on the camera. It was both terrifying and weird. Click on the comment area. Seal the heart and not love, is it true or false? Isn't it really going to be the end of the world? Killer God by Chi, damn. It's so scary. This seems to be the beach near my home. Gan. I think it's better not to go out recently. Mooncake, as a special effects artist, I can confirm that this video has never been processed in any way. Blue Lotus, everyone, please cache it quickly. You may no longer be able to see this video soon. Flowers are blooming and the moon is full, shared to the chat group of a loving family. Shushu Kyangwo, no, I don't even have any noodles at home. I have to go to the supermarket to buy some. Brother Sign, are you sure you can get it? Almost all supermarkets in our area are closed. There was a stampede incident before and several people were sent to the hospital. The atmosphere of panic spread quickly. Although the video has only been posted for less than 10 minutes, the number of has already exceeded 5,000 plus. When Chen Ming quit this video, refresh and see that the popularity of the entry has moved from 48th to the top 30. It seems like things will get messy faster than I thought. As soon as he finished speaking, a police siren sounded outside the window. Chen Ming walked to the balcony and looked down. There was a long queue of security and special police vehicles, and he didn't know where they were heading. Chen Ming had to guess that there was probably a bloodshed somewhere because of the robbery of resources. Chen Ming, with an attitude of being indifferent to the world, sat on the rocking chair on the balcony and continued fishing to obtain more high-level resources and lead all mankind far ahead. After all, among tens of billions of people, he is the only one who has unlimited fishing opportunities. Moreover, the fishing system makes it very clear that SSS-level skills are unique and will not be repeated 100%. However, until now, there is still no news related to skills. All SSS-level skills are unique. If this continues, won't all the SSS-level skills be fished out by me? Exclusively. Guilt? Sorry, Chen Ming only has expectations and excitement in his heart. In the apocalypse, the strong are respected. After monopolizing all SSS-level skills, Chen Ming no longer has to worry about someone using the myriad world's phishing software to bind SSS-level skills and take advantage of the situation to rise and pose a threat to himself. Thinking of this, Chen Ming was instantly full of motivation. Immediately took a swing. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a box of throat lozenges. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting mortar +1. Cannonball +20. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting Python revolver +1. Special bullets +50. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting +10 lifespan. Added 10 years to my lifespan? Does that mean I've gained 10 more years of life? Chen Ming always thought that his lifespan could only be fishing for 1 year at most. I can't help but look forward to whether, in addition to 10 years, I can fish for 100 years, 1,000 years, or 10,000 years. Eternal life has been the ultimate romance that the great Xia people have been pursuing since ancient times. Now, for Chen Ming, although it can't be said to be within easy reach, at least there is hope, and it is not an illusory hope. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a box of kiwi fruit. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving a box of Sunshine Rose grapes. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a solid gold watch. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting +1 in chess. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting drone +1. Chen Ming did some research and found that it was a civilian drone with its own camera and could transmit wireless images at any time. It can be used as a good reconnaissance tool in the future. Continue. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a box of anti-inflammatory drugs. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting the triangular army thorn +1. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting Nepal army knife +2. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting the electric drill +1. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting red potion +1. Chen Ming thought it was a red potion that could restore life or heal wounds. Unexpectedly, it was an extremely ordinary red potion that could be seen everywhere. Although it still has the effect of sterilizing and inhibiting bacteria and promoting wound healing, it is far from the rapid healing that Chen Ming imagined. Come again. Oh. During this waiting time, is it necessary to withdraw money again? Chapter 28. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the S-level skill, Danger Sense. S-level. Chen Ming thought it was at least an SSS. However, the words danger perception did arouse his curiosity and he checked the skill introduction. S-level skill danger perception, you can predict the exact attack route against you 3 seconds in advance. Predict the attack 3 seconds in advance, and the route will be clearly displayed. This skill is far more practical than Chen Ming imagined. 3 seconds of advance reaction time is more than enough even for an ordinary person. What's more, Chen Ming has experienced various SSS-level skills and enhanced attribute points. In short, it works. Very useful. Very useful. With this skill, I will get more free attribute points in the future and add them all to speed and reaction. Will my ability to dodge attacks be improved to 1000%? The already stable body and mind suddenly gained a lot of confidence. When Chen Ming was preparing to start his next fishing trip, the voice of the male host on TV caught his attention. Currently, the authorities attach great importance to the incidence of birds and beasts attacking people in Bahai City, and have organized bird-catching teams to kill them throughout the city. The Bahai Public Security Bureau headquarters recommends that all citizens or tourists should not go out unless necessary. If you encounter unidentified and aggressive birds, you should go indoors and take shelter in time. It's not forbidden to go out. Chen Ming was a little surprised. Logically speaking, the corpse transformation should have happened long ago by this time. Even if the data on the zombie virus cannot be analyzed, it should not be difficult to judge with the naked eye whether those zombie birds will spread the virus and turn the living people into the living dead after attacking people, right? You really want to suppress panic? But how can you suppress this kind of thing? In Chen Ming's view, zombie rising is basically a done deal and difficult to change. Especially after it was confirmed that in addition to humans, zombie viruses also have an infectious effect on animals. If even mosquitoes can be infected, suck blood from the pathogen, turn into zombies, and then suck human blood. Just thinking about it, Chen Ming couldn't help but feel his scalp numb. Despite his danger awareness, he chose to close all the windows just to be on the safe side. Electronic mosquito repellent liquid? Chen Ming is not sure whether this thing is effective against zombie mosquitoes. From his perspective, it's probably not possible. In the following time, what Chen Ming has to do is very simple. The main task is fishing, and the secondary task is to collect breaking information about the apocalypse from various places on the internet to pass the time. I just want to wait for the villa to be renovated as soon as possible, and then move in and start a secluded life isolated from the apocalypse. Sunset dusk. Boom. Boom! Boom! There was a sudden knock on the door of the hotel room where Chen Ming was staying. Chen Ming did not remember ordering any room service. I quit fishing in myriad worlds and walked over with some caution. Through the peephole, you can see a man and a woman standing outside the door. They are both dressed like typical successful people, with neat suits and shiny leather shoes. The man was about to knock on the door again when Chen Ming opened it first. One hand was hidden behind his back. If these two people wanted to do something random, Chen Ming could take out the Tang Dao at any time and chop them in half with brute force. In front of them, Chen Ming did not see the identity tags of the hotel employees. Thinking about spending millions to book a presidential suite, you may become a fat sheep in the eyes of some people. Even if he thinks too much, it will not do any harm to Chen Ming. As the old saying goes, be prepared to avoid danger. Who are you? Chen Ming asked the other party's identity. Mr. Chen, please introduce yourself. My name is Dai Guangchuan, and I am the chairman of Tianjing Department Store. After that, he introduced the people around him. This is my secretary, Lu Yu. Hello, Mr. Chen. Lu Yu bowed slightly with a formal smile. So, what do you want to do with me? Chen Ming asked the other party to go straight to the point and not beat around the bush. The owner of this hotel is my brother. I learned from him that you are very wealthy. I happen to have a big business here and want to talk to you. Dai Guangchuan explained in detail. Business. As he said this, Chen Ming roughly guessed the purpose of Dai Guangchuan's visit to him. There is a batch of goods at the dock. I can't swallow it by myself. I want to join hands with you, Mr. Chen, to get that batch of goods. In today's environment, food is king. When the time comes, we only need to wait for the price to soar to a suitable high point, sell it directly, and make a net profit of dozens or hundreds of times. Dai Guangchuan revealed his plan. What's your contact information? I'll consider it first. Chen Ming took out his cell phone. Okay, my contact information is 180. Dai Guangchuan looked happy, feeling hopeful, and gave his personal mobile phone number. Then we won't bother you anymore. We hope to get your reply as soon as possible. After all, the whole country is now stocking up like crazy, and there might be new buyers in the next second. Don't forget to add. Good. Chen Ming could see that Dai Guangchuan really wanted to promote this cooperation, but even if he was rich, he didn't want to be used in vain. He had to investigate whether it was true or false first. Farewell, I look forward to your reply. Dai Guangchuan turned around and left with his secretary Lu Yu. Secretary. He whispered softly. Looking at Lu Yu's hip-covering skirt, it barely covered her buttocks would be exposed if she stepped a little wider. It was hard for Chen Ming not to suspect that Dai Guangchuan deliberately wanted to play a honey trap with him. As a secretary, Lu Yu's makeup look is too heavy. Chen Ming couldn't help but think of a sentence in his mind. Secretary has something to do, and nothing to do. Close the door and take out your phone. With the string of numbers left by Dai Guangchuan, Chen Ming hacked into his mobile phone through a series of code operations and copied all the data to the cloud disk. After reading it, it was indeed as Chen Ming thought, it was a scam. The goods are real, but in a chat with his eldest brother, Dai Guangchuan made it clear that after swallowing the goods and selling them at a high price, he would immigrate directly to an overseas country and enjoy the rest of his life. He is not afraid of Chen Ming's investigation at all. It is estimated that he will turn into a walking corpse in a short time. Even if nothing changes, when the apocalypse comes, is it possible that he still has the mood and energy to hold himself accountable? It's better to think about how to survive. After all, not everyone has a far-sighted vision like Dai Guangchuan. As for that Lu Yu, she is a fake socialite who often attends various high-level banquets to enhance her bargaining chip. To put it mildly, they are no different from those women in brothels. Just as Chen Ming guessed. The reason why Dai Guangchuan used the name of his secretary to find her was because he wanted to use Lu Yu's body to promote cooperation. Unexpectedly, Chen Ming never let them in. Even though Lu Yu had all kinds of ways to kill men, she didn't even have the chance to speak, so she couldn't use them. After learning all this, Chen Ming smiled coldly and said, "Okay, the trick is actually on me." Chapter 29. Someone had bullied him. In the past, when he had no ability, Chen Ming might have chosen to swallow his anger. But now, after gaining the ability, I still choose to swallow my anger. That is what only a fool would do. Chen Ming returned to the study, opened his laptop, and set up incognito mode. All operations will disappear after shutting down the computer and cannot be recorded. The IP address has long been fictitious. It is obvious that the person is in Great Xia River City, but if someone really traces it in reverse, they will only find a virtual country that does not exist. Through a series of operations, Chen Ming directly sold Dai Guangchuan's entire net worth, intending to donate all the savings to national welfare institutions free of charge to make a fortune. There are 3 levels of verification methods. SMS verification is the simplest. Chen Ming intercepted it halfway and obtained the verification code. Fingerprint verification and face recognition cracked the local security database of Dai Guangchuan's mobile phone. It contains the face recognition and fingerprint verification materials that he set up when he purchased the mobile phone. After this series of operations, Dai Guangchuan's total deposit balance of 530 million was transferred out without a penny left. As for the batch of goods Dai Guangchuan mentioned, Chen Ming easily found the seller's number. Turn off the computer, take out the phone, and call the other party. Who are you? Why do you know this number? At first, the other party was very wary. But Chen Ming only used one sentence to dispel his vigilance: "I will pay twice the price to buy your freighter's goods." To a businessman, nothing is more sincere than price. After making an appointment to meet at a meeting place, Chen Ming once again became completely invisible and flew hundreds of meters into the air on his skateboard. In terms of performance, this skateboard is still not as good as the flying sword. It seems that I need to find some time to practice my balance ability. Alternatively, it would be good to develop a skill that can increase balance. Chen Ming murmured to himself. 10 minutes later, Chen Ming arrived at the dock. From a distance, you can see the tall cargo ship with containers of various colors piled on top. At this moment, there is only one cargo ship at sea, and the name is correct, so there is no admission of error. Chen Ming landed quietly with his feet, put the skateboard into the storage space first, and did not show up in a hurry. In the current environment, coupled with the fact that he was dealing with such lawless people, Chen Ming did not dare to take it lightly. Easily bypass the guards and board the cruise ship. Hearing the conversation, Chen Ming walked over. "Boss, this is Great Xia. What if something happens if we do this?" "Don't worry, everyone is busy trying to figure out how to deal with those monsters right now, so they don't have time to care about us. So this time, do you plan to actually sell this batch of goods? Take action? How is it possible? After that guy completes the remittance, deal with it immediately, take it to the high seas to bury his body, and then find the next target. Repeat this until I become a billionaire, no, a billionaire." Hearing the conversation between 2 foreigners, one black and one white, Chen Ming was glad that he had paid attention. Why can Chen Ming understand the conversation between them? It's simple. Before that, Chen Ming had acquired an S-level language great master skill. I thought it was useless at first, but now it seems that it still has some uses, but it just needs to be discovered slowly. Wait a minute. According to this, didn't I indirectly save that guy's life? Chen Ming didn't think that someone like Dai Guangchuan would end well if he fell into the hands of these desperados. It is not difficult to know from several people that the act of killing people and then abandoning them in the high seas to feed fish is a common occurrence for these people. Take out your mobile phone and hack all the surveillance systems nearby. Chen Ming started to rob in person. Pieces of containers are collected into the storage space. The cigarette butt fell to the ground. As the owner of this cargo, the captain stared blankly. What happened? Why did the container disappear out of thin air? No matter how much he rubbed his eyes and blinked, the disappeared containers could not return to their original positions. On the contrary, more containers evaporated and ceased to exist. Not only the captain, but also a group of crew members saw this situation, and they also had one head and two heads. Watching goods worth more than $1 billion disappear, leaving only an empty ship. Oh my God! His legs weakened and the captain fell to the ground, beginning to believe that evil will be punished. Is it because I killed too many people before that I was targeted by the devil? As the devil, Chen Ming was content to carry tens of thousands of blind containers and skateboards back to the sky, away from the freighter. Let them live? Chen Ming was not going to be merciful to people who not only wanted to steal his money, but also wanted to kill him. He knew very well in his heart that no matter how strong the villa and the fortress were, he would eventually be able to avoid staining his hands with blood. Instead of waiting until the critical moment to adapt, lose the chain, and endanger your life, it's better to adapt as soon as possible. Take out a previously caught Heavenly Thunder talisman. Select the coordinates, and then twist the finger holding the talisman tightly in a circle. Heavenly Thunder talisman will burst into flames like magic. Chen Ming threw the talisman out again. Wait until the talisman is completely burned to ashes by the flames. There were dark clouds overhead, and thunder and lightning flashed frequently like pythons. By this time, the sun had already set, leaving only endless darkness. The next second, boom! There was a loud noise that shook the ground. A thick, dragon-like thunder and lightning pierced the night sky and fell from the center of the billowing dark clouds. The target was exactly the coordinates that Chen Ming had set before. The area visible to the naked eye, the entire sky and the earth, was illuminated by the thunder until it turned pale and dazzling. The thunder punched a big hole in the freighter. Because the freighter could not withstand the pressure, cracks spread, broke, and sank. As for those desperados on the ship, already under the remnant power of the thunder, it instantly turned into charcoal and drifted away in the wind. Even if the matter was so big, no one would associate it with Chen Ming. Zombies have appeared, the sky and the earth are abnormal, and a thunder falls causing the freighter to sink. Is this normal? How many people would associate it with superpowers? Chen Ming didn't want to waste any more time on this issue, how he got here and how he got back. After returning to the hotel, a villain with a sword in hand, plus $1 billion blind container box picked up for free. Chen Ming was in a good mood now and opened a bottle of red wine worth hundreds of thousands to celebrate. I decided to wait until the renovation of the villa was completed, and then open 2 blind container boxes to see what kind of survival resources I could discover from them. People are always curious about the unknown. It's worth hundreds of thousands of dollars in red wine. It tastes really good. Chen Ming gently shook the red wine glass in front of him, very satisfied. He also has several boxes of the same wine. In contrast, Dai Guangchuan, who was waiting for Chen Ming's reply in the room downstairs, had an extremely ugly expression. Chapter 30. When he received a call from the charity center, Dai Guangchuan realized that he had become a transcendent level benefactor. At first, Dai Guangchuan thought the other party was joking with him. Or it was a scam call, saying that he had donated hundreds of millions for free, and wanted to award himself a certificate of honor and arrange a news interview. Dai Guangchuan didn't believe him, so he just hung up the phone. But after thinking about it, I still felt something was wrong, so I opened the banking software and checked the balance. It would have been better if he didn't check it. When he checked it, he was dumbfounded when he saw a few big zeros. Constantly refreshing, changing 5G traffic, and wireless networks, however, 0 is still 0. Dai Guangchuan didn't believe in evil, so he took out his hand and called the bank manager. As a result, I learned from the other party that it was indeed done by him personally, all verifications were correct, and the money was donated to a national charity for free. Dai Guangchuan couldn't help it immediately and uttered a curse word, "Let your mother go." The other party had no choice but to hang up the phone. Immediately, Dai Guangchuan called the staff member who had just contacted him and said that he had accidentally made a mistake and asked if he could get his money back. Be rejected. Dai Guangchuan settled for the next best thing, thinking about retreating 9/10, 8/10, or half. All were rejected. When the hell did I donate it? Why didn't I know that I was so kind? Dai Guangchuan was so angry that he jumped in the room and said all the curse words he could think of. I decided to go to the bank immediately and ask for an explanation. However, the bank gave Dai Guangchuan a series of evidence that was difficult to refute. Verification codes, face recognition, and fingerprints are all handled by him personally. No matter how Dai Guangchuan says that he has never done it, the evidence is the evidence. He couldn't provide any evidence to prove that he didn't do it. Dai Guangchuan was extremely desperate when he was asked out of the bank. But soon, he regained hope. Perhaps, I can raise the transaction price a little higher to make up for the missing part, and then swallow all the goods. That's right. It works. Thinking of this, Dai Guangchuan hurriedly returned to the hotel, briefly tidied up, adjusted his mentality, and decided to go upstairs to find Chen Ming to negotiate quickly and settle the matter. Ding dong! Ding dong! Ding dong! The moment he heard the doorbell, Chen Ming knew who was coming and what he wanted to do without even thinking. Opening the door and looking at Dai Guangchuan, whose breathing was slightly rapid, Chen Ming held a red wine glass in his hand and asked with a smile, "Why are you here again?" "Mr. Chen, I'm here to tell you that a new buyer has appeared for that batch of goods. If you don't make a decision, this business that is guaranteed to make a profit will be taken away by others." Dai Guangchuan pretended. He looked anxious and said. Little did he know that he accidentally told the truth. There was indeed a new buyer eyeing that batch of goods. If that's the case, you can rest assured. After hearing the first half of the sentence, Dai Guang showed excitement, thinking that Chen Ming had thought it over and decided to invest. Who would have thought that the second half of the sentence would make Dai Guangchuan feel despair? "I have found those foreigners and bought all the goods on the entire freighter." Dai Guangchuan. After being stunned for 3 or 4 seconds, he finally came to his senses and asked with a forced smile, "Mr. Chen, is it not appropriate for you to do this?" "What's inappropriate? Isn't it natural to spend money to trade?" Chen Ming asked back. "But this business was introduced to you by me, and you directly bypassed me and went to cooperate with them. Didn't you lose my interests? As a businessman, it is really disgraceful for you to do this." Dai Guang rumor sayings that's right. "In this case, how much money do you have? I can just sell you the part of the goods that you deserve." Chen Ming said. This should have been good news to Dai Guangchuan, but now he can't get a penny out. "Would you like to ask Big Brother for help?" When he was in a dilemma, Dai Guangchuan suddenly noticed the expression on Chen Ming's face, as if he was watching a joke. "Wait a minute. The matter of my deposit being transferred has nothing to do with you, right? Besides, Dai Guangchuan really couldn't think of anyone else who could do such a thing. I don't understand what you are talking about. Since I can't get the money and it's getting late, I'm going to rest. Goodbye." Before Dai Guangchuan could react, Chen Ming closed the door first. Boom. Hey! Dai Guangchuan, who had been rejected, clenched his fingers tightly, and the fire of anger in his heart burned fiercely. That guy is proficient in hacking technology, or he has transcendent-level hackers under his command. He knew that I wanted to trick him, so he took action in advance. It must be. On the way back, Dai Guangchuan was extremely convinced of this idea. Or, he hoped so. Otherwise, hundreds of millions, no, I should say dozens, tens of billions of hoarding income will be lost in vain. Dai Guangchuan doesn't know who he will take revenge on. Determined to have Chen Ming operated on. After that, Dai Guangchuan negotiated hard, found his eldest brother, and borrowed 1 million from him. Dai Guangchuan had his own channels and decided to use the million to find 2 killers and kill Chen Ming. Since you don't want to make it easy for me, then don't even think about it. How can someone be great if you have money? Whose heart is not made of flesh? I want to see how many knives and bullets you can withstand. Having said that, Dai Guangchuan confirmed sending the reward post. This is not the first time he has done this, using professional killers to get rid of his enemies. 2 A-level assassins, each worth 500,000 when the deed is accomplished. Seeing that the task was received in seconds, Dai Guangchuan sat on the sofa, opened a bottle of champagne, and celebrated in advance. The next thing to do is to wait for good news from the killer. Dai Guangchuan specially added a reward order to let Chen Ming be dismembered. At this time, his mind was basically not normal anymore, and his smile showed his madness. Downed glass after glass of champagne. I feel like it's not enough, the concentration is too low, and I've opened a bottle of pills again. After Chen Ming was dealt with, Dai Guangchuan no longer wanted to live. Just drink more wine to strengthen your courage. He looked towards the balcony. If you jump from there, there shouldn't be any chance of surviving, right? Not only was there no fear in his eyes, but he was very excited. He had nothing to lose. 10 minutes later, the 2 A-level killers met at the hotel and came to Chen Ming's room. After confirming that it was correct, they decided to pretend to be waiters and tricked Chen Ming into opening the door. Then he rushed into the house, stunned Chen Ming, and then killed him with a knife without making a sound. Just when they were about to take action, Chen Ming's voice came from the room, "The door is unlocked." The 2 killers looked at me, and I looked at you, with confused expressions on their faces. Thinking that Chen Ming regarded himself as a room service staff. The 2 of them opened the door without hesitation, strode into it, and decisively pulled out their daggers. Chapter 31. Want to eat together? When he saw Chen Ming eating dinner there with a calm look on his face, and when he saw himself showing a knife, not only was he not afraid, but he even invited himself to have dinner with him. The 2 killers frowned more tightly, seeing this battle for the first time. Anyone with a discerning eye should be able to tell that I am not a waiter, right? That guy gave each of you 500,000 to take my life. Chen Ming's next words made the 2 of them extremely frightened. Logically speaking, the task is confidential. How could Chen Ming know it so well and be so detailed? Are you also from the circle? A male killer asked tentatively. At the same time, he was alert to his surroundings, worried that this was a trap. A large number of thugs may have been ambushed in other rooms. No, but I have my own methods. Chen Ming put down his chopsticks and took a sip of whiskey to rinse his mouth. Then he said, "I won't mince words with you. I'll give each of you 5 million. You can deal with him as he asks you to deal with me. How about that? Money is just waste paper to Chen Ming now. No matter how much he spends, he will get it back tenfold." Of course Chen Ming can kill Dai Guangchuan by himself, he is fully capable of doing so. But, on the one hand, I don't want to waste this effort. On the other hand, the world has not yet been completely in chaos, and the order of Great Xia has not yet completely collapsed. He does not want to ask for trouble. No matter how you think about it, it is not worthwhile to be targeted by the sheriff for a small role in Dai Guangchuan. There are rules in the industry. If we do this, who will dare to use us in the future? The male killer was still struggling. When the female killer next to her heard this, she hesitated to speak, with a guilty look in her eyes. In that case, I will add 5 million more to each of you as compensation for your reputation. Chen Ming opened his 5 fingers boldly. I'm willing to do my best for you, sir. The male killer bowed deeply without thinking. Female killers follow suit. Then, Chen Ming took out his phone and swiped twice on the screen. Gift 10 million successfully. The 10 times rebate has been triggered. Congratulations to the host for winning 100 million Great Xia coins. Gift 10 million successfully. The 10 times rebate has been triggered. Congratulations to the host for winning 100 million Great Xia coins. Buzz. The two killers' cell phones rang at the same time. I picked it up and saw that it was a text message, from a bank transfer, no more, no less, exactly 10 million. However, at this moment, for them, instead of joy and excitement, there is more fear in their hearts. Because they never told Chen Ming what their bank card number was. Chen Ming did not intend to continue chatting with them, and waved his hand, hurry up and carry out the mission to avoid long nights and dreams. Yes. The two agreed in unison, left the hotel room, and closed the door softly. After walking a dozen steps and confirming that Chen Ming could not hear her conversation, the woman let out a deep breath. It's obviously the first time we met, how could he know my bank card number? I don't know, but I'm sure that we can't afford to offend this person. The male killer also held his hand on his chest and gasped for air. Speaking of which, where should we go to investigate now? As for the identity information of the person offering the bounty, underground websites keep it strictly confidential, right? Isn't it the female killer? Before the male killer could speak, the text message tone sounded again. It was an anonymous text message with a hotel room number on it. The killers looked at each other and said nothing. The other side. Dai Guangchuan in the hotel room was already drunk. Picking up the phone, he kept refreshing the web page. Those two losers, how come it's been so long and there's still no news? Could it be that the mission failed and you took my money and ran away? As he said this, he let out an extremely foul-smelling wine burp. Boom! 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 The next second, there was a knock on the door. Who is it? Dai Guangchuan said loudly. Pick up the remote control nearby and press the voice call button. Useless? I found that I had taken it by mistake. I took it as a TV remote control and quickly replaced it. Then, a woman's voice came, the boss is worried about your health, so we asked us to send you hangover soup. Okay, I understand. Turn off the call. Dai Guangchuan raised his lips slightly. He was going to die anyway, so he might as well feel relieved before leaving. It just so happened that Dai Guangchuan wanted to try out what it would be like to override the order and force the other party. He staggered over and opened the door. Just as he was about to speak, he was stunned by something in front of him. This drunkenness instantly sobered me up a lot. What was pointed at him was a pistol. Who are you? Who sent you here? The two men did not answer. They forced Dai Guangchuan into the house with a gun and then closed the door. Boss, I'm sorry. People and money die, and birds die for food. We can't do anything about your task. The man said. Mission? Nothing to do. Dai Guangchuan's eyes widened, as if he thought of something. Wait. You can't be the two killers who took my mission. Seeing that the two did not deny it, Dai Guangchuan said angrily, You, how could you do this? Do you have any industry ethics? If word gets out, who would dare to ask you for a task? You are actually cheating. I said, man perish for money, and bird perish for food. Dai Guangchuan came to his senses and asked, how much did he give you? I'll pay double. It was only when he was about to die that he realized that his desire to survive was extremely strong. 10 million per person. The male killer was waiting for Dai Guangchuan's words. 10 million per person. Dai Guangchuan said in surprise. If he was asked to give twice as much, 40 million, to these two killers, where would he find it? Borrow it from your eldest brother? Not to mention 40 million. Even 4 million or 400,000, Dai Guangchuan didn't think he could successfully borrow it. 40,000 yuan is more reluctant, but the other party might consider it for 4,000 yuan. After all, Dai Guangchuan promised him not long ago that the last time he borrowed money, he would only borrow 1 million, and he would never borrow money from the other party again. Seeing Dai Guangchuan's embarrassment, the male killer glanced at him. The female killer immediately waved her arm, with a flash of cold light, and wiped Dai Guangchuan's throat very neatly. Aha! Phew! 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 Dai Guangchuan held his throat tightly with his 5 fingers, but he couldn't stop the blood from spurting out. He raised his hand and pointed at the male and female killers. His eyes were full of resentment, but he couldn't make a sound. He stepped backwards and fell to the ground with a crash, completely losing all signs of life. Hurry up and get the job done. The male killer put away his gun and took out a folding saw from his bag. The female killer took out a pig-killing knife. You're quite tough, the male killer chuckled. I'm really afraid that this woman will suddenly stab him and kill him and seize the treasure. A few more minutes passed. Buzz. Chen Ming received a text message reminder. Picking up the phone, there was an anonymous text message. The content of the text message is very simple, only one photo. However, the content in the photo is extremely complicated. The internal organs, limbs, trunk, head, everything is there. Chapter 32. Woo! Chen Ming's cheeks bulged uncontrollably, and his eyes felt dizzy. This scene was far more exciting than he imagined. He had indeed killed many people before, but under the lightning strike, those people turned into dust. The sensory stimulation is far less than this photo. Chen Ming put down his phone, rushed to the toilet, and spit out all the wine he had just drank. It looked like blood. Lie down next to the toilet, raise your arms, press the flush button, and then close the toilet seat. Hey! Ha! Hey! Chen Ming breathed heavily, trying his best to adjust his mentality. We have seen many bloody scenes in movies and games. Even though what the killers sent was just a photo, Chen Ming knew better than anyone else that it was real and not paint or special effects. That was why the reaction was so violent. Hey! Looking up at the lights on the ceiling, Chen Ming sighed. It seems that you need to either adapt more, or acquire a skill that strengthens your mentality. Just looking at the photo has such a huge reaction. The end of the world is really coming. This mentality will definitely become a liability. Thinking of this, Chen Ming supported the toilet with his hands, stood up from the ground, and returned to the hall. Restart your phone directly. Then opened Myriad Worlds Fishing. I want to take a gamble on this first. Click Start Fishing. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving a gift pack of 6 flavors of Zhongzhang Bao. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving a box of Jianwuxiashi tablets. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a pair of eagle claw knives. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting the sports car model +1. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the S-level skill, Knife Critical Strike. Check the details. The name is Knife Crit, but in fact, every attack by Chen Ming can cause greater damage. Similar to the game settings, the basic damage is increased to a multiple damage. The skill Sword Critical Strike allows all of Chen Ming's attacks to deal critical damage, with a random multiplier of 2 to 10, all based on luck. Is the random critical hit damage increased by 2 to 10 times? Then if it is coupled with SSS-level attack skills, or a nuclear bomb is dropped, how terrifying will this power be? Chen Ming was a little unimaginable. I am sure that I have drawn another divine level skill. As luck would have it, of course, keep going. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting fishing rod +1. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting the Macho Fan mechanical keyboard +1. Phishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting 18 ultra-thin 0.01 pieces. Phishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting facial gun +1. Phishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting canned crab roe +1. Phishing successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the A-level skill, perfect mentality. Chen Ming can no longer remember how many shots he took for this skill. Anyway, at this moment, I looked at the time, it was almost 12 o'clock. Check out the skill introduction. A-level skill perfect mentality. After possessing this skill, you will be able to adapt to various scenarios and be fearless in the face of danger. After confirming the effect of the skill, Chen Ming opened the photo album and enlarged the photo. Look left, look right, look up and down. Chen Ming's heart really became calm. Very good. Chen Ming lay down on the sofa. After solving another problem, he felt relieved. I am tired, mainly because my heart is tired. Dragging his tired body back to the bedroom, Chen Ming decided to end the day early. Boom. 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 I don't know how long time passed, but Chen Ming was suddenly awakened by a knock on the door. Glancing outside the window, it was still dark. So anxious? Could it be that that guy's eldest brother found out that I killed his younger brother and came to seek revenge from me? Chen Ming deliberately walked lightly, came to the door, and looked out through the peephole. Unexpectedly, they discovered that the person who came was wearing a uniform, and he was not an ordinary police officer. He was equipped with loaded guns and live ammunition. Come to catch me. Is it because the bank balance is modified and something is created out of nothing? Or, pay to kill someone? Chen Ming is not sure. Of course, there may be other reasons. Chen Ming decided to open the door first and confirm the situation before talking. If that doesn't work, just trigger complete invisibility and leave in a big way. Hold the door handle, press it, and open it. Excuse me, do you have anything to do with me? Chen Ming asked proactively. Sir, this area is currently blocked. Please leave as soon as possible. Hearing this, Chen Ming breathed a sigh of relief. At least he was sure that they were not here for him. Let me ask, why is it blocked? Chen Ming asked while arranging his clothes. I'm very sorry, no comment. In fact, this sentence has solved Chen Ming's doubts. He had to guess that there were probably living dead in this area. Did it come here in such a short time? I don't know if the renovation plan can be completed. While Chen Ming was thinking wildly, he left the hotel under the leadership of the Special Operations soldiers, got on a bus, and was taken away. The good news is that Chen Ming learned from a soldier accompanying him that the Fushunju Villa area was not under blockade. That damn virus has actually spread to River City. We old guys may not have a few days to live. Why are you so sure it's a zombie virus? Besides this, what else do you think is worthy of sending special forces? What should I do? Is it still too late to immigrate to other countries? Haha, if you go outside, you will only die faster. The Hawks have more than 30,000 cities, and most of them have fallen. Could it be that this fishing game is our only hope for survival? I heard that some people abroad have awakened their superpowers through this. I advise you not to mess around. What if similar monsters appear again? I heard them say that someone abroad has awakened superpowers. Chen Ming quickly picked up his phone and opened the external network. Check out the popular list. Find 3 entries related to superpowers. 3 videos, 2 of the same content. In the picture, the blonde man opened his palm and condensed a fireball the size of an apple, which quickly burned the Simmons mattress placed a few meters away into charcoal and billowing black smoke. According to the title, the skill the man catches is an E-level skill. If Chen Ming remembers correctly, the skill levels from high to low are SSS, SS, S, A, B, C, D, E, F. Watching another video, his skills are completely different. His ability is to increase strength. He beat a cow to death with one punch and penetrated its skull. The comment area was even more exciting, with constant criticism, saying that he abused animals, and at animal protection organizations. In addition, Chen Ming did not find the third video related to skills until he arrived at Fushunju. I decided to put my thoughts away and go back to see how well the security company had upgraded and renovated my Dushan villa. Chapter 33. When we arrived at the foot of the mountain, we saw a high wall made of synthetic metal, which was 3 times higher than the original cement brick wall. On the wall, there are also circles of thick barbed wire with razor blades. If this person wants to climb up, he will not be able to pass. His skin and flesh will be cut apart alive, and he will bleed to death. Cover the ground with a quilt? That doesn't work either. The warning sign clearly says there is high voltage, please do not climb. Excuse me, are you Mr. Chen Ming Chen? A voice suddenly came from Chen Ming's ear. Who are you? Chen Ming had no impression of this person in his memory. However, seeing that he was wearing a safety helmet, he probably was a staff member who was upgrading and renovating the villa. Hello, let me introduce myself. I am the chief engineer of this transformation operation, Zhao Li. Facing his extended hand, Chen Ming took it politely and responded, thank you for your hard work. It seems that zombie monsters have appeared in the city. May I ask when the transformation work will be completed? Chen Ming asked straight to the point. It can be completed before the sun sets today, because the materials are all produced and transported for installation. We have invested a full 300 people just to complete the work as soon as possible. Zhao Li replied. Please tell everyone, Chief Engineer Zhao, that if it can be completed before the sun goes down, everyone will receive 100,000 red envelopes. The sooner the better. Of course, Chief Engineer Zhao, I will add an additional 100,000. Chen Ming promised. No problem. I will convey your words to everyone and make sure they complete it as soon as possible. Zhao Li's eyes lit up when he heard that he would be rewarded with a red envelope of 200,000 yuan if he completed the transformation task before going down the mountain. Afterwards, Chen Ming took Zhao Li's car and went up the mountain together. Witness with your own eyes how the engineering team used large materials one after another, hoisted them, placed them in good positions, and then fixed them with screws that were thicker than Chen Ming's wrist and longer than his arm. Chen Ming was confident that this wall could not be penetrated even by Gatling for a day and hundreds of millions of rounds of ammunition. When Zhao Li told the story of the 100,000 bonus for each person, everyone immediately felt like they were on fire and their hands and feet were faster. Chen Ming himself was present, so naturally they didn't dare to be sloppy in terms of quality. As the old saying goes, eat people with short lips and take people with soft hands. It doesn't make sense that when others are so sincere, I cut corners. Zhao Li also took advantage of this time to take out the drawings and introduce to Chen Ming the various functions of the villa after the renovation. In addition to its abnormal defense, a large amount of water is stored underground, and a filtration circulation system ensures that these water sources will not be polluted. At the same time, the function of collecting rainwater can be manually turned on and flowed into the underground reservoir. The water storage capacity is equivalent to a football field and is 12 meters deep. In terms of electricity, they found a place with the most sunshine and installed more than 200 cutting-edge solar panels, connected to transcendent-level batteries that can store a family's normal electricity for several years. The power for the wall at the foot of the mountain is independently provided by additional solar panels. In addition, we also found that the wind in your treasure mountain is very strong, so we added additional wind power generation devices. Zhao Li kept talking. Chen Ming was all ears. He spoke for a full half hour before the introduction was finished. Ah! Seeing Chen Ming yawning and looking like he didn't have enough sleep, Zhao Li suggested, why don't you go to the second floor to rest first, and I'll call you after the modification is completed. As for the second floor, it is basically completed and will not disturb your rest. Okay. Chen Ming agreed readily. There really was nothing more to say to Zhao Li and the others. When they went up to the second floor, they felt there was no need to stay here and delay their work. Open the bedroom door and step inside. When the door is closed, the sound of construction outside is completely cut off. Oh! This effect is so powerful. Chen Ming opened the curtains and noticed that the window had been replaced. It was very thick and had bulletproof glass. After closing the curtains again, Chen Ming fell on the bed, covered himself with the quilt, and decided to take a nap. This time I slept until 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Chen Ming moves around and feels comfortable physically and mentally. Opening the door and coming out, he saw Zhao Li, who had been guarding the door since I don't know when. Mr. Chen, you're awake. How did you sleep? Zhao Li asked with concern. The sound insulation effect is good. Chen Ming praised. Of course it would be best if you are satisfied. Also, we have completely completed the renovation work from top to bottom. Please accept it. Zhao Li raised his hand and asked. In the blink of an eye, more than half an hour passed. Chen Ming visited all the transformed places. He nodded and said, no problem, I'm very satisfied. Then, under the expectant eyes of everyone, 1.3 billion was first transferred to the security company. Subsequent materials and labor costs have been increased a lot in pursuit of efficiency. But for Chen Ming, it doesn't matter. Because consumption of 1.3 billion successful. The 10 times rebate has been triggered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 13 billion Great Xia coins. Then, transfer the 100,000 promised to each of the 300 people to them. Including Zhao Li's 200,000 yuan, the total cost was 30.2 million yuan. Gift 30.2 million successfully. The 10 times rebate has been triggered. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 302 million Great Xia coins. Thank you, Mr. Chen. As soon as Zhao Li said this, countless people responded. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Chen Ming asked them to go home quickly. The world is not peaceful, so be careful on the road. Watch the convoy leave. Standing on the side of the road, after confirming that the convoy had driven out of the gate, Chen Ming picked up the remote control in his hand, locked the gate, and connected high-voltage electricity to the barbed wire on the wall. If this person touches him at all, he will be instantly sent to see the King of Hell. At this moment, Chen Ming felt more at ease than ever before. Turning around and looking at the steel fortress in front of him, Chen Ming opened the door and returned to the living room. Put the villa's remote control aside, pick up the TV remote control, and turn it on. Finally, I have a chance to see through the news what the current situation is in the country. The hosts and experts finally stopped hiding and publicly acknowledged the existence of zombie viruses. And released the scene of special forces on the front line, using firepower to suppress the terrifying zombie wave. Even though he saw thousands of zombies swarming over each other on the TV screen, Chen Ming was still greatly shocked in his heart. The speed of infection is too fast. Is it an enhanced version? Chen Ming opened the virtual panel and used the quick search function in the storage space to find the zombie virus injection he had caught earlier. Click remove. Looking at the cylindrical syringe in his hand, which was as thick as a water pipe, and the bright red liquid virus in it, Chen Ming couldn't help but sigh. Can such a small amount of virus plunge the whole world into dire straits? Be aware of the fragility of being human. Put it back into the storage space, and the details panel will pop up automatically. Chen Ming was about to close it when his eyes suddenly lit up and he caught a very crucial and unexpected comment. Chapter 34. Zombie virus injection. After use, it can turn all creatures into bloodthirsty monsters that can never satisfy their hunger and hunt crazily for this reason. Note 1. There is a certain probability that you can awaken abilities beyond your imagination, but it is very slim. Note 2. if you are infected with the zombie virus and injected again, your probability of gaining special abilities will be greatly increased. In other words, being infected with the virus once will turn a person into a monster, but being infected again will cause the gene to mutate and gain superpowers. Chen Ming was not sure if there was any problem with his understanding. I think it should be pretty much the same. But being bitten by a zombie and then bitten by another zombie will definitely not be included in this rule. There is a huge difference in purity and quality between the viruses carried by zombies and this zombie virus injection. From this point of view, this is still a good thing. If you get infected a few more times, wouldn't it be possible to become a real-life Superman? Chen Ming laughed as he talked. However, he didn't intend to risk himself. It was just a superpower, and it wasn't impossible to get it by fishing, so why risk becoming a walking zombie to get it? I put it in the storage space first, thinking that it might come in handy later. Just as Chen Ming took out his cell phone, he was about to seize the time and use his fishing skills before those zombies endangered him. When you open Myriad Worlds for fishing, you will see a prompt, a new version has been released, do you want to download and upgrade? New version? Can this thing be upgraded? Chen Ming was going to press confirm, because if he clicked no, he would exit directly. In other words, either don't use it or upgrade it. Chen Ming couldn't help but ridicule, in that case, why don't you just upgrade secretly yourself? Why add unnecessary trouble? Suddenly, he noticed the word expand, which seemed to allow him to check which functions had been updated. Click Expand. Update Content. 1. This update will add a virtual reality mode, making you more immersive. 2. Added World Chat Channel. You can communicate with other fishing friends in the exclusive channel, Trading Center. You can use this function to trade goods with other fishing friends. 3. The level promotion function is fully open. You can gain experience, improve your level, and increase the number of fishing trips by fishing or completing designated tasks. 4. After upgrading, the number of fishing times will be increased by default as a reward. 5. Open more types of rewards and lift protection restrictions. Note, the rewards you get from fishing are not necessarily rewards, so please be careful. Open more types of rewards? Lift protection restrictions. Sure enough, was it the novice protection period before? In addition, the reward from fishing is not necessarily a reward. The words "be careful" also aroused Chen Ming's sensitivity. Chen Ming noticed that the upgrade prompt was received more than an hour ago. During the background upgrade process, Chen Ming opened the forum. I want to see what the world will look like after the novice protection mechanism is lifted. I am alone in the wind and messy, damn. I thought that giving me a fishing opportunity would help me successfully counterattack, but I caught only one rain boot. Angry emoticon. Infinite link under the moon, I am abroad, and now there are zombies wandering around. I have caught a million, hee hee, it is useful. Lone hero, there is a mission to kill a zombie and you will gain experience. Has anyone completed it? By the way, is it true or false that those monsters can be killed by destroying the brain? One stroke, one miracle overnight, really, there are already many such teaching videos on the internet, otherwise, you can also chop them into pieces. When Chen Ming was about to give up and go to the external network to collect intelligence, a statement caught Chen Ming's attention. Never use Myriad Worlds for fishing, don't use it. Someone in our school fished out a zombie dog. Dozens of people died. This person's user nickname is Never Use Myriad Worlds to Fish. Chen Ming started chatting, and there were more than 100 messages. Killer God Bai Chi, brother, what's going on? Please tell me in detail. Never use Myriad Worlds for fishing, after upgrading, you can fish out all kinds of man-eating monsters from there. Death God Bai Chi, that's simple, just don't release it. It just takes up one more backpack slot. Never use Myriad Worlds for fishing, it's not as simple as you think. These monsters cannot be stored in backpacks and must be released. And you only have 1 minute to decide where to put it. After the 1 minute countdown ends, the monster is free immediately. That's right. Chen Ming also suspected at first that the other party was deliberately spreading panic and attracting traffic. But when I clicked on his personal space, I did see a series of bloody mosaic photos of tragic deaths, otherwise he would not be able to pass the review. While flipping through, Chen Ming's finger stopped on a blurry photo. Even though it was blurry, with a little bit of imagination, it was still easy to see that it was a four-legged animal running fast, chasing something. Those long and thin strips of blue and white, if Chen Ming guessed correctly, should be students wearing school uniforms. If you fish directly, is there any chance of catching a monster? Then based on my previous fishing frequency, how much trouble will it cause during the day? Damn! It's better not to upgrade. Chen Ming was in trouble. Looking at the fishing in myriad worlds that has already been upgraded, I hesitate and struggle repeatedly between fishing and not fishing. Finally, I pressed start fishing. I feel that I cannot be content with the status quo. If we continue at this pace, tens of billions of people around the world will catch who knows how many monsters. Now, zombies, corpse dogs, etc. can be dealt with easily. What if a big boss comes one day and we have to deal with it at the last minute? Chen Ming came to the yard and sat under the pavilion. In case a monster is caught, it is more convenient to use your fists here. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the S-level skill, spread poison into mist. Just an S-level skill at the beginning. Chen Ming really didn't expect this. Check out the skill introduction. S-level skill spread poison into mist. You can create an area shrouded in poisonous mist by spreading poison powder. If you are in this area, the poison will be superimposed and the damage will be doubled. When you leave the area covered by poisonous fog, the poisoned state will slowly weaken. Chen Ming determined that this was a skill that was very suitable for dealing with group monsters, such as zombie waves. With a wave of his hand, the poison spreads into mist. Anyone who dares to step into this area will be poisoned. Continue. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the A-level skill, 100 times fist. A-level skill 100 times punch. You can use the method of accumulating power to punch a fist that is 100 times your own strength. Another skill. Chen Ming stood in awe and sat upright. Although it is only A-level, Chen Ming's own strength attribute is not low. If he adds a critical strike with a knife. Chapter 35. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the A-level skill, blade drawing technique. A-level skill blade drawing technique. When you draw your sword continuously, your attack power will be +1 for the next time you draw your sword. Chen Ming fell silent when he saw 3 skills being caught in a row. The first 2 answers came to mind. One is that he is extremely lucky. The other one is coincidence. As the saying goes, once again, never twice, twice again, never again. I think this is a bonus from the new version of fishing in myriad worlds. Obviously, the fishing system also knows that once the novice protection mechanism is lifted, many people will die. Therefore, it gives them a hope of survival and increases the probability of acquiring skills. And thanks to the improvement of SSS-level skills, the probability of obtaining treasures is already high. Now the basic probability has been increased, almost equal to Son of Fortune. It seems that the SSS-level unlimited fishing skill will bring me more improvements in the future than just this. Chen Ming always felt that he was quite unlucky. Now it seems that I am not unlucky, but I have put all my luck in fishing SSS-level unlimited fishing. All the hardships we endured are not a loss. Not a loss. Belong to the joy of suffering. The next second he thought about it, he was slapped in the face. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. You've been targeted by bad luck and caught a 2-headed zombie dog. It wants to bite your neck off right now. Chen Ming didn't think what the phishing system said was humorous at all. There was nothing funny about it. Please decide your response strategy and hiding place within 1 minute. The two-headed zombie dog is about to be released. Note, you can also choose to actively release. Chen Ming used iris recognition and fingerprint recognition on the door handle. He pressed his thumb, which just matched the gesture, and pressed to open the courtyard door. Determine the location and click to release the two-headed zombie dog within 5 or 6 meters of the gate. The door to the void opened, revealing a creature with 2 heads, and its body was severely rotted. You could even see blackened flesh and the white color of its bones. His eyes became empty and lifeless, leaving only endless darkness and deep hunger. The rot seeped out from deep inside the skin, emitting a suffocating stench. The moment the two-headed zombie dog was released, it stared at Chen Ming without hesitation and ran towards him. Chen Ming was not unprepared. He already had a shotgun in his hand. Hold the ammunition tube with one hand, lift the gun body with the other hand, and be ready to pull the trigger at any time with your index finger. Seeing the two-headed zombie dog's teeth that were so rotten that they couldn't be closed, saliva sloshed around and rushed towards him. The moment it flew up, Chen Ming raised the muzzle of his gun and pulled the trigger. Boom! A burst of sparks flashed from the muzzle, and the powerful recoil of the shotgun was offset by Chen Ming's brute force. The two-headed zombie dog screamed and was knocked away 3 or 4 meters away. A head was smashed by Chen Ming. The other head was also damaged, a large piece of flesh was blown away, and half of the skull was exposed to the air. In the eye sockets, you can see plump white maggots that squirm crazily toward the eyeballs after encountering the light, trying to get in. If anyone with trypophobia sees this scene, their scalp will definitely feel numb. The zombie dog shook its head, seemingly feeling no pain. Launched another fierce attack on Chen Ming. Chen Ming pulled the ammunition supply tube, unlocked the gun, extracted the shell, and ejected the shell. Push forward again to complete loading and lock. Find the right moment when the zombie dog pounces and is unable to dodge, aim at the other head, and pull the trigger. Boom! A gunshot turned the 2 zombie dogs into headless zombie dogs. The body was blown away 3 or 4 meters away, motionless. Thanks to the S-level firearms mastery skill, even though it was Chen Ming's first time to duel with a monster with a gun, he looked like a professional hunter who had experienced hundreds of battles. It seems that these monsters infected by the zombie virus, like zombies, will die as long as their brains are destroyed. Chen Ming stepped forward without any hurry, raised the shotgun in his hand, and pointed it at the body of the headless zombie dog. Boom! 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 3 consecutive shots exploded the corpse of the zombie dog to pieces. Years of gaming experience have taught him the importance of last hitting. Speaking of which, there are no rewards for hunting monsters. Chen Ming couldn't help but feel disappointed. Close the door and return to the pavilion made of grape trellises. Put the shotgun on the wooden table aside and pick up the phone. Chen Ming lay down and opened Myriad Worlds to fish. Congratulations on completing the new task, you can receive the reward. Click for details. Chen Ming followed what the phishing system said and click to view details. Go to the task interface. Mission, hunt an elite level monster, mission status, completed, mission reward, 3 fishing opportunities. 3 fishing opportunities? Are you kidding me? Infinite plus 3, then it's still unlimited. Chen Ming said speechlessly. Complaining is a complaint, but I still received the mission reward, because in addition to the insignificant reward, there is also experience. Chen Ming's fishing level has been raised to LV4. In addition to increasing the number of fishing times, upgrading the level will also randomly increase attributes. However, they are both 0.1, which is far inferior to the attribute points caught by Chen Ming. There's no harm in thinking that if you add up, you won't be wasting your money. Received successfully. Congratulations on getting 3 fishing opportunities. Note, Since the host has unlimited fishing opportunities, these 3 fishing opportunities will increase the reward quality. Will the reward quality be increased? That's about the same. Chen Ming was satisfied and no longer complained. It's equivalent to the next 3 fishing trips, all with big guarantees. Without further ado, Chen Ming was ready to go fishing immediately. But suddenly I noticed that next to the Start Fishing button, there was an option to switch to virtual reality mode. Virtual reality mode? What do you mean? Chen Ming's curiosity was successfully aroused. Click to try. Then, the scene in front of him suddenly changed. In the blink of an eye, Chen Ming found that he was actually in front of a lake, sitting alone on the Diao Yute. He held a bamboo fishing rod in his hand, which looked a little cheap. The scenery of mountains and rivers in the distance and the overgrown weeds nearby are simply too real. VR. Chen Ming tried to explain in words he could understand. So, what do I need to do next? Just throw the rod out. He wasn't sure. There was no answer from the system. Forget it, let's try it first. Chen Ming raised the fishing rod and swung it out with all his strength. Plop! The originally calm water surface rippled in circles. The breeze carrying a bit of earthy fragrance gently brushed Chen Ming's face. This feeling, let alone, is quite pleasant. Tens of seconds later, the fishing rod in his hand suddenly sank. Chen Ming quickly clenched his fingers and was about to pull it up. Just where the fishhook fell, a large mini-game interface appeared. The pointer swings back and forth. You mean, I can't pull the lever until the pointer reaches the hit zone? Chen Ming joked, the laws of our ancestors are really immutable. Do you like this setting so much? Chapter 36. Finding the right opportunity, Chen Ming suddenly raised the fishing rod in his hand. Perhaps because the screen is large enough, the difficulty of hitting is much easier than Chen Ming imagined. Then, he actually saw a big red fish fished out of the water. Then it turned into a ball of light, flew towards Chen Ming, turned into a piece of text, and appeared in front of him. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the S-level skill, Laser Eyes. Just based on the words Laser Eye, even without reading the skill introduction, it was not difficult for Chen Ming to determine what kind of skill it was. Unexpectedly, one day, the skill that I had stared at the TV screen eagerly and envied countless times would actually be possessed now. Suppressing his curiosity for now, as he still had 2 high-quality fishing opportunities, Chen Ming swung out his fishing rod again. The fish bit the hook, his hand sank, and Chen Ming quickly pulled it up. Just like before, it was a red fish. It looked very noble, with pearlescent scales. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the S-level skill, Thunder Spear. S-level skill Thunder Gun. You can condense the power of thunder into a gun and throw it, causing explosion damage. Very good, I got another S-level skill. Chen Ming seized the moment and hit the next shot. What was caught this time was still a red fish, but the type of reward had changed. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting the automatic machine gun turret plus 10. At first, when he saw a guaranteed opportunity and actually got a heavy machine gun, even 10 of them, Chen Ming felt like he was losing money. But after detailed confirmation, Chen Ming discovered that he had found a treasure. First of all, this machine gun has absolutely heavy firepower, can store 30,000 rounds of ammunition at a time, and is very large. It can be automatically recognized and remotely controlled to attack enemies. The most important thing is that this weapon can be perfectly linked with the infinite bullet skill. This means that Chen Ming has 10 pieces of intelligent heavy firepower equipment with unlimited output. Installing this thing on the steel wall at the foot of the mountain can greatly increase the defense of the Doomsday shelter. Chen Ming knew very well in his heart that it would only be a matter of time before the shelter was overrun by monsters due to the transformation of the security company. If you want to last longer, you must start fishing in myriad worlds. End VR mode. In the blink of an eye, Chen Ming returned to reality. Open the storage space and click on the automatic machine gun turret. The system panel directly displayed the map of the entire Dushan Villa in front of Chen Ming in 3D mode. You just need to select a location on it. Once confirmed, it can adapt to the terrain and complete the installation. It's quite convenient. Chen Ming originally planned to install a heavy fire output unit at each of the 4 corners of the villa wall. Then go down the mountain and place the remaining automatic machine gun turrets on the wall. It can both shock people, and it can also be like a tower defense game. Even if the zombie tide really invades, it can reduce their number layer by layer. This function now saves Chen Ming a lot of trouble. First, click on the 4 corners of the villa's courtyard wall to confirm installation. The automatic machine gun turret is being installed. Successful installation. The next second after the system prompts, Chen Ming turned to look at the courtyard wall again. Sure enough, 4 heavy fire machine guns with a diameter of 3 to 4 meters were set up, like buckles, firmly blocking the steel wall reinforced by the security company. The gun barrel is almost as thick as a gun barrel. Just putting it there is already full of intimidation. After confirming that everything was correct, Chen Ming installed an automatic machine gun turret in the northwest of Dong'an at the foot of the mountain wall. The remaining 2 units are equipped on the roof of the villa to achieve full angle barrage coverage. Then again, these things of mine need to be reported by enthusiastic citizens and brought to the officials' attention. Before he finished speaking, Chen Ming shook his head again. They are probably very busy right now, busy dealing with zombies and monsters, so they probably don't have time to take care of me. Boom! The sound of gunshots suddenly rang out from down the mountain, but it was not the defensive weapons that Chen Ming had just installed. The sound was farther away. Chen Ming found the previously caught drone from the storage space, briefly familiarized himself with the operation process, and then transferred the receiving screen to his mobile phone to watch. He successfully controlled the small drone to fly out of the villa, soared in the blue sky, and chased the direction of the sound to find out. After a few minutes, adjust the lens and zoom in. Under the high-definition picture, Chen Ming could clearly see that special forces were covering the area and evacuating people from villas. Zombies had already poured into the villa area at some unknown time. Fortunately, the number was not large, and there was no corpse wave. For the special forces, the evacuation mission was relatively easy. If the information Chen Ming learned from the internet is true, the zombies' movement speed and desire to attack will be greatly reduced during the day. And when night falls, they go completely crazy. Stronger hunger. Move faster. And a sharper sense of hearing. If a zombie wave cannot be formed, the special forces must not simply deal with these zombies with proper dimensionality reduction strikes. Suddenly, a special operations soldier seemed to hear the sound of the drone. He quickly turned around, raised the muzzle of his gun, and completed the lock. After confirming that it was a drone, no shots were fired. Chen Ming chose to turn on the sound transmission function to facilitate listening to what they were talking about. Drones? Sent from above to monitor our actions. I don't remember this type of drone being used now. I guess someone is checking the situation nearby. In short, we must act quickly and try our best to evacuate everyone from this place before it gets dark and those guys go completely crazy. Yes, Captain. After taking a few steps, the team member turned back and said, "Speaking of which, Captain, should we go and see that Dushan Villa first? The people who can live there must be of great value, right? If something happens, we can't easy to explain." Indeed, post-disaster reconstruction requires the wisdom of these people. The captain nodded in agreement and decided to personally take the team members with him to Dushan Villa to confirm the situation. On the road. "Captain, these rich people are very smart, could they have run away early?" The team member drove the car and glanced at the captain sitting in the passenger seat. "Whether he ran away or not, we have an obligation to confirm," the captain said seriously. The young team member no longer brings trouble to himself and concentrates on driving while being alert to his surroundings. Worried about a person or a zombie suddenly running out from somewhere. Fortunately, the journey was uneventful and we reached the foot of the mountain smoothly. However, new problems came one after another. Boom! After closing the car door, the two of them got out of the driver's seat and the passenger seat respectively. Looking at the tall metal wall standing in front of him, as well as the exaggerated machine gun turret, the two of them stared at each other, confused, very confused. Is this something ordinary people can equip? Not to mention ordinary people, the two of them have been soldiers for so many years, but they have never seen such fierce firepower. Chapter 37. Holy crap! What's going on here? Is this a real guy? The team member wanted to take a closer look, and his curiosity was aroused. Don't come close. Didn't you see what was written on the wall? Seeing the situation, the captain reached out and grabbed his shoulder. The strong 5 fingers grabbed the little team member so hard that he couldn't take another step forward. In order to suffer less pain, I had no choice but to take back my foot that had not yet landed. Captain, do you think this thing is real or fake? The team member pointed at the machine gun turret and asked curiously. It doesn't look fake. The captain relies more on thinking than experience. I believe that if you simply want to shock others, you don't need to go to such great lengths. Just relying on these huge steel walls and barbed wires is enough. Not to mention, there is high voltage electricity running through the walls. Captain, why don't we go see him? Looking back, the team member asked hurriedly when he saw the captain opening the passenger door and getting in. Do you think he spent so much money to transform the villa into this state just to wait for our rescue? After saying that, the captain lowered his head and sat in the passenger seat. The team member thought about it carefully and realized that it was indeed true. He reluctantly left and looked back at the machine gun turret. He was simply handsome to his core. Captain, are you saying that he caught that thing? Not to mention whether anyone dares to build that kind of firepower equipment, even if you want to build it, it is definitely not easy. The team member said while fastening his seat belt. It's indeed possible. The captain agreed with his words. Then let's stop it. The captain knew what the team member wanted to say and said in advance, as special operations soldiers, you and I must strictly obey the orders of our superiors. If they say you can't touch them, you can't touch them. I know, I'll just say it casually. The team member started the car, turned around and left. Seeing them leaving on their own initiative, Chen Ming on the mountain breathed a sigh of relief. If possible, at this stage, he is not willing to take the initiative to provoke the officials, let alone become an enemy of the officials. It would be best if the two sides could always keep the situation in check. Cooperate with the authorities? Chen Ming never thought about it. The reason is simple. He doesn't like to be involved in the whirlpool of power, to fight with all kinds of duplicitous people and all kinds of intrigues. Chen Ming's idea is simple and pure. He is to guard this hill, silently upgrade his shelter, fishing skills, improve himself, and live as long as possible. After pressing the automatic return button, Chen Ming put the controller aside and picked up the phone. Exit the screen transfer to open Myriad Worlds Fishing. This time, Chen Ming did not choose the virtual reality mode. Reality is real, but Chen Ming still prefers things that can be easily solved with just a move of his fingers. Leaning on the deck chair, fishing with one hand and eating grapes with the other. Although it has been placed in the storage space for a long time, the freshness is well preserved because it is in a completely static state in the storage space. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting the Mongolian Perspiration Medicine +1. Mongolian Sweat Medicine? Do you want me to change my job and become a flower-picking thief? Chen Ming joked to himself. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the S-level skill, Shadow Wolf Summoning. Summoning skills. Chen Ming couldn't sit still for a moment and quickly confirmed. S-level skill Shadow Wolf Summoning. After possessing this skill, you will automatically add a Shadow Wolf summoned beast every day. Note, after the Shadow Wolf dies, it will not disappear, but the next summoning time will be increased. If you add one every day, it will be 365 in 1 year. In 10 years, it will be 3,650. In 100 years, it will be 36,500. Chen Ming was so happy. Combined with the setting of lifespan as a fishing reward, the cost-effectiveness of this skill will only get higher and higher. Currently, the number of shadow wolves that Chen Ming can summon is 1. Just like the number of fishing in myriad worlds, the number of summons will be updated at 12 o'clock in the morning. Chen Ming couldn't wait to summon the shadow wolf to have a look. Like the previous skills, the moment the skill is acquired, the method of use has already been perfectly integrated with Chen Ming's body. As soon as Chen Ming thought, a black portal appeared on the ground in front of him, and a giant wolf as black as ink, with hair like floating flames, emerged from it. A pair of red eyes are extremely intimidating. In terms of size, it is much larger than a male lion. The two-headed zombie dog from before was nothing compared to it, and could easily be killed with one slap. Is it equivalent to having an extra beast bodyguard around you at any time? This skill is indeed very good. Chen Ming should not be too satisfied. Full score out of 10. Must give 10 points. Anything less is disrespectful to the fishing system. Strike while the iron is hot, keep going. Let the shadow wolf stay nearby, it will come in handy if you catch monsters like corpse dogs again later. Even if the opponent cannot be eliminated, it can delay time for Chen Ming. Time to shoot. Shadow Wolf obeyed Chen Ming's orders 100% and squatted quietly next to him. As long as Chen Ming refuses to move, or there are no dangerous factors that would threaten the master around, Shadow Wolf can remain motionless like this for a lifetime. Focus on loyalty. Seeing its performance like this, Chen Ming began to look forward to it. As time goes by and the number of summons increases, can he carry hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of shadow wolves and walk sideways in the end of the world? Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting chocolate bar plus 10. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting the incense set plus 1. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the sea-level skill, Absolute Balance. Sea-level skill Absolute Balance can greatly enhance your balance ability. It looked useless, but it solved Chen Ming's urgent need. He needs this thing very much to control the sword. He took out the Tang Dao and used the object control technique to make it float slightly above the ground for more than 10 centimeters. Chen Ming stepped on it with both feet. There is only one feeling in my heart, as if walking on flat ground. That's right, it's like walking on flat ground. When Chen Ming stepped on it with both feet, he would not fall down at all. The shaking experience was extremely stable. No wonder it's called absolute balance. After overthinking, Chen Ming couldn't wait to try real flying with a sword. In order to avoid attracting attention, Chen Ming chose to fly around the foot of the mountain several times. Skateboarding is nothing like this. To a great extent, it satisfied Chen Ming's fantasies about those cultivating immortals. I wonder if one day in the future, like the immortals described in those novels, I will be able to point my fingers to collapse mountains and rivers, destroy galaxies with my fists, shatter the sky with my thoughts, and break all laws with my sword. Now for Chen Ming, as long as he is alive, everything is possible. The SSS-level skill of unlimited fishing has so many potentials that you can explore. Da-da-da-da. Suddenly, gunshots were heard from down the mountain again. This time, Chen Ming was very convinced that the automatic defense mechanism of the machine gun turret had been triggered. Chapter 38. Take out your mobile phone and log into the exclusive backend. From this backend, you can view the entire Dushan villa, including more than 100 monitoring points, large and small. These are also included in the renovation. Chen Ming quickly found the surveillance video at the entrance according to the map classification and confirmed to view it. In the picture, machine gun fire kept coming, and bullets fired wildly at the zombies that had gathered at the gate for some unknown reason. Chen Ming set up zombies as an attack template for the machine gun turret in advance, which is the only data currently recorded. This is also the reason why the Special Forces soldiers were clearly close to the machine gun emplacement just now but were not attacked. Chen Ming dragged the remote sensing icon on the screen, and the monitoring screen followed. The next second, two familiar figures came into view. It was the two Special Forces soldiers from before. Turn on sound. The real thing. It's the real thing. The little warrior said excitedly, this big guy seems to be more sophisticated than the weapons we use. It can actually automatically identify the opponent and accurately shoot the head with a gun. The reason why the two planned to drive and use sound to lure the zombies here was mainly to test whether the machine gun emplacement was a decoration. Even if the machine gun turret is useless, gathering zombies into a pile will make them easier to kill, which is still a great achievement. The fact that the machine gun turret is real has already made the captain feel incredible. The powerful firepower output made him dumbfounded. One bullet exploded instantly, shattering the zombie's head. The accuracy is extremely high, and the gun hits the target, maximizing the value of every bullet. This is the first time the captain saw this cutting-edge weapon, and it was really eye-opening. Dozens of zombies were all killed in less than 10 seconds. The machine gun stopped working and returned to its original position, with a wisp of white smoke coming from the muzzle. On the team members' side, they simultaneously pressed the button to stop shooting and recorded the scene just now with their mobile phones. I decided to take it back and provide it to professional weapon developers for research. I want to confirm whether, with the power of modern science and technology, we can create this kind of cross-arrow weapon that seems bulky but actually has incredible performance. The captain knew what he was thinking and didn't reveal it. Because the captain himself is also very curious. Back to Chen Ming. I really have to thank those two guys for showing me the power of this machine gun turret. It's too accurate. It's like a sharpshooter. It can't go wrong at all. He was very satisfied with it. Continue. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a box of sugar oranges. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a bag of glutinous rice. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a box of Fat House Happy Water. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting Shaver +1. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting 999 roses. 999 roses. Looking at the small icon, it looks like a bouquet. Chen Ming chuckled, who do you want me to confess to? Zombies? Or monsters? Quickly skip this episode and stick to your heart. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting keyboard +1. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a set of sportswear. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a parasol. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a pair of long johns. Looking at these so-called rewards one after another, Chen Ming seriously doubted whether his luck today had been overdrawn again, right? Looking outside the wall, it was already the setting sun, and the horizon was dyed orange-red. Chen Ming put down his phone, decided to take a break, opened the storage space interface, and selected today's dinner. A piece of Westlake vinegar fish, a piece of braised pork, a piece of fried tenderloin, and a small bowl of ribs and kelp soup, paired with a bowl of hot rice, all together. All are at the level of a 5-star chef. First pick up a piece of braised pork and put it into your mouth. It looks exactly the same as when it came out of the pot. The fried tenderloin is also crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and the Westlake vinegar fish is sour and sweet, which goes very well with rice. He would have a sip of pork rib soup from time to time. No one would believe that Chen Ming actually lived in the world at the beginning of the end of the world. Holding the chopsticks in one hand, he picked up his mobile phone in the other hand and opened the forum. An advertisement popped up, and Chen Ming wanted to close it. The fingers were removed again. Just because this is an official advertisement. The content is simple, they want to call everyone who has caught the supernatural power. It seems that those people also realize that in the end of the world, thermal weapons alone are useless. You have to control supernatural powers. Chen Ming had thought of it a long time ago, so it was not surprising. Close and enter the hot search list. The first one is, number. You can't even imagine how good the benefits of joining the official website and becoming a registered superpower are. Article 2, number. Thunder superpower person Zhao Wu. Article 3, number. The most romantic thing is this. Li Na, the champion ski athlete, has caught the ice power. Article 4, number. If I awaken my powers and refuse to join the officialdom, will I be arrested? Article 5, number. Tragedy. A naughty child secretly played with a mobile phone and caught a scary monster. A family of 3 and more than 40 people in the community were all killed. The apocalyptic atmosphere is getting heavier and heavier. From this list, Chen Ming saw that the official idea of uniting people with abilities was very strong and quite straightforward. With all kinds of evidence in front of them, even the most stubborn people should understand that powerful superpowers are as powerful as a fully armed special forces team. As the first hawk to suffer, he was the first to propose the establishment of the Doomsday Alliance to recruit superpowers from all over the world. As long as you awaken your powers, no matter how strong or weak you are, you can get a green card immediately when you come to the Eagles. Food and weapon resources will be distributed with priority. If you kill enough enemies, you can gain a lot of power. They call these people who hunt monsters hunters. As long as you join the alliance, you will have the status of a professional hunter, recognized and guaranteed by the country. Currently, less than 24 hours after the alliance was established, the number of registered hunters has exceeded 3 digits and reached 103. Why did Chen Ming know so specifically? It's very simple. All this information is public and will not be hidden. Hunter. Chen Ming believed that the country must have seen the lessons learned by the Hawks, and would take advantage of the time before the losses became greater to create an alliance and formulate a hunter-level system to ensure that they could enjoy special treatment. Privileges must be given, otherwise these people will just be lost to the Eagles. The world has finally ushered in a reshuffle. Who would be willing to continue to let the Hawks dominate? Great Xia is not the only one who wants to bring down the Hawks and give them a hard kick. We all know that only by grasping the superpower can we grasp the future situation. In order to dominate and get more benefits, each company will inevitably show its divine ability. Even if it loses money, it still has to make a profit. Otherwise, how will it attract talents? Chen Ming has no interest in these political affairs and does not want to waste his brain cells. Exit the forum. Seamlessly connect to myriad worlds for fishing. Speaking of which, after the version upgrade, he has not studied other functions. For example, World Chat Channel, Trading Center. In particular, this trading center interested Chen Ming. What if you find something that you can use? Chapter 39. First, enter the trading center, and you will see trading posts and bounty posts one after another. However, most of them are more like having fun, and the novelty wears off quickly. There are countless trading items such as lighters, matches, a cigarette, and memory cards. After all, the trading market is completely free and unrestricted. Someone even left a ubiquitous plastic bag with the transaction amount marked, 1 million Great Xia coins. Fortunately, although these posts can be sent normally, the trading system will intelligently judge them, certify them as inferior trading information, and provide the option to block them with one click. While scrolling down to browse, Chen Ming suddenly took his finger away and stopped moving. A post titled Rifle, plus 30 rounds of ammunition, exchanged for food and water caught his attention. Someone is so rich that they even take out this kind of thing and trade it for food. It's not that Chen Ming can't understand it. After all, it's the first time for everyone to face the apocalyptic environment. It's normal for them to be at a loss and make some wrong decisions. The worst thing in life is regret. Click on the post to view details. The name of the poster is Robert Filho. It is worth mentioning that in the trading market, you cannot be anonymous and cannot change your nickname. For example, Chen Ming's publicly displayed nickname is Chen Ming. So it's a foreigner? Those firearms and weapons are indeed not a rare resource for them. Chen Ming clearly remembers seeing news many years ago that in some countries, it is easier to buy a gun than to buy cabbage. There is a special trading place, which is similar to a vegetable market. All kinds of firearms and weapons are miscellaneously placed on the stalls for people to choose from. The trading center originally had no area restrictions and could trade with people all over the world anytime and anywhere. After learning this, Chen Ming firmly believed that the environment in Great Xia might become chaotic faster than he imagined. This chaos is not limited to zombie monsters. With the increasing collapse of order, and the fact that firearms and weapons can be traded with food, it is inevitable that there will be no ambitious people who want to take advantage of the opportunity to win over the world and become the overlord. Chen Ming knew very well that once such a person appeared, he, or should I say this villa shelter, would definitely be targeted by them. Although the flies are weak, they are always buzzing in the ears, which is also annoying. Chen Ming couldn't prevent people like this from happening. He just hoped that they would be more sensible and not come here to commit suicide. Keep sliding down. The content of the reply can be selected from existing items in the backpack, arranged in layers, and the post owner decides with whom to trade. Similar to an auction city, posts can only exist for 24 hours. After 24 hours, if the post owner is still dissatisfied with the transaction items offered by others, he can manually close the transaction. In addition, there is a more trouble-free method, such as specifying 5 loaves of bread and a bottle of water. Whoever gives these things first will automatically complete the transaction if the conditions are met. Li Rong, trading items, a box of chocolate buns plus 24 pieces, mineral water plus 10. Zhongxian Jun, trading items, 2 packs of ham sausages, 4 bottles of Coke. Takuta Toda, trading item, sushi platter. Li Chuanhuan, trading item, Army Pot Family Edition gift pack. Chen Ming was browsing when the screen suddenly went dark and a prompt popped up. The transaction has been confirmed. The post will be automatically invalidated in 3 or 4 seconds. As a bystander, Chen Ming could not confirm the transaction items. The only thing he could do was to actively or passively leave this post. After wandering around for a while and having his curiosity satisfied, Chen Ming exited the trading center and returned to the fishing page. There was no trading item that interested him. Then, Chen Ming opened the World Chat channel. There are 2 modes. One is a regional chat channel. People in the current area and within a fixed range can communicate with each other in this chat channel. The other is a world chat channel, which is completely random. One channel can accommodate 5,000 people, so as to avoid too many speeches, 1 word from you and 1 word from me, causing confusion. In the channel, people from various countries will randomly appear. However, don't worry about not understanding what the other person is saying. The system will translate in real time and use precise words. There will never be any bloodshed caused by translation problems. Chen Ming first entered the World Chat channel. Lu Ziyuyun, I didn't expect the Hawks to be in such chaos now. Fortunately, I was delayed due to some things and my business trip plan was postponed for a few days, otherwise I would have been stuck there. Wang Xian, Hurry up and find an opportunity to stock up on more food and purified water. According to my estimation, Great Xia will not be able to survive for a few days. Several of my friends near the sea have not received news for a long time. Akumi Tarada, I need medicine. We are trapped at home by zombies and our child has a high fever. Is there anyone who can help me? Yolandi Ports, those damn people in power, if they had refused entry to the Hawk merchants earlier, they would not have brought the zombie virus here. Honda Noah, think on the bright side, after the end of the world, you no longer have to hide your inner desires and can live as you please. Today I used a gun to open the door of an old couple's home, occupy their house, and kill them. Sierra Figueroa, you pervert. You will be punished. Upon closer inspection, most of them are venting emotions, dissatisfaction with those in power, and with the world as a whole. Chen Ming felt that it was of little value, so he voluntarily quit and entered the regional chat channel. The system did not specify how big this area is, but all 5,000 members are online. Cao Zhensheng, is there anyone willing to sell me the extra food? Wang Yahua, stop dreaming. At this stage, selling food? Isn't that what only a fool would do? Money? Oh, it will completely turn into a pile of waste paper in a few days. By Ren Liang, a can of luncheon meat costs 5,000. You can buy up to 5. Guo Huijin, I want it, how can I trade it? Jin Sai Jun, I'll add 500 to each and sell them to me. Wang Yahua, is anyone really selling it? Then I'll add 2,000 to each. The entire regional chat channel has become an auction house. Chen Ming chose to quit and continue reading, which was a waste of time. If you have that skill, you might as well throw 2 shots. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a notebook. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting refill plus 12. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting the pool table set plus 1. Not bad, at least there are more ways to relax and entertain. Living alone is not so lonely that something goes wrong. It is difficult to adjust psychological problems. Once serious, it will not be much easier than physical problems. It is not completely impossible to choose suicide and commit suicide due to excessive despair. Chen Ming didn't want to overestimate his mental endurance. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting steamer plus 1. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving a gift pack of 10 flavors of Laoganayan chili. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a handful of egg noodles. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a remote control car. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving a 10-carat fine pink diamond. Diamond. Chen Ming really couldn't figure out what role this thing would play in the end of the world. Smelly? Verify whether diamonds can really scratch glass? He's not that idle yet. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the S-level skill, body strengthening. If Chen Ming remembered correctly, he seemed to have acquired this skill. Can it be repeated? Chapter 40. Chen Ming wants to know how the fishing system plans to arrange these repeated skills. You can't just leave it there, sitting at the bottom of the box, and it won't serve any purpose, right? Or use it for trading? Chen Ming is not stupid, why would he add more opponents to himself? If the other party becomes his puppet and his loyalty value is locked to 100%, then Chen Ming might still consider it. Opening the backpack, sure enough, the skills were no longer automatically bound and were temporarily stored in the backpack grid. Click. In addition to the skill-related introduction, 2 other notes caught Chen Ming's attention. Note 1, when skills are repeated, they can be used for fusion to improve skill levels. Note 2, repeated skills can be used for trading, or used on other creatures? Can repeated skills be used to fuse and improve skill levels? This setting is quite good. Chen Ming studied it carefully and found that the synthesis method is very simple. Two identical skills can be upgraded by one level. For example, two F-level skills can be combined into an E-level, two E-level skills can be combined into a D-level, two D-level skills can be combined into a C-level, and so on. However, it is worth mentioning that for skills below S-level, the highest combined level is A-level. No matter how many F-level skills there are, they can only be combined into A-level. Two A-level skills cannot be combined into one S-level. S-level, including the above skills, can only be obtained through fishing and then integrated. Because SSS-level skills are unique, when the same type of SSS-level skills are generated, the upper limit of people after that will be locked to SS unless they kill the person riding on top of them. Chen Ming originally wanted to directly integrate and upgrade and obtain an SS-level body enhancement. However, the second comment, to be precise, is the sentence "or used on other creatures," which caused Chen Ming to think. Creature. He initially thought that the skill could only be used on humans. His eyes couldn't help but turn to the shadow wolf sitting obediently beside him. If this S-level skill can be used on these summoned beasts, wouldn't it mean that we have a powerful puppet that is 100% loyal? Chen Ming has confirmed in detail that the summoned beast can never betray the summoner, and its loyalty is locked at 100%. Once a mistake is made, it will be instantly obliterated by the power of rules. With the mentality of giving it a try, Chen Ming clicked to use it. In addition to the fusion option, there is another option that instantly makes Chen Ming's mood boil. Shadow Wolf. Yes, that's right, skills can be used on summoned beasts. Rather than doing everything himself, Chen Ming wanted to cultivate a right-hand man who could solve all kinds of troubles for him. Is it confirmed that S-level skill body strengthening will be used for Shadow Wolf? Yes. Chen Ming made his choice without hesitation. Added successfully. The next second, when Chen Ming brought up the personal attribute panel of the summoned beast, he saw that in the skill column, in addition to bite flying claw attack, there was an additional S-level skill body strengthening. I don't know if there is an upper limit for adding skills to a summoned beast. If there is no upper limit, wouldn't all the extra skills in the future be added to it and then grow into a great demon king? Chen Ming stretched out his hand, and the shadow wolf took the initiative to lower its head and come closer like a pet. Quite sensible. With shadow wolf's performance like this, Chen Ming felt that giving it the S-level skill was the right choice. He took his hand back and continued to focus on fishing. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting xylitol strawberry flavored chewing gum +1. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a piece of milfoil from a century-old brand. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting Green Bull energy drink +12. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a fighting game disc +1. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the S-level skill, Execute. S-level skill kill. After acquiring this skill, you can see the opponent's health bar. When the health bar reaches 10%, the one-hit kill effect will be triggered. Okay. This is good. Chen Ming still clearly remembers a popular saying on the internet, as long as you show your health bar, the gods will kill you. The kill line of S level is 10%. Then, the kill line of SS level and SSS level should be higher. You must fish it out as soon as possible, or directly combine it. He knew how powerful this skill was and didn't want to give it up to others. Fortunately, it was still the beginning of the apocalypse and there were not many fishing opportunities for everyone. Chen Ming still crushes them when fighting for lucky points alone, and the possibility of being the first to catch SSS level, or to combine SSS level killing skills, is very high. He continued to be busy fishing again. The Special Operations Troops have completed the evacuation mission of the residents of Toyama. Evacuation is not mandatory, and if you are unwilling to leave, they will not take coercive measures. It's better to save 2 more people if you are looking for trouble at that time. As the saying goes, good words can never persuade a damn ghost. The little soldier and the captain brought the recorded video to the upper level. At this time, a group of prominent people with real power were sitting around the round table, watching the pictures on the screen. Even though the video is only less than a minute. But the effect presented still shocked them. The video ends and the lights return to the room. "What do you think about this?" an old man asked first. "This weapon is far higher than the same type of weapons we currently have." "No, it should be said that it is the same type of weapon all over the world." "Yes, with this accuracy and responsiveness, even a hawk will probably have to study it for another 10 or 20 years. I'm curious, how can it accurately distinguish between humans and zombies? Temperature? After all, zombies are dead. Unlike humans, they have no body temperature. This does give us a good idea." A weapons research expert nodded, crossed his arms, leaned back, and fell into deep thought. Thinking about how to turn the ideas in your mind into reality. How can a rich man have such a weapon that transcends the world? At this time, someone asked again. "Do you still have to think about it? It must be related to that software. Perhaps we should apply to the higher authorities. Instead of thinking about how to get rid of this software, we should think about how to coexist. Maybe we can get solutions and salvation from it. So, do you want to pay attention to the person in Fushunju? Let people keep an eye on you. If you have any news, please inform me at any time." "Yes." Chen Ming, for his part, had no idea that he was being noticed by the authorities. Because at the moment, he has more worrying things to deal with. "I saw text scrolling on the phone screen. Phishing in progress. Phishing successful. You've been targeted by Calamity and caught an elite zombie, and now it wants to bite your head off." Chen Ming. Chapter 41. Fear? No, rather than fear, Chen Ming felt that this elite-level zombie had arrived just right. Gave him a chance to test the strength of Shadow Wolf. While there was still time, Chen Ming quickly walked outside the villa and onto the road. He didn't want to ruin the beautiful garden scenery because of the fight between these 2 guys. Confirm it is correct, select a location, and release elite-level zombies. He is thin and tall, and his body shape cannot be called fat, and he is definitely not thin. He is very strong, with muscles 1 by 1, sharp edges and corners, and very tight. The limbs were slender, and the length of the fingers was twice as long as Chen Ming's. The skin was pale in color and stained with a lot of black blood. His body was completely naked, not a single hair could be found on his body. A big mouth, occupying almost half of the entire face. It seemed that in order to swallow more food, the corners of his mouth were torn open. After noticing the presence of elite-level zombies, Shadow Wolf no longer remained seated, lowered his head, bared his teeth, and faced the enemy with a low growl. He took the initiative to walk up to Chen Ming, eager to protect his master. Seeing Shadow Wolf's performance, Chen Ming felt even more that his skills were not in vain. The elite-level zombies were obviously not interested in the Shadow Wolf. They were extremely fast and came straight towards Chen Ming, raising their long and thin arms. Seeing this, the silver wolf pounced directly on, biting the zombie on the shoulder, throwing it to the ground, and biting wildly. Not to be outdone, the zombie opened his arms, hugged the Shadow Wolf, and opened his mouth to the limit, revealing a mouth full of dense, crooked, and intricate fangs. The number of teeth that can be seen alone is no less than 100, and they are longer and sharper than canine teeth. It was hard for Chen Ming to imagine what it would be like to be bitten by that mouth. At the moment when hundreds of teeth were about to touch the Shadow Wolf's neck, the surface of the Shadow Wolf's dark hair was covered with a layer of light gold. Chen Ming took out his phone and opened the details panel. In its experience window, he could clearly see a status message that had just been updated. Using S-level skills to strengthen the body. After the skill was triggered, it was okay for the zombie not to move his mouth. When he opened his mouth, his teeth cracked and the sound was very clear and crisp, like glass. The bite force is strong enough to easily break bones, but it brings big trouble to itself. When the zombie was forced to let go, the shadow wolf took another big bite, snapping and biting off its neck. My head rolled down along the road going down the mountain. At this moment, in front of Chen Ming, it should be said that a red stripe like a bloodline appeared next to the zombie. The red bars are gradually shortening and most of them are turning black. On the far left, there is a golden vertical line. Chen Ming realized that that line must be the killing line, and the red bar represented the remaining blood volume. Take out a pistol from the storage space and aim at the head of the high-level zombie that is still rolling. At the moment when the blood volume drops to the killing line, pull the trigger. Boom! There was a gunshot, and the bullet accurately hit the head. Kill successfully. In front of Chen Ming's eyes, such a line of text appeared, and in an instant, it disappeared like clouds of smoke. After realizing that the zombie had entered a true state of death, Silver Wolf stopped biting and returned to Chen Ming. He squatted down and swept his tail back and forth on the ground, looking like he was expecting praise. Chen Ming didn't bother to ask the wolf who killed the zombies. He raised his hand, stroked the wolf's head, and praised, "Well done." The wolf's tail swept faster. Boom! Putting away the pistol, Chen Ming held it half-handed with 5 fingers, and several wisps of flames appeared out of thin air, quickly entangled into a fireball the size of a tangerine. He threw the fireball at the headless zombie body. After the flame hit, it immediately spread, wrapping the entire body, continuing to burn, and billowing black smoke. There is no special purpose, I just don't want this body to stay here and continue to rot and stink. If it floats into the yard, it will affect your mood. There is a complete air filtration system in the villa, so there is no need to worry about this problem. Go back to the courtyard and lock the door. Sit back on the recliner and pick up your phone. See a red dot next to the word task. Chen Ming knew that this meant there were rewards to receive, so he clicked to enter. Task: the number of fishing times in history reaches 100 times. Task status: completed. You can receive rewards, experience points. Number of fishing times +5. Task: kill a high-level zombie, task loading, completed, you can receive rewards, experience points, fishing times +3. After looking at it, Chen Ming was very sure that he had definitely fished more than 100 times in history. The only explanation is that this statistic only starts to accumulate after the mission system is fully unlocked. It is estimated that the designers of the fishing system did not expect that someone would catch the SSS-level unlimited fishing skill for the first time. Stop overthinking and accept the experience upgrade and 8 enhanced fishing opportunities. Chen Ming doesn't care about level improvement. First of all, the purpose of leveling up is to increase the number of fishing times, which is of little significance to him who has unlimited fishing times. Secondly, the little attribute reward is not as much as the improvement Chen Ming got from one fishing trip. All he wanted to know now was what kind of surprise 8 enhanced fishing sessions would bring him. Press start fishing with one hand, take out a bottle of ice-cold Coke from the storage space with the other hand, twist it open with your teeth, and take a sip. In the hot summer, having a sip like this will make you feel refreshed. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting 100 free attribute points. What are you really thinking about? Chen Ming was stunned at first. Immediately, he added 30 points of the 100 free attribute points to speed, 20 points to strength, and 30 points to defense. The remaining 20 points are used to increase mental power, so that one day when encountering a big boss that requires crazy skills, the mental power is not enough to trigger the skill. 7 more times to go, strike while the iron is hot. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the S-level skill, 10 times rebate. It was hard for Chen Ming not to suspect that the system was reading his mind, otherwise how could he catch exactly what he wanted every time? Now, the end of the world has come, and the effect of the tenfold rebate skill on Chen Ming is infinitely close to zero. Chen Ming has been thinking about fishing for an upgraded version of the tenfold rebate skill. Otherwise, you can get an S level so that you can combine it into an SS level with 10 times the rebate. Select 2 S levels and get 10x rebate. Do you want to fuse 2 S level skills and upgrade them to SS level? Yes. Converging. Fusion successful. Congratulations on obtaining the SS level skill, 100 times rebate. To be honest, when he saw the words 100 times rebate, Chen Ming was really worried, but on the basis of the 10 times rebate, he changed it to 100 times. The returned items were still money. Guessing will only waste time, so check the skill introduction decisively. Chapter 42. SS level skills 100 times rebate, everything you give to others will be returned 100 times. Note, includes S level money rebate. Everything. Seeing these two words, Chen Ming's interest was immediately aroused. Looking at the shadow wolf aside, he thought boldly, is giving something to the summoned beast included in the rebate rules? As soon as Chen Ming finished speaking, a line of text appeared in the prompt window. Note, giving items to summoned beasts is not covered by the 100-fold rebate rule, because the summoned beast itself is your personal property. Chen Ming's wish to find a loophole in the system suddenly came to nothing. Close the prompt and click Start Fishing again. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the SSS level skill, Fishing critical hit. Fishing crit. With these 4 words alone, Chen Ming really couldn't understand the meaning they wanted to express. Click View Skill Introduction. SSS level skill Fishing critical hit. When you catch a reward from fishing, you have a chance to increase the quality and quantity of the reward through a critical hit. Okay. This is good. Chen Ming couldn't hide his excitement and stood up from the recliner. The enhanced version of fishing times, plus the fishing critical hit effect, isn't this going to take off? Chen Ming couldn't wait to hit the next shot. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Critical attack successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the SS level skill, Automatic Tracking. SS level skill Automatic Tracking, the skills you activate, including but not limited to firearms and bullets, will have an automatic tracking effect until they hit. Doesn't that mean that even if I close my eyes, I can hit the enemy? Chen Ming liked this skill very much. Combined with skills and nuclear weapons, its power cannot be underestimated. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Critical attack successful. Congratulations to the host for getting Heavenly Thunder Talisman plus 10,000. In terms of quality, although this thing can't compare with the skills of S level, it can't hold up to the quantity of enough, a full 10,000. Directly let Chen Ming realize the freedom of Heavenly Thunder Talisman. After using it last time, Chen Ming was quite satisfied with the effect of this talisman. It was a powerful weapon for killing enemies. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting 100 free attribute points. There was no critical hit this time? But 100 points of free attributes are not bad. Chen Ming was not in a hurry to add more, he kept it first and made detailed plans later. Just because during the last use, Chen Ming unexpectedly discovered that not only skills can be used on summoned beasts, but also attribute points. His current attribute points, compared to the current difficulty of surviving in the apocalypse, are already beyond what is sufficient, and there are so many that they are overflowing. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Critical attack successful. Congratulations to the host for the plus 10 Firearms Upgrade module. Firearms Upgrade module? It should be similar to the previous Tang Dao upgrade module, right? However, it seems that there is no restriction on types, and all firearms can be used. Self-mumbling. There was only one enhanced fishing opportunity left, so Chen Ming decided to finish the fishing. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a random mecha gift pack +1. Although this was the second time that the fishing critical hit effect was not triggered, after seeing the word mecha, Chen Ming felt no resentment in his heart. After all, this is every man's ultimate dream. Open your backpack and quickly find a random mecha gift pack. Are you sure to open the random mecha gift pack? Confirm. Opening. Open successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the S-level mecha, Dangerous Wanderer. Chen Ming walked outside the hospital again and came to the main road. After confirming that the pre-selected area is green and can be taken out normally, take out the mecha. When the mecha appeared out of thin air, Chen Ming rubbed his arms with his hands and could clearly feel the goosebumps that arose. It was as if there was a weak electric current flowing through his body. As for the height, Chen Ming visually estimated it to be more than 20 meters, not more than 30 meters. The body does not look bulky, and it is an agile and fast attack mecha. The color is brown, and it has a rusty historical feel, but it is not really rusty. There is a tattered half cape on the shoulders, with a linen texture. It really fits the word wanderer. Chen Ming's consciousness has been connected to this mecha. Unless he personally authorizes it, others cannot drive it. If they invade by force, they will only be cleared by the mecha. The moment when Chen Ming wanted to pilot a mecha occurred in his mind. The mecha took the initiative to kneel down on one knee, opened the hatch on the chest, stretched out his hand to Chen Ming, and spread his fingers. Chen Ming stood up. Before the mecha sent him to the cabin door, he took one step inside. There are positioning reminders on the ground. Chen Ming followed the instructions, opened his arms slightly, and stood firm. Immediately, various equipment began to be automatically worn on his head, limbs, and torso. The hatches are closed at the same time. When the shield on the helmet closed, in the blink of an eye, the scene in front of Chen Ming changed to what the mecha saw. The whole person seems to be integrated with this mecha. The fighting method is very simple. If Chen Ming moves, it will move. If Chen Ming kicks, it will follow suit, no delay, perfect match. How to use it and what functions it has, the moment Chen Ming entered the cockpit, they flooded into his mind and he read it by heart. There are two ways of attacking the Dangerous Wanderer. One is the two chain swords on the back. As the name suggests, unlike ordinary sword blades, the blades of the chain swords will rotate at high speed like a chainsaw. Another attack method is a large caliber shotgun equipped on the waist, which can fire grenades. Chen Ming can't wait to try it out and see how effective this mecha really is. Mechas can't fly? It doesn't matter, take out a chain sword that can easily cut a 6-story building in half. Use the object control technique to levitate it, then lift your feet and stand up. Chen Ming drives a huge mecha and flies into the sky with a sword. Don't worry about being discovered at all, unless someone catches the clairvoyance skill. Now, he just wants to find some zombies and kill them. A nearly 30-meter tall mecha flying in the sky with a long sword on its feet was hard not to notice. Soon, someone noticed Chen Ming's presence. The moment he raised his eyes, he was so frightened that he sat down on the ground, raised his arms and pointed, "Oh my God! Look, what is that? Monster! No! It's not a monster! If it were a monster, how could it not attack us? Idiot! Don't you even know about mechas? This is clearly a mecha!" A mecha enthusiast said with great excitement. He quickly took out his mobile phone and took a series of photos, which made his blood boil. I never imagined that I could meet a mecha in the real world, and I was so excited that I almost fainted. As a fan of mechas, his heart is filled with satisfaction, and the dangerous wanderer is simply handsome to his core. With such a mecha, he would have no problem staying single for the rest of his life, no hesitation. Mecha? Don't they only appear in movies and games? Is it possible that the country has been hiding this project? Now, with the outbreak of the zombie crisis, it has finally decided to launch it. The possibility is very low. I think it is probably related to that software. Holy crap! If that's really the case, that guy's luck is so incredible. For a time, there were all kinds of envious voices. Chapter 43. Ordinary people who were not only hiding at home, but who thought they had enough food and were unwilling to become refugees, noticed all this. In the city, the special forces responsible for transferring those who were willing to leave River City also noticed the whistling overhead and the passing shadows on the ground. They all looked up and were shocked by the scene in front of them. They extremely doubted whether they were overtired and hallucinating. After all, they have been overloaded with work non-stop for more than 24 hours since receiving the mission. I dare not take the elevator if there is one, for fear that it will break down and delay the execution of my tasks. 6 or 7 floors are fine, more than 30 floors, 1 trip or 2 is fine, but at the end of the day, even those who usually receive devil training every day, are a little unable to hold on. Sweat had already soaked the clothes, and white salt grains could be seen. Brothers, look at the sky. Am I hallucinating from exhaustion? What did you see? Someone patted him on the shoulder, more like confirmation than curiosity. A mecha with a big sword on its feet is flying in the sky, the special forces soldier responded. Hearing this, his companion smiled in relief, then it's most likely not an hallucination. We can't both see the same hallucination, right? Mecha. Hearing this, the special forces soldier lost his composure and hurriedly walked to the captain, who was also shocked. Captain, you know more. Tell us the truth. Has Great Xia developed mecha? Yes. The captain lowered his head, looked at the special forces soldier, and said seriously. Where is it? I want to borrow one and try it out. If I can fly a mecha, I will die without regrets, the special forces soldier asked with great anticipation. In the dream. The captain's eyes were speechless. Even if there is a mecha, can you drive such a high-tech thing? The special forces soldier thought about it carefully, and it really made sense. At this time, another voice came from the crowd. If my guess is correct, it is probably related to the fishing software called Myriad Worlds. I heard that someone in Daxia has already caught someone with superpowers. What? Superpower? It's a pity that the superiors have requirements and won't let us use it. There's no other way. Where do you think these monsters come from? Dealing with them is already exhausting. If 2 more scourges occur, won't humanity be destroyed? It's a pity. What's the use of controlling this small group of us? It's only a few million. There are more than 1 billion people in Great Xia alone. If they can stop us, can they stop those billions? Okay. Take action as soon as you have rest. These matters are decided by the higher authorities. It's useless for you and me to break our heads even if we think about it. The captain raised his voice, stood up first, and rushed into a residential building. Seeing this, the others had no choice but to keep up with their guns and keep an eye on the surroundings, fearing that a zombie would accidentally jump out of nowhere and bite them. No one among them wants to become a monster who only knows how to eat people, and become a puppet without emotions controlled by the virus. Back at Chen Ming's side, he was still using the automatic locking function of the mecha to quickly scan the streets. There were a few zombies here and there, but he didn't have much interest in them. Ah! A scream clearly reached his ears, and Chen Ming accelerated his sword control and rushed over. When others arrived, the screaming protagonist was already surrounded by a group of zombie dogs, eating away at his body. Chen Ming couldn't help but frown, being eaten by so many corpse dogs at the same time. does he still have a chance to turn into a zombie? There are many types of cadaver dogs, ranging from golden retrievers, huskies, and Alaskan dogs to small ones such as teddy dogs, Pomeranians, and Chihuahuas. Almost all of them are pet dogs. They are all like this. It is not difficult to imagine what the owner will end up with now. After all, many pet owners now value their pets' lives more important than their own. Chen Ming stopped, took off the shotgun from his waist, and switched to grenade mode. Use the fully mechanical fingers that look thick but are actually very flexible to open the scope and get into position. Unexpectedly, the scope actually showed the parabola of the grenade. Isn't this a cheat? Chen Ming smiled lightly. He didn't need to use additional S-level skills, he could still hit accurately. After identifying the area, pull the trigger. With a bang, the huge grenade fell towards the zombie dogs who were still eating frantically, unaware that danger had arrived. Boom! Boom! Immediately, an explosion resounded through most of the city that could be seen with the naked eye. The shock wave shattered the tempered glass of the nearby glass building more than 10 floors up. This is true for tempered glass, not to mention the glass installed by ordinary households and businesses in their own homes. Seeing this scene and looking at the shotgun in his hand, Chen Ming just wanted to say, "This is beyond the scope of grenades, right?" Discover what explosive art is. The increase in size made the grenades and shotguns launched by Chen Ming easily comparable to the power of missiles. When the smoke dissipated, there were no bones left of the zombie dog. The only thing left was a large pit several meters deep that ran through the entire road. Sure enough, all fear comes from insufficient firepower. At this moment, Chen Ming deeply understood the meaning of this sentence. With this weapon in hand, Chen Ming really doesn't feel that he needs to be afraid of zombies. At this time, someone uploaded the video of Chen Ming launching a grenade to the internet, which was taken from dozens of floors high. Instantly aroused heated discussion. If you refresh an entry titled number, it will immediately move up several places on the hot search list. The response in the section was overwhelming. Holy shit! So handsome! So handsome! 500 free shipping, be a friend. 500? I'll pay 500 million. F***ck. Isn't that the national husband upstairs, the son of a real estate tycoon, Wang Xilian? This video is really not pornographic. As we all know, videos cannot be edited, so this must be true. As someone who has been a professional in pictures for 20 years, I can tell you responsibly that this video is real. That's not a grenade, it's clearly a missile. This power is so amazing. Yeah, I even saw the mushroom cloud. Hurry to 12 o'clock, update the fishing times, I also want to open the mecha. Stop dreaming, we non-chiefs, if we can catch a pack of cigarettes, it is considered a big prize. Depend on. Don't talk too much, it hurts your heart, okay? Night falls. Chen Ming stabbed the chain sword into the building easily like a knife and fork, and he sat cross-legged on the building below him, which is known as the tallest building in River City. For no other reason than to stand high and see far. Chen Ming knew that at night, the zombies would enter a violent state and easily trigger a zombie tide. Be mentally prepared for a crazy output. Hey, friend, you must be a human, right? Suddenly, a voice came from below. Following the gap next to the sword blade, Chen Ming saw a man in a suit and leather shoes appearing there at some point. Seeing that Chen Ming didn't speak or attack him, the man in the suit continued to pretend to be calm and pulled on his tie. To be honest, I have a merciless request. Chapter 44. Chen Ming remained silent and quietly watched the man in suit perform. At the same time, pay attention to the surroundings to see if there is a wave of corpses breaking out. He really wanted to know how many zombies he could kill if he continued his trolling. Friend, I want to use all my net worth, which is about 1 billion, to exchange for this mecha of yours. How about it? When the man in the suit said this, he almost made Chen Ming laugh. Just want to buy away a dangerous homeless person for over $1 billion? What about cabbage in the vegetable market? Moreover, Chen Ming does not believe that after the baptism of Doomsday, human beings can return to normal life in a short time. Even if it does recover, it will be a question of whether or not to use great xia coins by then. Besides, with the skill of 100 times rebate, what do you need money for? Satisfy your desire to become a billionaire? That's not necessary, because Chen Ming already is. After fishing several times before, he now has trillions of great xia coins, so much that he doesn't even know how to spend it. The key is to spend more and more. Seeing that Chen Ming was silent, the man in the suit stopped talking, turned around and left silently. After he came out of the room, a confidant hurriedly walked up to him and asked, "Boss, has he agreed?" "No." The man in the suit shook his head. "Then what should we do?" The confidant's brain was spinning rapidly, becoming more and more anxious. "If we don't get that thing, it will be difficult to survive in this troubled world. Once we have that mecha, we two brothers can completely dominate the mountain and become kings, recruit a group of loyal believers, and compete for fame and power," the confidant said extremely ambitiously. After the man in the suit thought for a moment, he took out a paper bag from the inner pocket of his coat and handed it to his confidant. "Go and ask the kitchen to cook some good dishes and send them over. Let's knock him out first." "Okay." Looking at the paper bag in his hand, his confidant nodded excitedly and immediately followed the instructions. 10 minutes later, he walked out of the elevator pushing steak and expensive red wine. The two of them returned to Chen Ming together. "Sir, business cannot be done without righteousness. How about we make friends? As the saying goes, many friends lead to many paths." A confidant helped. Chen Ming took a look at the steak, and the mecha's intelligent system immediately analyzed the various ingredients contained in the entire dish: steak, black pepper, salt, tomatoes, cauliflower. Next to the red wine, the same goes for it, with the ingredients clearly displayed. The words "powerful sleeping pill" came into view. Chen Ming stretched out his hand to open the crack in the ceiling even wider and opened it. The solid concrete structure is as fragile as chocolate under the powerful brute force of the mecha. Seeing Chen Ming's hand fall, the two looked at each other, unable to stop being excited. "I hope that after Chen Ming takes the sleeping pill, he will take action on his own, occupy the magpie's nest, win the combat mech, and dominate the world." But gradually, the smiles on their faces disappeared visibly. Because they always feel that that big mechanical hand that covers the sky seems to be aimed at them. The man in the suit realized something was wrong and shouted, "Run!" Boom! Boom! Chen Ming slapped the floor into pieces with a palm, spreading like a spider web. After removing the hand, there are only 2 explosions left, like traces of bloody flowers, and a thin slice of iron dining cart that completes the transition from 3D to 2D. As long as it's destroyed to the point where you can't see the human form, it doesn't seem to feel that strong. Chen Ming broke off a piece of the ceiling, crushed it into powder, rubbed it between his hands, and cleaned the blood on his hands. He didn't want the blood of those 2 villains to contaminate the mecha and weapons. Suddenly, the picture in front of him began to flash red light. The closer he got to the frame, the more eye-catching the red light became. Chen Ming turned his eyes and saw a group of zombies chasing a sports car. In the sports car were a group of young people dressed very socially, with colorful hair. And he looked like he was drunk. Facing the zombies, not only did he not show any fear, but he threw the half-drunk bottle at them and made various provocative faces. "Idiot, come after me. If you catch me, I will make you vomit." Violent zombies? Ha, that's all. They still can't outrun my modified sports car. Brother Wang, you are so handsome. The woman held half a bottle of whiskey in her hand and was also drunk. His hands clapped weakly, his face was red from drunkenness, and he felt like he was in a state of ecstasy. Looking behind them, hundreds of zombies were really like a tide, scrambling to engulf them and fill the entire street. Wait. If I remember correctly, it seems to be over there. Ah. Sure enough, in the next second, with a harsh break and a scream, those people fell into the big hole that Chen Ming had blasted with a grenade. Chen Ming had no time to worry about them, so he stepped on the flying sword and landed on the ground. Then he controlled the chain sword and automatically returned to the buckle behind him. At the same time, he took off the shotgun from his waist, held it with both hands, raised the muzzle, and pointed it at the oncoming corpses. Pull the trigger. Boom. Boom. The sound of the gunshot was like thunder, and the muzzle fire directly illuminated the entire street in the dark night, including the rotten, bloody, and extremely ugly faces of the zombies. Under the high-range damage of the shotgun, hundreds of zombies rushing at the front were crushed on the spot and turned into plasma with a very delicate texture. The blood truly flowed into a river, slowly flowing into the sewer. Chen Ming is not sure what the consequences will be if their blood is drained into sewers, then into rivers, or into water purification plants. But at the moment, rather than caring about that, Chen Ming is still immersed in the pleasure of explosive firepower output. One shot of shotgun and one shot of grenade can kill zombies in one go. The grass-cutting experience that could only be enjoyed in the Wushuan game before was now available to Chen Ming in the real world. In one word, cool. 2 words, so exciting. 3 words, so happy. If I have to say that there are shortcomings, it's not that there are none. The number is too small. Chen Ming hasn't even emptied the magazine yet. Not to mention having the infinite bullet feature come in handy. But fortunately, he is a person who knows how to be content and happy. Just when Chen Ming was about to put away his shotgun, continue flying with his sword, and go to other places to see if there were any zombies to kill. Mecha operating system prompts, the body is under attack. Under attack. Chen Ming was very sure that the danger perception ability was not triggered. Could it be that the skill has expired, or does it need to be activated actively? Or is there a bug in the mecha's operating system? Afterwards, Chen Ming turned his head and looked at the area where the system indicated that he had been attacked. He saw a few drunkards who had just crawled out of the pit, using machetes and sticks to trim their own pedicures. Chen Ming. Damn. It was you who did that trap. You caused me to overturn. Go to hell. Go to hell. In River City, no one dares to go against me, Wang Tian, and has the ability to challenge me in a one-on-one battle. Hiccup. That's right. Anyone who dares to go against my brother Wang is looking for death. Chen Ming was really speechless. You couldn't get these guys to sober up when something like that happened. Chapter 45. Chen Ming raised his feet, and several people wanted to mock Chen Ming for being cowardly. As a result, he saw that the foot moved to the top of his head, covering the sky and the moon, and then quickly fell down. Boom! At that moment, the wine was sober, but it didn't help. Chen Ming chose to become stronger, not just to swallow his anger. Since several people wanted to commit suicide, he was happy to make it happen. According to the way they acted, Chen Ming didn't think they could survive for a few days. If you have that time to hesitate, you might as well kill if you have to. After taking care of all the zombies, Chen Ming retracted the shotgun and the chain sword automatically detached from the buckle. Chen Ming took several long steps and ran wildly, then stepped on his feet and jumped more than 10 meters off the ground. The chain sword turned and automatically flew to Chen Ming's feet, taking him up to the sky. Continue to search for the location where the corpse tide breaks out, harvest them, and satisfy your desire to kill. It was hard to get the mecha, so I would be really sorry for myself if I didn't give it a try. At the same time, mecha terms have firmly occupied the top 3 in the hot search list. Number Mecha Heavenly Venerable. Number The End is Coming, Mecha God of War. Number Great Xia Mecha Explosive Firepower. Only 50 items are displayed on the hot search list. Today, more than 20 of the 50 hot searches are related to the word mecha, accounting for half of them. Without exception, everyone is hotly discussing which one of the billions of people is so lucky to have caught a weapon like a mecha that should only exist in fantasies and theories. F***ck. Someone just uploaded another video about that mecha, so cool. With one shot, zombies were slaughtered in large tracts. I also saw that video. It really exploded. It looked like it was a shotgun, but its power was even more exaggerated than a missile. No way, given the size, the firepower cannot be weak. Compared with guns, I am more curious about the effect of those two swords. Damn, I took 2 special shots, and ended up catching a box of cookies and a pack of tissues. Currently, this mecha heavenly venerable should be the luckiest fisherman in Great Xia, right? Didn't the hot search list say that someone caught a superpower? The currently known powers are too low level, so how can they be compared with the mecha heavenly venerable? His shot is no more powerful than a fireball? Yes, so, is there anyone who wants to hug you? If you want to accept him as your big brother, you will definitely be able to walk sideways in the end of the world, right? Don't think about it, the relevant information will definitely be blocked by the officials. They are probably already thinking about how to find each other and cooperate. This is indeed the case. The words mecha heavenly venerable are widely known to everyone, even if the officials don't want to know about it. The few people with the most say in River City are sitting around the table. An order came from above, asking us to make sure to get in touch with the person driving the mecha. Cooperate? Or let him hand over the mecha and provide it to the Scientific Research Institute for dismantling and research. Do you want to make batch copies? This plan is so ridiculous. Why don't they go? Ordinary people suddenly have this kind of power, how can they just leave it to us? Should we contact the Special Operations Area to urgently dispatch personnel and heavy firepower equipment? It's best not to do that. His existence is now known to the whole people. If it is leaked and the people know that we are aiming our guns at our own people, what do you think they will think? I agree with what Mr. Wei said. Judging from the video, the weapon configuration of that mecha cannot be underestimated. If we really fight, we will definitely injure the enemy 1000 and damage ourselves 800. By then, we will have a pile of broken copper. Iron, what's the use? After some intense discussions, everyone finally decided to send a team to adopt a more conservative plan to talk to Chen Ming about the possibility of win-win cooperation. Chen Ming, on the other hand, decided to go to the zoo with the mentality of giving it a try. Today is the weekend, so there must be a lot of tourists there. More importantly, Chen Ming wanted to see what large animals, such as tigers, lions, elephants, and rhinos, would look like after being infected with zombie viruses. He doesn't think that the end of the world has come, and people still have the time and mood to consider how to evacuate animals. If you are too late, you may become a walking zombie. At this time, you have no time to take care of yourself, why should you care about animals? If there really was such a person, Chen Ming Yuan would call him the peerless saint. Speaking of which, while driving the mecha, can't I go fishing or check the storage space? Chen Ming felt that this part of the time spent on the road could also be used to some extent. The next second, a system panel popped up in front of me. All the software on Chen Ming's mobile phone has been transplanted and restored one-to-one, including Myriad Worlds Fishing. You can also switch to view unlimited storage space. It's truly an S-level mecha. It's really thoughtful. Chen Ming wanted to know, if the S-level mecha was already so powerful, how terrifying would the SS-level, the SSS-level's combat power be? At the same time, use your mind to click to start fishing. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting 3 pounds of peaches. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting violin +1. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting +1 from Fashion Magazine. Phishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting the Mecha Power Upgrade device. Chen Ming stopped phishing. Mecha Power Upgrade device. After detailed research, Chen Ming learned that these parts could be used to improve the mobility of the mecha. One-click upgrade does not require Chen Ming to install it himself. The improvements include adding jet devices on the back, heels, ankles, and wrists. With this power, the mecha's movement and dodge speed can be greatly improved. The jet devices on the wrists and legs can also greatly enhance the power of fists, kicks, and even slashing chain swords. Achieve instantaneous exertion and continuous increase. After confirming the function, Chen Ming decided to install it without hesitation. The power upgrade device is being installed on the mecha. Successful installation. After seeing the message that the power upgrade was successful, Chen Ming was not in a hurry to test the upgraded Danger Wanderer mecha. He suddenly remembered that he had strengthened his phishing 8 times before and also caught special upgrade modules for firearms and weapons. Then he turned to look at the shotgun worn by Dangerous Wanderer on his waist. Although this gun is integrated with the mecha, it is undeniable that it is indeed a firearm. Perhaps, this firearms upgrade module can also be used to upgrade shotguns alone. Chen Mingzi asked. If that was the case, it was hard for him to imagine how powerful the already powerful mecha-specific shotgun would be if it were strengthened again. You have to give it a try. Even if you don't succeed, it won't do any harm to Chen Ming. It will just be a disappointment. Switching to the storage space page, Chen Ming quickly found the firearm upgrade module and clicked to use it. Then, I found Shotgun Dangerous Wanderer in the options. Chapter 46. After confirming that the mecha's special weapon shotgun could be upgraded, Chen Ming chose to upgrade without hesitation. Upgrading in progress. Update successed. Known improvements: double the power of shotguns and grenades, and add flame spray function. Flame spray. Chen Ming noticed that there was an extra fuel supply tank on the waist of the mecha. When Chen Ming wants to switch the shotgun to flame spray mode, he only needs to remove the fuel supply pipe clamped on his right waist, rotate it, and screw it on. Then adjust the output channel corresponding to the trigger by moving the pointer. When Chen Ming was thinking about who to use to test the power of the flame jet mode, he realized that someone had arrived above the zoo. At this time, the main gate of the zoo was closed. There was no one outside the door, but inside, countless figures surged under the faint moonlight, like pebbles falling into water, creating ripples. This large area has long been without power, and it is impossible to see much clearly with just the moonlight. Behind Chen Ming, he could vaguely see a faint light of fire in a residential building. It is not difficult to guess that those residents should be unwilling to move out and have a lot of supplies. After noticing Chen Ming's presence, the firelight quickly disappeared. It seems that he is afraid that he will notice and take away the food. In fact, Chen Ming, who had unlimited storage space, really looked down on the little things in their hands. Add up a little and make a lot? If you have that kind of time, you might as well find someone, tie him up, give him something by force, and get 100 times rebate like crazy. But at the moment, Chen Ming is not short of supplies, so there is no need to spend so much money. He focused all his attention on the mutant corpses behind the zoo gate, which kept roaring and frantically trying to break open the gate and pour into the city center. Remove the gas supply pipe clamped at your waist, tighten it on the shotgun, and turn the pointer on the side of the gun body to switch to flame spray mode. Chen Ming jumped off the chainsword in one step and landed heavily. Unable to withstand this force, the concrete floor cracked like a spider web, spreading out in a large area and splashing a lot of stones. Chen Ming held a shotgun in his hand, no, it should be called a flamethrower at this moment, and approached the corpses behind the corpse door. Hearing the noise, the zombies became more violent. Aha! Aha! Boom boom boom! While roaring in his mouth, trying to scare Chen Ming, he grabbed the iron gate with his fingers and shook it vigorously, making constant noises. scrambling to be the first, dragging other companions with them, trying to break through the door lock. The higher and higher they are. A few scattered zombies could already be seen climbing over the 3 to 4 meter high door and falling down with a muffled sound. Not caring, not feeling the pain, he quickly got up and ran towards Chen Ming, who made the noise. Even if someone is unlucky and accidentally breaks his legs, he will crawl slowly on the ground and never give up. Seeing these scenes, Chen Ming decisively pulled the trigger and decided to send them to reincarnation. Boom! In an instant, a pillar of flame that was 20 to 30 meters long rushed out from the muzzle like a swimming dragon, illuminating the surrounding area for 100 meters at once. The heat waves generated by the blazing flames distorted the scene in front of me. Although he had long imagined that the fire-breathing mode would be quite powerful, the actual effect far exceeded Chen Ming's expectations. More importantly, the fuel supply of the flamethrower can also trigger the S-level skill, infinite bullets. In other words, with such explosive flame output, Chen Ming can spray it for as long as he wants. After those zombies came into contact with the flames, their bodies covered with rotten flesh made a crackling sound of oil exploding. The bones could not bear the pressure, and the sound of the explosion was as loud as firecrackers. In this silent night, many people who had already gone to bed were awakened, preparing to save energy and reduce food consumption. Who? Don't you sleep at night? You're crazy. What if a zombie is attracted here? Are you sure they can still survive? What is that? A war weapon secretly developed by the country behind our backs. You don't even know about him? The internet is going crazy. The Mecha Heavenly Venerable has nothing to do with Great Xia. It is a reward for fishing. Damn it! That software can still catch such good things. No. I can't sleep. I have to wait until 12 o'clock for the phishing number to be refreshed and try my luck. What if it works? Chen Ming was not interested in the content of their discussion. He swung the fire dragon left and right and watched with his own eyes as the zombies gradually slowed down while running. Their bodies were melted and burned to charcoal. It fell to the ground and fell apart instantly. Chen Ming moved forward further and further, but the zombies were still advancing bravely, never giving up, not being afraid, sticking to their guns and going up despite difficulties. Iron Gate? It has long been melted into molten iron. When his feet stepped on those charred remains and bones, the weight of more than 1,000 tons instantly turned into powder and scattered in the wind. Chen Ming, with one mecha and one person, burned thousands of corpses, without any temper. The powerful weapons and equipment, coupled with the pleasure of killing monsters, made Chen Ming extremely excited. I feel like I never get tired of doing this kind of thing no matter how many times I do it. Suddenly, I felt that the lawn mowing games I had played before were boring. Choose a position, stand firm, and voluntarily become the center of the zombie attack, turning in a 360-degree circle. In just a few minutes, all 3,642 zombies were burned by Chen Ming until it was impossible to identify which part was which. It was a circular hill made entirely of monster corpses. However, compared to the huge body of the dangerous wanderer, it can only be regarded as a threshold that can be easily crossed. In the surrounding residential buildings, the survivors standing at the windows to witness all this, without exception, were all stunned. In front of him, those monsters could only be unilaterally tortured and killed. Nonsense, don't even look at how big it is. Now I finally understand why people on the internet call him the Mecha Heavenly Venerable. It's really fierce. It's amazing. Fortunately, he is not our enemy. Otherwise, I doubt that humans can really survive. That weapon is too exaggerated. Shocked and shocking sounds came and went, one after another. Many people took out their mobile phones and turned on the camera function to record this scene. I decided to post it online to let everyone see that facing these zombies and monsters, humans are actually not that fragile. Once the video was posted, in just over a minute, the number of likes, reposts, favorites, All data increased to 999 plus. One more hot search that is already dominating the list. Number Mechanics Heavenly Venerable teaches you step by step how to kill thousands of zombies in 3 minutes. There are many people making memes in the comment area, such as quickly connect the little yellow car coach, I really want to learn this coach, I also want to learn this, and so on. There are countless others. After releasing the trigger, the flame returned to the muzzle of the gun. Chen Ming extinguished the remaining flame with a palm and hung it back on his waist. Then, he raised his hand above his head, grasped a chain sword, and pulled it out. The highlight he has been looking forward to is here. Chapter 47. After the zombies passed away, the animals infected with the virus seemed to be attracted by the sound of Chen Ming's battle. A pair of eyes that reflected the faint moonlight and shone with strange red light, and a black figure, slowly approached. The low roar is more intimidating than those human zombies. Chen Ming recalled the B-level skill night vision he had caught earlier and activated it proactively. The scene in front of me suddenly seemed as clear as daylight. The beasts that were originally hidden in the darkness were revealed. The larger body also makes corruption more obvious. Some of them were almost eaten away by white maggots, and large areas of bone were left exposed to the air. There were claw marks all over the body, as if they were fighting for food, and the flesh was torn apart. Wolves, tigers, lions, kangaroos. There are many types, but at this moment, they choose to reconcile and be open to the outside world. And this person is none other than Chen Ming. At the signal of the wolf leader, the members of the wolf pack dispersed, forming an encirclement and blocking Chen Ming's escape route. How did Chen Ming identify the wolf leader? Quite simply, body shape. That guy is twice the size of the rest of the wolves. He was not sure whether there were really such huge wolves in the world or whether they had mutated because of the zombie virus. The fact that viruses can mutate their parasitic hosts is not new, but it will undoubtedly squeeze the living space of ordinary people that is getting smaller and smaller. Ouch! After an earth-shaking tiger roar that resounded through the sky, the Wolf King raised his head and let out a wolf roar. A group of mutated beasts moved their forelegs and ran towards Chen Ming from all directions. The virus has obviously increased their speed of action, making them appear faster. Even if ordinary people hold firearms and have been trained for a long time, they won't have much chance of winning against these guys. On the other hand, Chen Ming was as calm as water, with no disturbance in his heart. He squeezed the hilt of the sword in his hand with his 5 fingers, and pressed the chain sword switch with his thumb. Buzz! The sound of the chainsaw turning instantly drowned out the roars of the beasts. Generally, the rotation speed of a chainsaw is around 2,500 times per minute, but as the main weapon of the mecha equipment, the chain sword can easily exceed 10,000 rotations per minute. Facing the zombie wolves that were the first to swoop behind him, Chen Ming made a sweeping sweep. The moment the chain sword came into contact with their bodies, there was a bang and blood burst out. Driven by the chainsaw, it splashed everywhere. Almost instantly, the high-speed rotating chainsaw smashed the flesh into mince and the bones into powder. Seeing the situation, the other mutated beasts did not stop, as if their fear had been completely removed and they were bent on killing. With the chain sword in hand, Chen Ming could kill them with ease. When Chen Ming swung his sword and had no time to stop, Tiger King swooped down and launched a fierce attack from the left side of Chen Ming's body. Chen Ming reacted in advance under the 3-second prediction effect of his danger perception ability. Boom! The 5 fingers were clenched into a fist, and with a strong roar of wind and waves, it hit the tiger's head. The tiger head, which was supposed to be hard, quickly broke, deformed, and folded. It flew dozens of meters away, half of its body was flattened, as if it had been repeatedly crushed by a heavy truck. There was Wusong in ancient times, and now there is Chen Ming who piloted a mecha and killed King Tiger with one punch. This has not yet used the power system. If it were superimposed, Chen Ming felt that the power of one punch could shatter the tiger into a bloody mist. Filled the air. Continue to swing the sword, just like chopping melons and vegetables, slaughtering the mutated beasts. When the monkey jumped from the tree, he hugged behind him, intending to sneak attack. Chen Ming directly turned on the spray device on his back. Boom! The blue flame instantly burned the monkey into charcoal and dropped it. Realizing that there was a python trying to use the visual difference to entanglement the mecha, Chen Ming raised his foot in advance and stepped down hard. When it was removed, only the plasma that exploded on the ground and a complete snakeskin were left. This combat power is too exaggerated. It's amazing. Yes, I remember that a group of Special Forces soldiers were fully armed and one of them was killed by a mutant tiger. I also remember that that thing was so powerful. It was hit by hundreds of bullets, and its body was almost broken. It was still able to fight back. There is another point that you have overlooked. It was daytime when the Special Forces came, and now it is night. This is the time of day when the zombie virus is most active. Mecha Heavenly Venerable lives up to its reputation. The popularity is off the charts. My video has only been posted for 2 minutes and already hundreds of thousands of people have watched it. Not surprisingly, the whole country is paying attention to this now. Video comment area. Is he still outputting? This Mecha Heavenly Venerable is really incredible, and the weapon is even more outrageous. When the sword is swung out, it turns directly into plasma. Brothers, how many punches can you bear? How many punches? Didn't you see that tiger deflated with one punch? Are you tougher than a tiger? If he is willing, he can easily become the savior. If you had this ability, would you choose to be the savior? I will never be a hero. It's too tiring. I have to fight my whole life for others. If I don't pay attention, I will fall into the abyss. In this society, there are too many white-eyed wolves. Isn't it good to be cool and unrestrained and do whatever you want? It just so happened that Chen Ming thought so too. Boom! There was a loud bang. Chen Ming held the hilt of the sword with both hands, pointed the chain sword in his hand at the last end, and smashed it hard towards the mutated rhinoceros that was charging towards him. In an instant, the mutated rhinoceros body turned into blood splashing everywhere. I couldn't find any piece of flesh, bones, or bones larger than a palm. He swung the chain sword in his hand hard, and the strong wind caused by his brute force was like sword energy, forcibly dividing the blood within a range of 20 or 30 meters. After shaking off the zombie blood stained on the blade, Chen Ming reached behind his back and stuck the chain sword back. I'm sure there are no toys for entertainment in this zoo. Yes, zombie mutants are monsters in the eyes of others, but in his eyes, they can only be used for entertainment. It's not that they are inflated or arrogant, but that the gap between the two sides is too huge. Of course, Chen Ming did not feel that he was omnipotent and invincible. He knows very well that if this pace of development continues, sooner or later, a towering monster like the one in the movie will appear. Mecha, didn't it just show up? If you can catch mechas yourself, can't others catch monsters? After Chen Ming casually walked around the zoo to make sure that no fish had slipped through the net. He took advantage of the wind and sword and disappeared from everyone's sight. When he was about to enter the range of Fushunju, he turned invisible to avoid being noticed. The mecha was related to him. Back at the villa, I lay in the yard and looked at the stars in the sky. Recalling the previous battle, Chen Ming's heart was still surging. He lamented, unfortunately, reality is not a game. Killing monsters cannot 100% drop rewards like in the game. Thinking of this, Chen Ming decisively took out his mobile phone and focused on fishing in myriad worlds. What if? Chapter 48. If you can't catch it once, 10 times. If you can't catch it 10 times, you can't catch it 100 times. If you can't catch it 100 times, just 1,000 times. Chen Ming can afford it and has time. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving a box of anti-inflammatory cream, 50 grams. Just after swinging the pole once, Chen Ming noticed the red dot reminder above the word task. Decided to do a few first to enhance fishing opportunities. Open the task interface. Task: slaughter a mutated tiger. Task status: completed. Task reward: experience, number of fishing +3. Task: slaughter a mutated lion. Task status: completed. Task reward: experience, number of fishing +3. Task: slaughter a mutated elephant. Task status: completed. Task reward: experience, number of fishing +5. Chen Ming too is convenient, so I just clicked one button to receive it without looking at the details. Not only did I not know this, but also, not to mention that I had upgraded several levels in a row, the number of fishing times in the enhanced version alone had increased by a full 50 times. The previous 8 enhanced fishing opportunities gave Chen Ming a lot of rewards and he obtained a mecha. This time, the number of enhanced fishing times has been increased by 50 times. Goodoo. Chen Ming swallowed. Be mentally prepared and stop wasting time. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Critical attack successful. Congratulations to the host for getting free attribute plus 500. You just started, and you hit 500 points of free attributes with a critical hit. Chen Ming's mouth became harder to suppress than AK at this moment. Continue. We must take advantage of the victory and pursue it. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the S-level skill, Shadow Wolf Summoning. Although he didn't get a critical hit and caught a duplicate skill, Chen Ming was very happy in his heart. Quickly summon the 2S level skill Shadow Wolf and fuse them to obtain the SS level skill Shadow Wolf Summon. Converging. Fusion successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the SS level skill, Shadow Wolf Summoning. SS level skill Shadow Wolf Summoning. After possessing this skill, you will automatically add 10 Shadow Wolf summons every day. Note: after the Shadow Wolf dies, it will not disappear, but the next summoning time will be increased. The skill introduction is pretty much the same, with only one more S, which changes from 1 to 10. But this improvement is equivalent to a qualitative leap for Chen Ming. The number of Shadow Wolves summoned every day will increase from 1 to 10. The Shadow Wolf army that Chen Ming had imagined before was no longer out of reach, but one step closer. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting unlimited pure water +1. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting unlimited electricity energy +1. These two polls directly solved two major problems in Chen Ming's daily life. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the S-level skill, Summon a Tornado. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the S-level skill, Transcendent Level Memory. Seeing this Transcendent Level Memory, Chen Ming realized that among the S-level skills, there was also a counting skill. Of course, there may be other wonderful uses, but I don't know it. It needs practice to be effective. Chen Ming forgot where he heard a sentence, saying, "There are no trash skills, only trash users. Stop overthinking and carry on." He really didn't believe it. With 50 rounds of enhanced fishing times, he couldn't catch the skill he wanted. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the S-level skill, Lucky Star. Lucky Star. Based on these 3 words alone, it was difficult for Chen Ming to determine the function of this skill, so he chose to view the introduction. S-level skill Lucky Star. After acquiring this skill, your luck will increase in all aspects, including but not limited to the success rate of dodging enemy attacks, the probability of winning high-level rewards and draws. Okay. This is great. After reading the introduction, Chen Ming was sure of one thing. Now, his chances of fishing for high-level rewards have doubled again. Quickly throw out the next rod. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a resource map. Resource map. After turning off the reward prompt, Chen Ming noticed an extra map-shaped icon on the right side of the screen, below the taskbar. Click in. A city map that could be zoomed in or out was immediately displayed in front of Chen Ming. Wherever there is food, where there is clean water, where there are weapons and ammunition, where there are zombies, it is a dangerous zone. Without reservation, everything is shown. Good guy. Isn't this equivalent to opening a full perspective view? Although the resource map only covers a radius of 10 kilometers, it has a real-time refresh function. As long as Chen Ming moves, he can see further. Food, water, weapons, and ammunition are currently of little use to Chen Ming, but if this function is displayed in dangerous areas, it will be of great use. When you want to kill zombies, you won't go astray and waste time. You can also check whether there is any danger around the shelter at any time, so you can sleep peacefully. With that said, Chen Ming took another swing. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the S-level skill, Puppet Hand. S-level skill Puppet Hands, you can silently and secretly control others, including but not limited to zombies and mutant beasts, through these hands. The maximum number of controls, 10. This skill can actually control all living things, even zombies and mutant beasts after death. Chen Ming released the Shadow Wolf. After triggering the skill, his fingers were connected with 10 invisible threads. He raised his little finger and the Shadow Wolf's tail stood up. Shaking 4 more fingers, the Shadow Wolf spread its legs directly and hung in the air. Although the Shadow Wolf does not have a rich expression management system like humans, Chen Ming still saw that it was confused now. Chen Ming clenched his fingers, released them, and retracted the puppet string. I have already imagined many wonderful uses in my mind, such as facing an invading enemy and using the hands of a puppet to control him to shoot himself with a gun. Or, control more powerful mutant beasts to deal with other mutant beasts. There are many ways to play. Chen Ming had a hunch that he was getting closer to what he wanted. Hurry up! Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the S-level skill, Mad Ghost Transformation. Ghost Transformation. After checking the skill introduction, Chen Ming found that he had misunderstood. It was not that after triggering the skill, he would become an evil ghost, walk through walls, kill people in his sleep, and be omnipotent. Instead, it applies a layer of buffing effect similar to blood rage, and the more it kills, the more powerful it becomes. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Critical attack successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the SSS-level skill, Kill enemies and drop treasure chests. SSS-level. The moment he saw the 3 SS, Chen Ming's attention suddenly became highly concentrated. SSS skill kills treasure chests. After killing different enemies, treasure chests will drop. The stronger the enemy, the higher the level of the treasure chest. After confirming the look, it was the skill Chen Ming wanted. Chapter 49. Click to view more detailed skill descriptions. Chen Ming learned that the levels of the treasure chests were divided from low to high: wood, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, epic, king, and mythical. There are 10 levels in total. The higher the level, the higher the rewards. Although the name is called killing enemies and dropping treasure chests, in fact, as long as Chen Ming kills the object with his own hands, the reward standard can be triggered. After all, he had carried out the killing with his own hands, so how could he not be considered an enemy? In everything, Chen Ming, the host, is the highest priority. Putting fishing in myriad worlds aside for the time being, Chen Ming was anxious to try out what kind of surprise this newly obtained SSS-level skill could bring to him. It is inevitable to like the new and dislike the old. Open the resource map and check the dangerous areas individually. At this moment, in the Fushanju Villa area, the safe area that the Special Forces soldiers cleared out with bullets during the day was once again invaded by zombies. The 4 gates in the southeast, northwest, and northwest are all open. It's the end of the world, and we definitely can't ask people to evacuate. Just remember to close the door. However, this made it easier for Chen Ming to move. Riding on the heavy motorcycle that came with Dushan Villa, Chen Ming sped down the mountain, the roar piercing the night sky. This is exactly what Chen Ming wants to achieve, based on the information he learned from previous battles and on the internet. Chen Ming clearly affirmed that these low-level zombies do not have visual ability. There are 2 ways to judge and target enemies, one is smell and the other is hearing, which are far superior to ordinary people and are particularly keen. After a while, when I arrived at the foot of the mountain, the camera on the door automatically recognized my identity and turned it on. Chen Ming sped out and rushed straight to the nearest zombie spot. The fishing system also thoughtfully provides a virtual panel display for the resource map function, which can be called up with a single thought. Check show specific quantity. The map screen expanded, and the zombies turned into small red dots and were moving. From God's perspective, it is not difficult to see that Chen Ming is the target of their upcoming fire. Don't panic at all. The reason why Chen Ming made such a big noise was to attract them so that they could be slaughtered easily. Mecha? The number of zombies is too small, so there is no need to use a butcher's knife to kill chickens. It just so happened that Chen Ming had other ideas and wanted to give it a try. At the same time, the sound of the motorcycle engine attracted the attention of not only the zombies, but also the residents nearby. There are still a very small number of people who have not chosen to follow the crowd and evacuate. The more this happens, the more they feel that staying at home can give them more security. The food prepared in advance has already been piled in the basement, thinking that it will be enough to last until the disaster is over. Little did he realize that this disaster was not as simple as he imagined and could easily end in a few months. What happened? Why is it so noisy? A woman's voice came from behind, looking sleepy. It's nothing. Someone stayed up late at night and wanted to die. The man responded. The woman heard the words and came to the window. Then I saw that Chen Ming got off the motorcycle without turning off the engine and the headlights were still on. The next second, 2 more Tang Heng Dao appeared out of thin air in his hands. Hey, did you see clearly where he took the knife out? The woman lowered her voice, raised her hand, patted the man's shoulder, and asked excitedly. No, it's probably because it was too dark and we couldn't see clearly, right? Soon, the man's eyes were attracted by the low roars coming from the left side. The moment he turned his head to look, his eyes were as wide as copper bells and trembling slightly. The woman was so frightened that she hugged the man tightly and did not dare to speak. The strength was so great that her nails already caused the man to feel some pain, and he frowned. However, he was a pretty boy, and the key to the basement was hidden somewhere by a woman. The anti-theft level was maxed out. In order to survive, he had to grit his teeth and endure it. That guy actually wants to rely on 2 knives to deal with the zombies that go crazy at night? He wants to die, he wants to die. The man sighed, and was prepared to see Chen Ming being eaten up. It was too late to transform into a corpse, and only one person was left. Be mentally prepared for a pile of dead bones. Look at Chen Ming, and then look at the dozens of zombies running wildly from a distance. Yes, dozens of zombies running wildly. No more slowness. The man imagined 10,000 ways, but he just couldn't think of what Chen Ming would do to survive. Let alone an ordinary person, he is a well-trained special operations soldier. Faced with this situation, he still has no way to save the day with 2 swords in hand. Even if equipped with a rifle, the chances of transforming into a corpse and surviving are still 50 to 50. The crushing force in numbers cannot be underestimated. As the old saying goes, 2 fists are no match for 4. This boy, he's not broken up in love. He sincerely wants to give away his life, right? Why bother? The man said he didn't understand. Immediately afterwards, the thoughts in his mind about Chen Ming's death were ruthlessly broken. I saw Chen Ming clenching his 5 fingers, and from the root of the sword, a wisp of flame entangled the sword like a snake and went straight to the tip of the sword. Immediately, fierce flames enveloped the entire blade. How was this done? Did he apply gasoline on it beforehand and then lit it with a lighter? No, I didn't see him making similar moves. The man shook his head in denial, with a shocked expression on his face. Immediately, a shocking scene happened that surprised him even more. When Chen Ming faced the zombies that were rushing towards him like a flood, he swept out with a single knife. The dazzling flames, like a raging wave, also rushed towards the group of corpses and penetrated them. Coverage range is 7 to 8 meters. You know, this was Chen Ming's casual wave. That flame saber chi not only brings burning damage, but its sharpness cannot be underestimated. Most of the running zombies were cut in half in an instant. Falling to the ground, with a bang, the red flames spread quickly, completely covering them, carbonizing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and crackling continuously. One knife. The man's legs were weak and he knelt down by the window. He is so strong. The woman was attracted by the firelight and looked at Chen Ming with eyes full of yearning and admiration. I couldn't help but think to myself, if I can have a relationship with him, my probability of surviving in the future will definitely be greatly increased, right? Besides, he looks like my type. The man who could see through the woman's thoughts had a depressed expression, worried that he would be kicked away. No matter how much he doesn't want to admit it, he has to admit that compared to Chen Ming, he has no advantage at all, especially at the end of the world. Chen Ming had already sensed the existence of the two of them, and they were not worthy of his attention. Faced with zombies who still don't give up and want to knock him down, eating flesh and drinking blood. Hold the 2 swords tightly, and use the A-level skill to master the double sword style. Each sword will be as bright as a bright moon, eye-catching. Dazzling. The flames streaked across the air, and although they were fleeting, the surprise they left behind was deep in the minds of others. There was a flash of cold light. The unstrengthened Tang Dao used only brute force to cut a zombie in half from head to crotch, splitting it into 2. It's like cutting through lard with a hot knife, easily. There was a splash of blood, flowing all over the ground, carrying the internal organs. The last zombie that rushed towards him thrust out the fire knife and penetrated the opponent's head. The 5 fingers clenched again. Boom! Increase the flame output, and with a bang, the head turns into charcoal blocks of different sizes and falls apart. Finish? It's not over yet. Boom! 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 The footsteps were heavy. Chen Ming had already noticed that guy on the map. The red dot representing it was twice as big as other zombies. Chapter 50. If Chen Ming guessed correctly, the opponent should be a high-level species like the high-level zombies he had caught earlier. Killing zombies successfully. Congratulations to the host for getting the wooden treasure chest +2. Killing zombies successfully. Congratulations to the host for getting the wooden treasure chest +2. Killing zombies successfully. Congratulations to the host for getting the wooden treasure chest +2. Turn off system prompts. Because Chen Ming killed so fast, it was several seconds before the last zombie was killed, and the prompt was still scrolling. He raised his eyes and looked straight at the zombie whose footsteps were getting more and more rapid. In this dead atmosphere, it was like thunder falling into his ears. This size is much larger than Chen Ming expected. A pair of jeans on the lower body had already burst open, and the grey short sleeves on the upper body were also stretched to the limit by muscles. They were full of drawn tears and dried and blackened blood. If you look carefully, you can still find many wounds left by bullets. The body is over 2 meters tall, with a bare top and a centipede-like scar running from his forehead to the back of his head. The teeth were bared, the expression was ferocious, and the white eyes were foggy, making it difficult to see the details of the eyeballs. Not to mention being infected with the zombie virus. Even in peaceful times, when encountering such people on the street, most people would choose to avoid them for fear of offending. It's just that the words "I'm not someone to be trifled with" were written on his face. Chen Ming was very sure that as a human being, no matter how crazy he was with medicine and training, he would never be able to become this strong, no different from a mountain of muscles. Roar! When their eyes met, the zombie became even more angry. It opened its arms like a wild beast and roared at Chen Ming. This look and performance reminded Chen Ming of the big green guy he had seen in the Transcendent Level hero movie. However, in terms of deterrence, the giant zombie in front of him must be stronger. Just because it is in reality, it is even more irrational. In other words, under the continued influence of the zombie virus, the word rationality has been completely deleted from the zombies' genes. They are not humans, but complete monsters. Boom! Chen Ming first waved a flame, saber chi, and decided to try out the depth of this high-level zombie. Zombies face the flame saber chi, taking the word reckless to the extreme. Boom! Boom! He went on a rampage and easily flipped off the car blocking the road, rolling it 7 or 8 meters away. The power was so great that it scared those who peeped behind the windows to tremble. I am extremely sure that if that slap hits me, I will definitely die. Seeing the moment when the flame saber chi is about to collide with the zombies. The flesh on the back of the zombie's hand actually broke open, and a large white sharp object stretched out. He raised his hand and tore off the flame saber chi that Chen Ming had chopped off. Chen Ming took a closer look and was sure that it was a piece of bone, shaped like half a sword blade. You carried the knife forcefully and didn't even leave any traces, Chen Ming said unexpectedly. Instead, he became excited. It was rare to find an opponent that interested him. Roar! The zombies roared and rushed towards him again. Facing the bone sword he thrust out, Chen Ming nimbly dodged sideways. At the same time, he dropped the 2 swords he had raised in advance, filling them with strength. The 2 swords collided fiercely with the bone sword, causing sparks to appear. But under the blessing of Chen Ming's powerful strength attribute, the bone sword finally failed to withstand it and broke. Together with the whole hand, it flew out. Chen Ming did not stop, leaving room for the zombies to breathe. The 2 swords slashed quickly, and the cold light of the blades and the light of the flames were more eye-catching than the bright moon above the head. Every cut is so deep that you can see the bone. The skin is torn apart. The 2 knives pierced the zombie's chest. After penetrating, he turned his wrists inward with both hands at the same time. The blades pointed upward, and he lifted it up with all his strength. The chest, together with the head, was divided into 3 parts by Chen Ming. Boom! With his knees bent, the zombie knelt heavily. Chen Ming made another X-shaped cut, cutting him into several large pieces, keeping in mind the last hit. Killing the Titan zombie successfully. Congratulations to the host for getting the Black Iron Chest +1. It actually has a name. It seems that it is indeed a high-level zombie. Chen Ming shook off the blood stained on the blade with one hand, and used the flame to burn the blood and minced meat completely. Before leaving, Chen Ming noticed that at his feet, the wrist of the Titan zombie that was first cut off by him had a sarcoma, which looked like a small hand. Do high-level zombies have the ability to heal themselves? Chen Ming thought that if he didn't start from the beginning in time and complete the kill, the hand would most likely return to its original state. Only a zombie from a black iron treasure chest has this ability. The epic, king, mythical and others. Chen Ming had reason to suspect that the SSS-level skill of killing enemies and dropping treasure chests indirectly revealed what kind of scene Blue Star would be in the future, with a group of demons dancing around. Chen Ming became more determined to become stronger. After finally awakening Goldfinger, how could he just die? Release the double knives and they will be automatically recovered into the storage space. Chen Ming turned over and got on the heavy motorcycle. At this time, the door of the villa next to it opened, and the woman hurriedly said, "Well, I admire you very much, can you? Boom. Before the woman could finish her words, Chen Ming had already turned the accelerator and flew away like an arrow. The woman was left alone, messy in the wind. The man knew that the woman was angry and did not speak, which was quite sensible. He was worried that if he angered her, he would be kicked out of the house and become a prey for zombies. The woman has always acted cautiously. Every time she went to the basement to get food, she would lock him in a room on the second floor to avoid being attacked. The man has long given up on the idea of getting rid of her and monopolizing the villa and the materials. I picked up my phone, edited the video I had just secretly shot, edited out the unnecessary plot, and posted it online. Originally, I wanted people to see what the end of the world has forced ordinary people to do. As a result, Chen Ming used hard force to swell the man's face. Number double sword superpowers, / zombies, don't regret it. After editing the title, the man confirmed the published content. See the prompt that the release was successful. Click OK and it just refreshes. All the prompts in the backstage, which was originally quiet as dead water, turned into 99+. Follow the background video and open the link. I was surprised to find that the number of views had already exceeded 10,000. Comment section. Holy shit! So handsome! So hot! Unfortunately, the light was too dim and he moved too fast, so the photo was not very clear and his face could not be seen clearly. A person with fire attributes. Why only one side of the knife has flames? F***ck. Facing that kind of mountain-like monster, he actually managed to beat him. The blogger is from River City? I remember seeing this zombie on Lu Street in the south of the city before, massacring a group of Special Forces soldiers. Bullets were useless against him. The cannonball hit the body, and the wound healed itself in the blink of an eye. Is this zombie so fierce? Can zombies heal themselves? How about being so perverted? Grass. There is no doubt that Chen Ming has become popular again. The top 50 hot searches are about to be dominated by him alone. And at the same time, Chen Ming had already returned to the villa and was ready to open the treasure chest for the first time. Full of expectations. Chapter 51. First, select the wooden treasure chest. Chen Ming wants to know, what kind of rewards can be found in this lowest level treasure chest. It's quite considerate. It provides the option of 10 consecutive runs, which saves a lot of trouble. Without hesitation, I decided to open 10 in a row. Opening the wooden treasure chest. Open successfully. Congratulations to the host for getting the military kitchen knife +1. Open successfully. Congratulations to the host for getting the 20 kilograms of rice pack +1. Open successfully. Congratulations to the host for getting +10 rifle bullets. Open successfully. Congratulations to the host for getting carrot +3. Open successfully. Congratulations to the host for getting canned beef +1. Open successfully. Congratulations to the host for getting fire axe +1. Open successfully. Congratulations to the host for getting fragrant pear +1. Open successfully. Congratulations to the host for getting a pack of spicy strips. Open successfully. Congratulations to the host for getting mineral water +3. Open successfully. Congratulations to the host for getting claw hammer +1. After a quick look, I see that they are all very basic and commonplace things, all of which can be found in reality. If it were to be considered rare, it would definitely be dozens of rifle bullets, because ordinary people would never have access to such a thing. Ordinary is a bit ordinary, but in another half year, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. When the currently produced food is exhausted, subsequent production capacity cannot keep up. For Chen Ming, this is a wooden treasure chest, but for other people who are living in the apocalypse and struggling to survive, it is a rare treasure that can only be found. Chen Ming stopped opening the wooden treasure chest and decided to store it as a backup resource. When the food runs out in the future, open thousands of them to replenish the warehouse. Instead, Chen Ming focused on the only black iron treasure box. The battle between him and the Titan zombies was not very difficult. But if it were someone else with only this SSS-level skill, he probably wouldn't be able to grasp the opportunity even if it were presented to him. Not to mention killing the Titan zombie, whether it can cut off its bone sword and break through the defense is a difficult problem. The bone sword can be used as both a sharp blade and a shield. Shaking his head to clear his mind, Chen Ming selected the black iron treasure chest and confirmed to open it. Opening the black iron treasure chest. Open successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Tang Dao Special Strengthening Accessory +1. After confirming it twice, Chen Ming now had reason to suspect that the lucky value added up by multiple SSS-level skills might really make his wishes come true at some point. When Chen Ming was fighting the Titan zombies earlier, he couldn't help but think to himself. If both Tang knives can be strengthened, and paired with the skill of dual sword style, they will surely have even more amazing effects. Unexpectedly, in this only one opportunity, I actually got the reward I wanted most at the moment. Without further ado, select the special strengthening accessories for Tang Dao and make sure to use it. In use. Added successfully. Tang Dao has been upgraded. Renamed, Ice Tang Dao. One with fire attributes and one with ice attributes. Chen Ming immediately opened the storage space, found the Ice Tang sword, and took it out. Hold it in your hand and observe it for a long time. The surface didn't change much, just covered with a light layer of white frost. If you get a little closer, you can feel the cold air spreading from the blade. Chen Ming stood up and walked to a bush. Without touching them, he gently passed the leaves with the blade of the knife. Immediately afterwards, the leaves that were green and full of vitality a second ago were directly frozen by large pieces of ice. Chen Ming reached out and picked off a piece. With a little force between his two fingers, it broke easily. The sound was crisp and scattered on the ground. The cold freezes not only the outside, but also the inside of the leaves, making them more fragile and brittle. The corners of Chen Ming's lips raised slightly, and it was not difficult to imagine what kind of miraculous effects this thing would have if used on zombies, monsters, and enemies. Satisfy. So satisfied. A treasure chest ranked second to last could produce such a reward, which was enough to make a person easily transform from a commoner to a master. What could he have to be picky about? In other words, the penultimate reward is so exciting, but what about the mythical, king, and epic treasure chests that are ranked first, second, and third? Looking forward to it, very much looking forward to it. After releasing the handle of the knife, Tang Heng Dao automatically moved into mosaic-like small squares, disappeared, and returned to the storage space. In Chen Ming's opinion, this function is very practical. The SSS-level storage space can not only automatically recycle Chen Ming's equipment at any time. It can also make the item he thinks of appear in his hand immediately when he needs it. This setting can come in handy in battles with powerful enemies. After all, you can't just open the virtual panel and slowly look for the props you need during the battle, right? By the time I found it, the daylilies were cold. Call. A cool breeze blew. In River City at night, the temperature drops sharply. Chen Ming returned to the villa, picked up the remote control, sat on the sofa, and turned on the TV. Then, in the storage space, switch to the food area and choose dinner. Take out a plate of steaming, fragrant seafood fried rice, plus red wine steak, and a few croissants. Have a simple meal. Outsiders should know that in Chen Ming's eyes, the food cooked by a 5-star chef is just a simple meal, and there is a high probability that he will vomit blood. A mouthful of rice with squid tentacles is put into your mouth. The other hand held the remote control, changing channels. Only then did I realize that from somewhere along the way, there was only one channel left, out of the hundreds, which was Yangshi 1. The picture is very shaken, which is understandable since we were shooting from a helicopter. Dear viewers, we have now arrived in the sky above Yangcheng to live broadcast the latest news about the Scarlet Knight for you. Audiences can enter the Yangshi official website to obtain the latest action route of the Scarlet Knight at any time to facilitate evacuation. Scarlet Knight. Chen Ming put the fried rice to his mouth and put it back, his eyes fixed on the TV screen. The photographer adjusted the camera lens and focused on a person. No, it can't be said to be a human being. Although he looks like a human being, he is definitely not a human being. The metal texture is extremely strong, reflecting the silver moonlight. The giant knight, completely wrapped in blood-colored armor, is marching slowly in the city. I don't know the intention, let alone the destination he will go to. He did not take the initiative to find and hunt humans like other zombies. Just walks so quietly. Using the nearby floor as a reference, Chen Ming visually determined that the Scarlet Knight should be almost the same as the dangerous wanderer mecha he owned. Did anyone unlucky enough to fish this thing out while I was there trying out the knife? Should I say he is lucky or unlucky? Chen Ming had a complicated expression. Put down the spoon. Pick up your phone and enter the Yangshi official website address that is scrolling above the TV. Chen Ming wanted to see if the bloody knight would threaten him. It's not unfounded, because the city of Yangcheng is right next door to River City. Chapter 52. Check in advance, just in case your refuge is really on that guy's route of action, so you can take action in advance. Still at the beginning of the end of the world, Chen Ming didn't have much experience fighting monsters. The most powerful monster he had fought so far was the Titan zombie that was worth a black iron chest. How does the Titan zombie compare to the Scarlet Knight in the news? All I can say is that there is a huge difference. In terms of size, the Scarlet Knight can trample Titan zombies into flesh and blood with one kick. As the saying goes, only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you be victorious in every battle. It will do no harm to you to collect more information. Operate your phone with one hand and eat while it's hot with the other. A bite of seafood fried rice, paired with large pieces of steak cut in advance with a knife and fork, stuffed into your mouth, it is simply not satisfying. After confirming that the URL was correct, Chen Ming clicked on search and started spinning around. It can be clearly felt that at certain times, current mobile phone signals are far inferior to those before the apocalyptic disasters. However, being able to connect to the internet continuously was already very good in Chen Ming's opinion, and there was no reason to ask for more. If this momentum continues, it will only be a matter of time before a large-scale network disconnection occurs. The official website of Yangshi provides a quick query window for viewing the Scarlet Knight. Click to open the link. The drone monitors in real time and changes the predicted route at any time according to the direction of the Scarlet Knight's action. But if you look closely, you will find that the Scarlet Knight is moving in a straight line from beginning to end. Chen Ming put his phone on the table so that he could zoom out on the map with 2 fingers. After the map is zoomed out, the area that can be seen becomes wider. He could clearly see that the so-called big data prediction route passed straight through the Fushunju Villa area. This means that if the Scarlet Knight keeps this route unchanged, he will meet Chen Ming sooner or later. Nervous? Not only was Chen Ming not nervous, he scooped up a plump shrimp and put it into his mouth. It was very chewy. To be honest, even if the Scarlet Knight didn't find him, Chen Ming still had a crush on him after learning of his existence. I really want to know one thing. After killing such a huge monster, what level of treasure chest will you get as a reward? Gold? Platinum? Diamond? Even? Epic? He guessed irresponsibly. With his free hand, he clicked the area where he was with his index finger, and the 2 points were connected. Chen Ming got the time when the Scarlet Knight arrived at Fusion residence. 47 hours, 23 minutes, and 24 seconds. To be precise, it is a countdown, close to 2 days. Because the Scarlet Knight has been moving forward at a constant speed, it is not difficult to calculate the time when he arrives at the coordinate location. If the danger wanderer mecha can't kill him, it shouldn't be difficult to fire an SSS-level world-destroying fireball, right? After all, this is the highest level skill. If it can't even deal with the early monsters, won't humans just have to wait for death in the future? Chen Ming guessed that the person behind this disaster should not be so perverted. Chen Ming, like many people, is curious about the origin of the Myriad Worlds phishing software, but at the moment, he has no clue and no way to start, let alone whether he has the ability to investigate the matter. Usse-level skills transcendent level hacker to hack into mobile phone programs? It was not that Chen Ming had never thought of this plan, but unfortunately, after some attempts, he failed. The only answer I got was, it was detected that the program crashed and data cannot be retrieved. Please try restarting. He simply put the matter behind him, unable to solve the problem in a hurry. At least for now, it is certain that phishing with Myriad Worlds software will not harm you at all. Even if you are targeted by bad luck and fish out monsters, now with the blessing of the SSS level skill of killing enemies and dropping treasure chests, it has become a free resource, which is nothing more than multiple hunting steps. Pick up the plate and scrape off the last bit of seafood fried rice with a spoon. Wipe the steak sauce on the wooden plate with the remaining half of the croissant and put it in your mouth, so that none of it is wasted. The storage space also thoughtfully provides a one-click cleaning function. Of course, Chen Ming could also choose to keep the wooden plates and porcelain bowls and clean them himself. But he had plenty of such things, so there was no need to waste effort. Lying on the sofa, he raised his phone with both hands, opened the forum, and entered the words Scarlet Knight. Chen Ming wanted to know what other people thought of this monster. Go straight to the section. This Red Knight looks so scary and domineering. Which BD fished this thing out? If you admit it now, you can still fight for leniency. Excuse me with leniency, come and shoot me directly, Grandma's fault. Isn't this harmful to people? Speaking of which, who do you think is more powerful than the Scarlet Knight or the Mecha Heavenly Venerable? It's hard to say, I haven't seen the battle scene of the Scarlet Knight so far. I vote for the Mecha Heavenly Venerable. 2 swords and a shotgun, I vote for Mecha Heavenly Venerable, my lord, times have changed. Brothers, the fishing count will be refreshed in half an hour. I wish all brothers good luck and superpowers. I would like to spend 10 years of being single in exchange for a mecha. 10 years? I'm all FG stud. Shit, you want to take this too? Are you addicted to rolling? Study? I will be overdrafted together with my next life. You are so cruel. After reading a few more posts, Chen Ming smiled faintly and said, it seems that my current popularity can surpass those top celebrities who easily have tens of millions and over 100 million followers. Unfortunately, in troubled times, what use are fans? Organize them into their own legion? Forget it, if he has the time, Chen Ming might as well swing 2 more poles and upgrade his SS-level Shadow Wolf summoning skill to SSS level. 1 per day for S level, 10 per day for SS level. Calculating in this order, wouldn't there be 100 for SSS level? 100 more Shadow Wolves are summoned every day, which means 36,500 wolves in 1 year. 365,000 wolves in 10 years. The more Chen Ming thought about it, the more excited he became. In his mind, he imagined a grand picture of himself leading an army of millions of Shadow Wolves. Not to mention 10,000 Shadow Wolves can be invincible. They are stronger than zombies, move faster, and know better about teamwork. The most important thing is to have a master who can increase their skills. It's only 12 o'clock while there's still some time left. Chen Ming happily became a simplified version of the fisherman. Click Start Fishing, throw out the fishing rod with both hands, and fall into the water. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Critical attack successful. Congratulations to the host for gaining lifespan plus 1000. Seeing this result, Chen Ming was stunned for half a second. After repeated confirmation, the lifespan is indeed increased by 1000. According to the system description, if Chen Ming remembers correctly, one lifespan equals 1 year lifespan. 1,000 points, does this directly add 1,000 years to my lifespan? Chapter 53. With one stroke, your lifespan will be increased by 1,000 years. If you say this, you will definitely be envied, jealous, and hated by others. Coupled with the SSS-level Shadow Wolf summoning skill, Chen Ming feels that his little life is really getting more and more promising. Even if he doesn't upgrade to SSS and just relies on the SS-level skill Shadow Wolf summoning, 1,000 years later, Chen Ming can still pick up 3.65 million Shadow Wolf followers for free without doing anything. With 100% loyalty, no amount of elites can resist such a large monster army. Even if he encounters an alarming tide of corpses, Chen Ming is still confident and will use an even greater torrent to engulf them all. Tear it apart. With a number of more than 3 million, most of the time, absolute suppression can be achieved by stacking the number. Call. Take a deep breath and calm down. Chen Ming clicked the start fishing button again. Throw the pole with both hands. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the S-level skill, Hand of Nature. After reading the skill introduction, Chen Ming learned that this skill can summon vines and tree roots at will. Like an octopus, it can be used as tentacles, which is very flexible. It has many functions, for example, it can twist tree roots and vines into one, increase the hardness, and suddenly stab out from the ground like a spear, killing the enemy by surprise. Or, multiple roots can be fired at the same time, and the main purpose is still to catch the enemy by surprise. When he is unprepared, he will entangle his limbs and limit his mobility. It can also be woven into a cage to act as a delay, giving you the opportunity and chance of winning for the next attack. In Chen Ming's view, this skill has a wide range of uses. As described in the introduction, it can have a very good sneak attack effect. Continue. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the S-level weapon, Elven Holy Bow +1. S-level weapon. Elf Holy Bow. Open the backpack and select the Elf Holy Bow temporarily stored in it. The combination of green and white is very harmonious, and the whole thing is very exquisite. When you take it closer, you can still see that there are elven characters engraved on the inside and outside of the bow. Chen Ming couldn't understand it, but it gave people a mysterious and sacred feeling. It's quite light in hand and doesn't feel heavy. However, there was one thing that puzzled him: did you forget to give me the arrow? Buzz. The phone vibrated, and a prompt window popped up, which was an introduction to the Elf Holy Bow. S-level weapon Elf Holy Bow. This weapon allows you to obtain the sacred blessing of the elves, establish a connection with nature, and use the energy of heaven and earth to condense powerful and swift arrows. You don't need to knock an arrow, just pull the bowstring and automatically condense the spiritual arrows. It's useless to say more. Chen Ming held the bow tightly with one hand, grabbed the bowstring with 2 fingers on the other hand, and pulled it open. During the pulling process, a golden spiritual arrow containing powerful natural power can be seen quickly forming. The slower Chen Ming's hand speed, the slower it will follow. If Chen Ming is faster, it will be faster. When the bow is fully drawn, the spiritual arrow is fully formed. Raise the arrow's aiming direction and lock on a towering ancient tree in the distance. Combined with the full proficiency of the archer caught before, the arrow left the string, leaving a golden arc in the air. Although it was fleeting, the power of that arrow really shocked Chen Ming. Boom! The thick tree trunk was broken into dozens of pieces by an arrow and collapsed suddenly. What makes Chen Ming even more delighted is that this elf holy bow, as a weapon of the elf clan, can condense up to 3 spiritual arrows at the same time, allowing 3 arrows to be fired simultaneously. Call out! Call out! Call out! At full proficiency level, Chen Ming could easily do it and master it. 3 golden arrows, like thunder returning from the ground to the sky, pierced the night. In the brief afterglow, those who didn't know probably thought it was some mutated giant beast, and cut through the void with a claw. It's definitely a good baby, accept it with satisfaction. It seemed that there were less than 3 minutes left before 12 o'clock. Chen Ming quickly threw out the next rod. Fishing in progress. After completing the mini-game, with his current reaction, this speed is no different from the slow motion of a movie in his eyes. Fishing successful. Critical attack successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the SSS-level skill, Undead Extraction. Chen Ming was stunned for a few seconds. Years of gaming experience told him that he seemed to have picked up an incredibly powerful divine skill. After coming back to his senses, he immediately clicked on the skill description, fearing that he would be in vain and his dream would be in vain. SSS-level skill Undead Extraction. You can 100% extract undead from corpses and summon them as servants. They will be 100% loyal to you and will never betray you forever. Note, corpses that were not hunted by the host themselves can also be extracted. However, if the killing time exceeds 24 hours, the undead will not be extracted. That's right. You can't go wrong. This is exactly the same as Chen Ming's understanding of the 4 words extraction of the dead. He raised his eyes and glanced at the bloody knight on the TV who was still moving forward. A trace of greed flashed across Chen Ming's eyes. How would it feel if this big guy was summoned as a servant of the undead? Originally, Chen Ming was satisfied with being able to form a shadow wolf army. Unexpectedly, there was a disagreement with the fishing system on this matter. It seems unwilling to accept that its legion only has one kind of thug, the shadow wolf. Love it, love it. Cool. Chen Ming adjusted his body, raised his legs, and lay flat on the sofa, kicking his hands and feet. He could not calm down for a long time. I wish I could fly over right now, have a fierce fight with that bloody knight, and fight to the death. Wait a minute. The time it took to kill those zombies earlier was less than 24 hours. Chen Ming, who had just laid down, realized this and suddenly sat up. He quickly put on his slippers, not wanting to miss the opportunity to expand his army. More importantly, you don't want to miss Titan zombies. I believe that before the Scarlet Knight, it will become his right-hand man and his right-hand man. He reached out and pulled out a Tang Dao from the void, floating it in front of him, and Chen Ming stood up in one step. To avoid causing unnecessary trouble, choose to enter a completely invisible state. In a straight line, he rushed quickly. Chen Ming didn't want to waste a minute or a second. Nowadays, these zombie monsters are becoming more and more cost-effective for him. After killing, you can not only complete the system task, but also get enhanced fishing opportunities. You can also get treasure chest rewards, and then extract the undead souls to serve as servants for life. The stronger the enemy, the greater the benefit will be after Chen Ming extracts it. Through continuous snowballing, even Chen Ming himself is not sure what the future will be like. In his wild thoughts, he had arrived at the place where he had killed the zombies before. Chen Ming spotted a pile of huge pieces of meat and walked over. The owners of those pieces of meat were none other than Titan zombies. If it's broken into pieces like this, it won't affect the extraction, right? Shake your head and clear away unnecessary thoughts. Knowing that there is no point in thinking wildly, he stretched out his hand to touch the corpse and silently said in his heart, "Extract." Chapter 54. Extracting. Extraction successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a new undead servant, Titan Zombie. Immediately afterwards, a dark, circular passage opened on the ground next to the corpse. Looking directly at it gives Chen Ming a sense of déjà vu. When you are staring into the abyss is also staring into it. It was clear that I couldn't see anything and it was pitch black, but on a psychological level, I felt a bit more oppressive. Immediately, a figure slowly emerged from the abyss door. Even though only one head was exposed, Chen Ming was immediately sure that it was a Titan zombie. Now, after being transformed into an undead, he looks even more domineering. His body texture is exactly the same as that of a shadow wolf, like a swaying black flame and like a shadow. At this moment, he was kneeling on one knee in front of Chen Ming in a surrendering posture. Seeing such a big guy swear 100% obedience to me, let alone, I can't help but feel a sense of accomplishment in my heart. Chen Ming is looking forward to the day when he will have millions of troops under his command. Then, Chen Ming discovered the skill of extracting undead, and very considerately provided a one-click all-select function. It would be really troublesome to extract the dozens of zombies left one by one. Just select all. Select all 45 zombies for undead extraction. Sure. Without hesitation. Extracting. Extraction successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a new undead servant, zombie plus 45. Ah. Yawning, inside the villa, the man carefully opened the balcony glass door and walked out. He closed it gently, then took out a cigarette and bit it with his mouth. Click the lighter with a click. When he turned around, he didn't bother to light his cigarette and was stunned on the spot. He couldn't believe what he saw. A bunch of zombies? It doesn't look like much. A group of new monsters, headed by a big man, were arranged in a square formation, kneeling on one knee and facing the east. The man turned his head and looked east, but saw nothing. Puzzled, he muttered softly, "Who are these monsters kneeling down to worship? Could it be that there are some terrifying monsters approaching this way, there, King? The more I think about it, the more terrified I become. If you still have the energy to smoke, you let go of your hand, put out the lighter, turned around, returned to the house, and pulled up the curtains with a swish." A few minutes passed. Fearfully, he opened the curtains a little, just enough to allow one eye to see through. After confirming that all the undead were gone, my heart, which was hanging in my throat and almost jumping out of my chest with excitement, finally felt much calmer. He took out his mobile phone, opened the photo album, looked at the photo he had just secretly taken, leaned against the glass door, and sat down slowly. I stared at it for a long time, but I couldn't figure out what kind of monster this was. I opened the forum and decided to upload it to the internet and answer my questions with the help of the wisdom of major netizens. By the way, I can also remind the officials that by creating heat and public opinion, they will notice that new types of monsters besides zombies have appeared in Toyamaiju. If we don't study it as soon as possible and send people to kill it, it may lead to the demise of the human race from this planet on which it depends for survival. Of course, he is more worried about his own demise than the demise of the human race. Number zombie? It's still a new monster. Do you have one that's 18 centimeters tall? Let me check. After a few minutes, replies started popping up. What's the meaning? Only 18 centimeters can answer? What do you say about my 20 centimeters? It doesn't look like a zombie, but it looks really domineering. Who are they kneeling to? This should be the attitude you would have when facing the king, right? This is not good news. Zombies and monsters are already difficult enough. There is also the Monster King. Are we humans destined to embark on the road of destruction? Ba, ba, ba. Crow's mouth. Here in Haoang County, the authorities have dispatched thousands of special forces and have suppressed the tide of corpses. It is estimated that this disaster will be over soon. Support upstairs, believe in the official, national flag. There seems to be no other choice but to believe. Speaking of which, the number of fishing trips has been updated. Is there any brother who has awakened to become a superpower, a master of human beings? No, buddy, you still dare to fish? Didn't you see what was on the news about the Scarlet Knight? Stop causing trouble for everyone in the country, okay? Don't worry about me, call the police if you don't agree with me, laugh. His eyes returned to Chen Ming. He had just arrived at the zoo where he had slaughtered zombies by riding the wind and wielding his sword. The corpses here are also no more than 24 hours old. Although many of them were burned by Chen Ming with a flamethrower until there was no ashes left, as long as there are some coke blocks left, you can select them all with one click and extract the undead. The most important thing is that Chen Ming used a chain sword when killing the zombie animals, and the corpses were perfectly preserved. Without further ado, choose them all. Extract. Extracting. Extraction successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a new undead servant, zombie plus 510. Are you just over 500 years old? There are so many zombies that were burned to the point of being burned to ashes. At this time, the prompts for successful extraction are still refreshing and scrolling. Extraction successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a new undead servant, giant elephant plus 1. Extraction successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a new undead servant, corpse tiger plus 2. Extraction successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a new undead servant, rhino plus 1. Extraction successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a new undead servant, corpse wolf plus 17. Animals plus zombies. Chen Ming's number of undead servants on this trip exceeded 3 digits and exceeded the 700 mark. All the mutated animals, plus a large number of zombies, all knelt down and surrendered before Chen Ming. This scene is nothing short of spectacular. Click. And this scene was also taken by someone standing on the balcony, flying 3,000 feet down, in time, and posted it online. I just saw another picture, but there were not so many monsters in it. So, who are they worshipping? I'm a little panicked now. Could it be the giant knight that Yangshi reported earlier? The Scarlet Knight is indeed very strong, but the knight is not a king, so why should he worship him? I just did a fortune telling. It's not a good sign. This is not a good sign. It is a sign of destruction. Where did this charlatan come from? Stop selling anxiety here. Brothers, excuse me, there is a clockwork reward. 1 billion great Xia coins can be traded for a skill. As long as it is a skill, there is no level limit. 1 billion? Use it to wipe your butt. Someone offered me 100,000 yuan to buy a rice ball before, but he only wanted skills for 1 billion. I estimate that there are not even 100 people in Daxia who have fishing skills. Not that few, right? I guess most of them are hiding and saying nothing for fear of being spotted. Indeed, a common man is not guilty, but he is guilty of carrying a jade. Chen Ming had no idea that he had inadvertently transformed from a mecha heavenly venerable into a harbinger of destruction. On the way back to Fushunju, something unexpected happened. The danger perception ability is triggered frequently. Remind. Chapter 55. At this time, Chen Ming was flying through the night with a flying knife. After the crisis sensor was triggered, scenes of himself being attacked immediately appeared in his mind. It was very detailed. The attack routes and trajectories were clearly displayed, for fear that Chen Ming would not be able to avoid them. Speaking of which, this seems to be the first time I've been entangled by a flying monster. Chen Ming said to himself. What stared at him was a group of pitch-black crows that blended perfectly into the night. The crows gathered together, like a huge mist, shrouding Chen Ming, trying to engulf him and feed him. Chen Ming's S-level skill Transcendent Level Memory, which he thought was useless before, greatly improved his observation ability. With a glance, he immediately counted the number of crows, which was in the thousands. Without exception, all were infected with the zombie virus. At this number, one crow bites, and the place it passes is no different from a meat grinder. The reason why zombie viruses can spread so quickly is inseparable from them. Small enough, fast enough, big enough. Chen Ming originally thought of taking this opportunity to test the SSS-level skill world-destroying fireball. However, if you think about it for a moment, after this fireball passes, there is a high probability that not even a bit of ashes will be left, so how can you extract it? Extracting the souls of these thousands of mutated crows is very important in Chen Ming's opinion. It is equivalent to having 1,000 more eyes in the sky, which can better control the overall situation. Facing the rapidly approaching crowd of crows, his mind turned quickly and he recalled a group attack skill called SSS-level that spread poison into mist. Not much to say, just trigger it. He waved his hand and spread his fingers, and a delicate green mist spread out in an instant. A range of 100 meters, but in the blink of an eye. Chen Ming was also involved in this, because he released the skills himself and would not be affected. Even if the poisonous mist followed his breathing, entered his body, and blended into his blood, the damage to him would still be zero. On the other hand, the group of mutated crows were not so lucky. Their bodies immediately stiffened, and without fluttering twice, they let out a mournful cry before falling from the sky in large numbers, as dense as raindrops. Kill the mutated crow successfully. Congratulations to the host for getting the wooden treasure chest +1. Kill the mutated zombies successfully. Congratulations to the host for getting the wooden treasure chest +1. Kill the mutated zombies successfully. Congratulations to the host for getting the wooden treasure chest +1. The rewards are triggered so quickly that Chen Ming may not be able to see clearly what they are unless he looks carefully. For this combat power, it can provide a wooden treasure chest. In Chen Ming's opinion, it is already very good and cannot ask for anything more. At first, he even doubted whether these mutated crows could meet the criteria for triggering kill rewards. After all, kill rewards are calculated based on individual, not group combat power. After killing the last mutant crow, the poisonous mist quickly thinned and dissipated. Chen Ming settled in a 30-story commercial building with an excellent view. Select them all with one click. Extract. Start harvesting. Extracting. Extraction successful. Congratulations to the host for getting the new undead servant mutated crow +1,350. The next second, undead crows stood up from among the corpses and scattered everywhere, some in the square, some on street lamps, some on roofs. He remained motionless, waiting for Chen Ming's order. As soon as Chen Ming thought about it, the crows immediately spread their wings and flew into the sky. He did not store them in the shadow space like other zombies and undead beasts. SSS-level undead extraction is a skill that not only extracts undead, but also controls them. Chen Ming learned through actual combat that in addition to sharing vision with the undead, he could also perfectly integrate his consciousness into a single object and control it. To put it more bluntly, it is to turn yourself into a member of the undead army and control it. As soon as he closed his eyes and opened them, what Chen Ming saw and heard suddenly changed. Become one of thousands of mutant crows. This perspective is quite novel. Chen Ming sighed as he looked at himself sitting cross-legged in the corner of a tall building, motionless as a mountain. It's not like I haven't imagined before that I could become a bird or beast and fly freely in the sky. Now that the dream has come true, let alone, it feels pretty good. It was not inferior to the first time Chen Ming flew with his sword, it was very fresh. Take a stroll here, take a look there. Chen Ming was enjoying his freedom when the crisis sensation that tingled all over his body struck again. Not from the undead, but from my own body. Thoughts come back quickly. He stood up, turned around, and the moment he raised his arms, he quickly took out a shotgun from the storage space. The bullets were loaded in advance, and all Chen Ming had to do was pull the trigger. Boom! After a burst of sparks, the monster let out a piercing roar, green blood surged, and was knocked upside down, retreating 3 or 4 meters away. The person who wanted to launch a sneak attack while Chen Ming's mind was not in his body was not a human being, but a mutated spider. To be honest, Chen Ming is not interested in spiders, even palm-sized wolf spiders. But if it were the one in front of me, not counting its 8 legs, its bare body would be as big as a golden retriever or Urha's mutated spider. To be honest, after that face is enlarged, it doesn't even need magic modification, it is very scary. At this moment, because of being sprayed by Chen Ming, his flesh and blood were blurred, and his blood was connected to the thread and flowing non-stop. It was a bit more ferocious. It's so tough. Frontally, even after being sprayed from this distance, you can still act like a normal person. Chen Ming pulled the ammunition supply tube, not intending to give the mutated spider breathing room. Boom! 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 One after another, the shotguns were sprayed on the mutated spider's face. It cracked and shattered the protective shell covering the surface of its body. Immediately, he thought of a new idea and started focusing on the joints. Boom! 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 3 shots broke a spider's leg. Boom! 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 3 more shots to disrupt the other spider leg. Boom! 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 When the third spider's legs were broken and rolled to the side, the mutated spider finally couldn't hold it anymore and fell to the ground with its huge body. Before he had time to react, Chen Ming took a step forward and appeared in front of the mutated spider with the help of the S-level short-distance teleportation skill. Raising his hand, he thrust the shotgun in his hand into the fishy mouth that opened towards him. Boom! 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 He fired more than a dozen shots in a row without worrying about the bullets, just because he had unlimited bullets. These dozen shotgun rounds exploded inside the body, and after one shot, they completely penetrated and smashed the mutant spider. Falling to the ground, there was only a pile of indistinguishable minced meat, and thick monster blood all over the ground, exuding a strong smell of blood. Chen Ming flicked the shotgun in his hand to clean up the blood and spider saliva stuck to it. It seems that even ordinary weapons can kill these guys as long as they are used properly. We have not let down our guard, the battle is not over yet. Chen Ming could clearly see that deep in the door leading to the rooftop, a pair of fierce eyes were staring at him. Chapter 56. If you have never eaten pork, have you never seen a pig running? Chen Ming knows very well that wherever there is a spider, there will definitely be a group of them. Turn on the B-level skill night vision. The darkness faded away instantly, and the figure hidden in the stairway suddenly became clear. They were so densely packed that in a small space, the number of mutated spiders that Chen Ming could see was no less than 10. Chen Ming looked down subconsciously. If his guess was correct, this entire building had probably become a nest of mutated spiders. Da-da-day! 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 The tips of their sharp legs make a tapping sound when they touch the ground. One was okay, but more than a dozen of them moved together, making extremely chaotic knocking sounds. They all poured into the back of the ears, causing goosebumps all over the body and numbness in the scalp. It's getting louder and louder, like the pace of death getting closer and closer. Release your hand and the shotgun will automatically retract. To deal with such numerous and tough monsters, not to mention one shotgun, but two, is still very difficult. However, Chen Ming's worst thing right now is weapons, and he needs a chance to try them all. His hands moved forward and backward, making a lifting and grasping motion, and then, a heavy Gatling machine gun appeared in his hand. Chen Ming wanted to see if these mutated spiders in the early days of the apocalypse could withstand the continuous violent output of Gatling machine guns. Faced with the severe distortion and deformation of the door frame, causing great Dao cracks, the mutated spider rushed towards him. Chen Ming was not polite at all and pulled the trigger. Immediately afterwards, the 6 Gatling gun barrels began to rotate rapidly. Da-da-da-da. The muzzle of the gun and the trajectory of the bullet's light were very clear under the cover of night. Wake up the people around you who are unwilling to evacuate. Don't worry, Chen Ming's dozens of shotgun blasts had already shattered their dreams and forced them to provide wake-up calls. At first, everyone thought that a war broke out between the special forces and the zombie tide. They do this to maintain the safety of citizens and restore peace as soon as possible. If someone is willing to risk his life, How can he complain if he is just woken up? What if the cold breaks through the hearts of the Special Forces soldiers and gives up the cleanup work in this area? They don't think that the food resources they have hoarded can last a lifetime. At this stage, there is no hope for luck. The only thing we can count on is official power, hoping that they can quell the disaster as soon as possible. But when they walked out of the living room one by one and came to the balcony, they discovered that the so-called special forces did not exist at all. There is just one person and a machine gun, aiming at the mutated monsters that are constantly pouring out from the rooftop passage, dealing crazy output. With the gunpowder explosion and the moonlight shining overhead, it was impossible to see many details. But what can be seen is that under the output of the machine gun, as long as the mutated monster dares to come out of that door, its flesh will be beaten to pieces immediately, its broken legs will fly around, and the corpses will accumulate into small mounds at a speed visible to the naked eye. An anchor couldn't help but take out his mobile phone and wanted to share this scene with others. Although the signal was a bit poor, I still successfully logged into the backend and started the live broadcast smoothly. As a small internet celebrity with millions of fans, and most people's work has been suspended recently, there is nothing to do all day long. When the broadcast started, thousands of people came in. Of course, the anchor must admit that the title plays a big role. At this time, the title he gave his live broadcast room was, "One Person, a Machine Gun, Fighting a Group of Monsters, Live." If you don't watch it, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Very good. It turns out that the anchor is still alive. I have watched it for almost 3 years, every day. Suddenly, it has not been broadcast for a few days, and I am still a little reluctant to leave it. It turned out to be someone else's live broadcast. I thought the host was doing it himself. Facing the audience's complaints, the man smiled awkwardly and admitted generously, "I am an unarmed person. When facing those monsters, the only thing I can do is be unilaterally slaughtered." What's that kid's background? He's so fierce. It's too dark to see clearly, but judging from the outline and structure, it looks like a spider. Spider? So big? Zombie viruses have a certain probability of causing animals to mutate in size. I have a similar case here. A pet dog turned into a corpse dog and became larger than a buffalo. Hey! When I saw a spider the size of a grain of rice, I felt very frightened. It would die if it was so big. If you see them face to face, you will definitely die. As time passed, more and more people poured into the live broadcast room. From hundreds to thousands at the beginning, to now, tens of thousands of people have poured in, approaching 100,000. On the platform, there are many people who live broadcast the tragic scenes of the apocalypse, but there are very few who fight zombie monsters. It is easy to attract the attention of the audience and the platform, giving them a lot of exposure and recommendations. Obviously, some people are still dreaming of using the apocalypse as a springboard to accumulate a large number of users, and after the disaster subsides, they will become the leader in the live broadcast industry. How many mutated spiders are there in that building? Are they endlessly killing them? Anyway, whenever I find a spider in my house, there must be a lot of them in the corner and on the security windows. Maybe that building has become a nest of mutant beasts. Hiss. It's scary just thinking about it. There are probably corpses everywhere there. Be confident and delete the word estimate. If this continues, sooner or later he will run out of bullets. According to this rate of fire, he should have run out of bullets long ago, but from now on, he has never stopped. Don't worry, I have used Gatling in the military zone before. Could it be that the Gatling was a weapon he caught while fishing? It is different from the Gatling we are familiar with, and has more magazine space, or simply unlimited bullets. F***CK. Unlimited bullets. That's awesome. I'm jealous. Everyone was still marveling at the fact that they ran out of bullets. Chen Ming took out another brand new Gatling from the storage space, one in each hand. Da-da-da-da-da. 12 gun barrels rotated at the same time, and one person was able to shoot out an army with the momentum and effect of a hail of bullets. He still has one. Where did it come from? Did you see it clearly? No, it's too dark, and the picture is very blurry. In this regard, the man explained, there is no way, the signal is not good, and without this kind of picture quality, there is no way to live broadcast. This arm strength is incredible. Absolutely outrageous. Yes, some people may not be able to hold a Gatling with both hands, let alone one that lasts as long as him, and now there are double Gatlings. Following the Mecha Heavenly Venerable, Gatling Living Buddha appears again to save all sentient beings. Gatling Living Buddha? Ha ha ha, this title really suits him. The audience in the live broadcast room highly recognized this title. Little did they know, the Mecha Heavenly Venerable and the so-called Gatling Living Buddha they called were actually the same person. Kill the mutated spider successfully. Congratulations to the host for getting the wooden treasure chest +5. Kill the mutated spider successfully. Congratulations to the host for getting the wooden treasure chest +5. Kill the mutated spider successfully. Congratulations to the host for getting the wooden treasure chest +5. Chen Ming, on his side, released the tight trigger. Gatlin's addiction has been enough, and he feels that this mutant spider is endless, and he is gradually losing his patience. Chapter 57. Extracting. Extraction successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a new undead servant, undead spider +378. Select all the mutant spiders that have been killed and complete the undead extraction with one click. Undead spiders stood up from the corpses and crawled out. The huge rooftop is completely occupied, leaving no room for footing. If there was no place to stand, they would stick their sharp spider legs like spears through the cement and climb on the wall. Chen Ming originally planned to melt the entire building and the mutated spiders in the building with a fireball. But if you think about it carefully, if the army of undead spiders that comes to your door is really going to hit you with a fireball, it will be great, but the loss will be considerable. Therefore, a gentler solution was chosen, using undead spiders to hunt mutant spiders. While hunting, extract the undead at the same time. The number of undead on Chen Ming's side will only increase. Even if they are lucky enough to be killed by a mutant spider, the number of summons will never decrease. If it dies, just summon it again. He was calm on his side, but the audience in the live broadcast room who saw this scene were no longer calm. F***ck. Damn it. Damn it. What's the situation? Aren't those spiders dead? How come you're alive again? The living Buddha Gatling is surrounded, he is in danger now. No, I don't think the mutant beast intends to attack him. Etc. Why are monsters fighting monsters? I don't know if you have played games before, but there is a profession in the game that can summon dead people into skeleton soldiers to fight for you. You mean, he summoned the dead monsters to become his subordinates? Skill. He caught the skill. And it's legendary level. However, I am uneducated, so I can go all over the world with just one word. I don't know if this skill has a limit on the number of summons. If he keeps summoning him, wouldn't it be true that one day in the future, all the monsters in the world will become his slaves? There should be, otherwise it would be too perverted, although it is still very perverted now. After learning that a legendary level skill holder appeared in the live broadcast room, he could summon dead monsters and spread them to 10 and hundreds. Coupled with the recommendation of the platform, the number of viewers unknowingly exceeded the 1 million mark. And it is still increasing by thousands or 10,000 per second. What an exaggerated skill, this is at least an A level, right? A level? Who are you insulting? At least it's S level. Today, excluding Great Xia, is there anyone in the world who has the S level skill? S level? Ha, in my dream, the strongest one seems to be B level? Holy shit! Then, doesn't he have the strongest skills in the world known so far? You can think so. It seems that compared to the title of Gatling Living Buddha, the Archmage of the Undead is more suitable for him. After Mecha Heavenly Venerable, our great Xia has another apex-level strongman. I think the day when the disaster subsides is not far away from us. His eyes returned to Chen Ming. His undead army had successfully invaded the building and slaughtered the mutated spiders to a rout. The balance of victory has been tilting towards Chen Ming. Extracting. Extraction successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a new undead servant, undead spider plus 20. Extraction successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a new undead servant, undead spider plus 18. Extraction successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a new undead servant, undead spider plus 25. Chen Ming doesn't need to take action. The only thing he needs to do is to follow the army and keep extracting and expanding the quantity. The more I use it, the more I feel, this skill is really easy to use and saves me a lot of effort. The building had long been cut off from water and electricity, and with the help of night vision, Chen Ming could flow unimpeded. The walls, the floor, and even the ceiling are covered with holes and scratches left by the mutant spiders when they move. Dense and sloppy. It is an office building with each floor occupied by various companies. No matter where you look through the glass wall, you see a mess, with documents and papers scattered all over the floor. From this, it is not difficult to judge how busy the people who were working in the building were during the evacuation. I didn't see any blood at all. Did these spiders take over this place and turn it into a nest after all the people left? Chen Ming had noticed before that the entire building was surrounded by a warning cordon, which meant it was very dangerous. Even well-trained special operations soldiers will not choose to get close unless necessary. Chen Ming was analyzing it secretly. Suddenly, an idea poured into his head. Stopping, closing his eyes, and then opening them again, the scene Chen Ming saw changed into the undead spider that sent him abnormal feedback. He raised his eyes and glanced at the floor number 18, which was 4 floors away from the floor where Chen Ming himself was. Killing pretty fast. Looking around, the space is filled with spider webs. Along the way, Chen Ming once thought that mutant spiders could not build webs. Now it seems that those mutated spiders are just soldier spiders that go out to hunt. Like ants, they have a strict hierarchy. When a soldier spider failed to hunt and was killed by Chen Ming, the other mutant spiders immediately received the message and launched a siege against him. Thinking about it this way, Chen Ming concluded that there must be a spider mother-level mutant beast in this large office filled with spider webs. It's a bit similar to games. Where there are many monsters, there will definitely be an elite monster or a mini-boss. The Titan zombies he encountered before had already confirmed his thoughts. Chen Ming lifted up a spider leg and clicked on the spider web as white as a leaf. It was incredibly sticky and tough. Letting undead spiders force their way in is definitely not a good idea. Thoughts return. Chen Ming randomly selected an undead spider and jumped up to it. He gave an order in his mind to take him as quickly as possible to meet the undead army charging at the front. The road was far bumpier than Chen Ming imagined, and more exciting than a roller coaster. Sometimes on the ground, sometimes on the ceiling, sometimes on the wall. Thanks to the perfect balance of sea-level skills, anyone else would have vomited everything he ate yesterday. Although the process is a bit difficult, fortunately it is efficient enough. In less than a minute, Chen Ming reunited with the previously possessed undead spider. Stand at the entrance to the mother spider's lair. Chen Ming spread his fingers and half-clasped. Boom! A ball of fire burned rapidly, expanded, and kept expanding. Seeing the flames, the undead spiders subconsciously retreated and kept a safe distance. When the diameter of the fireball expanded to 1 meter, Chen Ming felt that it was almost done and waved his arm lightly. Boom! The fireball immediately flew out like a cannonball. Wherever it passed, a large fire broke out. Spider silk is very flammable. Very good. After cleaning up the spider silk, Just let the undead spiders take advantage of their numbers to get rid of the spider mother and then extract the undead. When Chen Ming was hesitating whether to add some more foreign aid to them to increase their winning rate, a prompt popped up in front of him. Killing the mutated spider mother successfully. Congratulations to the host for getting the Black Iron Chest +1. Chen Ming. Chapter 58. In this regard, Chen Ming's evaluation is that plans can never keep up with changes. Unexpectedly, he fired a fireball at random, without using even 1/1000th of the energy. He accidentally hit the spider mother and killed it. Is it that the SSS-level skills are too strong, or are the mutated monsters in the early days of the end of the world too weak? With that said, Chen Ming strode towards the passage where the flames burned. I want to see if there is any remains of the mutated spider mother's corpse under the fireball, which can be used to extract the undead. He has a bold idea in his mind that needs to be verified. After walking a few steps, Chen Ming spotted several strange objects from the corner of his eye. Like eggs, they stand on the ground one by one. They have high fire resistance, unlike spider webs, which are flammable and easy to spread. Eggs? Or cocoons. Chen Ming didn't remember that in nature, spiders would turn into cocoons and turn into butterflies like caterpillars. He signaled an undead spider to come closer, raised its sharp spider legs, and cut open the white cocoon that looked hard but was actually soft. Immediately afterwards, there was a crashing sound, and a large amount of glue-like translucent mucus rolled out, along with a skinny corpse. Several off-white mutated spider larvae could also be seen. Said to be larvae, they were as big as Chen Ming's hand. So it turns out that people are imprisoned in cocoons wrapped in spider silk and used as a source of nutrition to feed the little spiders. Chen Ming felt that the explanation he came up with was close to the correct answer. Help me. The man opened his mouth slightly and let out a weak cry for help. So you're still alive? Although the voice was small, Chen Ming's hearing was extremely sharp, far beyond that of ordinary people, and he could hear every word. Phew! The undead spider raised its front legs and pierced the man's head, sending him to death on the spot. Chen Ming did not think that a man would have a chance to survive in this state. The lack of nutrition was one factor, and more importantly, the venom of the young mutated spider had already invaded the internal organs. Unlike lions and tigers, these beasts eat the meat directly after catching their prey. The spider will first use the venom glands in its chelicerae to secrete venom and inject it into the prey to kill it. Then the digestive enzymes secreted by the intestines are injected into the prey's tissues again, where they are broken down into juice for sucking. At this moment, the man's limbs, flesh, and blood had long since decomposed and been sucked away, leaving only bones and a piece of shriveled skin. It's so tight that it's transparent, and it feels like it will explode like a balloon if you touch it even slightly. In this case, instead of living and being tortured, it is better to die honestly and become a member of Chen Ming's undead army. In another sense, eternal life is achieved. Taking a step back, Chen Ming had no reason, let alone the obligation, to save him if he was neither a relative nor a friend, and it was the end of the world. Killing human successfully. Congratulations to the host for getting the wooden treasure chest +1. Yes, living people can also trigger the reward rules, but the combat power is too low, barely reaching the standard of a wooden treasure chest. Chen Ming didn't mind it, he accepted them all, and extracted all the fresh corpses that could be seen within this site into undead servants. Hey! Someone is here, right? Help me! Chen Ming had not taken a few steps when a woman's voice came into his ears. This voice is much more energetic than the previous one. According to Chen Ming's guess, it was most likely that he was captured by those mutated spiders just now and sealed in the spider cocoon as food for the growth of the young spiders. Hey! I know you're there. You can hear me, right? After getting no reply from Chen Ming for a long time, the woman was obviously anxious. I am the daughter of the owner of this office building. My father is very rich. As long as you are willing to save me, he will not treat you badly. My dad dotes on me very much. He only has a daughter like me. If he knew that you had a chance to save me but chose to stand by and watch, based on what I know about him, he will definitely not let you go. Chen Ming. Hearing this, Chen Ming really wanted to dig open the woman's head to see if it was filled with dregs of tofu. The apocalypse has come and order has collapsed. How dare you threaten others with your rich father? What's more, even if her rich father's assets were multiplied by 10, they would still be a drop in the bucket compared to Chen Ming's. Hey! How long are you going to pretend to be deaf and mute? Hurry up and save me! The woman's voice was mixed with a hint of collapse. Chen Ming's steps were as light and silent as a cat's. As he walked, a shotgun appeared out of thin air in his hand. 10 million. As long as you rescue me and protect me to evacuate to a safe area, I will immediately give you 10 million in return. I will never break my promise. Chen Ming moved the muzzle of the gun according to the location of the sound. I order. Boom. Before the woman could finish her words, Chen Ming pulled the trigger. A hole was made in the spider cocoon, and the blood spread quickly, dyeing the snow-white spider silk red and spreading continuously. From this hole, you can see a face smashed by shotguns. Originally, there was no grievance or enmity. Chen Ming would most likely ignore the woman's existence and leave it to fate whether it was life or death. She had no choice but to do something bad and wanted to die. Chen Ming never thought about spoiling the other party. Besides, to the outside world, she was already dead. Even if you kill him, no one will care. If you don't have time to care about a dead person, it's better to think about how you want to live. Killing human successfully. Congratulations to the host for getting the wooden treasure chest +1. Putting away the shotgun, Chen Ming suddenly discovered, this skill seems to have another great use. It can be used to confirm whether the opponent is dead. After all, only when the opponent is completely dead will the reward prompt be triggered. There is no doubt that the current SSS-level undead extraction skill ranks first in Chen Ming's mind. The remaining cocoons, whether dead or alive, will be handed over to the undead spiders for disposal. Like an executioner, he raised his legs like a spear and penetrated the cocoon. The dazzling blood quickly spread out until the entire half-human high spider cocoon was dyed red. People are huddled inside. Chen Ming was not interested in what was happening here at all. He kept walking and looked for the straight, dark flame burn marks on the ground. Finally, under a wall with a large hole melted by the fireball, Chen Ming saw the mutated spider mother whose body evaporated from the middle, leaving only 8 spider legs connected with a small amount of charred meat, each of which fell sideways. Although most of the body was burned by the flames. But just from the thickness of the spider's legs, if you compare it with the undead spider, you will find that it is 4 to 5 times larger, and the size is the same. Fortunately, the mutilation of the body does not affect the extraction. Without saying much, Chen Ming stretched out his hand to touch and whispered, "Extract." Extracting. Extraction successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a new undead servant, mutated spider mother +1. Chapter 59. Summon virtual panels that appear with skills and are now becoming more and more versatile. Find the undead management page. Quickly find the mutated spider mother who just successfully extracted the undead, click view details. Name of the undead, undead spider mother. Introduction to the undead. After an ordinary spider is infected with the zombie virus, there is a 0.1% probability of producing a mutated mutation. Undead skill, reproduction, daily number of undead spiders reproduced +10. Note, because they are undead, the steps of reproduction and growth will be omitted and they will directly evolve into mature bodies. The number of summoned shadow wolves of 10 every day, plus the 10 undead spiders bred by the undead spider mother, means that even if I lie at home every day and do nothing, I can still increase the number of summoned beasts by 20. Facts have proved that Chen Ming was right in his bet. After the spider mother's reproductive ability is extracted, she can use it for herself. This trip was not in vain. After Chen Ming asked the undead spiders to kill all the fish that slipped through the net, and then brought their bodies in front of him and accumulated them into a hill. Select all and extract. Extracting. Extraction successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a new undead servant, undead spider plus 244. Chen Ming took a look and found that in this operation, including the spider mother, a total of 836 undead spiders were harvested. With the addition of treasure chests, there is a lot to be gained. In one thought, all the undead spiders sank into the shadow world. Chen Ming remained completely invisible, stepped on Tang Dao, and continued on his way back to the shelter. The journey was uneventful and smooth, and we returned to the Fushanju Villa area safely. Sitting on the sofa, he took out a can of cold beer from the storage space. Pick it up and open the tab with a snap. He raised his head, drank 2/3 of it in one gulp. With such a big gain, it must be celebrated. Drink some wine to relax and sleep well. After drinking all the beer in one last sip, he easily kneaded the can into an iron ball with his fingers, like plasticine. With a flick of his fingertips, the iron ball fell accurately into the trash can. Taking out his mobile phone, Chen Ming noticed that there were several messages waiting to be checked. From bedroom group number 304. Sent half an hour ago. Sender Wang Wei, brother, are you still alive? Chen Ming replied, live. Just as I was about to put down my phone, I received another message on my phone. Wang Wei, Li Tian and Yang Dong are gone. The school was overrun by the zombie virus, and they are also on the death list. Chen Ming asked, where are you now? Wang Wei, thanks to your reminder, I ran home to stay in bed shortly after you left NTU. I also stocked up on supplies worth tens of thousands of yuan, which could last me a long time. Wang Wei, at the end of the day, I either eat or sleep, and fish on time at 12 o'clock, thinking what if I can catch the skill and become an awakened person? Wry smile expression. Chen Ming was thinking about how to reply. Another news came from Wang Wei, let's not talk about it for now. The power in our community has been cut off, so we have to save some money. We will talk when we have a chance. I hope we can both be alive by then. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Wei's very coquettish avatar turned grey. Chen Ming replied with the word OK and exited the chat software. After experiencing so many massacres, Chen Ming has long been desensitized to the word death and has become accustomed to it. Pick up the remote control and turn on the TV news. Even if things develop to this point, the host, who represents the official attitude, still does not recommend that citizens use myriad worlds for fishing privately. The appearance of the Scarlet Knight further strengthened their ideas. One Scarlet Knight has left them helpless. If more monsters like this are caught in the future, mankind will only be on the road to self-destruction. However, the situation is serious and they cannot control everyone. Disconnected? The Myriad Worlds fishing software does not require a network connection and is similar to a stand-alone game. This road is blocked. Lying on the sofa pillow, Chen Ming opened the forum. The words World's first S-level skill owner exposed in the search bar caught his attention. Oh! Has anyone caught the S-level skill yet? Clicking search, Chen Ming wanted to know what kind of S-level skill it was. When the video loaded, the look of anticipation on Chen Ming's face disappeared. Although the picture was blurry, Chen Ming recognized at a glance that the scene was exactly the building where the spider lair was located. And the dark protagonist is none other than himself. Let's look at the hot search list. What about Mecha Heavenly Venerable, Gatling Living Buddha, Undead Archmage? Isn't this all me? Chen Ming chuckled. Now the entire hot search list has almost become his backyard, and you can enter it if you want. The comment area was even more lively. Fear. Really scary. To summon the undead, wouldn't it be possible to be like the protagonist of a comic book, where one person can become an army? This kind of talent must not be let go by the country. It must cooperate and train with all its strength. I have a hunch that they will become the savior of Great Xia. Honestly, if you have such a powerful ability, should you dominate the mountain and be the king yourself, or should you help others conquer the world and defend the country? Below one person and above 10,000 people, after all, they cannot compare to that high throne. I am afraid that after finally conquering the world, I will be beaten to death. How many of the founding heroes in ancient times died well? Who hasn't dreamed of being an emperor yet? Holding absolute imperial power, there are 3,000 beauties in the harem. Imperial power is not important, what is important is the 3,000 beauties in the harem, he. Being an emperor. Chen Ming is not interested in managing thousands of miles of land and the life and death of more than 1 billion people for the time being. An army of more than 1 billion undead is another matter. After all, the undead will not be hungry, do not need to consume resources, have no unnecessary emotions, and are 100% loyal to him, and will never betray him forever. The hand holding the phone dropped to the side. Chen Ming looked up at the ceiling, speaking of which, after a living person is killed, the undead can still be extracted. If the other party has bound skills, will they be retained as well? If this is the case, if someone really gets the S-level skill in the future, even if it's the SSS-level skill, it might not be a bad thing for me. Chen Ming was thinking secretly, with a myriad of thoughts. Ah! He yawned, feeling a little sleepy in his heart. Turning off the TV, Chen Ming decided to go back to the bedroom and end the day. On the way, open myriad worlds for fishing and throw 2 rods casually. He still has a lot of power UPS that he hasn't used yet. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the S-level weapon, Elf Staff. The greatest significance of the existence of this staff is that it can double the power and damage of magic skills. The stronger the skill, the more terrifying the effect after improvement. Combined with the SSS-level skill, it is easy to destroy an island country with one shot. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the S-level exclusive skill, Corpse Explosion. Exclusive skills. At first, Chen Ming's attention was still on the word Corpse Explosion. Then, his attention was attracted by the words exclusive skills. I'm curious, what is an exclusive skill? Chapter 60. Check out the skill introduction. S-level exclusive skill Corpse Explosion. This skill is exclusive to the undead summoner. The undead you summon can cause a lot of damage through self-destruction. The higher the undead level, the higher the self-destruction power it can cause. Can all the undead rush forward and explode? Then if 1,000, 10,000, or 100,000 undead are invested. After looking at it, Chen Ming thought that this skill was quite practical. After another swing, he was already in front of the toilet door. Fishing in progress. Complete many games easily. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the S-level skill, Lucky Bullet. This increases the number of fishing times, coupled with the improvement brought by the Lucky Star skill, it is really cool. It can also be an S-level skill at the end. Click to view skill description. S-level skill Lucky Bullet. The bullet you shoot has a 50% probability of triggering unexpected effects. Unexpected effect? What unexpected effect? She's pretty good at telling people off. It was getting late, so I came to the sink. Chen Ming did not hesitate, suppressed his curiosity, quit fishing in myriad worlds, picked up his toothbrush and toothpaste, and started to wash up. As sleepiness gradually set in, he ran out all the way to kill a few more zombies just to test a skill. This kind of opportunity is not a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If you miss it, you will miss it. In the future, there will only be more and more zombies. Chen Ming was extremely sure of this. After washing, I went back to the bedroom, lay down on the bed, raised my hand to touch the switch, turned off the lights, and went to sleep. He looked at ease here. In the imperial capital, Great Xia officials did not dare to feel sleepy at all, and their thoughts were highly tense. I watched several videos over and over again that have accumulated over 100 million views on the internet. Without exception, the protagonist in the video is Chen Ming. Mechas, unlimited bullets, summoning dead creatures. I never expected that I would be able to see these things in the real world in my lifetime. Perhaps it's time for us to consider and face up to the myriad worlds phishing software. No. If we also allow the public to use this software, troubles like the Scarlet Knight will only increase. So, the Institute is disabling this software in order to block it. What's the progress? The old man in white, who had been very tough just now and was determined not to publicly express his support for people to use myriad worlds for phishing, was suddenly speechless. Admit it, let alone us. Even if the world's technological capabilities are combined and all mankind puts aside their prejudices and cooperates together, it is impossible to stop the spread of that software. We can suppress it for a while, but we cannot suppress it for a lifetime. When the people completely lose confidence in the officialdom, they will only worship that software even more. Instead of doing this, it is better to take a gamble, like the hawks, to gain the power of the awakened person. Lord, form a special anti-apocalyptic team. This matter is not a trivial matter and must be voted on at a formal meeting. Although the old man in white did not agree immediately, he still made corresponding concessions. That's fine. The other party had compromised. Naturally, the middle-aged man had to make concessions and not make the atmosphere too tense. Rather than this, I suggest that you contact the people in River City, be sure to find these two people, and convince them to join the special forces to resist the apocalypse. The terms can be negotiated. I agree. I agree too. On this matter, the voting process went extremely smoothly. Mainly, through the video content, they fully experienced the power of the Mecha Heavenly Venerable and the Undead Archmage. This is unmatched by any cutting-edge technological weapon, especially the Undead Archmage. After leaving Great Xia, the video became extremely popular after being moved to the internet, occupying the top spots on major mainstream websites. The number of viewers easily exceeded 100 million. Comment section. Mecha, my god. Call of the Dead, I can't imagine how cool this skill is. Obviously he is our god, why is he so partial to Great Xia? God betrayed us. I have read a comic in which the protagonist can summon hundreds of thousands of skeleton soldiers. I really need his contact information. My adrenaline is soaring. So exciting. Not only the external audience was buzzing with discussion, but the hawkish presidential palace was also not calm. Look. Let the people lurking in Great Xia meet those two people at all costs, even at the risk of being exposed, and convince them to join our hawks. Money and survival resources are not a problem. You can even promise them national power, the president decided, slamming the table. He firmly believes that any one of these two people can easily quell the apocalypse. And, after the end of the world, let the Star-Spangled Banner be filled with blue stars. Like Great Xia officials, on this issue, the voting approval rate is 100%. Just because the shock brought by those few videos was too strong, impacting their senses again and again. That night, in nearly 200 countries around the world, the Mecha Heavenly Venerable and the Undead Archmage played by Chen Ming undoubtedly became the most eye-catching existence. As for himself, she was sleeping very sweetly. When I woke up naturally, it was already 7 o'clock in the morning. Entering the toilet, sitting on the toilet, he checked the shortcut link saved on the desktop of his mobile phone and entered the official website of CCTV. While he was sleeping, the Scarlet Knight still followed the same route and walked towards River City, shortening the distance by a large distance. The closer the distance, the more excited Chen Ming becomes. He really wanted to experience the feeling of enslaving an epic monster like the Scarlet Knight. Buzz. Just as I was about to put down my phone and go get the paper, it suddenly vibrated violently. Not a phone call, not a text message. It was a piece of software that was forcibly installed at an unknown time without Chen Ming's consent. At this time, a vibrating pop-up window prompts, location, River City, there is an unknown passage within 3 kilometers of you. Please contact the nearby temporary communication station as soon as possible to evacuate. 3,000 meters? Unknown passage. Chen Ming looked out the window subconsciously. After that, I retrieved the detailed registration information of this software in the settings. Source: National End World Response Strategy Department. Is it a software specifically designed to remind people of dangers? This is pretty good. Chen Ming stopped wanting to uninstall it. For other people, this software can avoid danger in time and save their lives. But for Chen Ming, it was convenient to know immediately where there was welfare software for treasure chest rewards. After closing the door of the villa, he stood on the guardrail on the side of the road. Facing the cliff more than 10 meters high, Chen Ming jumped decisively. No fear. Immediately, he was taken to the sky by Tang Dao and entered a state of complete invisibility. Holding a bowl of braised beef noodles in his hand, he looked very steady. It was only 3 kilometers away. Chen Ming had to join in the excitement. There is no reason not to take the reward when it is delivered to you. Being so close, Chen Ming would not be able to sleep well if he knew there was a hidden danger and didn't deal with it early. 2,500 meters. 2,000 meters. 1,500 meters. As the distance gets closer, coupled with the condescension, Chen Ming could clearly see that 1,000 meters away, there was a door with the same height as the 6-story building next to it. Door. Chapter 61. It's a door, but not quite a door. In game terms, Chen Ming felt that it was more like a portal. It is like a blue spring water, showing a slow swirling flow. At this moment, around the door, helicopters can be clearly seen hovering. Without exception, all of them are carrying weapons and ammunition. In a completely invisible state, Chen Ming approached. On the ground, there were a total of 6 tanks and 228 fully armed special operations soldiers. Some people were blocking the front with shields, while others were holding on to the machine guns on the armored vehicles. As long as they were given an order, they would shoot out all the bullets in the magazines without hesitation. In addition, there were more than a dozen snipers in the distance, motionless, acting extremely nervous, and the atmosphere was extremely oppressive. Chen Ming stepped down from the Tang Dao, and the handle automatically returned to his hand. He held it and accurately inserted it into the scabbard on his back. He looked at the portal, and then at the special forces who were surrounding the portal and waiting in full formation. Are they planning to stay here? However, it is indeed risky to rush into unknown situations. Just as Chen Ming was thinking this, he heard the discussion of several leading figures. What is this door for? How come it's been so long and there's still no response at all? Who knows? Who has encountered this situation for the first time? Could we be making too much of a fuss? Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, there was a loud noise. Not gunshots. They didn't notice it, but Chen Ming saw it clearly. It was a stone axe made by smashing a stone into an axe blade, and then combining vines and wooden sticks. It was thrown out of the door and hit the explosion-proof shield hard. The stone axe looks about the same size as an ordinary fire axe. There was a distance of at least 20 or 30 meters from the door to the Special Forces soldier, and its power should not be underestimated. The shield was severely deformed, and the experienced Special Forces soldier was forced to retreat several steps. If his companions hadn't had quick eyesight and quick hands to support him, he would have fallen heavily. The shield was bounced to the side, and the hands of the Special Forces soldier were still shaking uncontrollably. "Are you okay?" my companion asked with concern. "It's okay, my hands are a little numb, just take it slow." The Special Forces soldier shook his head in response. Look! Something is coming out of it. At this time, someone shouted. Chen Ming and everyone else looked at the door almost at the same time. Sure enough, I saw a short guy walking out. Green skin, ugly face, human-like body and limb structure. Coupled with a long and pointed nose, and a pair of big ears that are even more exaggerated than those of elves. Brother, Goblin. The little warrior on the side said the answer that Chen Ming thought of. That's right, it was a group of goblins who walked out of the portal. At a glance, there were 50 or 60 of them. All holding homemade axes in their hands. Goblin, what is that? One person asked. Monsters that often appear in the game should be very weak, not much stronger than slimes. Boom. Before he finished speaking, a corner of the anti-explosion shield was broken. Also broken was the head of the Special Operations soldier. The head exploded in response, and blood spattered on the faces of the two surrounding Special Operations soldiers, who were stunned for a long time. Looking at the headless body, it fell backwards. Shoot! Someone reacted quickly and shouted. Da-da-day! 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 For a time, there was a constant hail of bullets. Bullets are effective against these goblins. Their skin is not thick enough to protect them from bullets. During the attack, he was riddled with wounds and blood was shed wildly. However, the Special Forces soldiers do not have an absolute advantage. The monster is not afraid of death at all. If he throws the stone axe in his hand before dying, there is a chance that he will take a special soldier with him to hell. An experienced Special Operations soldier asked everyone to step back, shouldered a rocket launcher, and fired a rocket with a whoosh, detonating it. Forcibly shake it open and change the flight path of the stone axe. At the same time, he did not forget to shout at the targeted Special Operations soldier, 066. Get down. 066 is the number of the Special Operations soldier. It is affixed on the back for convenience in combat. Numbers are more intuitive than names. These people are all elites drawn from all over the Great Xia. This method is obviously more efficient than slowly getting to know each other. 066 followed the captain's order, lay down obediently, and successfully dodged the axe thrown by the goblin before it died. Boom! Then, the axe hit the driver's door of a military green off-road vehicle. The thickened steel door was severely deformed and dented with a large hole. Goodoo! The Special Operations team member swallowed his saliva. It was not difficult to imagine what a tragic end he would end up with if he took that axe head-on. My heart is full of gratitude towards the captain. Soon, the gunfire stopped. All the goblins that could be seen within the field of vision had been wiped out and turned into a pile of corpses lying in a pool of blood, beaten to pieces by bullets. Not, is it over? End it quickly, I don't want to be hit by their axes. Suddenly, I feel like zombies are not that scary after all. Where did these monsters come from? It is estimated that someone fished for that software through myriad worlds and opened the door to another world. A different world? You mean, there is a different world behind the door. Stay vigilant. Don't be distracted. Seeing everyone chatting with interest, the captain shouted. Yes. A group of people immediately restrained their attitudes and stood in awe. A few seconds later. Look. Another goblin is coming out of it. This time, it seems different. Are you equipped with a round shield to deal with us? In addition to bucklers, this time the goblins are also equipped with broadswords or thick clubs as thick as their wrists. The number reaches 107. Shoot! The captain knew that he could not delay and must kill every one of them as soon as possible. Otherwise, he and his close men will be killed. Heavy gunfire rang out again. This time, the goblin's movement speed increased significantly. He held his buckler in front of him and charged with a knife. Although most of the materials used to make the buckler are wood, there is a thick round piece of cut iron nailed onto the surface of the shield. The bullet couldn't penetrate it with one shot, and sparks flickered when it hit it. However, since it was daytime, it was easy to miss it if you didn't look carefully. It doesn't seem to be a simple iron element. Boom! With a flying swoop, he fell from the sky, and the two shields, one large and one small, collided together. A cracking sound could be heard, the sound of bones breaking. The Special Forces soldier fell to the ground, his hands showing a weird Z shape and being broken. Ah! Boom! 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 Just as he was about to scream, the goblin picked up the big stick in his hand and hit him on the head 3 times in a row. Crush it until it can't be broken anymore. Disaster? This is not the most difficult thing. Goblins in different costumes are still coming out of the portal in a steady stream. Chapter 62. There is a goblin holding a long bow and carrying a quiver full of arrows. Standing in a good position, the movements are exactly the same. He quickly puts the arrow on the bowstring, draws it with all his strength, and is ready to go. At the same time, uniform rumbling footsteps sounded. A group of people were wearing silver armor, which was very exquisite. From the outline, they could be seen as elite goblin warriors. They were holding big swords, arranged in a square formation, and walked out. It's very oppressive. Unlike the miscellaneous soldiers at the beginning, you can tell at a glance that they must have gone through a lot of training. In addition, there is also a goblin assassin who is dressed as a thief, with a hood that covers most of his face, only his nose and ears are exposed, and he is holding a dagger in both hands. He is known for his speed of movement. From this, it was not difficult for Chen Ming to conclude that the place this portal leads to is most likely a large goblin lair. It could also be the Goblin Kingdom. Everyone, move back. Pressing the intercom on his shoulder, he ordered, helicopters are responsible for covering. Shoot and retreat. Just after arranging the task of the armed helicopter pilot, the captain quickly took out the satellite phone and called the people in River City to request support. Tell them that if this continues, it won't take long before the entire army will be annihilated and completely out of control due to the disparity in numbers between the two sides. The arrow rain is coming. Everyone, hurry up and hide under the shield. The vice captain observed the situation and changed tactics at any time to reduce casualties as much as possible. The special operations soldiers who were responsible for holding shields for defense just now, after receiving the order, raised their shields one after another and combined them with each other to form a huge protective umbrella above their heads. The arrow was quite powerful, and when it landed on the explosion-proof shield, it easily left a white crater, causing a strong shock. Thanks to the concerted efforts of everyone, that force was resolved. Boom! 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 Heaven! After confirming that the team has evacuated to a safe area that will not be affected by the explosion, several armed helicopters cooperated with each other, aiming at the place where the goblins gathered the most, and fired missiles one after another. The missile was so powerful that it caused damage to the goblins' armor and equipment, tearing it apart and flying it away. Their physical endurance far exceeded the driver's expectations. Soon he got up from the ground again, wearing tattered and deformed silver armor, and merged into the torrent of the army again. He ran towards the Special Forces soldiers and tried to kill them one by one. Unlike zombies, in the eyes of goblins, humans prefer to use them to satisfy their desire to kill rather than to fill their stomachs. The desire to kill humans is engraved in his bones. A dozen missiles were fired at them, but they never thought that the number of goblins, instead of decreasing, was getting more and more. Goblins wearing armor and holding shields rushed to the front, turning into human shields to withstand bullets. The other goblins waited for the opportunity to throw out the stone axes in their hands and shoot long arrows. Or, use the ultra-high movement speed to close the distance with the Special Forces soldiers in the blink of an eye. When the opponent was stunned and had no time to react, he swung his two knives neatly and cut an X-shaped wound on his body that was so deep that he could see the bones. Chen Ming was very sure that facing the goblin army, the Special Forces were completely at a disadvantage and would be slaughtered sooner or later. Boom! Boom! The mecha landed heavily and appeared out of thin air. The turbulent air waves caused the smoke and dust to spread more than 10 meters away and stirred up stones. Chen Ming's original plan was for the mantis to stalk the cicada and the oriole behind, but since they couldn't realize it, Chen Ming no longer wastes time. Take action yourself. Hold it, pull out the shotgun worn on your waist, and pull the trigger. A shot of shotgun fired out like a meat grinder, killing and injuring most of the goblin legion. Successfully killed the goblin. Congratulations to the host for getting the wooden treasure chest +5. Successfully killed the night goblin. Congratulations to the host for getting the wooden treasure chest +10. Killed the archer goblin successfully. Congratulations to the host for getting the wooden treasure chest +7. Successfully killed the assassin goblin. Congratulations to the host for getting the wooden treasure chest +8. Rewards refresh quickly. How fast? Almost blurry. Mecha. Where did such a big guy come from? Can any of you see clearly? No, it appeared suddenly in the blink of an eye. Wait a minute. Isn't this the mecha heavenly venerable that has caused a lot of commotion on the internet recently? Yes. That's right. It's him. Those two swords and shotguns are exactly the same. Great, we are saved. Ignore the presence of special forces. Facing the goblins who raised their swords high, loosened their bowstrings, and fired a large number of arrows, hiding their auras, trying to get behind them and launch an assassination attempt on him. Chen Ming decisively fired the second shot. Boom! A gunshot shocked everyone, including Chen Ming. The goblin sprayed by the shotgun turned into pieces of bright red rose petals, flying in the wind. There was no blood, no corpse, just a sea of flowers and the refreshing fragrance of flowers. How so? Chen Ming wondered. I don't remember that the Danger Wanderer's exclusive weapon has such a function. His hands kept moving, and he slapped the assassin goblins until their bones separated. Correct. Could it be the S-level skill called Lucky Bullet that I caught last night? Chen Ming recalled it. So, the surprise is that after hitting the target will disappear like petals? It's quite beautiful and artistic. He joked. But more than these, Chen Ming is more concerned about whether the dead soul can be extracted after the corpse turns into petals. Extracting. Extraction successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a new undead servant, Goblin +189. Extraction successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a new undead servant, Night Goblin +77. Extraction successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a new undead servant, Archer Goblin +30. Facts have proved that his worries were completely unnecessary. As before, after extraction, the undead were not allowed to come to Lima's world. After all, there were so many pairs of eyes watching. Store it directly in the shadow space, and when needed, summon it out as a thug to work for you. Bang 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 bang. Neat and shocking footsteps sounded again. The portal is still transporting all kinds of goblins here in a steady stream. There is a strong tendency for a corpse tide to break out. Chen Ming was not polite at all and pulled the trigger. Boom! The muzzle flashed. This time, in the attack area covered by the weapon, the goblins did not turn into petals, turn into sand, and dissipate in the wind like before. It turns out that the effect of the lucky bullet after being triggered is not just roses. Think about it for a moment, as an S-level skill, if it really only has the killing effect of roses, it is really not worthy of the S-level. What's going on? Why do the enemies he hits either turn into flower petals or turn into yellow sand? Don't look at me, how could I know? You don't care why, as long as you can destroy those monsters. Haven't you heard of a saying? The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Speaking of which, don't you think it's strange? Strange? What's strange? The person who asked the question continued, obviously these guys are so short, but the portal is so wide. Is there a possibility that behind the door, there is a larger body with the strength to crush all the miscellaneous people? The Goblin King of Soldiers. Bah, 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 why do you say such unlucky things? Boom. 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 While we were chatting, bursts of earth tremors caused by the sound of footsteps spread along the soles of our feet, throughout our bodies, and welled up in our minds. Chapter 63. Let you have a crow's mouth. The Special Forces soldiers stepped forward one after another to keep their lower body stable and prevent them from falling. Even if there is no monster coming out of the portal yet, it is not difficult to know from the movement alone that it must be a big guy. Chen Ming's danger perception ability was also triggered at this time. Knowing the attack route in advance, he turned sideways and easily dodged the spear thrown from the portal first. The entire gun body is made of a silver metal, which is much harder than pure silver. Chen Ming didn't pay too much attention to the fact that it was probably made of materials from another world. When the spear is about to fly by in front of you, take action quickly and easily grab it with the thick 5 fingers of the mecha. The force thrown by the gun body is huge, enough to penetrate and tear hundreds of people into pieces. Look! There's a giant monster coming out of the door. Hearing this, Chen Ming turned sideways, turned the tip of the gun over, and locked the door. Boom! There was a roar of wind and it was thrown violently. With the automatic tracking skill, even if Chen Ming has his eyes closed, he can easily use the opponent's weapon to kill with a headshot. He saw an ugly, ferocious goblin whose face was only half exposed before it was pierced by the tip of a spear. His facial features were distorted and deformed, and blood surged out. Then fell back. Boom! The sound of hitting the ground was stronger than the previous footsteps. Successfully killed the goblin warrior. Congratulations to the host for getting Black Iron Treasure Chest +2. As expected of the Mecha Heavenly Venerable, this monster didn't even have time to cross the threshold before he was killed with one shot. So powerful! How great would it be if we could also use such a weapon? Stop talking, I can't imagine how great it would be to drive such a big guy. Even if I do drive for you, are you sure you can react to that shot just now? Indeed, this guy must have been an ancient martial arts master before he caught the mecha, right? For a time, there were different opinions about Chen Ming's identity before he became the Mecha Heavenly Venerable. They imagined many outcomes, including King of Soldiers, National Martial Arts Champion, and World Leader in Mixed Martial Arts. But they didn't expect that Chen Ming was a student. Boom! 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 When he was still about to continue the discussion, more and more heavy footsteps were heard along the ground again, spreading throughout his body. Goosebumps are rising like crazy. Each of them became clearer than the other. It turns out that there is more than one giant monster like that. Even if they can't see each other yet, the psychological deterrent brought by this momentum has already been fully exerted. For ordinary people, most of them would have turned around by now, crawled away, or simply fainted from fright. However, as special operations soldiers, they cannot retreat even half a step before receiving the order. Then, one after another, giant goblin warriors holding spears, sticks inlaid with giant beast teeth, broadswords, axes, came out of the portal one after another. The height of the giant goblin warrior is at least over 5 meters. The mysterious patterns on their green skin, whether they were born or tattooed by late stage, only increased their danger in the eyes of everyone. Just like mushrooms and animals, the more fancy the patterns, the more poisonous they are. Captain, what should we do now? A special forces soldier asked. Just wait and see what happens, don't hinder him. The captain of the Special Operations Force did not want to offend Chen Ming and put him on the opposite side of all mankind. The captain of the Special Operations Force knows very well that the more capable a person is, the weirder his temper. Nothing is more suitable than the present moment for the words "respect the strong." After receiving the order, everyone chose to stand still. They were very obedient in their hearts. After all, none of them had grown up enough to feel that they were qualified to participate in such a battle. Roar! The goblin warrior roared wildly and quickly took long strides, one step at a time, charging toward Chen Ming with a knife, a gun, and an axe. Boom! 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 Chen Ming was as steady as a rock and pulled the trigger calmly. The cartridge wheel rotates and the smoked cartridge case automatically pops out. One shot for a kid. Those who are hit will either turn into flower petals, or turn into smoke, quicksand, fireworks. Chen Ming saw this and temporarily disabled this skill. It turned into smoke. How can he extract it? Never waste it. Chen Ming also wants to create an army of mythical level undead as soon as possible to live a peaceful life in the end of the world. One shot at a time, killing instantly. It's so scary. Although those monsters are huge enough in our opinion, they are still far behind compared to the mecha he drives. This kick will fly away at least 20 or 30 meters away. The height difference of 5 to 6 times really made Chen Ming extremely easy to deal with these goblin warriors. I thought it was a high-level monster, but now it seems that it is still a low level. With one shot, his body exploded and was smashed to pieces. Successfully killed the goblin warrior. Congratulations to the host for getting Black Iron Treasure Chest +2. Successfully killed the goblin warrior. Congratulations to the host for getting Black Iron Treasure Chest +2. After slaughtering about 50 giant goblin warriors, the few goblin warriors who had already walked out of the portal actually turned around and fled back. These guys are also afraid of the enemy. Or did you receive the king's order? Chen Ming was very sure that there must be a goblin king behind that door. After all, it's worth 2 black iron treasure chests. The commander of the goblin warriors can't be inferior to a mutated spider, right? Chen Ming decided to go in and take a look, becoming completely invisible and taking back the dangerous wanderers. If anything goes wrong, you can evacuate at any time. Extracting. Extraction successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a new undead servant, Goblin Warrior +56. Don't forget to extract. However, everyone saw it clearly. Disappeared. It really comes and goes without a trace. Wait. Look, why does the door turn red? I have a bad feeling. Chen Ming has already entered the world behind the portal. In front of his eyes, a piece of blood-red text appeared in the air. You have successfully entered the Goblin Lair instance. After killing the Goblin leader, you will receive Secret Realm rewards. This dungeon is a single-player dungeon. Before you leave Secret Realm, the passage will be blocked and you cannot leave or enter. When the time exceeds 24 hours, you will have the right to leave. Copy? So someone fished out an existence similar to a game level. If you can't fight, you have to hide for 24 hours before you can escape from this ghost place. Chen Ming looked around. The environment was similar to a cave. There were many dry bones scattered on both sides of the road, mostly buried in dust. It shouldn't be human bones, it's much thicker than Chen Ming's wrist. No goblin monster was seen, and everything was pitch black. Chen Ming triggered his night vision skill, and the deep, dark passage immediately became brighter. But until the point where the vision was beyond reach and became blurry, half of the goblin was still missing. Decided to go deeper. In case. The shadow doors opened one after another, and an undead goblin warrior emerged from it. Chapter 64. After changing your perspective, look up. Now, in Chen Ming's eyes, this giant goblin warrior has become much more powerful and domineering. Of course, there are also changes in appearance brought about by becoming undead. The body turned black, and the mysterious tattoos on his body turned white. In terms of Chen Ming's aesthetics alone, he prefers the undead goblin warriors. There were 56 statues in total, not a single one was left, all were taken out, and there were no blind spots at 360 degrees, surrounding Chen Ming. With such a group of bodyguards around you, you feel safe instantly. Use goblins to deal with goblins, kill to stop killing. Keep going deeper. The danger perception ability sends a reminder. Chen Ming closed his eyes, opened them, and randomly possessed his consciousness into the body of a goblin warrior, walking silently and approaching the corner. After reaching the attack range, he raised his sword with both hands and slashed across with all his strength. The blade shattered the stone wall, and at the same time, the fragments flew, and blood could be seen flying, and the two were mixed together. According to the prompts from his danger perception ability, Chen Ming clearly learned that a giant goblin warrior was placed at the corner, holding a genuine bloody wolf fang stick, preparing to launch a sneak attack on him. Therefore, choose to strike first. The big guy's head was chopped off with one sword, and it flew 10 meters away. Successfully killed the goblin warrior. Congratulations to the host for getting Black Iron Treasure Chest +2. After solving the problem, Chen Ming's consciousness returned to his original body. A low-level monster can produce such amazing effects after being possessed. Then, if it were to be a Scarlet Knight? Chen Ming murmured to himself, unable to help but have endless reveries in his mind. It was quickly cleared by him shaking his head. The top priority now is to clear the dungeon and get the rewards for completing the level. Chen Ming was very curious. According to the level of one goblin warrior equal to 2 black iron treasure chests, what kind of rich settlement rewards can be obtained after clearing this dungeon? In addition, of course, there are treasure chests after killing goblins and extracting undead. The same secret realm copy, with the blessing of multiple skills, Chen Ming's income from clearing the level can easily crush all mankind. Go deeper. Successfully killed the goblin warrior. Congratulations to the host for getting Black Iron Treasure Chest +2. Successfully killed the goblin warrior. Congratulations to the host for getting Black Iron Treasure Chest +2. Extracting. Extraction successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a new undead servant, Goblin Warrior +1. On Chen Ming's side, the number of undead legions is increasing, and he does not need to personally participate in the battle. The only thing that needs to be done is to silently extract the undead. Undead is more useful than imagined. Even because I was too busy, I simply took out my mobile phone, seized the time, and swung 2 shots before meeting the dungeon boss, the goblin leader. Fishing in progress. There is no difficulty in completing the mini-game. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the S-level exclusive skill, Shifting Shadows. Another exclusive skill. Click to view skills introduction. S-level skill Shifting Shadows. With this skill, you can swap positions with the released undead in an instant. Swapping places with the undead. Chen Ming was eager to give it a try. Select an undead goblin warrior 10 meters away from you and trigger the skill. Sure enough, in less than a blink of an eye, Chen Ming exchanged positions with the other party. Chen Ming tried to switch places with several other targets. The whole process was so smooth. The most important thing is that it does not consume much mental energy. Combined with the undead can lurk in the darkness and appear silently behind enemies. Chen Ming feels that this skill is equivalent to an upgraded version of short-distance teleportation. Teleportation can only teleport yourself. But combined with the undead, after Chen Ming avoided the attack, he could still leave an undead in place and launch a surprise attack on the enemy. After some research and testing, Chen Ming accepted it with satisfaction. The fighting between the undead servants and the goblins is still going on. The same goes for Chen Ming. Throw out the next rod. Is there any sense of danger that comes from clearing a copy of Secret Realm? Very relaxing and comfortable. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for gaining lifespan +100. The critical strike effect was not triggered this time, so is it only 100 years? Didn't complain. After all, one fishing trip can buy a person a lifetime, or even 2 lifetimes. Chen Ming felt that if he continued like this, sooner or later, he would be able to truly achieve it and live as long as heaven and earth. Extracting. Extraction successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a new undead servant, Goblin Warrior +12. Extraction successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a new undead servant, Undead Goblin Archer +10. While swinging the pole, Chen Ming did not forget about the business. He was doing two things at once, and he was harvesting all the time. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Critical attack successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the SSS-level skill, Super God Self-Healing. SSS-level skill Super Divine Self-Healing. After possessing this skill, your self-healing ability will be on par with the gods. Beyond the gods. No matter how the enemy destroys you, you can heal yourself instantly. Another abnormal skill. Chen Ming took out a dagger and tried to make a cut on the back of his hand. The speed of this cut almost failed to catch up with the speed of self-healing. As soon as a red wound was opened on the front foot, the back foot recovered completely. The speed was so fast that Chen Ming could not feel the pain. Coupled with a long lifespan and this skill, wouldn't I be equivalent to undying and indestructible? Thinking of this, the curvature of Chen Ming's mouth was like AK, and he could no longer suppress it. There is no doubt that Super Divine Self-Healing, coupled with longevity points, has become the well-deserved first place in Chen Ming's mind. After all, as long as you are alive, everything will have infinite possibilities. After a person dies, no matter how many magical skills and survival materials there are, what is the use? Forced to calm down. Throw the pole. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Critical attack successful. Congratulations to the host for gaining lifespan +1000. Although it is a repetitive skill, Chen Ming is becoming more and more satisfied with it now. I wish I had more, and it would be best to accumulate my lifespan to 10,000 years. Undying and indestructible 10,000 years. Carefree. Very enjoyable. Just when Chen Ming was about to throw the next rod, suddenly, he noticed that all the undead beside him stopped moving. It seemed that no sound of fighting had been heard since just now. The undead don't need to breathe, they are eerily quiet. Chen Ming turned off his phone and put it in his pocket. The undead stood obediently on both sides, forming an exclusive passage. Chen Ming looked up and saw a huge stone door standing in front of him. Behind this door must be the boss's room. Chen Ming guessed. Chen Ming took a few steps back because he didn't know what was going on behind the door and whether there was any mechanism set up. He signaled two undead goblin warriors to come forward, one on each side. Boom! Slowly push open the two heavy stone doors. Chapter 65. When the stone door was fully opened, the torches on the wall lit up one after another and ignited automatically. The burnt yellow fire gradually lit up the originally dark stone chamber. The space is very open, like a stone palace. Under the main hall, there were goblins of various levels standing, among which the giant goblin warrior was the most eye-catching. Next were the goblins who rode with their wolf heads lowered, grinning, facing Chen Ming in a semicircle, slowly approaching, and surrounding them. Moving your eyes up the steps, you can see a stone platform, similar to an altar, with several stone pillars standing on it. On the stone pillars, there are long cloths of different thicknesses dyed red with blood, and bells made of hollowed bones. Further up, there is an old goblin sitting on a stone seat, holding a wooden staff and dressed as a priest. If Chen Ming guessed correctly, that guy would probably be the final boss of this dungeon, the goblin clan leader. You must kill it to successfully clear the dungeon and get the clearance reward. They did not immediately attack Chen Ming. Chen Ming couldn't help but guess, it seems that the space for these monsters to move is restricted to this stone room. Chen Ming motioned for an undead goblin warrior to step into it. I want to find out, if I stay outside the stone chamber, do not trigger their attack mechanism, and only let the undead enter. Can I block a bug and achieve a perfect harvest without spending a single soldier? Facts have proved that Chen Ming still thought too much. The moment when the undead stepped into the stone chamber, the goblin leader immediately raised his staff and gave orders to the goblins under his command. The wolf-riding goblin was the first to use the grey wolf under him to take a big step and decided to concentrate his firepower to deal with the intruders. As for the results, facing the swooping grey wolf and the goblin wielding a pair of stone axes, the undead was not polite at all. He swung out his stick and smashed it away, killing a large area and causing blood to flow wildly. It hit the wall hard, creating a deep pit, and cracks spread over a large area. Immediately, the goblin corpses and broken stones fell together. Both the grey wolf mount and the goblin died. Successfully killed the wolf-riding goblin. Congratulations to the host for getting the wooden treasure chest plus 10. Successfully killed the wolf-riding goblin. Congratulations to the host for getting the wooden treasure chest plus 10. Extracting. Extraction successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a new undead servant, wolf-riding goblin plus 14. The enemy who was extremely jealous of him a second ago is now willing to stand by Chen Ming's side and sacrifice his life for him. Perhaps because the smell of the blood of their companions spread in the stone chamber, the fighting spirit of the remaining goblins soared rapidly. One by one, they raised their weapons high, as if they were about to kill the undead souls of their companions and cut them into pieces. When Chen Ming saw the goblins launching a collective charge, his side was naturally not to be outdone. He raised his hand and waved it down. Hundreds of goblins behind him rushed towards the goblins, like a flood bursting through a bank, rushing away. A real massacre began. Killing. However, the strength of both sides is obviously not at the same level. The number of goblins they killed became smaller and smaller. On the other hand, Chen Ming, relying on his undead extraction skills, killed more and more goblins. Not only that, even if the goblin barely killed an undead under siege, Chen Ming could immediately summon it to this world again from the shadow world. As long as he has enough mental strength, in theory, Chen Ming can achieve a steady flow of soldiers and horses, and fight without stopping. Coupled with the powerful snowball skill of extracting undead, no matter how terrifying the opponent's strength is, after all, the wedding dress for him will be in vain. Soon, all the goblins present were slaughtered by the undead. Chen Ming reversed his position and returned to his side. When the goblin leader saw this, he could not sit still and raised his staff with both hands. Several wisps of fire-like flames quickly circled around the top of the staff, entanglement. A fireball several meters in diameter formed in an instant. Seeing this, Chen Ming was jealous, truly jealous. The light becomes intense quickly. Boom! Immediately, two thick red lasers shot out from his eyes. The speed was so fast that it didn't even give the goblin leader a chance to react. It penetrated, shattered, and exploded its head. Chen Ming has always wanted to find an opportunity to try out whether this S-level laser eye can produce the same destructive effect as Superman in the movie. The actual experience is much better than imagined. There is no burning sensation in my eyes and everything is normal. After being shot in the head, the fireball above his head quickly extinguished, and the goblin leader fell straight back. The staff fell out of hand and rolled to the side. Dead as hell. Successfully killed the goblin leader. Congratulations on getting the black iron chest plus 5. 5 black iron treasure chests. Chen Ming didn't think it was because the goblin leader was too weak, but because his S-level skills were too strong. Not only is it more powerful, it's also instantaneous. There is no need to slowly accumulate energy like the goblin leader. Boom! The ground shook, and a small amount of smoke and dust rose from the ground. After they dispersed, Chen Ming saw that a piece of ground had collapsed. Come closer and look down. It's a treasure chest, called the Dungeon Clearance Treasure Chest. Chen Ming chose to open the Customs Clearance Treasure Chest directly. Several things were found inside. After being placed in the storage space, the name and function are displayed. Big Tonic Potion plus 2, tonic potion can quickly help you recover your lost mental power. King Snake Dagger, a blade carefully made with the fangs of a king snake. After stabbing the enemy, it will cause continuous poisoning and bleeding effects, and the recovery speed of the wound will be slowed down. Goblin Robe, wearing the robe can increase skill damage. After studying the effects of rewards clearly, Chen Ming began to carry out the finishing work and clean up the battlefield. Having said that, the process is very simple. Select them all with one click and confirm the extraction. Extracting. Extraction successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a new undead servant, Wolf Riding Goblin plus 55. Extraction successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a new undead servant, Goblin Warrior plus 125. Extraction successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a new undead servant, Goblin plus 200. Extraction successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a new undead servant, Goblin Chief plus 1. Chen Ming did a simple calculation. In this operation, the number of goblins he harvested totaled 2,824. Ordinary goblins alone account for 800, archer goblins 200, assassin goblins 300, knight goblins 250, wolf riding goblins 69, giant goblin warrior 420. Coupled with the treasure chest, the harvest is quite rich. He was personally very satisfied. At the same time, outside the portal, officials urgently mobilized thousands of people, countless sophisticated equipment, and even dispatched fighter jets. The battle is huge. Decided to count every goblin and kill all the goblins in front of the portal at all costs. They must not be allowed to enter the city, making the already harsh living environment even worse. But after waiting for a long time, he didn't even see the shadow of a goblin. Then, I saw a huge teleportation gate that quickly shrank until it completely disappeared. Without a trace, as if it had never appeared or existed. Chapter 66. What happened? Door, why is the door missing? It came suddenly and went away suddenly. Could it be that the reason why the mecha disappeared earlier was because he entered that door? It's possible. After he kills all the goblins, the portal will lose its meaning and disappear naturally. I agree with this statement. It is impossible for monsters to evacuate for no reason. As long as there is a chance, they will definitely want to tear us apart and eat our flesh and bones. Thanks to him being here, otherwise, at least half of the people present would have died. No, I thought that that number of giant goblins might be able to annihilate our entire army. Be more confident and remove the word maybe. What if there really is a goblin elder and king in it? What they didn't know was that Chen Ming had already retired and left, hiding his identity and reputation. Goblin elder? Yes, but he killed him instantly with one move. The undead has been extracted, and he deserves a lot of rewards. He has no reason to stay in this place anymore. The rest will be left to the authorities. Soon, the incident was edited and posted on the Yangshi official website for simultaneous reporting with TV news. The main purpose is to convince the people that the current situation is still controllable and there is no need to panic excessively. Secondly, by praising Chen Ming, we can get closer to him and see if there is an opportunity to sit at the same table and talk. Let's talk further about joining the organization. Regarding the news, after Chen Ming got home, he picked up the remote control and turned on the TV, and happened to see the part praising himself. In the past, being able to be featured on Yang TV and be specifically reported in a positive manner was definitely worthy of bragging for a lifetime and became a topic of conversation at the wine table. It should be said that it is the same now. Chen Ming kept a calm mind. He knew very well that the official wanted to cooperate with him. However, Chen Ming has no such thoughts and is not interested in hierarchical systems and obeying orders. Isn't it good to just be the king of your undead souls and live in this lonely mountain refuge? Why bother to scheming so that others can get the chance to kill the donkey? If he really wants to kill the donkey, he should do it. Open the forum. Needless to say, after the official certification, the popularity of the words Heavenly Venerable regarding the mecha has become even more outrageous. Throughout Great Xia, it is difficult for people not to pay attention to this matter, but there is only one channel, Yangshi, and the traffic is highly concentrated. In addition, it is official, so its credibility is much higher than those second-rate reports. The comment area has already exploded, with over 10,000. Refresh it and there will be hundreds or thousands more. Hey guys, is this official certification? The name of the mecha Heavenly Venerable is now popular in the streets. Come here because of the reputation. The scene of using the mecha to kill goblins is so exciting. So cool. Can anyone tell me what is going on with that door and why it appeared out of thin air? Appear out of thin air? Believe it or not, someone must have been unable to hold back and used that software, and as a result, the door was fished out. Can you still catch something like this? Just kidding. Zombies can be caught, what else is impossible? Besides, don't forget, before phishing too, this software was myriad worlds. One sentence gives people divine insight and their thoughts suddenly become clear. After that, related terms about the whole thing quickly appeared on the hot search list. Number official certification, Mecha Heavenly Venerable. Number fish out a portal to another world. Number with the emergence of related doors, should we use myriad worlds for fishing? After Chen Ming checked it casually, he was about to exit the forum. Buzz. A pop-up message was received on the phone. User Exquisite Girl applied to add you as a friend. Note, I am trapped in room 604, Unit 11, Jingyang Community. For the sake of my classmates, please save me. I'm willing to do anything for you. This nickname, after checking the account again, it was Zhaoya who saw herself becoming a rich man and took the initiative to add friends. However, she was rejected many times by herself because she liked to be sentimental. To save her? Do not make jokes. Neither relatives nor friends, even if you really have this ability, why waste your energy? With all this time, wouldn't it be nice to swing two poles? He decisively refused, not wanting to be involved with that woman. Buzz. Jingyang Community, Room 604, Unit 11. After receiving the message, Zhaoya quickly took out her mobile phone to check and see if anyone responded to the messages she sent to those licking dogs one by one according to the list. Then I saw, your friend request has been rejected by all the way south. Gritting his teeth, this guy is really cruel and ruthless. He pursued me after all. He knew that I, a weak girl, would suffer in such a hellish place, but he didn't care. You scumbag! Dozens of other messages also received no response. In a rage, Zhaoya posted all the contact information of these people on the internet, edited a short composition, and criticized them severely. Trying to take advantage of public anger and threaten them to take a stand and compromise. This method has been tried and tested in the past. But after the end of the world, 1 minute passed. 5 minutes passed. 10 minutes passed. Number of views, 2, a very dazzling number. One of them was Zhaoya herself. As for the other one, if she guessed correctly, it was most likely an audit. Haven't it been exposed yet? Just when Zhaoya was confused, a red dot finally lit up in the background. With excitement on his face, he quickly clicked to view it. Carrying a knife but not an umbrella on a rainy night, ugly people tend to cause mischief. The number of views changed from 2 to the number 3. Zhaoya. Throwing the phone aside, he cursed angrily, what a cold and heartless society. At this time, his attention was attracted by the TV playing next to him. The surroundings were too quiet. Zhaoya was a little scared to stay at home alone, so she turned on the TV to listen to the sound. Look at the news with the words replay. His eyes were rippling constantly, full of longing. I wonder who the person driving the mecha is? If I can get his favor, even if it's the end of the world, I can still live well, right? I very much hope that I can connect with the other party. But it can only stop at the word hope. How could she know the true identity of the mecha pilot across the cockpit in the vast sea? After knowing this, how can we cross the mountain of corpses and sea of blood to see him? The community where Zhaoya lives has long been surrounded by zombies. Even during the day, when the zombies' various attribute abilities have declined, she still dare not go out. I spend my days in panic with a bunch of snacks I bought online and even the leftovers in the refrigerator. Every minute and every second is immersed in endless panic. Take a selfie with your phone and post it online. The content is, with my appearance, how successful do you think it would be to stick to the mecha heavenly venerable? I hope that writing on this popularity will make me aware of the existence of such a loyal fan who admires him in the vast sea of people. Chapter 67. In terms of appearance, Zhaoya has always been very confident. In order to perfectly demonstrate her personal advantages to the other party, she also rummaged through the wardrobe to find a charming pink tight-fitting hip skirt. One from the back, one from the front, and another from the side. Not S-shaped enough? That's okay, just refine it a little bit. After confirming that it is correct, click upload. I look forward to my sisters supporting me. As for those men? Zhaoya thought to herself, she was showing them her figure for free, she was so kind and compassionate, how could she feel guilty if they didn't support her? After adding the words heavenly venerable to the mecha, as expected, the heat was greater than previously visible to the naked eye. In less than a minute, there were dozens of replies. I saw the 23rd daydream today. A bit pretty, but the woman who wants to be that girl is really too ambitious and thinks too much. Disgusting, who are you showing off to? If you give it to someone for free, they won't even take it. It was completely different from the picture Zhaoya imagined. I couldn't find anyone to speak for me. Especially when you see that the other party won't want you if you cheat. Zhaoya couldn't bear it anymore and immediately responded, I'm not worthy, how could you be? If you can't speak, you can shut up and don't speak. Don't get mad here. Brothers, hurry up, hurry up. Go to Gotham and inform Batman that we have found the Joker. Who will wake her up with a splash of urine? If you have diabetes, remember to back off and don't let her taste the sweetness. Big star Mimi has publicly stated before that she wants to be friends with him. Is it possible that you are better and more famous than Mimi? I also saw it. He still seemed to be ignoring her and actually treated my goddess like this. But if I think about it carefully, he does have the capital. What about A-list female stars? When the apocalypse comes, it's bullshit. If I don't even have enough to eat, who will have the time to care about her? Zhaoya was so shocked that she was speechless. She said one sentence and dozens of sentences were immediately waiting for her. I finally thought of offensive remarks that could make the other party angry to death. I never thought that after editing a long paragraph, when I clicked to send, I was told, unable to reply, the post has been deleted. Deleted? Why? Zhaoya was puzzled. Click to check the system mailbox, and when you see the words due to standard violation and sexual innuendo. She was 100% sure that someone was reporting her behind her back. Resend? Zhaoya really doesn't have the courage. In just a short time, I had been sprayed thousands of times, by both men and women. Angry, very angry. Can only be helpless and furious. Chen Ming did not know about this. Just paying attention to other things. Switching the screen through the tablet, I could clearly see a group of people sneaking around outside the courtyard wall at the foot of the mountain. Pointing at Chen Ming's shelter, he didn't know what to talk about. Looking at their clothing, appearance, and temperament, Chen Ming did not associate them with officials or special operations soldiers. Ding dong! Ding dong! Ding dong! Immediately afterwards, the doorbell rang. There are two options available on the tablet. One is to open the door remotely, and the other is to have a voice conversation. Chen Ming pressed the answer button and asked straight to the point, "Who are you?" "Friend, we came all the way to escape. Do you think you could open the door and let us in to take refuge?" The man spoke to the microphone on the door and explained his purpose. "No." Chen Ming refused instantly without any hesitation. "Hey! Brother, don't refuse so quickly. To tell you the truth, 2 of us have acquired skills, and they are E-level skills. Only by working together can we win." The man threw out his chips. Trying to recruit Chen Ming into the gang. Not interested. After saying that, he ended the call without giving him a chance to speak. "Put down the tablet." Chen Ming triggered the exclusive S-level skill Shifting Shadows and swapped places with an undead spider placed at the foot of the mountain. Going down the mountain in this way is much faster and safer than riding a motorcycle, driving a sports car, or a bicycle. "Boss Wu, this guy can't get in. Otherwise, let's just go in and kill him." "Go in? How to get in?" "The gun on the door may not be real, but there is no doubt about the gill net and the electricity. If you touch it even slightly, you may lose your life." Wu Tian said, hating that iron cannot become steel. "We finally found such a good base camp, are we going to watch it slip away from our hands in vain?" The subordinate looked unwilling. "It's simple. Do you remember when we came here, we saw the fire truck with the driver already transformed into a corpse and tied up with a seat belt?" Wu Tian asked. "Fire truck? Even if that thing is used as a stepping stone, it is still a few steps behind this tall iron wall." His subordinates wondered. "Idiot! The boss means you can use a ladder." The companion raised his hand and slapped him on the back of the head. "So, that's it." The subordinate suddenly realized. "The 3 of you are responsible for driving the car over, while the rest of you prepare the equipment. After entering the wall, the old rule is to kill everyone who can be killed. No one will be left alive." Wu Tian didn't like Chen Ming's attitude very much. As the owner of E-level skills, he regards himself as a god, son of fortune, the darling of heaven. Chen Ming, a mortal with naked eyes, dares to disrespect himself, then he deserves to die. Wu Tian will not let go even those who fear him. The 4 words kind heart and soft hand have been deleted from the dictionary of life. What's more, Chen Ming is a person who refutes his own face in front of all his subordinates. Wu Tian secretly vowed to make him pay the price. "Yes." All the men agreed in unison. Immediately, the man added another question, "Do you remember the voice in the communicator just now?" "Yes." Everyone nodded. "Keep this man, I will kill him myself and let him feel the consequences of opposing my Thunder Emperor." Wu Tian smiled evilly. Thunder Emperor. Chen Ming really couldn't comment on Wu Tian's claim. The advantage is that through these 2 words, I know that the E-level skill Wu Tian fished is related to thunder and lightning. He is one of the 2 awakened ones in the team. Captain Chen was not surprised at all that the shelter would be targeted. Being targeted by villains just shows that you have chosen and improved your shelter well. Looking at it from another angle, it is also a manifestation of value. That boy is really an idiot. He obviously gave this villa obediently and had the opportunity to become a member of our King Lei group, but he didn't cherish it. Isn't it surprising that people like this are born with short lives? Have you ever heard of a saying that says good words are hard to persuade? Kill. Kill him without leaving a trace. It's not that he wasn't given a chance, it's that he couldn't hold it himself. We can't blame him for that. When everyone says something, I say something. Chen Ming's sentence was heard in his ears without missing a word. After it was determined that these people had to kill him, the hostility reached its peak. Chen Ming naturally doesn't need to be too polite. Open the shadow door and release 5 shadow wolves. Walking in the apocalypse, he has set a life rule for himself: anyone who wants to kill him, even if it is just a thought, will never let him go. He understands the principle of cutting the grass without eradicating the roots, and the spring breeze will bring new growth. Chapter 68. The three people who were going to drive the fire truck back saw a shadow wolf leap out of the dark door in the blink of an eye. Ah! He was so frightened that he fell to the ground, his eyes full of horror. Ordinary wolves are very dangerous to them, not to mention a huge shadow wolf. This strange appearance only increased their panic. When the others heard the sound, they drew their knives and clenched the baseball bats in their hands. When he turned around, he realized that he had been surrounded by shadow wolves that appeared from nowhere. Where did there come from so many wolves? Is this a wolf? How can there be such a big wolf in the world? It feels like it can easily kill a tiger with just one slap. Damn! Some unlucky guy must have been around here and fished out these beasts. What should we do now? Why are you panicking? Just a few monster wolves, get out of the way. In addition to Wu Tian, another skill owner, Zhao Haiqiang, stood up and put out his hand to keep everyone away. It's a rare opportunity to try out the ultimate skill I just learned. As he said this, he spread out his hands, half-clasped his fingers, and quickly condensed the two fireballs on his palms. After the fireball took shape, Zhao Haiqiang was not in a hurry to throw it at the shadow wolf. Instead, he pressed his hands toward the middle and forcibly fused the two fireballs into one, increasing the size from the original size of an apple to the size of a unicorn melon. It turns out it can still be used like this. Chen Ming was inspired and sighed, the saying that you will live until you grow old is indeed true. Here, die. After the fireball was completely formed and was as big as he could use it, Zhao Haiqiang pushed forward with both hands. Boom! The fireball flew at extremely high speed, with a small tail and billowing heat, towards one of the shadow wolves. Shadow Wolf's response was simple and crude, swallowing up Zhao Haiqiang's proud attack in one go. As soon as he closed his mouth, after a muffled sound, a few wisps of black smoke escaped from the gaps between his teeth, unscathed. Why, how could this happen? Zhao Haiqiang, who looked proud before and wanted to show off himself in front of everyone, stumbled and took half a step back. His face was full of surprise and disbelief. It's not like I hadn't thought about it beforehand. This fireball couldn't completely kill the shadow wolf, but at the very least, it could seriously injure it. I never thought that I would be unscathed. Seeing the shadow wolf flying towards him, Zhao Haiqiang hurriedly tried to gather the fireballs to attack. But in less than the blink of an eye, Shadow Wolf had already taken a few big steps, closing the distance in an instant. Zhao Haiqiang raised his eyes and saw that Shadow Wolf dropped the generous claws it had raised in advance. The extended claws are as sharp and broad as a butcher's knife. Phew! The blood flowed violently, and in an instant, Zhao Haiqiang was cut into several pieces. Second, instant kill. Seeing this scene, how could everyone still sit still? He lost all his fighting spirit and unconsciously dropped the weapon in his hand. Pick it up? I couldn't care less about picking it up, and all I could think about was one thing: escape. Run away without looking back. The further away the better. They never want to come to this ghost place again, and their intestines are filled with regret. However, all that awaits them is massacre. Looking at those scenes, Chen Ming always had the feeling of killing a chicken with a bullseye. Ordinary goblins can easily kill them. Wu Tian looked at the body that fell not far away from him and was still bleeding. He was in a daze. Ah! No! Don't kill me! At this time, a miserable cry made Wu Tian come back to his senses, and his eyes were no longer hazy and blurry. Seeing the shadow wolf bite a man, he picked it up from the ground. Then with another force, there was a click, his neck was completely bitten off, and his head and body separated and fell. A sharp white wolf fang, mixed with blood, was very sticky and flowed down. He had a bared teeth and a hostile attitude. Gudu! Wu Tian looked into Shang Yinglang's eyes and couldn't help but swallowed his saliva. Seeing the shadow wolf taking steps faster and faster, it flew towards him. The palm of his hand crackled, and the lightning flashed continuously, quickly condensing into a ball of lightning light. However, before he could throw it out, the scene in front of him was filled with a bloody mouth. Wu Tian! The next second, most of the entire body was bitten off by the shadow wolf, leaving only 2 legs standing there. This efficiency is much faster than torture instruments such as dragon head guillotine, tiger head guillotine, and dog head guillotine. The whole process takes no more than 3 minutes. The Qinglai regiment, which had only been formed recently and was stepping on a beer box last night, threatening to become the world's #1 apocalyptic organization in the future, declared its entire army annihilated. Chen Ming was very grateful to them for providing him with such an opportunity. Select everyone and extract the undead. Extracting. Extraction successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a new undead servant, low-level undead plus 13. Extraction successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a new undead servant, Fire Mage. Extraction successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a new undead servant, Thunder Mage. People without skills can only be extracted as low-level undead, but people with skills have other identities. Chen Ming summoned Wu Tian and Zhao's Haiqiang. After becoming undead, one can vaguely recognize their appearance in life. Chen Ming asked them to each use their strongest attack. Black and white thunder and lightning, and fireballs with black inner flames and white outer flames. Boom! Boom! One made a big hole in the tree, and the other directly set the tree on fire. It seems that as long as I have more skills, everything in this world can become a stepping stone on my way to becoming stronger. Chen Ming was very satisfied with the result. Waving their hands, the undead sank into the shadow world. Chen Ming kept the blood stains on the ground but did not clean them up. This will give other people who have this idea a chance to calm down and think carefully about whether they should take this risk. Chen Ming doesn't like to kill innocent people indiscriminately, but he will never be merciful towards his enemies. Whether you are an enemy or a friend, it all depends on your thoughts. After Chen Ming exchanged places with the previous goblin and returned to the villa in seconds. This kind of experience of being able to easily defeat enemies and get additional treasure chests and undead rewards made Chen Ming feel relaxed. I began to feel that the end of the world would be a prosperous time for me. The ones we just killed were worth 1 wooden treasure chest. The slightly stronger ones with some combat power were worth 2 wooden treasure chests. People like Wu Tian and Zhao's Haiqiang with E-level skills are worth a black iron treasure chest. Chen Ming accepted them all. Returning to the living room, lying on the sofa, Chen Ming took out his mobile phone. Open Myriad Worlds Fishing, Trading Center. I want to see if the apocalypse has reached this stage and I can find treasures. I browsed for 7 or 8 minutes. A piece of transaction information caught Chen Ming's attention. Everyone, gentlemen. S-level secret realm treasure map, change weapons, and a lot of food. If you are the one, thank you. Chapter 69. S-level secret realm treasure map. At first, Chen Ming didn't quite understand what role the treasure map could play in this world. But when combined with the word secret realm, it reminds me of the goblin dungeon that I just cleared the level not long ago. Thinking about it, it should have about the same effect. There are a large number of high-quality monsters in the secret realm copy that do not exist in reality. If you kill them, you will not only get a large number of treasure chest rewards, but you can also extract them as undead. I must get this thing. Chen Ming made up his mind. Click to enter the post. There are less than 1,000 views. Looking at the time, it has been 3 hours since the release. Click to view the detailed description of the transaction. S-level secret realm treasure map. Open an S-level treasure secret realm. There are countless powerful monsters hidden in the secret realm, and a large number of treasures are also buried. To ordinary people, a treasure map of this level is equivalent to a post from the King of Hell. Anyone who dares to take it will die. Who dares to disobey the King of Hell's message? Looking at the transaction requirements, they are quite straightforward. I need a lot of food, water, and easy-to-use weapons. 3 hours after posting, it received hundreds of views, but not a single reply. On the one hand, it may be that those who have the conditions are not able to get it, but those who are able to get it do not have the conditions and courage. What's the use of spending a lot of resources only to trade for an item that has a high level but doesn't help improve your own strength or fill your stomach? Seeing this, Chen Ming selected a box of lunch meat, 2 boxes of mineral water, a pistol, and 50 rounds of ammunition, and confirmed the submission. Then you just need to wait for the other party to reply. Buzz. The phone vibrated, and a pop-up window prompted, "The other party has agreed to the transaction. You lost a box of lunch meat, 2 boxes of mineral water, a pistol. Congratulations on getting the S-level Secret Realm treasure map +1. When he gets what he wants, Chen Ming also has the skill to get a 100-fold rebate, and he will never lose money if he specializes in it. 100 times rebate triggered successfully. Congratulations on getting luncheon meat plus 100 boxes. 100 times rebate triggered successfully. Congratulations on getting plus 200 boxes of mineral water. 100 times rebate triggered successfully. Congratulations on getting plus 5,000 pistol bullets. Although it was a transaction, it still triggered the 100-fold rebate rule. Because it was beneficial to him, Chen Ming was too lazy to compete with the phishing system. If it is really a bug, the more the merrier. As much as you get, Chen Ming will definitely not complain and will take it all. After scanning a few more times, he confirmed that there were no trading items that could arouse his interest in the trading center. Chen Ming exited the trading center, opened his backpack, and found the S-level Secret Realm treasure map inside. Click to withdraw. Immediately, a roll of yellowed parchment appeared in front of him. Chen Ming reached out and grabbed it. After unfolding, a piece of blood-red text appeared on the blurry map, number 28 Chongqing Road, Star Hotel. In this regard, Chen Ming commented, "This treasure map is too direct. However, it is certainly better to save trouble." He had no reason to ask for trouble. Without further ado, get out quickly. Chen Ming is not familiar with number 28 Chongqing Road, but the Star Hotel is one of the few 5-star hotels in River City. He often passes by it on his way home from school. In a completely invisible state, he stepped on the flying sword and rushed towards it as fast as he could. Chen Ming unexpectedly discovered that when the map was expanded, a red triangular coordinate would appear in front of him, showing the distance. The closer the distance, the larger the coordinates, and conversely, the further the distance, the smaller the coordinates. I'm afraid he won't be able to find his destination. Before changing, Chen Ming would still hesitate for a moment when faced with the S-level Secret Realm, worried that he would die if he left but not come back. But now, with the support of Undying and Indestructible, his self-confidence has skyrocketed. Even if you can't leave, at worst, you can become completely invisible and continue to use the undead to consume the enemy crazily by exploding corpses. Chen Ming can definitely afford it. Not enough existing skills? Then throw 2 shots and get some more S-level, SS-level, SSS-level. The benefits of unlimited fishing times are immediately apparent. In a blink of an eye. Arrive above the Star Hotel. This is a downtown area, with people coming and going and busy traffic. But now, all that remains is a dilapidated scene after a fierce battle. At just one glance, Chen Ming saw no fewer than hundreds of zombies. There are also special forces zombies mixed in with weapons in hand. Will they use guns after becoming zombies? Chen Ming couldn't help but be curious. He observed that this area was completely occupied and abandoned. The number of zombies on the street alone is beyond imagination, let alone those hiding in buildings. Chen Ming stood at the corner of the high-rise hotel building and looked down. You can see that behind the window, there are countless figures, swaying slightly from side to side. Even if you can't see the face clearly, it's not difficult to confirm immediately that it is definitely a half-sleeping zombie. Just one sound can immediately awaken their desire to attack. Chen Ming decided to finish solving the secret realm treasure map first and then think about these zombies. Weak and weak, but he will never mind it. As long as the number is accumulated, it will be a quite terrifying amount of combat power. Just when Chen Ming was about to take out the treasure map and find the treasure spot. Ah! A scream alerted him. Take a few steps and adjust the angle of your gaze. Chen Ming saw a person hanging by a rope outside the window, less than half a meter away from the zombies. The zombies quickly gathered and stretched out their hands, trying to catch him. Bait! Chen Ming noticed that while he was using his voice to attract the corpses, another group of people headed towards the predetermined route to a shopping mall opposite. The voice was lowered so low that it didn't attract the half-zombies' attention. As for the man, they never intended to rescue him. He was a disposable consumable that could be thrown away after use. Otherwise, he would not deliberately bleed to increase his attraction to the corpses and facilitate his transfer. Chen Ming was not surprised at all that something like this would happen in the apocalypse. Those who dare not think or do will only die at the front. The future is made by spelling it out. A few of them didn't carry much. According to Chen Ming's guess, they probably used up all the resources in the hotel. That's why he tried to find a way to bypass the layers of zombie guards and sneak into a shopping mall building with more abundant supplies. Ah! Don't eat me! Don't eat me! Soon, the zombies piled on top of each other, climbing higher and higher. They hugged the hands and feet and were all restrained. The man who fell down began to eat one after another. It seemed that due to excessive blood loss, the man's shouts became weaker and weaker. Within a moment, there was complete silence. Chen Ming put away his thoughts and focused on the S-level secret realm treasure map. Who would have thought that I just took out the treasure map and didn't have time to open it? Boom! A gunshot broke the calm that had just been restored. Chen Ming was very sure that the gunfire came from the mall. Those people also had a bad fate, and the position transfer process was far less smooth than imagined. Chapter 70. Boom! Before Chen Ming could think more, a loud sound of broken glass reached his ears. A large glass wall suddenly shattered, and the fragments flew everywhere, denser than raindrops. Also flying out at the same time was a shadow. The man was covered in blood, his limbs were severely twisted, and there were many glass fragments stuck in his body. If he died like this, he would be lucky, but he was still able to breathe and keep twitching on the ground. Facing the swarming zombies, there was nothing he could do. He was quickly swallowed up, biting his body one after another. It seems that there are high-level zombies hidden in that building. Judging from that attack power and Chen Ming's experience, it was definitely not caused by low-level zombies. Boom! Boom! Then, 2 more gunshots rang out, but soon everything calmed down again. Chen Ming didn't think that a simple 2 shots could kill the monster. Most likely, the person who fired the gun would be killed. When you close your eyes and open them, you can see an undead crow circling above your head. Chen Ming swooped vertically and landed on a street lamp across the road. Then he looked into the building. 2 Titan zombies came into view. One was holding one of the 3 people, gnawing greedily like a chicken leg. Seeing that the situation was not good, the other person quickly threw away the red fire axe in his hand and turned around to escape. Call out! Call out! Call out! At this time, 7 or 8 tongues as thick as Chen Ming's wrist stretched out from behind, spreading out like stamens, wrapping her up, tightening them tightly, and digging into her flesh. With another violent blow, in an extremely desperate mood, he dragged the woman back, folded her forcibly, and swallowed the woman into the fishy mouth. It turns out that the Titan zombie's mutated skills include more than just the bone sword protruding from its arm. This reminded Chen Ming that he should be more careful when facing Titan zombies in the future to avoid being attacked by surprise. As the saying goes, only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you be victorious in every battle. It never hurts to collect more information. Chen Ming casually released 2 goblin warriors. The Titan zombie didn't even have a chance to react before his head was smashed open with a mace. The goblin held the sword in both hands, from head to toe, like a hot knife cutting through lard, easily split into 2 halves. Killing the Titan zombie successfully. Congratulations to the host for getting Black Iron Treasure Chest +2. Extracting. Extraction successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a new undead servant, Titan Zombie +2. Kill, take the treasure chest, and extract the undead, all in one step. Thoughts return. Now that he's done it, Chen Ming doesn't mind cleaning up all the remaining zombies visible to the naked eye. With a wave of his hand, the skill of spreading poison into mist was like a flood bursting its banks, filling the entire street in a few seconds. Killing zombies successfully. Congratulations to the host for getting the wooden treasure chest +1. Killing zombies successfully. Congratulations to the host for getting the wooden treasure chest +1. Killing the corpse dog successfully. Congratulations to the host for getting the wooden treasure chest +2. After the poisonous mist formed, all Chen Ming had to do was harvest silently. Thousands of zombies, if it were replaced by special forces and hundreds of people were deployed, it would take a long time to eliminate them all. And there is no guarantee of 0 casualties in this process. But Chen Ming only took less than 30 seconds. The zombies in the poisonous fog had no ability to resist, and they died in large areas. Chen Ming took advantage of the wooden treasure chest. After killing the enemy, the poisonous mist will automatically thin and dissipate. Chen Ming immediately took over the follow-up work, selecting them all and extracting the undead. Extracting. Extraction successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a new undead servant, Undead Zombie +4899. For others, the overwhelming numbers of zombies are terrifying. But for Chen Ming, the overwhelming number of zombies has both advantages and disadvantages. It can't be said that there are no disadvantages at all, but for him, they are small enough to be ignored. I got 4 figures of undead servants at once, and I felt very good. The entire street was now littered with corpses of zombies, and the quiet environment gave it a refreshing feeling of weirdness. Chen Ming didn't care about this, so he took out the treasure map and opened it. We have arrived at the treasure secret realm entrance. Is it open? Whether. Another blood-colored text appeared on the parchment in Chen Ming's hand. Chen Ming's favorite word is yes. Immediately, a red vortex appeared in front of him. Chen Ming walked in without hesitation. The entrance then closed. Unlike the previous goblin dungeon, only users with treasure maps are allowed to enter the treasure secret realm. In the blink of an eye, Chen Ming had a panoramic view of a desert and a sky full of yellow sand. Looking around, no matter where you look, you see an endless stretch of barren desert. No matter how far away it is, it will be filled with thick fog and shrouded, making it impossible to see through. Apart from that, the only thing that made people feel uneasy was the abyss just a few meters away from Chen Ming. This width is at least several hundred meters. Chen Ming took a few steps forward and looked down. It was pitch black, and the whole person seemed to be wrapped in an invisible force, giving him a shaky sense of déjà vu. Just when Chen Ming wanted to activate his night vision skills, the crisis sensor was triggered first. Chen Ming took a step back, and immediately saw a spear shot up from the abyss, descending in an arc, and inserted into the ground. The force was so strong that the tip of the spear was almost completely buried in the stone. If Chen Ming had not been able to dodge, the shot would have penetrated his head easily. Boom! 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 The sound of wind caused by something flapping caught Chen Ming's attention. Turning around to look, monsters were waving their wings and emerging from the abyss one after another. It has a human body, but is covered in scales. Its skin is darker green than that of a goblin. Its head looks a bit like a lizard, with horns and 2 long whiskers growing out of its head. The wings are borne on both sides of the arms and are connected to the wide wing membranes under the armpits. When fully expanded, they can glide a long distance. Dragon Man. Chen Ming was not sure. He had seen similar monsters in the game. Without giving him much time to think, the monsters were already gliding towards Chen Ming with spears in hand. The whole person and the gun are integrated into one. Chen Ming immediately released all the goblins and shadow wolves, forming a huge team in front of him. The ordinary goblin threw the stone axe in his hand and hit the dragon man hard on the head. While they were dazed, the archer goblin loosened the string of his bow and shot out arrows, pouring into their eyes and causing blood to spurt out. Or, the giant goblin warrior could send them home completely with a hammer, a sword, or an axe. Not to be outdone, the shadow wolves took a big leap and swooped down, knocking the dragons from the air to the ground. They first bit off their wings with 2 bites, and then bit them hard on the neck, cutting faster than a chainsaw. Hit the opponent's head. Although a lot of them were solved, more dragons began to emerge from the abyss. The number is overwhelming. It is in sharp contrast to Chen Ming's undead army. However, he did not plan to increase his manpower, believing that these undead were enough to win. The war is about to break out. Chapter 71. The Dragon Man's numerical advantage was not obvious before the undead army. However, the reason why Secret Realm seems to be a good guide is simply because Chen Ming's skills are too strong. If it were another person, he would have been killed as early as the moment the gun was thrown. Killing the mutant flying dragon successfully. Congratulations to the host for getting the black iron chest +1. Killing the mutant flying dragon successfully. Congratulations to the host for getting the black iron chest +1. Calling. Summoning successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a new undead servant, Wyvern +14. Summoning successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a new undead servant, Wyvern +22. Why are these undead enough? Just because there is no limit to the skills Chen Ming can use, he can kill at any time and extract at any time. Add quantity. After being extracted as undead, the flying dragon people stood up directly from the corpse and immediately threw themselves into the battle, becoming a force under Chen Ming's absolute control. Isn't it a little too easy? Chen Ming was even bored, so he swept his laser eyes and cut off dozens of flying dragons hovering above his head with a single glance. Their bodies are defenseless under the eyes of lasers. Only the S level has this effect, so how terrifying is the SS level? Destroying a planet with one glance. Chen Ming started a bold fantasy. Since it is a fantasy, you must let go and not be restrained. Looking at the flying dragon man who was still emerging from the abyss, Chen Ming frowned and asked, "How much have you accumulated?" In this short time alone, Chen Ming extracted more than 300 flying dragon souls. But if you think about it, as an S-level secret realm, it's not too much. Keep killing, he has plenty of time anyway. Get a beach chair out of storage and lie down on it. Then I took out a can of ice-cold Coke and pulled up the metal ring with a snap. In this scorching desert environment, the experience directly increased by several levels. Cool and refreshing. The skill of extracting undead is very easy to use. Facing a steady stream of flying dragons, Chen Ming can not only sunbathe and drink Coke leisurely, but he can also take out his mobile phone and swing the pole. Occasionally, if you have time, just extract the undead, and add more than 10 or 20 at a time. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for gaining lifespan +100. Fishing successful. Critical attack successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining S-level armor, breast guard +1000. Breast goggles. Chen Ming always felt that these 3 words seemed familiar. After thinking about it, his eyes suddenly lit up. Isn't this the law treasure in those fantasy and fairy novels that can withstand a fatal injury? To make sure you understand correctly, click to view details. S-level armor breast guard, after equipped, it can withstand a fatal injury. It really is. Combining the talismans he had caught before, Chen Ming said half-jokingly, since this fishhook can reach into the fantasy and fairy worlds, can it be possible to fish out characters such as the Eternal Empress in the future? Soon, Chen Ming put an end to this idea of a joke and did not dwell too much on it. Keep swinging. Take a hand by the way. Extracting. Extraction successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a new undead servant, Wyvern plus 88. At the same time, outside world. Less than a kilometer away from where the treasure is hidden. The man rummaged in the kitchen for a long time, but he didn't find any food except for a cockroach that he slapped to death. The phone calls and help messages are almost overwhelming, and still no one is paying attention to him, simply because there are too many of the same messages. Trying to find the message he sent was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Looking at the big cockroach that was beaten to death by him and exploded. Goodoo. The man swallowed and subconsciously stretched out his hand. But immediately, he shrank back as if he was electrocuted. That's right. Fishing in myriad worlds. He remembered that he still had trump cards to use. Since you can't rely on the authorities, there's no need to heed their warnings. He's going crazy with hunger. There are zombies outside the door, so there is no choice. Turn on the phone and only 10% of the battery is left. Quickly find and open Myriad Worlds Fishing and register as a fisherman. His eyes were bloodshot and his stomach was growling. Can't wait to press the start fishing option. 2 chances in total. At the first opportunity, due to lack of concentration, the mini-game failed and the fishing failed. The second time, I concentrated all my attention and finally had a narrow hit. Then a prompt pops up. Fishing successful. You've been struck by bad luck and caught a gluttonous dragon, and it's now very hungry. Ah! The man frowned, this was not the same result as he had imagined. A gluttonous dragon? What is that? Can it be eaten? What the hell is that countdown on the screen? 00:00:25. Soon, the moment when the numbers all become 0. A dragon roar shook the sky. It can be heard miles away. The people and officials were all alarmed. An emergency meeting was held. Looking at the picture transmitted back by the drone in real time, a black western dragon, 100 meters long, was facing the city, madly spitting flames. Even though they knew there were people among them who didn't want to evacuate, they were helpless. Are we going to send fighter jets there? Someone suddenly asked. Do you think fighter jets are useful against this kind of monster? If our missiles hit it, it won't even be able to damage its skin. No matter how much I don't want to admit it, this is indeed true. If the missile attack makes the monster more violent, it will only increase unnecessary casualties. I started racking my brains and thinking of a solution. Extreme headache. I really want to know which unlucky guy it is. The matter of the Scarlet Knight has not yet been resolved, but it has caused such a big trouble again. In contrast, Chen Ming's side has come to an end. End of fishing. Chen Ming could see clearly that the number of flying dragons had increased and was far less than before. Chen Ming was very sure that the so-called treasure was most likely hidden under the abyss. It's impossible to kill these flying dragons, so it's considered a treasure, right? Undead extraction and treasure chests benefit from Chen Ming's fishing skills and have little to do with Secret Realm itself. If Chen Ming had to guess, the role played by these flying dragons should be the guards guarding the secret treasure. As long as you kill them, you can get rich treasures. Chen Ming opened the virtual panel and took a look. At this time, the number of flying dragons he extracted has exceeded 2,000. The number of black iron treasure chests is also 2,000 plus. With this level of difficulty, it can't be justified without some good stuff. Chen Ming stood up and walked towards the abyss. Take out the Tang Dao from the storage space and prepare to go into the abyss to get the secret treasure. With the undead army, they eradicated all the last remnants of the flying dragon people. Boom! But before he could take action, a violent gust of wind suddenly rose from beneath the abyss. Chen Ming was so blown that he couldn't open his eyes, and the sand and stones danced wildly. After finally adapting, I lowered my arms and opened my eyes. Then he saw a huge monster in front of him. Chapter 72. Chen Ming looked up and saw that it was a dragon. Yes, it's a dragon, but it's a Western dragon, not an ancient dragon from the East. It's missing a few spirit partitioning saints. The dragon scales on his body were pitch black to purple, reflecting the shimmering light like a mirror. After a pair of dragon wings spread out, they really covered the sky and the sun. The jet black wing bones are paired with dark red wing membranes. Every time it is waved, it will set off strong winds that can spread for 1,000 meters. With a body size of hundreds of meters, it is still domineering. A pair of golden dragon eyes, with thousands of threads in them, like a kaleidoscope, reflecting countless faces of Chen Ming. Then, the dragon's eyes shrank into a bunch. The black dragon opened its mouth wide, and fire shot into the sky. Boom! Within a moment, a high-temperature fire pillar was spitting out towards Chen Ming like a tornado. Chen Ming knew very well that it was impossible for the undead to withstand such an attack. He raised his hand and stopped the undead who wanted to step forward to fight for him. Fear? Don't be kidding, it's not too late for Chen Ming to be happy to have such a giant dragon undead servant. The corners of the mouth are pressed? I still suppressed it, but stopped suppressing it and laughed wildly. With a wave of your hand, use SSS-level skills to freeze thousands of miles. With a wave of his hand, the black and red flames that could melt everything were instantly frozen. On the ground, thick ice spikes appeared, irregular and crisscrossed. Like a tide, it spreads crazily, and the icicles become bigger and bigger. It's like a giant wave covering the sky, creating a terrifying visual intimidation. Seeing that the situation was not good, the black dragon wanted to cut off the flames, shut up and escape. But when he turned around, he was attached to the ice, quickly freezing his scales, flesh and blood, and his wings. And the dragon's mouth is opened not for attack, but to express pain and despair. The mouth is full of fangs and saliva is not spared. The ice is everywhere. This power far exceeded Chen Ming's knowledge. He looked at the endless sea of ice spikes in front of him and the frozen black dragon in the sky. Chen Ming suddenly felt that once such abilities were exposed, he might be regarded as a world-destroying natural disaster by those people, which was far more dangerous than zombie monsters. Even the Scarlet Knight is still not good enough, not on the same level at all. Does a wave of my hand have such an effect? It seems that the SSS level skill is much more exaggerated than I imagined. Immediately, he raised his right arm straight up, with 5 fingers half-clasped, and his palm facing the sky. Chen Ming wanted to try another SSS level skill, the world-destroying fireball. Like Frozen Miles, Chen Ming did not use all the effects of his skills. Worried about being swallowed up in the sea of fire along with myself. Boom! 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 With every explosion, the fireball above your head will increase 100 times. In the blink of an eye, the size of the fireball was so small that even the sun hanging on the horizon looked small compared to it. Chen Ming visually estimated that if this fireball hits, the entire river city will be instantly engulfed in flames and reduced to ruins. As Chen Ming's arm fell. Boom! The world-destroying fireball carried endless rolling heat waves and fell towards the black dragon. It makes the already dry desert become even hotter. With just one breath, the moisture in your mouth will instantly evaporate and become dry. The heat wave distorted the scene and blurred it. The ice melts and then evaporates. The dragon's head melted, and he regained a little freedom, and a bunch of pupils quickly opened. Immediately, he was swallowed up. Chen Ming seemed to see a sun falling from in front of him and falling into the abyss. After a while, boom! The sound of the explosion was earth-shattering. The earth keeps cracking. Boom! In front of Chen Ming's eyes, the flames after the explosion were squeezed by the canyon, and their power was greatly increased, rising like magma. Looking left and right, an endless wall of flames formed, which was more thrilling than a tsunami. It took more than a minute to calm down. An abyss split into dozens of lines. Seeing this, Chen Ming couldn't help but worry a little. Can the secret treasure hidden in the abyss withstand such an attack? But soon, his attention was attracted by the pop-up prompt in front of him. Successfully killed the Dragon of Disaster. Congratulations to the host for getting the golden treasure chest +1. Oh! A golden treasure chest. As the first golden treasure chest to be obtained, Chen Ming was slightly excited. Although it is only the 6th treasure chest from the bottom, it is of great commemorative value. Don't hesitate. Looking at the shadow wolf who came to his side, Chen Ming gently stroked his head and said, "Good job." The shadow wolf opened his mouth, let go, and dropped a thick scale that he had plucked from the body of the disaster dragon by running up to it along the frozen flames before it died. Chen Ming had already prepared a backup plan. I won't give up a powerful undead servant just for fun. Select the Dragon of Disaster and confirm the extraction of the undead. Extracting. Extraction successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a new undead servant, the Dragon of Disaster. The next second, a black wave of wind swept across the ground in front of him. After the wind and waves dispersed in all directions with a roar, an undead Dragon of Disaster spread its wings and appeared in front of Chen Ming. He lowered his head and lay down, expressing his surrender to Chen Ming. A giant dragon hundreds of meters tall surrendered in front of him. This feeling was wonderful, wonderful. Chen Ming jumped onto the head of the Dragon of Disaster. With a thought, the Dragon of Disaster immediately waved its giant wings, flew into the sky, broke through the yellow sand in the sky, and took him flying everywhere. There really isn't much to see in a desert. However, riding on the back of a dragon to see such a scenery has a special feeling in my heart. At this moment, even if the secret treasure is really destroyed by the world-destroying fireball, Chen Ming will not be disappointed. For him, this treasure map can definitely be called a great completion. With such amount, what else is there to be dissatisfied about? The Dragon of Disaster can not only become a mount, but Chen Ming can also transform into it to kill zombies and monsters. The SSS-level undead extraction skill has gained another level of importance in his mind. Okay, it's time to see what's inside the abyss. Chen Ming controlled the Dragon of Disaster, aimed at the abyss, and swooped down. Compared to the body of the disaster dragon, it is flying at extremely high speeds in a slightly smaller space. After all, unlike fighter pilots, flying ability is innate to the Dragon of Disaster and does not require refinement or proficiency. Chen Ming opened the virtual panel and switched to the storage space. Find the treasure map and open it. The red inverted triangle coordinates appear within the field of view. As the disaster dragon gets closer and closer, it becomes bigger and bigger. After a few seconds, the dragon wings closed and his feet landed on the ground. Take the initiative to lower the dragon's head, like a long ladder, making it easier for Chen Ming to walk down. Chen Ming jumped down in one step and came to the place pointed by the inverted triangle coordinates. It was a piece of flat land that was burned black. There wasn't even a weed to be found, it was all bare. Is it possible that the secret treasure was really destroyed? Chapter 73. When he raised his head, Chen Ming saw clearly that the coordinates had not disappeared. Wait. Treasure map, hidden, treasure cannot be separated from the word hidden. After realizing something, Chen Ming opened the virtual panel and took out an engineer shovel he had caught earlier. With a strong flick of his arm, the originally folded engineer shovel opened. After 2 shovels, I actually dug out a treasure chest. After opening it, there was a thick layer of an unknown bird or beast, and an egg with scales lay quietly on the black and white feathers. What a big egg! This was the first time in Chen Ming's life that he had seen such a huge egg. It was almost half as tall as him. Ostrich eggs still look minuscule in comparison. Chen Ming turned to look at the Dragon of Disaster behind him and murmured, isn't this a dragon egg? Kill the dragon, take the egg, and then hatch it into a pet dragon. It makes sense when you think about it. After all, not everyone can have the skills to extract the undead like Chen Ming. If you can really kill the dragon of disaster, obtain a dragon egg, hatch a baby dragon, and tame it since childhood, it will definitely become a terrifying combat force when it grows up. The strength of the dragon of disaster is definitely comparable to an S-level skill, or even worse. Chen Ming was in a good mood after subduing 2 dragons at once, one with flesh and blood and the other as a 100% loyal undead. After putting the dragon egg into the storage space. When Chen Ming was thinking about how to leave the treasure secret realm, when he turned around, the exit portal had been opened in advance. Chen Ming had carefully observed this world when he was riding a dragon in the sky. He had squeezed out all the oil and water, and there was no need to leave any more. All the undead, including the dragon of disaster that had just been subdued, sank into the shadow world. Chen Ming strode into the portal, and in a blink of an eye, he was back on the hotel roof. Who would have thought that as soon as the front foot left the secret realm, the back foot would trigger the danger sensing ability? Chen Ming turned around and saw that the gluttonous evil dragon was entrenched on the roof of the hotel, only half a meter away from him. From its mirror-like eyes, Chen Ming clearly saw his own figure and facial features. The gluttonous evil dragon was not curious about why Chen Ming appeared here. He stretched out his neck and opened his abyssal mouth, wanting to devour him in one bite. Chen Ming took half a step back, fell quickly, and disappeared from the sight of the gluttonous dragon. The sound of teeth clashing made me feel lonely. Immediately, Chen Ming stepped on the dragon of disaster and jumped into the sky at high speed. In midair, a huge portal opened, and the dragon of disaster leaped out from it. This scene was captured by a drone hovering overhead and transmitted back to River City officials in real time. The group of people who had just left the scene a short time ago and had the right to speak returned to their seats. He stared at the picture on the screen in shock. This dragon hasn't been solved yet. Why is there another bigger one? I don't know, I just saw a black door open instantly, and then the dragon rushed out from inside. This dragon can't be that dragon's mother, right? A dragon mother and a dragon son. Wait. Zoom in. At this time, someone noticed it and spoke quickly. Hearing this, the technician on the side tapped the keyboard and continued to adjust the screen. Then, the person who just spoke stretched out his hand and pointed at the screen and the position of the dragon's head. Don't you think this looks like a person? Human? How could this person appear in a place like that? Is there a mistake? The screen can only be enlarged so much, a veteran asked. The technician replied, yes. Can we let the drone get closer? The veteran asked again. I'm afraid there's nothing we can do. The technician shook his head. The dragon is very sensitive to the sound of the helicopter's rotor. If you get any closer, the signal from the dragon's roar will be disconnected and the plane will crash. From his mouth, everyone learned that several previous attempts at close-range shooting ended in failure. Now that the entire warehouse is empty, there is only one drone left that can be dispatched, and I really don't dare to take risks easily. After the outbreak of the zombie virus, the demand for drones has greatly increased. Officials are also contacting major manufacturers that are operating normally to speed up production, including but not limited to drones used for reconnaissance and intelligence gathering, or drones for long-distance transportation of daily necessities. Furthermore, drones equipped with weapons and ammunition can be used from 100 meters away by just pressing a button and working with a joystick. Kill zombies with zero risk. The variety is rich and varied. Hey! Look, that dragon seems to be planning to attack the mother of dragons. Everyone looked away after hearing the sound. Sure enough, the gluttonous evil dragon ended its dormant state, flapped its wings, left the high-rise building of the hotel, and attacked directly towards the dragon of disaster that Chen Ming was riding. Faced with a several times difference in size, the gluttonous dragon dared to take the lead in attacking. This surprised Chen Ming. He even wondered whether the gluttonous dragon was infected with the zombie virus and had nothing else on his mind except eating people. This is indeed the case, but the difference is that the gluttonous dragon will be hungry frequently, controlled by it, has no fear, and has nothing to do with the zombie virus. It is not interested in devouring the undead, but it is very interested in the fresh experience of stepping on the head of the disaster dragon. He couldn't wait to swallow Chen Ming in one gulp. Boom! How could the dragon of disaster allow the gluttonous dragon to hurt its master? It opened its mouth and spit out a tornado of flames. The gluttonous dragon knows that its firepower is not as good as the disaster dragon, so it flies around and takes advantage of its speed to dodge. The dragon of disaster kept moving the pillar of fire, chasing after it. Wherever it passes, there will be a sea of fire, blazing fire, shocking. What was equally shocking was the group of official personnel in the monitoring room. Who could have imagined that the high-rise buildings that humans have worked so hard to build and develop would be so vulnerable in the face of these behemoths? If we let them continue fighting like this, sooner or later the entire river city will be destroyed and fall into a sea of fire. Can you still stop them? Hey, consider giving up on River City. Monsters of this level are not something we can handle now. Transmit the picture to the main station and ask them to broadcast it to the whole country so that everyone knows to evacuate and abandon the River City plan indefinitely. After we really have to evacuate all personnel, do you think that using nuclear weapons can solve these two dragons? It's hard to say, but if that thing is really used, River City will no longer be suitable for human habitation for a long time. Moreover, what if the nuclear radiation reacts with the zombie virus and produces even more uncontrollable mutations? An old researcher expressed his opinions and concerns. Everyone felt that what he said was reasonable and did not refute it. On the other side, news came from the main station that they agreed to temporarily interrupt the broadcast. Chapter 74. The two giant dragons are now no less dangerous in the official eyes than the Bloody Knight. Originally, when they heard that the upper echelons of River City had unanimously voted to abandon River City and evacuate everyone, the upper echelons of the imperial capital wanted to scold them for their inaction and cowardice. But when he saw the video content transmitted here, the anger in his heart suddenly disappeared. I couldn't get angry, and when I saw the dragon for the first time, I felt I was wrong. Not to mention, there are still two. Some people also thought of using nuclear weapons to eliminate the evil dragon, but shortly after it was proposed, several experts present shook their heads and rejected it. They are not sure about the connection between dragons and zombies. But what is certain is that zombie viruses have unpredictable evolution and recovery capabilities. If the nuclear explosion fails to destroy the evil dragon, but instead mutates similar genes in the evil dragon's body, it will only create an even more terrifying enemy. So for now, the best solution is to find a way to leave the two dragons in River City and let them play by themselves. Some even proposed creating two of the largest anesthetics in history to find a way to put the dragon into a deep sleep. If the needle tip cannot break through the dragon's scales, then find a pile of fresh pork, beef, and mutton and add the anesthetic to it. I don't know if it will work, but if you don't try it, you will never have an answer. You can't buy peace by sitting still and waiting for death. Here in River City, two giant dragons are still fighting fiercely. Through the battle process, Chen Ming discovered that the fighting methods of these monsters were too simple and careless. They were far less cunning and versatile than humans. They just had crushing power. Thanks to this, the probability of survival on the human side can be slightly increased. I really want these guys to have human brains, thoughts, and learn strategies, plus the power of monsters. In Chen Ming's opinion, it won't be long before human beings will be completely extinct from this world like the dinosaurs. Chen Ming was not interested in wasting time, so he decisively possessed the dragon of disaster and took control of this body. First, he spit out a few dragon flame fireballs to block the gluttonous dragon's range of activities, gradually shortening the distance to him, and deliberately slowing down to reduce its sensitivity. A waste of time is better than useful. After entering what Chen Ming thought was the best distance, he suddenly increased his speed. The gluttonous dragon sensed something was wrong and wanted to escape. However, the shadow on the ground was covered by the huge body of the disaster dragon, parallel to it. Chen Ming opened the dragon's mouth and spit out a stream of flames, severely injuring the gluttonous dragon's back. He continued to output, and the flames bloomed like flowers, sweeping across the entire dragon's body. The gluttonous evil dragon let out a heart-shaking cry, its wing membranes were burned, and it fell. It rolled on the ground several times, knocking down a tall building and razing it to the ground. No one knows how many people were killed intermittently. When he still wanted to get up, Chen Ming had already controlled the huge body of the dragon of disaster, stepped on the back of the dragon of gluttony, and suppressed it so hard that it could not move. The gluttonous evil dragon raised its neck, turned around at an angle that was impossible for normal people, and opened its mouth full of sharp teeth, trying to bite off the neck of the disaster dragon. Chen Ming found the right opportunity, grabbed the gluttonous dragon's upper and lower jaws with a pair of dragon claws, and opened them with force. Under the powerful force, you can already see the signs of tearing at the corners of the mouth, with blood flowing down from them. Chen Ming didn't know what mercy was, so he opened the dragon's mouth again, spitting out the world-destroying dragon flames that were hotter than magma and comparable to the scorching sun. He pumped it out like crazy and poured it into the mouth and body of the gluttonous dragon. The dragon's flames quickly filled up, causing the body of the gluttonous dragon to swell, and the light of the flames even emitted through the torn gaps in its scales. The gluttonous dragon was unable to resist and was completely passive, and could only accept it blindly. Boom! Boom! Finally, the flesh and blood body could not bear the dragon flames that were too huge to contain anymore, and exploded with a loud noise and fire. An extremely terrifying mushroom cloud rose from the ground. In terms of power, it was no less powerful than a nuclear weapon. Losing its restraints, the long simmering flames spread in all directions like a tide, covering a kilometer range. Everything was turned into charcoal under the fire. Total darkness. Successfully killed the gluttonous dragon. Congratulations to the host for getting the golden treasure chest +1. Killing zombies successfully. Congratulations to the host for getting the wooden treasure chest +1. Killing the titan zombie successfully. Congratulations to the host for getting the black iron chest +1. Kill the zombie dog successfully. Congratulations to the host for getting the wooden treasure chest +2. Except for the dragon of disaster, the rewards for the zombies and monsters killed by the flames' residual power were also counted on Chen Ming's head, which was an unexpected gain. Harvest thousands of wooden treasure chests, more than 50 black iron treasure chests, plus a gold treasure chest for killing the gluttonous dragon. Chen Ming was a little surprised. Logically speaking, the combat power between the gluttonous dragon and the disaster dragon is quite different. How can it be a reward standard? Is it possible that only the first treasure chest is difficult to open, and once it is unlocked, the standard will be lowered? Chen Ming guessed irresponsibly. Stop thinking too much and return your thoughts to your true self. There are more important things to deal with right now. Select all and extract the undead. Chen Ming didn't expect that just after he came out of the treasure secret realm, he would have the opportunity to harvest a second dragon pet. No, to be precise, including dragon eggs, it should be the third dragon pet. Although Chen Ming prefers the Eastern Ancient Dragon, he doesn't have it and can't force it. He temporarily takes this Western Dragon to enhance his combat power. Extracting. Extraction successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a new undead servant, Gluttonous Dragon +1. Extraction successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a new undead servant, Undead Zombie +788. Extraction successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a new undead servant, Zombie Dog +99. Open the virtual panel, find the Gluttonous Dragon, and view the detailed introduction. Chen Ming wanted to see what kind of skills this gluttonous evil dragon had. It could compete with the Dragon of Disaster and was worth a gold treasure chest. Name: Gluttonous Dragon. Dragon Age: 829 years. Rating: S. Skills: Devouring Strengthening, Dragon Flame, Violent Bite, Dragon Power Shock, use for your own use. After reading the introduction to the skills of the Gluttonous Dragon, Chen Ming discovered that it was not that the Gluttonous Dragon was weak, but that this guy didn't know how to play, and even though he had a good hand, he played badly. Especially the skill of swallowing and strengthening. As long as it is swallowed, it can continuously strengthen itself. Best of all, there are no limits. However, over the past 800 years, the gluttonous dragon has obviously not been able to grasp it. Otherwise, it would not have been so easily wiped out by the Dragon of Disaster and its existence wiped out. Close the virtual panel. After doing all this and making sure that there were no other leaks to harvest around, Chen Ming stood above the dragon's head and drove the Dragon of Disaster, disappearing from the drone's lens. But the shock he brought to the people and the officials was not diminished at all, only stronger. Chapter 75. Imperial City, Office. Speaking of which, why do monsters kill each other? At this time, someone suddenly spoke, breaking the silence brought about by Chen Ming's strength. The room with dozens of people in it was as quiet as a cemetery, and you could hear a pin drop. Perhaps it's because of food and territory division issues? As the saying goes, there is no room for two tigers in one mountain, let alone a dragon. Myriad Worlds is a fishing software that says everything is possible. Could it be that the person on the screen is actually real? He used that software to catch a dragon pet that he controlled. As soon as these words came out, everyone fell into silence. He didn't say anything, but his eyes were honest, and he unconsciously looked at the mobile phone beside him. None of them have ever used Myriad Worlds for fishing. The reason is simple: Myriad Worlds fishing has a process of registering a name. I am worried that in the event of a surprise inspection, I do not have this process. As one of the people in power, if I do not lead by example, I will be removed from my position. For them, it is an eternal truth to be cautious in sailing the ship for thousands of years. There's no reason to take any chances. But now, after seeing that someone can really control the world-destroying evil dragon, their hearts are gradually shaken. I am hesitating whether to join the progressive camp, make suggestions together, give up resistance, and coexist with Myriad Worlds fishing. The risk cannot be ignored, but this is indeed the best breakthrough plan, bar none. A dragon pet, a mecha, and a skill have a huge impact. Enough to protect the peace of one party. This is even true for officials, let alone ordinary people. At this moment, the forum had already exploded because of the scene of the two dragons fighting in the live news broadcast. There are even many foreign IP territories flooding into the comment area. At this time, they were not in the mood to cause trouble, they just wanted to get first-hand information. Waiting for someone to share Great Xia's video, it's too slow, I don't have the patience and time. No matter the previous videos about the Mecha Heavenly Venerable, the Gatling Buddha, or the Undead Archmage, they are still high on the world's hot list and attract global attention. Too fierce. It's so shocking even through the screen, I can't imagine what it would be like to watch the battle up close. The feeling of being wiped out. I just saw someone say that there is a figure standing on top of the dragon. Is it true or false? Is there anyone who can explain it? 80% are dragon horns, or the scales were picked up during the fight, causing a visual deception effect. At this stage, who can control this natural disaster level monster? Blue link, click on it. Someone used technology to repair the high definition image, it is indeed a person. Click the link to go to the relevant post. Regardless of the discussion popularity, number of likes, collections, reposts, all exceeded 999 plus in a very short period of time. Holy shit! He is really riding on the back of a dragon, no, on top of the dragon's head. After the Mecha Heavenly Venerable and the Undead Archmage, has the Dragon Master appeared again? We at Great Xia are really full of talents. This dragon looks so domineering. Is the video fidelity? What's not true? The entire restoration process was recorded using the screen recording function. How can this be fake? Don't worry, brothers, I sent it to several special effects experts to read it, and they all said there were no modifications or traces of editing. I originally thought that I had drawn a D-level skill and could be called the European Emperor, but I didn't expect. Hey, I can only say that there are people outside the world, and there is a sky outside the world. F***CK. The master of D-level skills. Boss, do you need a pendant on your leg? I am willing to work hard in front of the horse and behind the horse, devote myself to it till death. When his eyes returned to Chen Ming, he saw that others had already driven the dragon of disaster back to the villa. In midair, a huge shadow door opened above the head of the disaster dragon and sucked it in. Chen Ming turned around and entered the house. The pace is quick, there is something important to do. Holding the 2 golden treasure chests in my hands, I felt very itchy and couldn't wait to open them to see what I could get out of them. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, I habitually picked up the remote control and turned on the TV. There is no need to adjust the channel as there is only one channel left to watch and there is no choice. He noticed that what was replayed on the screen was the scene where he controlled the dragon of disaster and fought against the dragon of gluttony. Recalling the gadget that I accidentally noticed floating a few hundred meters above the ground, I whispered, "Is it a drone?" Chen Ming initially thought it was a mutated bird. Even if this kind of scene was photographed, it didn't matter to him, because the distance was too far and the picture quality was worrying. He could only barely see a person of his stature and couldn't see the details of his face clearly. Even if he really sees it clearly, it will have little impact on Chen Ming. He is not worried at all now that he will be unable to fight back against a national-level force and can only be at its mercy. Undying and indestructible alone is enough to support Chen Ming's self-confidence. I glanced at the time on the wall and it came to noon. Chen Ming opened the virtual panel, switched to the food section first, selected a steaming bowl of braised beef noodles, and confirmed to take it out. The red oil is paired with large chunks of beef and garnished with a little chopped green onion. Just looking at it will whet your appetite. It truly achieves the effect on the advertising image. No wonder it sells for 181 bowls. After complaining, Chen Ming picked up a piece of soft beef shank with chopsticks and put it into his mouth. At the same time, use your mind to control the virtual panel, find 2 gold treasure chests, and confirm opening them. Opening the gold treasure chest. Open successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the S-level skill, Wind Blade. Oh! There are actually skills available in the golden treasure chest, and they are S-level. Chen Ming was quite surprised. Click to view skill introduction. S-level skill Wind Blade, you will gain the ability to condense wind into a blade, killing people invisible. Chen Ming felt wind on his fingertips. Although he could feel its presence, he couldn't see it at all. He condensed a finger-long wind blade, aimed at the vase in the distance, and shot it over. Silently, the upper and lower parts of the vase suddenly became dislocated, slid sideways, and then broke to the ground. Chen Ming's eyes widened. Is this skill really S-level? He knew very well that he had exerted less than 1/millionth of his power. How exaggerated is it to use them all? Coupled with the increase in attribute values, Chen Ming felt that there was no need to go through the trouble of possessing the disaster dragon. He could just condense the wind into a blade. The gluttonous evil dragon would be beheaded without even having time to react. He was 100% sure that although the dragon scales were hard, they were not hard enough to withstand Windblade's powerful slashes. Once is okay, then twice, 3 times, until the defense is broken. With the additional improvements each time he acquires a skill, Chen Ming no longer has to worry about having too many skills and not enough mental energy. After accepting the skills, Chen Ming planned to pursue the victory and open the remaining gold treasure box together. Chapter 76. After selecting the golden treasure chest, Chen Ming's expectations were all written on his face. Opening the gold treasure chest. Open successfully. Congratulations to the host for getting a random mecha gift pack +1. It's a mecha again. Chen Ming didn't feel disgusted at all. Instead, he was excited to have a brand new mecha equipment again. Find the mecha random gift package in the storage space and confirm to open it. Are you sure to open the random mecha gift pack? Confirm. Opening. Open successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the S-level mecha, Eclipse Sky Crow. Separately, Chen Ming knew every word, but when combined, it was a bit difficult for him to guess what kind of mecha it was through these 4 words. Just based on the word crow, I think it may be related to crow. Mecha related to crows. Chen Ming was not very sure about his inner thoughts. In his impression, most mechas were humanoid. After overthinking, I directly found the Eclipse Crow mecha. Judging from the preview icon in the small grid of the storage space, it was really a crow. With his thoughts wavering, Chen Ming came outside the villa. After confirming that the placement location was green, there were no obstacles, and the terrain was flat enough, he clicked to take out the mecha. Immediately, a vivid crow mecha, completely black but with a high-level metallic texture, appeared in front of Chen Ming. A pair of red eyes, like a blood moon. Even in the daytime, the alluring red light reflection is still heart-stopping. At night, the deterrent effect is bound to be greatly increased. So exquisite. Looking at the individually crafted feathers, Chen Ming couldn't help but praise. Even if it is not very practical, it is definitely a perfect piece of art to collect. When Chen Ming had the idea of boarding the cockpit of the mecha, the Eclipse Sky Crow took the initiative to spread one of its wings like a ladder. Chen Ming took a few moments to reach the back of the Eclipse Crow's neck. Unlike the dangerous wanderer, its cockpit was not on the chest, but on the upper part of the neck. Follow the steps into the cockpit. The steps automatically fold into a hatch and turn into a closed state. Chen Ming also quickly put on his equipment at this time, and what he saw with his eyes was a perfect integration with this bird-shaped mecha made entirely of special metal. The hands control the wings and the feet control the claws. Even if Chen Ming's toes cannot grasp prey as flexibly as a bird's claws, it doesn't matter. The operating system will automatically perform optimization work to ensure that every movement and command of Chen Ming can be 100% conveyed and displayed. Chen Ming studied it. If we were to compare the two mechas side by side, the Eclipse Crow would indeed be inferior to the Danger Wanderer in terms of richness of attack methods. However, the improvement in flying ability, a pair of claws that are powerful and hard enough to easily crush dragon scales, and the ultimate trick are enough to make up for this gap. Chen Ming spread his wings and successfully flew into the sky. It was easier to control than he imagined. It is indeed an S-level mecha. Its performance and smooth operation are truly unparalleled. Chen Ming was not shy about his praise. Right now, he had just finished lunch and got a brand new mecha. He especially wanted to do some exercise, test the mecha, and eat some food at the same time. Chen Ming desperately needs enemies, lots of enemies. Summoning the virtual panel and opening the resource map, Chen Ming locked onto an open-air stadium 5 kilometers away. The stadium is not important, what is important is that thousands of zombies are gathered inside the stadium. If I remember correctly, it seemed like a big singer came here to hold a concert before. Chen Ming didn't know much about the entertainment industry. The reason why he knew about this was because the dormitory director Yang Dong was a fan of that star. A few days ago, because I was slow and couldn't get a ticket, I kept complaining to people like them. No matter how disinterested Chen Ming was, Yang Dong had said it in his ear so many times that he couldn't even remember it. Now I have to thank that big star for gathering so many people, all of whom were infected with the zombie virus, and gave me the opportunity to test the new mecha. Thousands of zombies are enough. After testing the Eclipse Crow mecha, you can also extract it into undead and harvest a large number of treasure chests. Chen Ming absolutely loves these skills. The effect when used together is perfect. Back to the mecha itself. When the Eclipse Sky Crow is standing, although it is not as tall as the Danger Wanderer, it still reaches 19 meters, which should not be underestimated. When it spreads its wings, it can even be said to block out the sky and the sun. When the shadow passes over the head, it immediately attracts the attention of many people. Ignoring the cigarette in his hand, he raised his head and stared blankly at the giant monster passing above his head. He was so scared that the cigarette dropped to the ground. After reacting, he hurriedly squatted down with his head in his hands, fearing that the monster would notice it and catch it as a bug to feed the young birds. "Are you scared?" A friend on the side said speechlessly. "Take out your phone, turn on the camera, and press the shooting function directly. You're crazy. If the flash attracts the monster, you and I will be eaten as food," the man yelled angrily. "Idiot, look carefully. The monster is made of flesh and blood. This guy is a lump of iron," the companion reminded patiently. "Iron lump." Hearing this, the man slowly poked out his eyes, still alert. After taking a closer look, he slowly stood up and straightened his back. "Mechanical monster. No, I think it is probably the same type of fighting machine as the previous mecha Heavenly Venerable." His companion expressed his opinion. Seeing the eclipse, the crow was already hidden in the clouds and mist. No longer forced, he stopped the video function, saved it, and then turned on the editing function. "I decided to cut out the redundant and missing portion of the blank content." Before the end of the world, he was an editor for an online newspaper. Under the influence of his ears and eyes, he knew exactly what kind of video could attract more attention. "Let me see if it's done." The man stretched out his hand. "Right away." After another half-minute, the companion handed the phone to the man. In the picture, the companion has already finished uploading the video. Men don't care about the hot data, but click play and browse the video content. As a weapon, it is too exquisite. No, it is a rare treasure and a work of art. Men watched it over and over again and continued to give high approval and evaluation. Those who have the same idea are those who live in the section. "What a big crow! This one bite would have to eat dozens or hundreds of people, right? Crow? If you look carefully, it is obviously a mechanical structure." Mechanical? Could it be related to the mecha Heavenly Venerable? It must be a high-tech weapon caught from fishing. "Nima, in the whole Great Xia, I am the only non-chief. Although I hate to admit it, you are not alone. Add me 1+1. They were chatting happily. From Chen Ming's side, he could already see the outline of the gymnasium in the distance. Chapter 77. The shape of the stadium is similar to a bird's nest, with a hollow in the middle, allowing a clear overview of the entire stadium. A large number of zombies are gathering densely on the grass, swaying slightly, like a time bomb. The slightest noise around them can trigger them. Chen Ming glanced at it and found that the number of zombies he could see alone exceeded 3,000. In the eyes of others, these guys are monsters, but in Chen Ming's eyes, the more they are, the greater the rewards. How could you not be excited? Can't help but be excited. In the hovering state, Chen Ming tried his best to swing his wings back and spread them to the limit, so that he could maximize his power in an instant. At this time, a voice suddenly came from below. "I'm here. I'm here." Chen Ming looked around in confusion and saw two people, a man and a woman, standing on the roof with embarrassed and thin looks, waving their hands towards him. Chen Ming was very sure that they could only be talking to him. "You were sent by the company to rescue me, right? Don't worry, as long as you rescue me, with my reputation and strength, I will never treat you badly." The man spoke again and made a promise to Chen Ming. Chen Ming kept zooming in on the scene in front of him, and the man's face quickly became clear on the screen. It turned out to be him. This guy is none other than the big star that Chen Ming mentioned before, the dormitory manager Yang Dong admired. When Chen Ming didn't speak, the man asked worriedly, "Could we have made a mistake? This guy is actually a monster too." According to the news on the internet, they said that this is a mecha weapon that has no desire to attack humans. There just happened to be a reply from the company that the official has promised them that they will dispatch a rescue, so I guessed that he probably someone from the rescue team, the woman replied. "So, didn't I just ask you to confirm with the company? Where's the reply?" the man urged. It was because the woman said that the strange bird was from the rescue team that he risked triggering a zombie riot by leaving the office and running to a place where myriad tribulations would disappear if his feet slipped. But now, the woman told him that everything was just a guess. No reply yet. The woman took a half step back, worried that the man who had been hungry for too long would lose his mind and be carried away by anger. She really couldn't think of any other way. If she continued to be hungry and thirsty like this, her life would be in danger within a few hours. That's why I tried to grasp Chen Ming's life-saving straw with a bit of a gambling attitude. "You guy!" The man gritted his teeth, really angry. Seeing this, the woman quickly raised her hands to block her face. "Don't get excited, I will convince him." Before the man could agree, the woman looked up at Chen Ming, clasped her hands together, and said loudly, "Please, save us. We are willing to agree to any conditions as long as you can save us. I am the gold medal agent of Dynasty Entertainment. You should know the strength of our Dynasty Entertainment, right? The boss values it very much." The woman originally wanted to say that she valued the man's strength and future prospects, but she was worried that Chen Ming would only save him and give up on herself. So he changed his words, "Boss, he values our abilities very much. If you bring us back safely, he will never treat you badly." "You're right. I'm a person who always repays every drop of kindness. As long as you take me out, I have 130 million in my bank account, and I can give it all to you." At this time, men also jumped out and expressed their attitude. Perhaps because he was worried that his attitude was not strong enough, he added, "Of course, I will retaliate against those who want to harm me." When the woman heard this, her eyes widened instantly, and she turned to look at the man, thinking that he must be going crazy with hunger. When the woman still wanted to turn her attention back to Chen Ming and try to save him as much as possible. Boom! The strong wind was blowing head-on. Whoosh! Whoosh! Boo-hoo-hoo! Chen Ming suddenly waved his wings, and the individually made feathers immediately separated, like a rain of arrows, and shot towards the two of them. No, it should be said towards the zombies in the gymnasium. However, the area covered by tens of thousands of feather arrows was too large, and the two of them were not spared. The man was instantly cut in half by the iron feather, and the woman lost her footing after screaming and rolled down. Chen Ming never thought that he was a good person, let alone a few words of flattery that reeked of copper, leaving thousands of treasure chests in vain and making no profit from the dead. What's more, the man has to commit suicide and use threats to force himself to make up his mind. Chen Ming has never been stingy when dealing with people who like to seek death, and will directly send him to the underworld to report to the Lord of Hell. Killing zombies successfully. Congratulations to the host for getting the wooden treasure chest +1. Killing zombies successfully. Congratulations to the host for getting the wooden treasure chest +1. In just a few seconds, Chen Ming slaughtered more than 4,000 zombies with just one move. Extracting. Extraction successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a new undead servant, undead zombie +4,566. After one-click extraction, the number of undead zombies increased dramatically again. After killing him, Chen Ming recovered all the iron feathers he had thrown out. It was clearly noticed that when the iron feathers were being recovered, the sharp edges were facing toward him. Wait a minute. Doesn't this mean that when you recycle the feathers, you can also cause piercing damage to enemies along the way? And it's even more powerful. The reason why Chen Ming thinks that way is not without reason. It's just because Taiyu's recycling is mandatory and unstoppable. If the enemy's body is so hard that Iron Feather's basic damage cannot break it, then the rule of forced recycling will come into play, and various attributes such as strength, penetration, speed, etc. will skyrocket. Until the defense is broken, Taiyu returns. 1 attack, 2 damage. Chen Ming was very satisfied with this setting. What's more important is that the number of iron feathers he just wielded was less than half of the total. This Eclipse Skycrow has a total of 138,600 iron feathers. With one wave and one move, Chen Ming was sure that not many monsters could stop him. Even the previous dragon of disaster, the gluttonous dragon. It's just a pity that this feather is not a firearm and cannot be upgraded. Otherwise, Chen Ming really wants to try to see what kind of amazing and terrifying destructive power this iron feather can exert if it is strengthened again. To increase the poison attribute, each iron feather has its own poisoning effect. Once it hits, the poisoning effect will be superimposed. That would be too exaggerated. Even Chen Ming, a pervert, feels perverted. It's exciting just thinking about it. Open the storage space, find the black iron treasure chest, and decide to bet on the 10 in a row bet. Don't want to just stay at the idea stage. Chapter 78. Anyway, at the moment, Chen Ming has a sufficient number of black iron treasure chests, and there is no need to reserve them as basic resources like wooden treasure chests. Combined with his series of luck improvements, Chen Ming felt that not taking a gamble would be a waste of opportunity. Select 10 black iron treasure chests and confirm opening. Opening the black iron treasure chest. Open successfully. Congratulations to the host for getting Barrett's Sniper +1. Open successfully. Congratulations to the host for getting Mountain Bike +1. Open successfully. Critical attack successful. Congratulations to the host for Rocket +10. Open successfully. Congratulations to the host for getting the Portable Automatic Machine Gun +1. Open successfully. Congratulations to the host for getting the Mecha-specific upgrade module +1. When he saw that his wish came true from the center of the treasure chest and got what he wanted, Chen Ming no longer cared about what rewards were given out later. Hide the window and let it play by itself. Then quickly find the Mecha-specific upgrade module in the storage space. Click to use. The 3D virtual modeling pattern of the Eclipse Crow immediately appeared in front of Chen Ming, and could be freely rotated 360 degrees for viewing. Chen Ming can choose a certain area to upgrade, such as upgrading the grip of the bird's claws, the acuity of his eyes, or the overall defense of the body. When the wings are selected, 2 options pop up. Increase flight speed. Enhanced iron feather damage. The flight speed of the Eclipse Skycrow is not slow. Chen Ming has no other needs in this regard and simply ignores it. Choose to upgrade to increase iron feather's damage. Upgrading in progress. Update successed. The iron feather attack of the Eclipse Crow will increase the explosion effect. Note, each iron feather can trigger high explosive damage independently. He confirmed with his eyes that it was the skill he wanted. The effect of continuous bombing is no worse than poisoning. Moreover, the residual power of the explosion can also cause group damage. The iron feathers originally covered a large area, and coupled with the explosion effect of each iron feather, the attack range suddenly became wider. You can rest assured that the explosion effect will not destroy iron feather and affect recycling. Satisfied, Chen Ming was so satisfied. Boom! The wind roared and the waves rolled. Large iron feathers were once again like raindrops, falling towards the stadium. Chen Ming decided to complete the final harvest of the zombie monsters that were hidden in the gymnasium and escaped the first wave of attacks. At the same time, test the power of the upgraded iron feather. Boom! Boom! Rumble! Fires shot into the sky, black smoke filled the air, and the sounds of explosions superimposed on each other, causing the heaven and earth to tremble. When the black smoke dissipated, the stadium, which could accommodate tens of thousands of people, had been razed to the ground, with no intact wall left. Killing zombies successfully. Congratulations to the host for getting the wooden treasure chest +1. Killing zombies successfully. Congratulations to the host for getting the wooden treasure chest +1. Extracting. Extraction successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a new undead servant, undead zombie +524. When Chen Ming was on his way back to the shelter, the video was posted on the internet. There is no doubt that it has easily set off a new wave of discussion. Too exaggerated. That's outrageous. This power is comparable to that of nuclear weapons, right? The explosion was only 1 kilometer away from me. The noise was so loud that it almost scared me to death. If I didn't have a heart attack, I would almost have a heart attack. More and more people are winning mecha weapons. Is it possible that the future will be an era of mechas? Even if I can't get such a reward, it doesn't matter, I just hope that these weapons can be given to kind people. How to define kindness? Moreover, how can you be sure that those people will not change their temperament after gaining enough power to crush everything? It is strongly recommended that Great Xia's senior management expand the number of special forces, first strengthen their loyalty, and then go fishing on a mission. Assuming 1 million people, with a guaranteed fishing frequency of 2 times a day, there are 2 million opportunities. You can always catch good things, and, with so many people here, if a powerful monster is really caught, they can respond in time, unlike us who are unarmed. Some people abroad have already done this and want to mass-produce apocalyptic legions. If we don't hold on tight, we will only be one step behind. It's okay if the apocalypse doesn't end. Once it ends, those people will definitely regard us as the first target of attack based on their behavior. Yet, get rid of the big boss first, and the other soldiers behind you don't need to take action, just surrender by yourself, recognize the master and bark. After seeing the powerful improvements brought by fishing in myriad worlds, more and more people are becoming dissatisfied with this series of slow decisions. They are even more worried that these terrifying powers will be mastered by uncontrollable people, thus triggering a crisis more deadly than zombie monsters. People know that ghosts are scary, and ghosts know that people's hearts are poisonous. This sentence is not a joke. However, what they didn't know was that the powerful equipment and abilities they saw all belonged to the same person. At this time, Chen Ming had returned to the villa. Put the Eclipse Crow into the storage space. Others walked into the villa and went straight to the second floor. I found a guest room, took out the dragon egg I had obtained in the secret realm, and put it on the bed. Dragon eggs can hatch on their own and require no special care. However, time in the storage space stands still, and Chen Ming almost forgot this. He joked, if it were to be kept there forever, it would take millions of years to incubate and produce results. Go back to the living room and lie down. When he went out before, Chen Ming did not turn off the TV and still played the news. Male host, according to Order Number 89, the 7th Special Forces Group has begun intensive testing of myriad worlds fishing to enhance our combat power. Have you finally given in? There are more than 20 special operations groups in Great Xia, but only one is used to deal with fishing in myriad worlds. This shows that among the officials, conservatives are still the majority. They seem to think that the current crisis is still under control, and with the existing force configuration, they can complete the clearing task. It is only a matter of time. After talking about the arrangements of the 7th Special Forces Group, the female host did not forget to add, due to the uncontrollability, experts from the Imperial Capital Research Institute recommend that you do not use the Myriad Worlds phishing software unless necessary to avoid causing harm to yourself and everyone. Bring about more severe disaster impacts. Chen Ming heard it very clearly and missed every word. Typically it goes in through the left ear and out through the right ear. Pick up your phone and open the Myriad Worlds phishing app. Click Start Fishing with your thumb without hesitation. Fishing in progress. Fishing successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a plastic combat type intelligent doll. Plasticity? Combat type? Intelligent doll. One question after another popped up in Chen Ming's mind. After checking it, what was displayed in front of him was a flesh-colored doll that was similar to a mannequin in a shopping mall. No hair, no facial features, not even gender. Weapons and attack methods are fixed and cannot be edited. The appearance supports a high degree of customization, so you can do whatever you want.